Chapter 1. I Wish to Traverse. Host awaken. Host. A voice emerged from the depths of my mind, piercing the darkness like a ray of light, and Su Mo slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Before me lay a dimly lit room, its walls marred and peeling, revealing the dilapidation of the space. The window was small, its glass yellowed, casting an even gloomier shadow within. Host, you have awakened. Host. What? System? Sumo's eyes widened in disbelief. The term host was typically reserved for protagonists within novels, particularly those accompanied by a system. Glancing around, he found himself alone, sprawled upon a rickety bed that felt uncomfortably hard against his back. The voice of the system resonated clearly in his mind. Indeed, the host, while reading a novel, expressed the desire to traverse. Thus you have been chosen to cross over. How marvelous! Reflecting on the events preceding his arrival, Su Mo recalled that he had been engrossed in a novel about the true heir and a foster son, and he had indeed commented, I wish to traverse. So, have I been transported into the very novel I was reading? Precisely, however, that novel is merely a fragment of a larger world, a veritable melange where characters from various stories converge. A melange? Su Mo comprehended that this realm was not limited to the narrative he had previously read, but also included figures from other tales. Is there extraordinary power here? I wish to cultivate immortality. Host, there is none. This world is solely comprised of urban fiction aimed at female readers, and apart from the system, there exists no other form of extraordinary power. Female readers? No, as a man, I should not find myself in a realm saturated with romantic entanglements, where every narrative revolves around love and longing. This is ill-suited for me. Host, the novel you commented on is indeed a work of female literature. Upon reflection, Su Mo had to concede the truth of this statement. The story he had been reading was fundamentally about the true heir and the adopted son. Su Mo was the true heir, yet he had been maliciously swapped at birth and raised in a slum. It was not until the age of 17 that he was discovered and brought to the Su family. However, by then, there was already an adopted son who had been nurtured for 17 years. Upon returning home, Su Mo was not mistreated, but having grown up in poverty, he had developed a somewhat timid disposition, which made him appear unappealing to others. Once exposed to the opulence of high society, he became preoccupied with indulging in frivolities to compensate for his deprived childhood. In the household, he was submissive, but outside, he adopted a haughty demeanor. This behavior further alienated his family, leading them to regard him as unworthy and reluctant to forge a bond with him. It could be said that apart from wealth, he possessed nothing. Had it been merely this, Su Mo might have lived a contented life, however. This was a female-oriented narrative where everything could be linked to romance. In middle school, his impoverished state forced him to wear patched uniforms, and his inability to partake in activities made him the target of ridicule from his peers. Mocked by others yet too timid to resist, he only attracted more severe bullying. At that time, the school belle, Lu Ruyen, who had once kindly assisted Su Mo, remained etched in his heart. Lu Ruyen was a radiant light in Su Mo's life since middle school. Once of humble origins, Su Mo could hardly fathom the possibility of interacting with Lu Ruyen. However, after reconnecting with the Su family, he was transferred to the most prestigious school, where both Lu Ruyen and Su Yuchen attended. Thus, Su Mo trailed behind Lu Ruyen for 5 years, weaving a tapestry of pursuit and heartache until their university graduation. Yet, Lu Ruyen harbored feelings for Su Yuchen, who, upon learning of Su Mo's affections, promptly married Lu Ruyen. Consequently, Su Mo became the tragic second male lead, unable to forget Lu Ruyen even after her marriage, continuously showering her with gifts and resources. His actions incurred the displeasure of the Su family, who coerced him into marrying Shen Youchu. However, Shen Youchu was utterly submissive to Su Mo, opposing no command he issued. If Lu Ruyen represented the light for Su Mo, then Su Mo was the guiding star for Shen Youchu. Ultimately, Su Mo sacrificed nearly all his resources for Lu Ruyen, leading the Su family to abandon him entirely. When Lu Ruyen discovered that Su Mo had little left to offer, she callously cast him aside. Yet, Su Mo persisted in his pursuit, and she orchestrated a scheme to ensure his complete disappearance. After Su Mo's demise, Shen Youchu descended into madness. Upon realizing that Lu Ruyan was the mastermind behind his suffering, she attempted to end both their lives in a reckless car crash, but was saved by a bodyguard. Nevertheless, Lu Ruyan's legs were irrevocably damaged in the accident. This led to the most classic reversal in feminist-centric narratives. Following the deaths of Su Mo and Shen Youchu, Su Yuchen realized that Lu Ruyan offered him no support and promptly dismissed her. At this juncture, Lu Ruyan began to reminisce about Su Mo. As the image of his white moonlight faded into mere memories, she finally recognized the goodness in Su Mo. Despite his lack of ambition, career, or prowess, his genuine care for her was akin to that of a devoted prince. Thus, Lu Ruyan came to acknowledge her true feelings. She had long been in love with Su Mo. In the end, Lu Ruyan killed Su Yuchen and was subsequently imprisoned by the Su family. To this, Su Mo could only exclaim, "Toxic system, what is the current time? When will the Su family come to acknowledge their kin?" Host, it is the beginning of the plot. The Su family is already on their way. That is good. Seizing the moment, Su Mo rushed to review the memories of his former self. The novel primarily focused on the intricate love and hatred between Su Mo, Su Yuchen, and Lu Ruyan, offering only a brief mention of the world surrounding them, leaving much unexplained. Yet now, Su Mo found himself in a reality far removed from the confines of fiction. Indeed, this world was unlike his previous life. After the Ming Dynasty, it was not the Qing, but the Qian. When the Manchus entered Han territory, the nation was repelled by a group of peasant rebels, leading Emperor Qianshi to execute the landlords and nobility, proclaiming the slogan of peasant rule. Chapter 1. The Rise of the Qian. With a vigorous enhancement of productivity and the development of firearms for civilian use, within a mere 5 years, the surrounding barbarian tribes were completely eradicated. Subsequently, great strides were made in maritime endeavors, paving a path through all of Asia and Oceania. Most significantly, before his demise, Emperor Qianshi abolished the imperial system and established a cabinet. This cabinet comprises 12 elders and 3,000 legislators. Presently, the entirety of Oceania and half of Asia's territory belongs to the Qian, not to mention the regions that have declared themselves as vassal states of the Qian, along with various military bases established across different locales. The Su family stands as one of the most prestigious families within the Qian. As Su Mo reflected upon the events etched in his memory, disbelief washed over him. Could it be that my charming ancestor, Emperor Qianshi, was also a traveler from another realm? In haste, Su Mo retrieved his phone to search historical accounts. When Emperor Qianshi vanquished the Yamato nation, all males, regardless of age, were executed, while females were relegated to the status of courtesans. Indeed, it was confirmed Emperor Qianshi was undoubtedly a traveler from another world. As one of the foremost families in the Qian, the Su family's financial obligations in commerce alone begin at trillions. It is no wonder that upon returning to the Su family, even without charm, Su Mo had never encountered a shortage of funds. The Su family is truly affluent. Chapter 2. The Su family. Time flowed swiftly as Su Mo perused his memories. Just as he grasped a general understanding, a knock echoed from outside. "Incoming," Su Mo exclaimed joyfully, rushing to the door. Indeed, upon opening it, he was greeted by several bodyguards clad in suits. At the center stood a couple, and Su Mo recognized them as his parents. Though in their 40s, they appeared to be in their 30s. Particularly the woman, whose grace was unparalleled, bore no traces of aging, her smile radiating warmth like the gentle caress of spring. "Who are you?" Su Mo feigned ignorance, masking his curiosity and trepidation. "Child, I am your mother." Lin Lanxin immediately recognized her son upon seeing Su Mo. His facial features, brows, and eyes bore the unmistakable resemblance to both parents. Without hesitation, Lin Lanxin embraced Su Mo, bursting into tears. It was only after the soothing words of his father, Su Hongzhe, that she regained her composure. Indeed, Su Hongzhe, noticing Su Mo's incredulous expression, produced a paternity test to affirm, "You are our child. 17 years ago, you were swapped at birth, and it has taken us 17 years to find you here." "What a child who was swapped?" Su Mo inquired, a look of anxiety etched upon his face, and after a prolonged silence, he asked with a tinge of hope, "Do not worry, dear child." Su Mother Lin Lanxin wiped away her tears, As soon as we discovered the truth, we placed that child in an orphanage, and the one who swapped you was imprisoned. If you feel aggrieved, we shall address them when we return." Su Mo was taken aback. He truly had not anticipated this. Shouldn't the swapped child have enjoyed a life of opulence for 17 years? How could they have ended up in an orphanage? Hence, the adopted son of the Su family was indeed a child taken in later. The narrative commences with Su Mo being brought back, swiftly transitioning to her encounter with Lu Rian at school, while the portrayal of the Su family remains rather scant. Even later, Su Yuchen's identity is simply described as that of an adopted child of the Su family. The majority of the text predominantly focuses on the intricate love-hate relationships among Su Mo, Su Yuchen, and Lu Rian, with little attention given to other aspects, as Su Mo herself does not delve deeply into the matter. They conspire against the Su family and expect us to raise their child? To spare their lives is already an act of mercy from the Su family, remarks Su's father, his face contorted with anger. Su's mother, Lin Lanxin, lovingly caresses Su Mo's head, tenderly massaging her hair, which has grown somewhat brittle due to prolonged malnutrition, nearly succumbing to tears once more. "My dear child, you have suffered for the first 17 years. Come home with mother, and I shall make amends for you." Su Mo can sense that both Su's father, Su Hongzhe, and Su's mother, Lin Lanxin, genuinely wish to reclaim her. However, if they are so eager to welcome her back, what of that adopted son? Shouldn't he have been given some prior warning before her arrival, presenting a facade of benevolence while casting her aside? Even upon her return, would she not feel estranged from her family due to the existence of the adopted son? Neither Su's father nor mother has mentioned this, and Su Mo dares not bring it up, lest she reveal how she came by such knowledge. Seeing their hopeful expressions, she reluctantly nods in agreement. The house feels desolate, containing only a few tattered garments. Lin Lanxin does not ask Su Mo to tidy up instead. She simply states that the house will be purchased as a keepsake, and anything Su Mo desires from the room will be fetched at her command. Then, they proceed to leave. A fleet of luxury cars awaits downstairs, and once inside, they drive directly to the airport. Subsequently, they board a private jet bound for Kyoto. Throughout the journey, Lin Lanxin bombards Su Mo with questions about her life over the past 17 years, eager to learn every detail. Su Mo can discern that Lin Lanxin genuinely cares for her. Su Hongzhe, however, remains mostly silent, only declaring with certainty that once he learns Su Mo's current name was Chinhao, she must adopt the surname Su henceforth, exhibiting a degree of arrogance. His expression reflects an extraordinary pride in being part of the Su family. Upon their arrival at the Su family estate in Kyoto, Su Mo realizes that Su Hongzhe has indeed moderated his demeanor. However, other family members, especially her grandfather and great-grandfather, display an unabashed fervor for the Su lineage. Perhaps since the reign of Emperor Qian, the entire Daqing dynasty has been on a relentless path of expansion, with no one capable of subduing it, and the Su family stand among the most prestigious clans of Daqing. In both Daqing and the world at large, there has been no circumstance that could compel a member of the Su family to bow their head in submission. Thus, this embodies a certain arrogance reminiscent of ancient aristocratic families, marked by disdain for others. Moreover, matters of bloodline are regarded with utmost importance. It is at this moment that Su Mo comprehends the extent of the Su family's efforts to locate her. Across the nation, there exist paternity testing facilities established by the Su family, perpetually conducting tests on children of Su Mo's age without interruption. However, the sheer magnitude of the population across the nation is overwhelming. The territory of the Great Qian has expanded to approximately 4 or 5 times that of its previous existence, with a populace nearing 3 billion. Conducting paternity tests on all children contemporaneous with Su Mo is indeed a time-consuming endeavor. It is only now that the Su family has located Su Mo. Though she traversed realms without much sentiment, she was nonetheless astonished by the grandiosity of the Su family's efforts. The primary motivation for such endeavors undeniably stems from her lineage, as she shares the blood of the Su family. Yet, it is undeniable that the Su family has invested considerable resources in the pursuit of reclaiming Su Mo. Moreover, Su Mo comprehends why the original narrative omitted familial elements. The concept of social status is a profoundly serious matter. The members of the Su family possess a certain superiority complex towards others. Their innate arrogance becomes evident when confronted with those who are not of their bloodline. Regardless of the accomplishments of others, if they are not members of the Su family, they are regarded with disdain. For instance, now that Su Mo has been found, all members of the Su family have gathered at the ancestral home, yet the adopted son, Su Yuchen, is conspicuously absent. This information came to light through casual conversation. It is said that Su Yuchen is unworthy of appearing in the Su family's ancestral residence. After adopting Su Yuchen, it is rumored that Su Hongzhi brought him to celebrate the new year when he was 6 years old, only to be sent back by the family's patriarch. The patriarch allegedly remarked, "You dare return with someone who is not of my lineage? Do you think I have forgotten about my great-grandson's abandonment and brought someone back to provoke this old man?" Indeed, the Su family can now be described as a household of 4 generations. The family patriarch remains alive, and the second generation comprises Su Mo's granduncles. Her paternal grandfather has 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter, with Su Mo being the second child of the younger son. Above her stands an elder sister, Su Shiryu. Chapter 3. Recognition of kin. Come here, Xiao Mo. This is your great-grandfather. Quickly greet him. Lin Lanxin, her face brimming with joy, pulled Su Mo over to meet the elder. It was then that Su Mo understood the source of Lin Lanxin's elation when she came to fetch him. As an adopted son, he did not enter the family register, and in the Su family, aside from his sister Su Shiryu, there were no other male heirs under the patriarch Su Hongzhi. The Su family, being one that places great importance on progeny, had often teased Lin Lanxin at gatherings about their lack of heirs. Thus, for the past 17 years, Lin Lanxin had endured the cold remarks of the Su family. After all, it was Lin Lanxin's insistence on traveling during her pregnancy that led to her misfortune, when she fell and could not return to the capital in time. She had to give birth far from home. It was then that others seized the opportunity to take Su Mo away. Had she delivered in their hospital in Kyoto, surrounded by the family's bodyguards and nurses, such a calamity would never have occurred. Furthermore, Su Hongzhi had 2 grandsons already, and the incident had displeased the elder, leaving him reluctant to speak on Lin Lanxin's behalf. Now that she had found Su Mo, Lin Lanxin could finally hold her head high. Holding Su Mo's hand, she beamed with delight. "Great-grandfather." Su Mo respectfully offered a cup of tea to the elder. Good, good." The great-grandfather chuckled heartily. Despite his advanced age, his spirit was dimmed, yet his murky eyes still glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. The old man felt that, though his time was short, finding Su Mo before his passing had fulfilled a long-held desire. After taking a sip from the cup, he grasped Su Mo's hand tightly. "You must have endured much suffering in the past, but that is all behind you now. You have returned. No one shall bully you again." The elder's profound concern brought a lump to Su Mo's throat. Even though he felt like an outsider, having traversed through time, he was deeply moved by the elder's care for his descendants. "This is for you, a token of our first meeting." As he spoke, someone beside them presented a document. Upon examination, Su Mo realized it was a transfer agreement for a mine, revealing that it contained over 30 tons of gold and various other minerals, with a total value exceeding 300 billion. Even though Su Mo had anticipated that his great-grandfather's gift would be considerable, he was still taken aback by the magnitude of this gesture. 300 billion as a mere introduction gift? Observing the expressions of those around him, while some were envious, there was a noticeable lack of shock. Such generosity seemed to be the norm. For the first time, Su Mo grasped the weight of the term aristocracy. The family's wealth was staggering. 300 billion was just an introductory gift for a younger member. No wonder every individual in the Su family exuded an air of pride. They had every reason to do so. "Thank you, great-grandfather." Su Mo joyfully accepted the document. Lin Lanxin then guided Su Mo to another elder. "This is your grandfather and grandmother." "Hello, grandfather and grandmother." Grandfather remains in relatively good health, appearing quite spirited. "My dear grandson, it is good to have you back," he exclaimed warmly. Subsequently, he prepared a gift for Su Mo, a commercial building situated in the heart of Kyoto, specifically on the 17th floor. 17 years, 17 floors. It symbolizes a layer added for each year compensating for what was previously lacking. Next came the second uncle, a senior elder in the cabinet, who bestowed upon Su Mo a firearm license. With this permit, he could leisurely carry a handgun, though only a handgun. Rifles and sniper guns were restricted to home use. Following were the uncles and aunts, an elder brother, 2 sisters, and a younger brother. Each family member presented Su Mo with a generous gift. Even his 14-year-old brother, Su Qianrui, gifted him a luxury sports car. Su Mo could sense the genuine desire of this family to embrace him. It made him ponder how deeply flawed the original owner must have been, having committed numerous misdeeds that led to such a lack of affection from this group. In a prestigious family like the Su clan, reputation is paramount. Every word and action reflects the Su family. Perhaps the original owner had caused too much embarrassment, leading this family to abandon him. The Su family's wealth could not merely be attributed to the struggle for power and profit. Just from the gifts he received, Su Mo understood that the Su family could not be controlled by a single individual. There are those engaged in commerce, others in politics, and some in the military, all advancing together, which is the path of the Su family's development. Only through unity can they harness greater strength. Although not extensively mentioned in the original text, he was determined not to squander such a remarkable family background as the original owner had. Once everyone had exchanged pleasantries, they moved to the dining table to prepare for the meal. Su Mo, unfamiliar with the dining etiquette of such a prestigious family, adhered closely to Lin Lanxin's side, mimicking others' actions. He resolutely refrained from any excessive behavior or unsolicited remarks, responding appropriately when questioned. This poise and measured demeanor earned a nod of approval from Su Hongxia. The child had not received formal guidance in the Su family, yet had shown commendable behavior thus far. It would have been inappropriate to be overly submissive or to attract attention through ostentatious actions. The family gathering to recognize Su Mo was also arranged during their casual conversations. It was set for the 3rd day of the following month, leaving them with 9 days to prepare. After the meal, Su Hongxia took Su Mo away, stating they needed to settle in after their reunion. The others understood that it was not the right time to get to know Su Mo better and exchanged farewells before departing. Upon reaching the garage, Su Hongxia and Lin Lanxin entered the first car, instructing Su Mo to follow his sister Su Shuriwei into the second vehicle for some sibling bonding. Su Shuriwei, at 19 and currently attending Kyoto University, was in the prime of her youthful exuberance. This was vividly displayed once they were in the car, as she patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Each visit to the old residence fills me with trepidation. It is hardly a place suitable for humans. Upon witnessing this, Su Mo couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Are you so frightened at the prospect of encountering your elders? If only you were aware of their usual demeanor. Fortunately, your return today has put them in good spirits. Otherwise, a mere glance from that lot could chill you to the bone. Speaking of which, Su Shuriwei spat out in exasperation. In my childhood, I was quite mischievous. I once flung food onto my great-grandfather's face during dinner, and as a consequence, my second uncle made me kneel in the ancestral hall. Sister Ziwei was also no better, lurking in the shadows of the dimly lit hall, making ghostly sounds to frighten me. Thankfully, I reported her actions and managed to have Sister Ziwei kneel beside me. Chapter 4. The Adopted Son. Su Yuchen. Throughout the journey, Su Shuriwei spoke at length, recounting mostly tales from the past. Her curiosity about this newly discovered brother was overwhelming. You should share your childhood experiences as well, she urged. Su Mo, sifting through the memories of her past life, found her gaze wandering to the window. There isn't much to tell. I was taken away to the mountains with the intention of being buried alive. Fortunately, someone happened to pass by that day and called out, rescuing me. At this revelation, Su Shuriwei instinctively clenched her hands. And then what happened? Afterward, she brought me home. She was a gentle soul, having built a wooden cabin at the eastern edge of the village all by herself. Her health was frail. I often heard her coughing, and eventually she even coughed up blood. I once ran to fetch a doctor when she fell ill, but he lamented that she was afflicted by a melancholic heart, a condition that could not be cured. She passed away when I was 8. Her last words urged me not to blame our parents. asserting that no parents would bury their own child. I must have been stolen away. She advised me to focus on my studies and take good care of myself. However, after her departure, there was no one left to protect me in the village. Yet I managed to survive without starving. My academic performance was decent. I received waivers for tuition from every school I attended, and through all the hardships, I grew up. It is rather serendipitous that I buried her in the very pit where others had intended to bury me. When I visited to pay my respects, I discovered that others still wished to bury their loved ones nearby. As Su Mo became lost in these memories, the image of that gentle woman grew clearer in her mind. When she finally returned to the present, she noticed that Su Yuchen's eyes were glistening with tears. "Are you all right?" Su Mo inquired hesitantly, surprised by Su Yuchen's emotional response. "Wow." Su Yuchen suddenly embraced Su Mo, sobbing heartily. "It's okay. You're back now. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I shall avenge you." After a moment of tears, she could hardly contain herself and spoke to the driver. "No, Uncle Fong, divert to the welfare institution. The person who swapped with my brother is still there, and I want to confront him right now. There's no need for that. I prefer to settle my own scores. Our parents are ahead of us. Let us return first and discuss it later." Su Mo managed to dissuade Su Yuchen from her impulsive decision. At that moment, the vehicle gradually came to a stop. "We're home, or perhaps not quite." The Daqian region comprises 4 special administrative zones, 36 first-tier cities, and 99 second-tier cities, with the Su family owning numerous properties in each city. Su Mo had merely arrived at a manor within the Kyoto Special Administrative Zone. This was also a residence frequently occupied by Su Hongzhe since his arrival in Kyoto. As a convoy slowly entered the estate and parked in the garage, someone was already awaiting their arrival. "Su familia se adapted son Su Yuchen." Lin Lanxin alighted from the vehicle and approached Su Mo, linking her arm with hers. "Xiaoma, let me take you to see your room first." Yet, upon turning to glance at Su Yuchen, Lin Lanxin's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "Xiaoma, this is your brother, Su Yuchen." Su Yuchen and Su Mo are of the same age, exuding an air of noble elegance, rarely engaging in frivolous banter. Their eyes seem to harbor countless untold stories, tranquil as an ancient well, radiating a unique charm that harmoniously blends vivacity with maturity, innocence with profundity. It is undeniable that Su Yuchen possesses striking looks and an alluring demeanor, particularly captivating for girls of their age. No wonder Lu Ruyan in the original text is infatuated with him to the point of obsession. His parents are admirable figures. Su Yuchen's greetings to Mr. and Mrs. Su are quite formal. Mr. Su merely nods before striding towards the living room on the first floor, while Lin Lanxin shows a particular interest in Su Yuchen. "Yuchen, come. Let us go take a look together." Su Yuchen's mood swings swiftly, and having recovered quickly, she bounces over to link arms with Su Mo's mother, exclaiming, "Hey, I want to go too." Su Mo's room is located on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by an exceptionally luxurious interior. The bedroom alone surpasses the size of an entire apartment for an ordinary person. The room is equipped with a walk-in closet and a lavish bathroom, adorned with an array of amenities. A wall of glass cabinets showcases an assortment of figurines, models, firearms, and various items that appeal to the typical boy. Mom wasn't sure what you would like, so she prepared a variety of things. "If you don't fancy them, we can always exchange," Lin Lanxin explains, leading Su Mo into the closet. As she opens the door, it reveals an abundance of clothing. These were selected this morning by the designer based on your estimated measurements. Take a look and see if you like them. For customized pieces, we'll need to measure your dimensions accurately. I'll have the designer come over shortly. Su Mo appreciates Lin Lanxin's thoughtfulness. Such attention to detail is something only a biological mother would notice. Despite having only a few hours since the designer assessed her size, the closet is already filled to the brim. The Su family is indeed affluent. Stop admiring it. Hurry and try it on. Don't wear that ragged outfit. Such coarse fabric isn't good for your health. Lin Lanxin nudges Su Mo into the closet, and she decides to select a casual ensemble. These garments are pre-coordinated, ready to wear. Indeed, one's appearance can significantly influence their presence, After changing into the new attire, Su Mo's overall aura transforms remarkably. Although she remains somewhat slender, her eyes sparkle with newfound brilliance, and she appears considerably more refined. After some time, Lin Lanxin finally leads them to the living room, where Su Hongzhe awaits on the sofa. Xiao Imo, you are still in school, correct? He inquires. Yes, I'm in my final year of high school this year. For the next few days, you should stay at home. I will arrange for a teacher to instruct you in etiquette. After the Kinship Banquet, you will transfer to Yuchen's school. I will feel more at ease knowing someone is looking after you. As for university, you should attend Jing University. Our family has annual slots for recommended admissions. Is this what it means to belong to a prestigious family? They say that the college entrance examination is a pathway to change one's destiny. Yet for those born into affluent families, it seems they can bypass even that, gaining direct admission through recommendations. Kyoto University stands as one of the foremost institutions of higher learning in Qian. In comparison to mere academic achievements, it is the arts, music, archery, charioteering, literature, mathematics, and other such refined pursuits that truly serve as the battleground for the scions of prominent families. Now that you have returned, I shall not impose excessive expectations upon you. However, do bear in mind that in the outside world, you are a representative of the Su family. Every word and action reflects upon our esteemed lineage. It is imperative that you refrain from any conduct that might tarnish the family's honor. Indeed, I shall remember. This is Xiaolin. He will henceforth serve as your personal steward. Should you have any needs in your daily life, feel free to instruct him. As Su Hongzhe spoke, a man in his 30s, donned in a tailored suit, stepped forward. Young master, I am Xiaolin. Please do not hesitate to entrust me with any tasks you require. Additionally, please take these. Su Hongzhe produced several cards, including an identification card and a bank card. Your identification has been duly reissued. From now on, you shall be known as Su Mo of the Su family. The bank card contains your allowance. Since you are still a minor, you shall receive 10 million each month. Upon reaching the age of 18, you will be entitled to 0. One of the dividends from Chinhao Group annually. Chapter 5 System Entries. Upon returning to his room, Su Mo flung himself onto the bed. Throughout the journey, he had been inundated with various pieces of information, leaving his mind somewhat bewildered. In this lifetime, it was Su Mo's inaugural encounter with the affluent elite, and to be candid, he felt ill-equipped to navigate this new world. The original text merely concluded with the acknowledgement of his return to the Su family, without delving into the intricacies of his experiences. Could such a day truly be encapsulated in a single phrase? Nevertheless, Su Mo surmised he now understood the current state of the Su family. The Su family, with his great-grandfather now engaged in a life of leisure, saw most decisions made by his grandfather and second uncle. His grandfather, having served in the military, was now retired, while his second uncle, still active, held the esteemed position of the second elder within the cabinet. His uncle had previously followed his grandfather's footsteps and remained within the military, while his second uncle was the head of a provincial government. In the grand scheme of Qian, which comprised 36 provinces, his second uncle wielded considerable influence, almost rivaling that of the cabinet itself. His father, Su Hongzhe, navigated the realms of commerce and international affairs. The Chinhao Group had always been a family enterprise, yet the Su family's focus had never been predominantly on business, leading them to employ numerous professional managers to oversee its operations. The Su family had been on the rise for at least 350 years, and the Chinhao Group had similarly flourished over this extensive period. Today, one might assert that the Chinhao Group wielded significant control over the national economy. In his youth, Su Hongzhe was known for his frivolity, resisting his grandfather's wishes for him to pursue a military or political career. Eventually, he came to terms with his capabilities and recognized he could not manage the entirety of the Chinhao Group. Thus, he established his own conglomerate, the Xinguang Group. In just over a decade, the Xinguang Group emerged as one of the leading enterprises in the country, albeit somewhat benefiting from the prestige of the Chinhao Group. Furthermore, he maintained a number of mercenary forces abroad, discreetly overseeing the governance of several smaller nations, thus securing a contingency plan for the Su family. In such aristocratic families, the wisdom of having multiple avenues of escape is well understood. The bank card gifted to Su Mo by Su Hongzhe entitles him to an annual dividend of 0.1 from the Chinhao group upon reaching adulthood, a privilege shared by all fourth-generation members of the Su family. One should not underestimate this 0.1. Given the Chinhao group's annual profits of at least 1 trillion, this small percentage translates to billions in funds. As for the substantial shares, they remain under the control of his great-grandfather. To acquire greater dividend rights, fourth-generation members must either achieve notable feats beneficial to the Su family or await the announcement of their great-grandfather's will. As Su Mo understood, Su Hongzhe possessed 4 of the dividend rights, resulting in hundreds of billions in unspent funds annually. Coupled with the profits from the Xinguang group, Su Hongzhe's annual income exceeded 100 billion. In contrast, Su Yuchen, the adopted son, did not enjoy the same privileges afforded to the Su family members. Essentially, aside from Su Hongzhe and Lin Lanxin, the other members of the Su family did not recognize this adopted son. Ultimately, Su Yuchen was merely a psychological consolation sought by Su Hongzhe and Lin Lanxin after Su Mo's disappearance. However, the existence of this adopted son placed considerable pressure on Su Hongzhe within the family. Should Su Yuchen fail to excel, he would inevitably become a topic of discussion during family gatherings. This has led Su Hongzhe to impose increasingly stringent demands on Su Yuchen, ultimately becoming a tool to prove himself to the family. Throughout his life, whenever Su Yuchen exhibited any shortcomings, Su Hongzhe would subject him to a barrage of familial regulations. Only Lin Lanxin treated Su Yuchen with a modicum of kindness. Following the abduction of Su Mo, Su Hongzhe and Lin Lanxin were consumed with worry, scouring for their child, leaving little time for care. Consequently, Su Yuchen spent most of his childhood at his uncle's home, growing up alongside Su Quan and Su Ziwei. Thus, while there was some sisterly affection toward her brother, it was rather limited. After all, in his uncle's household, the 3 children of the Su family had their values subtly skewed, leading to a certain disdain for this adopted son. I had thought I was merely playing the role of a scriptwriter for an adopted son, yet it seems my family does not require my strategy at all. Su Yuchen must also recognize his place. He has contemplated many matters from a young age, which explains his depth of character at such an early age. It is no wonder that Su Yuchen would marry Lu Ruyan, realizing that Su Mo would not compel Lu Ruyan. While he could not draw from the Su family's resources, yet could continuously benefit from Su Mo. Having somewhat organized his thoughts, Su Mo began to ponder his own transmigration. System, are you there? Host, I am here. Please, tell me, what utility do you possess? Host, this system can identify which individuals around your character from the script and can inquire about the narrative direction of each character. With each narrative point you traverse, the system will gain a charge, and once fully charged, it can transport you to other dimensions. Furthermore, with each plot twist you experience, you may randomly acquire a new entry. Su Mo understood. This is a hybrid urban world of female-oriented literature, and he must discern one female narrative after another, inserting himself to alter the original trajectory of fate or observe the conclusion from the sidelines. Regardless of the choice, as long as the narrative reaches its end, he will receive a reward. It sounds rather effortless. So, system, do you have any beginner's gift packs? Host, the beginner's gift pack is automatically activated upon transmigration. You have already acquired the entry Noble Birth, which is why you have transitioned into Su Mo. This entry is not unique to one world. Once charged and transported to the next realm, the entry Noble Birth will continue to yield effects. What? I had thought that it was my reading of the book about Su Mo that caused my transmigration into his character. Host, in the original text, the Su family is indeed a top-tier aristocracy, yet it did not wield the extensive influence you observe now. The current vast wealth of the Su family is attributable to your entry, which has expanded their assets. No wonder I find the Su family's resources exceedingly extravagant. This is the reason behind it. So, is the beginner's gift pack limited to just one entry? Typically, aren't beginner's packs quite luxurious? Is a mere narrative reward too meager? Host, the beginner's gift pack consists of 3 entries, including Striving for Perfection and Eidetic Memory. Striving for Excellence. The speed of learning is enhanced by 50. When encountering obstacles in any skill, persistent practice will undoubtedly lead to further progress. Photographic memory. The speed of learning is augmented by 100, and comprehension ability is increased by 100. Events once remembered will never be forgotten. There are 3 entries in total, and it appears that all 3 are quite practical, especially as one is about to learn etiquette and various skills typically required in this circle. Both striving for excellence and photographic memory will prove to be immensely beneficial. Furthermore, the entry on photographic memory may explain why Su Mo possesses such clarity regarding the original owner's experiences, as if the past 17 years were lived by him. At the very least, Su Mo now understands why Shen Youchu was so infatuated with him in the original narrative. It is because he once saved her. Chapter 6. The Laboratory Young Master. The sound of knocking jolted Su Mo awake. Exhausted from a day of mental strain, he had dozed off while reflecting in bed. "Young master, it's time to rise. We have matters to attend to," Xiao Lin called from outside the door. "What is it?" Su Mo responded, clearly still groggy. His eyes half closed. Standing straight with a serious demeanor, Xiao Lin replied, "The gene supplement has been prepared. We must first visit the laboratory. Afterward, a stylist will be here to groom you and take your measurements for custom clothing. Following that is dinner, and the time after dinner can be arranged at your discretion." "Gene supplement? What is that?" Su Mo inquired, having never encountered such a term before. The gene supplement is a specially formulated injection available only in the laboratory due to its scarce and expensive materials. The cost to produce just 1 gram is 50 million, and it takes 5 grams to create a single injection. Thus, it is not intended for public distribution. This supplement can significantly enhance physical condition, improving strength and endurance markedly. Additionally, it can rectify bodily deficiencies and is effective for those who have not received adequate nutrition for proper development. Su Mo was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. However, he understood that it was likely circulating only within the upper echelons of society, where such items were abundant. With the vast funds allocated to research and development in the laboratory each year, numerous innovations must have emerged. Yet most lacked profitability and therefore were not promoted. For instance, with a production cost of 250 million for a single dose, the retail price would certainly be at least double that. Even if made available to the general populace, who could afford it? Would any ordinary wealthy individual willingly spend 500 million on such a product? Thus, only those deemed worthy would have the privilege to know and purchase such items. Regardless of the implications, Su Mo pushed these thoughts aside, determining that as long as he did not endanger himself, he would simply follow Shaolin. Even during his outings, he was accompanied by 3 vehicles and 8 bodyguards. The Su family was exceedingly wealthy, and every family member took precautions for their safety. Particularly after the incident 17 years ago involving switched children, the Su family members were acutely aware of their security. The vehicles maneuvered through winding paths until they arrived at an industrial park, where 2 of the bodyguard vehicles awaited in the parking lot. After Shaolin presented a pass, they were permitted to drive in. A figure clad in a white lab coat awaited them at the drop-off point, instructing the drivers to remain behind. Entering a factory-like facility, Su Mo passed through 3 doors before reaching a room filled with numerous instruments he had never seen before. "Young Master Su, please place your arm here." The lab-coated individual directed him to a device designed for that purpose. Subsequently, the figure opened a briefcase, revealing a vial containing a verdant green injection. After administering the injection, he took care to remind Su Mo of several important precautions. Supplements do not yield immediate effects. Over the next 7 days, Su Mo's appetite will significantly increase, during which time his body will gradually metabolize. It is essential to pay attention to sleep during this period and avoid excessive fatigue. Subsequently, the doctor administered a biological locator by injecting it into Su Mo's wrist. This device, powered by bioelectric currents, provides a means of location tracking. In the event of a kidnapping or other unforeseen circumstances that prevent contact with the outside world, the Su family can utilize this locator to ascertain Su Mo's whereabouts. Furthermore, he was given a wristband that monitors vital signs such as heart rate and rhythm, and includes a 1-button recording and alarm feature. During normal circumstances, commands can also be dispatched to assistants or bodyguards through the wristband. Lastly, the laboratory staff conducted a series of comprehensive health assessments on Su Mo, only allowing him to leave once all procedures were thoroughly completed. As he stepped outside, Su Mo still felt a bit lightheaded. He had never imagined such experiences, let alone undergoing them himself. It was said that true aristocrats had their children injected with biological locators shortly after birth. Whether to consider Su Mo fortunate or unfortunate is a matter of perspective. The only time a baby could be swapped was during delivery. Had Su Mo received the locator even a moment later, even if a switch occurred, he would have been swiftly located. Once in the car heading home, all other matters would be handled by professionals. By the time everything was settled, it was already evening. Shaolin timed it perfectly. It was indeed dinner time. As they gathered around the dining table, everyone noticed that Su Mo had transformed. Though his face still bore signs of slight gauntness, he now exuded the nascent aura of a distinguished young gentleman, possessing a demeanor that suggested he had weathered various trials with an air of nonchalance. Having traversed through myriad experiences, what could still astonish Su Mo? Moreover, with the system by his side, he subconsciously felt a sense of pride. To others, this translated as an indescribable nobility. Hey, who would have thought? With a bit of grooming, you actually clean up quite well. Su Yuchen, mischievously tousling Su Mo's painstakingly styled hair. What are you doing? Su Mo retorted, refusing to be outdone, and in a swift motion, he disheveled Su Yue's hairstyle in return. Lin Lanxin watched the playful banter between the siblings with a quiet smile, feeling a sense of familial warmth that made her reflect on the essence of home. As for Su Yuchen, although he was nominally Su Yue's brother, an invisible barrier seemed to persist between them. Particularly, as Su Hongzhi's expectations of Su Yuchen escalated, the smiles on his face became increasingly scarce. Ultimately, he adopted an expression of calm indifference at home, making it impossible for his vivacity to shine through. Inevitably, the archetype of the male lead in a female-centric narrative often features a stoic demeanor. Another defining trait is the inability to articulate one's thoughts, leaving others to decipher their intentions. It is no wonder misunderstandings abound between the male and female protagonists, leading to a cascade of misinterpretations that unfold over numerous chapters. All right, if we don't eat soon, the food will get cold. Little Mo, you have received your injection, so make sure to eat a bit more in the coming days. Mother is unaware of your culinary preferences, so do inform Hongjie of your favorites, and we shall incorporate them into the menu henceforth. Thank you, Mother. Su Mo offered a gentle smile to Lin Lanxin, deftly intercepting Su Yue's outstretched hand. In the past, his meals were far from satisfactory. At times, in an effort to save money, he would subsist on a single meal a day, leaving his stomach excessively fragile. Thus he now refrains from eating too hastily. Each morsel is savored slowly, yet upon completion, he realizes he has consumed a considerable amount, particularly with the exquisite ingredients paired with Hongjie's culinary skills. This meal stands as the most delightful Su Mo has ever experienced. In his previous life, he often scoffed at restaurants boasting of using only the finest ingredients, questioning why he had never discerned anything exceptional. It is only during this meal that he acknowledges the profound impact of quality ingredients on flavor and texture. It turns out the fault was not in my palate, but rather in your exaggerated claims. Chapter 7. The Plot of Su Quan in the Following Days. Su Mo diligently engaged in the etiquette lessons provided by the family tutor. With a commitment to excellence and an exceptional memory, Su Mo's progress was nothing short of remarkable. However, maintaining proper posture and poise required continuous effort. Muscle memory could not be formed through last-minute efforts. A momentary lapse in attention could expose one's true self, a transformation that could not be achieved in a brief period. Consequently, Su Mo constantly reminded himself of this necessity. In other areas, Su Mo advanced rapidly. Within just a few days, he had gained a considerable understanding of the expectations within his social circle. While he might not have mastered every skill, he was at least competent enough to avoid making blunders. Such faux pas were rare within the Su family, and should Su Mo embarrass himself, not only would Su Hongzhi be displeased, but other family members would also not look kindly upon him. In a matter of days, The effects of the injections Su Mo received became evident. His appetite had increased tremendously, matching that of 3 individuals. His physique no longer resembled the gaunt figure he once was. Clad in custom-tailored attire, he now embodied the image of a refined young gentleman, as if he had stepped out from painting. Strikingly handsome, with an unparalleled grace, he exuded an air of nobility. Today marked the day of Su Mo's Recognition Banquet. The daytime was reserved for ancestral worship, while the evening would see an invitation extended to distinguished guests for a gathering at Shen. This estate, situated beside a mountain near the capital, was primarily designated for hosting banquets, seldom inhabited otherwise. Despite its lack of residents, the grounds were meticulously maintained, with attention to landscaping, sanitation, and security. Over the years, nearly all significant events of the Su family had taken place here. A defining feature of this venue was the gentle stream that flowed from the mountain ravine, creating a serene and lush atmosphere. The adjacent Guan Ting Pavilion offered an unobstructed view of the entire estate, a sight rarely seen throughout the capital. Today, this venue was once again put to use. By afternoon, the guests began to arrive. The Su family standing into Qian was unquestionable, and none dared to challenge their prestige. Moreover, access to Qian was limited, piquing the curiosity of the outside world. Whether to curry favor with the Su family or to enjoy the scenic views, nearly all attendees gathered at the estate by the afternoon. Each guest, a prominent figure in Qian, engaged in casual conversations, symbolizing their status and identity. Those brought here by their elders were often seen as potential heirs, while others of the younger generation were deemed unworthy of such an occasion. The connections forged among the powerful here were invaluable. Simultaneously, after undergoing a series of cleansing rituals, including bathing, incense burning, and ancestral rites, Su Mo finally made his entrance. The Su family's vehicles were permitted to drive directly onto the premises, unlike those of other guests, whose cars had to be parked outside and shuttled in by the family's transport. Thus, when Su Mo's vehicle came to a stop outside the banquet hall on the first floor, it captured the attention of nearly all present. The events unfolding within the Su family have reached everyone's ears. This banquet is organized to formally acknowledge the return of the Su family child who had been lost to the outside world. It serves as an opportunity for Su Mo to make an appearance, preventing any potential affronts from the unobservant in the future. Curiosity about Su Mo's appearance abounds, mingled with not insignificant amounts of jealousy, animosity, and envy. A country bumpkin has transformed into an entity they can only aspire to. How could such a metamorphosis not incite jealousy? Yet, no one dares to voice such sentiments. At this moment, anyone who utters even a hint of disrespect towards Su Mo would find their own fortunes swiftly diminished. As the car door swung open, a noble young man clad in a bespoke suit emerged, his features striking and refined. The ethereal aura surrounding him exuded an unmistakable wealth, devoid of any trace of his rural upbringing. Su Mo alighted from the vehicle, extending a hand to assist Su Yu, his elder sister, as they descended together. As fellow members of the Su family, it was only natural for Su Yu to accompany Su Mo on such an occasion. The other family members also arrived, but to avoid overshadowing Su Mo, they disembarked at different locations and would only make their appearances once the reunion banquet commenced. For now, the spotlight belonged solely to Su Mo. With Su Yu by his side, they traversed through the gathering of guests, ultimately halting at the center of the banquet hall. Welcome, everyone, to my recognition banquet. However, the festivities have yet to commence, so I kindly ask for your patience for a moment longer, Su Mo announced, prompting a chorus of affirmations from the crowd. It is our honor to be here, they exclaimed. Master Su truly is a paragon of elegance. Each individual generously lavished praises upon him. Su Mo merely nodded in acknowledgement before ascending to the second floor with Su Yu. Upon reaching the banquet, Su Yu maintained an air of noble grace, a stark contrast to her lively demeanor at home, leaving Su Mo feeling somewhat out of place. On the second floor, the other members of the Su family awaited them, with the notable absence of Su Yuchen. His identity has long been unrecognized by the Su family. leaving him abandoned at home by his parents. It is little wonder that Su Yuchen harbors such animosity towards Su Mo. He has unjustly attributed his own grievances to Su Mo. It is ironic that he fails to recognize that without the Su family's adoption, he would still be scraping by in a pit, rather than enjoying the affluence he currently possesses. With the elders engaged in conversation nearby, Su Mo and his generation sat on a sofa, discussing leisurely activities. Golf, equestrian pursuits, yachting, and racing were amongst the topics of their conversations. Recently, influenced by two particular aspects, Su Mo's learning abilities have sharpened, allowing him to absorb some etiquette and try his hand at various activities, albeit briefly. Occasionally, he managed to interject a few remarks into the dialogue. The family bore no significant hostility towards him. Their unfamiliarity simply rendered interactions somewhat awkward. Nonetheless, they were willing to include Su Mo in their leisure pursuits, allowing for gradual acclimatization. Notally, Sununtai kuan lift hapref impressionon Sununtai Mo, the son of the elder, the oldest among Su Mo's generation, has now established a company. Each month, he hosts a grand banquet, gathering individuals from his social circle. This event serves not only as an opportunity to strengthen relationships among the second generation, but also to expand 1S network. Countless individuals vie desperately for a chance to attend this gathering. Su Mo perceives that this man possesses considerable prestige and remarkable organizational skills. However, he bears a common trait of the domineering protagonists found in romance novels. He conceals his thoughts, maintaining an air of calmness. According to him, he merely engages in business as a pastime, with plans to enter politics alongside his father in a few years. What intrigues Su Mo is the system's notification that this Su Quan is a character from a female-centric narrative, specifically a major heroine storyline. Su Quan has a fiancée named Lin Ru, whom the Lin family beseeched on their knees to acquire. Lin Ru, however, harbors an unrequited love for her true affection. Despite the Lin family's inability to defy the Su family's will, they compel Lin Ru to marry Su Quan. Yet Lin Ru refuses to be intimate with him. It is only upon discovering her own pregnancy with her true love that she reluctantly accepts Su Quan. Subsequently, Lin Ru administers slow-acting poison to Su Quan, deteriorating his health until, ultimately, he succumbs to her wrath in their bedroom. Yet, Lin Ru is not the sole rival, as her true love repeatedly abandons her for other women, leading Lin Ru to become utterly disheartened. She resolves to eliminate her true love and single-handedly manage Su Quan's company, garnering widespread acclaim from the outside world. Indeed, while Su Quan views his business endeavors as mere amusement, after marrying Lin Ru, his health deteriorates before he has the chance to truly enjoy life. Contemplating this, Su Mo's gaze towards Su Quan is tinged with a sense of sympathy. Chapter 8. The Pool. An inevitable dive into the narrative sympathy. It took Su Quan a considerable time to conjure this word as she observed the gaze of Su Mo directed towards her. After all, such a look should not be directed at her. No one had ever regarded her in this manner. Yet, the domineering CO remained silent, and Su Quan merely pondered momentarily before dismissing the thought. The reason? It was unnecessary to know. At that moment, the recognition banquet commenced, and members of the Su family began to gather outside, with Su Mo following suit. Great-grandfather, in poor health, merely made an appearance to signify the Su family's esteem for Su Mo before retreating to rest. The banquet was presided over by grandfather, who delivered a speech from the second-floor terrace, after which it was Su Mo's turn to make an appearance. To be honest, it was somewhat tedious. It was a simple affair where Su Mo would utter a few words, while others looked at her with envy and admiration. Who could discern the authenticity of such emotions? Subsequently, Su Mo, feeling rather bored, leaned against the railing of the second-floor terrace, observing the clusters of people below. There was a distinct divide in the banquet hall. Those of lesser pedigree, along with the second generation, were confined to the first floor and not permitted upstairs. Thus, no one intruded upon Su Mo's tranquility. Suddenly, she noticed a throng of individuals from the first-floor hall making their way towards the backyard. What could be happening? Intrigued, Su Mo contemplated the familiar tropes of female-centric narratives. Surely, It couldn't be that the protagonist and the antagonist were causing a ruckus in the backyard. Her curiosity piqued. Su Mo decided to join the commotion. Indeed, even before she arrived, she could hear voices emanating from that direction. Brother Fu, I truly did not push her down. How could it not be you? I witnessed it. Song Qianqian, I never imagined you to be such a malicious woman. The term malicious woman sent a chill down Su Mo's spine. Truly, such phrases could only be found within the confines of a female-centric narrative. Upon hearing these words, Song Qianqian displayed an injured expression, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes, embodying the essence of a heartbroken damsel. Before her stood a tall and imposing man, presumably Fu Yan, who at that moment enveloped a drenched girl in his suit jacket. Song Qianqian, how many times must I tell you? Tang Zi is merely my assistant. Cease your attacks on her and apologize at once. Su Mo began to grasp the situation. This was the classic trope of the protagonist being ensnared by the antagonist, with the male lead only believing the latter. However, to stage such a farce at her own recognition banquet seemed rather disrespectful. The sound of applause resonated from behind. As the crowd turned, they beheld Su Mo emerging from the throng. The crowd parted, none daring to obstruct her path. Su Mo strolled forward, halting before the group. To present such a spectacle at my recognition banquet, would you care to perform on stage? It was evident to all that Su Mo was displeased, and many cast malicious glances towards Fu Yan. This fellow was surely in for a rough time. The perfunctory expression on his face was quite unappealing. In other circumstances, he could assert himself like a domineering CEO, yet in the presence of the Su family, he was forced to bow his head in acknowledgement of his faults. Su Sao, I sincerely apologize. It was Song Qianqian who maliciously pushed someone into the water. Tomorrow, I shall visit your home to express my contrition. As he spoke, he turned to face Song Qianqian, delivering a stern reprimand. Song Qianqian hastened to apologize. With a defiant demeanor, Song Qianqian bit her lip and retorted, I did not push her. Meanwhile, Tang Zi, cradled in his arms, wept with tears streaming down her face. Brother Fu, it is all my fault. Sister Song misunderstood the nature of my relationship with you. When she came to find me, she momentarily lost control of her emotions and pushed me. Please do not blame Sister Song. It is entirely my fault. Upon hearing Tang Zi's words, Fu Yan's heart ached even more. It is nothing. I do not hold you accountable. It is her malevolence that is to be condemned. I shall insist she apologize to you. Su Mo, observing from the side, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Seriously, have these individuals become so engrossed in the plot? The host is still present. Since Miss Song and Miss Tang have conflicting accounts, let's rely on evidence to elucidate the matter. With a mere clap of his hands, a cadre of bodyguards brought forth a massive LCD screen. The Chioshui Shen was equipped with surveillance cameras at every corner. So let us witness the unfolding of events. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Tang Zi's complexion turned ashen. If there were surveillance, then the recent events would be laid bare for all to see. No, please do not. I do not blame Sister Song. Brother Fu, I am so cold. Could you take me home? She pleaded, trembling uncontrollably, whether from the chill or fear remained uncertain. Very well, I shall escort you home at once. Fu Yan, heedless of Su Mo's presence, scooped up Tang Zi and made to leave. Halt! Did I permit you to depart? Su Mo's voice turned frigid. Su Sao, I apologize, but my companion has fallen into the water, and I must take her to change her clothes. This incident is entirely Song Qianqian's fault. Do as you wish with the punishment. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's disdain for Fu Yan deepened. How could such a person be deemed a protagonist, lacking responsibility and selfish to the core? I have stated clearly that until the situation is clarified, no one is to leave. As Su Mo's words echoed, a throng of bodyguards surrounded them. Miss Tang fell into the water on my territory. If she is blameless, I shall grant her a project. However, should you attempt to take her away now, rest assured, the Fu family will not be able to protect you. Su Mo's declaration elicited envious glances from those around Fu Yan. The Su family's project represented an extraordinary opportunity. Merely one project could elevate a third-rate family to a second-rate status. This was no exaggeration. Of course, this envy was directed toward others, For Fu Yin, the domineering figure in a female-centric narrative, it merely signified an obstruction to his time spent caring for the female counterpart, thus igniting within him a profound discontent. Yet, the circumstances were beyond his control. Fu Yin clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to yield, and through gritted teeth, he uttered a reluctant, "All right." He positioned the LCD screen to ensure that all onlookers could see clearly. In the surveillance footage, Song Qianqian was the first to arrive around the pool, holding a glass of wine, gazing vacantly at the starry sky. Soon after, Tang Zi approached with an air of arrogance. "Song Qianqian, do not delude yourself into thinking that just because you married Brother Fu, he will care for you. I advise you to part ways with him while you still can." In the footage, Song Qianqian's fingers tightened around her glass, yet her expression remained defiant. "Tang Zi, do not be so smug. Brother Fu has merely been deceived by you. One day, he will see your true nature." True nature? In the surveillance, Tang Zi seemingly caught a glimpse of Brother Fu's figure, then leaned in closer to whisper in Song Qianqian's ear. "So, who do you think Brother Fu believes? You or me?" Chapter 9. Contemplating divorce in the surveillance footage. Song Qianqian was still in a state of confusion when Tang Zi seized her hand and pressed her against himself. With a sudden scream, Tang Zi plunged into the swimming pool, and by the time Song Qianqian regained her senses, she found herself being reprimanded by Fu Yinzi, who was approaching her with indignation. This scene left everyone present with their mouths agape. Fu Yinzi, equally astonished, gazed at Tang Zi in disbelief. He never anticipated that the typically gentle, innocent, and endearing Tang Zi would resort to such treachery. "Brother Fu, it's not what it seems. Please, let me explain," Tang Zi pleaded, her face streaked with tears as she grasped Fu Yinzi's hand tightly. "I love you so much that I was consumed with jealousy seeing Song Qianqian stand before you so boldly. I cannot fathom why I acted so impulsively in that moment. But my love for you is genuine." In the realm of romantic narratives, it appears that as long as a justification can be linked to love, it becomes immaculate. Indeed, although Fu Yinzi was outraged by Tang Zi's actions, he refrained from directing any harsh words at her, unlike his treatment of Song Qianqian. His conflicted gaze fell upon Tang Zi, yet there was no hint of remorse for Song Qianqian. Perhaps, in his heart, he regarded Song Qianqian as inferior. Only after she truly departed from his life would he realize her significance. Applause erupted once more, with a voice remarking, "Mr. Fu, you have certainly put on quite a show. If I recall correctly, Miss Song is your wife, is she not? To doubt your wife's words and allow yourself to be manipulated by a mistress. Can someone like you truly manage a company? Furthermore, even if Miss Song had indeed pushed Miss Tang into the pool, I would not deem it wrong. How can you expect the rightful partner to be magnanimous when faced with a mistress, let alone permit others to punish your wife? Blind to the truth and devoid of compassion, that is my assessment of you, Mr. Fu." Fu Yinzi clenched his fists tightly, his entire being trembling slightly from the force of his grip. Yet, he understood that he could not retaliate against Su Mo. All he could muster through gritted teeth was, "Tang Zi and I are innocent." Innocent? Would innocence lead Tang Zi to leap in front of Song Qianqian? Would innocence cause you to misinterpret Song Qianqian's actions? Would innocence result in Song Qianqian leaving your side? Suddenly, Su Mo's eyes lit up. In typical romantic narrative fashion, a mistress often resorts to taunting the rightful partner during such tumultuous moments. Without hesitation, Su Mo approached Song Qianqian. "Miss Song, may I borrow your phone?" Song Qianqian, still in a daze, had yet to recover from Su Mo's assistance in her predicament. Everything felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. In the past, whenever she was with Fu Yinzi, she was subjected to ridicule from his friends, belittled as merely Fu Yinzi's pet. Now, to have everyone around her advocating on her behalf was beyond her wildest imaginings. Thus, upon hearing Su Mo's request, Song Qianqian promptly handed over her phone. Su Mo opened the message, and, indeed, Tang Zi was incessantly prancing in front of Song Qianqian. He decided to connect it directly to the LCD screen, allowing everyone to witness the messages sent by Tang Zi. It began with a bold proclamation. "I'm back. You can leave now. Fu Ge loves me. Then it escalated to, did Fu Ge give you a bracelet? That's just a gift for me. Following that was the taunting, don't wait for him anymore. Fu Ge is with me, and he won't be celebrating your anniversary. Ultimately, there were even photos of them holding hands, kissing, and in bed together. The most provocative was a video that showcased a live broadcast directly to Song Qianqian. Mr. Fu, you claim that you and Miss Tang are innocent? Such words may deceive others, but don't fool yourself. Fu Yan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. He could not fathom that the seemingly pure and kind Tang Zi had engaged in such actions behind the scenes. As he felt the scornful gazes of those around him and heard the mocking remarks, Fu Yan felt a rush of blood surge to his head. At that moment, he realized the potency of others' words. What must Song Qianqian have felt when her friends ridiculed her? He had no answers. He merely wished to escape this place. This was his thought, and this was his action. He even disregarded Tang Zi, stumbling away from Qiushuixian. Seeing Fu Yan attempt to leave, Tang Zi rushed forward, clutching his arm, tears streaming down her face. Fu Ge, I'm sorry. I just wanted you to marry me. I love you so much. Yet, before she could finish, Fu Yan forcefully pushed her away. Consequently, Tang Zi fell to the ground, weeping bitterly. Her suit jacket slipping off as she paid no mind to the onlookers' gazes fixated on her damp, exposed body, showing no sign of emotion. The crowd buzzed with disdain, each person voicing their contempt for Tang Zi. This circle was indeed chaotic, filled with mistresses and paramours. Yet none looked kindly upon someone who dared to flaunt themselves before the legitimate wife. If one is a mistress, they should recognize their place and act as a compliant canary. It is known that most marriages are merely business arrangements. Indulgence outside is acceptable. But causing a scene in front of the legitimate wife only tarnishes both families' reputations. Su Mo disregarded the chatter and instructed his associates to expel Tang Zi before returning the phone to Song Qianqian. Miss Song, given such a person, what are you still holding on to? Have you considered divorce? What? Divorce? Song Qianqian was startled, but couldn't help but contemplate this possibility. Generally, a woman's heart does not die suddenly. It extinguishes slowly through repeated disappointments and wounds. Given the messages Tang Zi sent to Song Qianqian, she was already deeply hurt. Thus, the prospect of divorce was indeed plausible. However, Song Qianqian might still harbor a glimmer of hope for Fu Yan. This is inconsequential. I believe that perfunctory words shall not disappoint Su Mo. Indeed, divorce. I have saved a contact number in your phone. Should you wish to proceed with the divorce, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Rest assured, perfunctory words shall not dare to refuse. Such is the advantage of power. The female protagonist has engaged in a protracted struggle with the male protagonist over the matter of divorce for dozens of chapters, while he stubbornly clings to her, unwilling to let go. However, in the case of Su Mo, this scenario is entirely absent. As soon as Song Qianqian contacts Su Mo, leveraging the influence of the Su family, even if perfunctory words are reluctant to divorce, the patriarch of the Fu family will undoubtedly pressure perfunctory words into severing the marriage. Subsequently, the narrative shall likely unfold into a tale of the second male lead redeeming the female protagonist. In any case, within female-oriented literature, there will invariably be a domineering figure awaiting the female protagonist. Chapter 10. Minghua High School. The recognition banquet had come to an end, and as Su Shuriwei guided Su Mo into the departing vehicle, he finally felt a sense of relaxation. The narrative of his life was about to commence, wasn't it? Tomorrow, he would see Lu Rian at school, and then there was Shen Youchu. Xiao Mo, you were exceptionally handsome tonight. I must say, that insipid man should face disgrace. Compared to Su Mo, Su Shuriwei appeared to be more exuberant. You all saw it, didn't you? I was present, yet I didn't catch sight of you. We were observing from the third-floor balcony. Grandpa and the others wanted to see how you handled the unexpected situation, so they didn't permit us to go down. They were quite satisfied with your response. That's a relief. Upon returning home, Su Yuchen awaited them in the hall. As he noticed Su Mo's return, a flicker of discontent passed through his eyes, though it was quickly masked. Father, mother, sister, brother, you're back. Neither Su Shuriwei nor Su Mo acknowledged Su Yuchen's greeting, treating him as though he were invisible, and directly spoke to Lin Lanxin before retreating to their bedroom. Lin Lanxin wore an awkward expression, but still expressed concern for Su Yuchen. "Why are you still awake so late? Didn't we say you needn't wait for us to return?" Su Yuchen shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm not tired." "Such a good child." Lin Lanxin affectionately ruffled Su Yuchen's hair, and he accepted her gesture obediently. Su Hongzhe interjected. "Tomorrow, wait for Su Mo. He has transferring to your class. Please look after him." "Understood, father." Su Yuchen did not dare defy Su Hongzhe's command. Unbeknownst to everyone, a malicious glint flickered in his eyes as he lowered his head. Meanwhile, although the recognition banquet had concluded, the uproar it incited had not yet subsided. The phrase heartless and ungrateful, which Su Mo used to describe the insipid man, rapidly circulated through the upper echelons of society. Each attendee shared this amusing anecdote with their families and friends upon returning home. Upon hearing this news, the elder Fu shattered his cherished blue and white porcelain cup in anger. "Bring that scoundrel to me, immediately. If he doesn't return, I shall break his legs." The elder Fu trembled with fury, fearing that the Su family might retaliate against the Fu family due to this incident. While the Fu family could be considered affluent, they truly paled in comparison to the Su family. The elder Fu pondered the chaos caused by the insipid man and dreaded how to resolve the aftermath. Contemplating Su Mo's biting assessment, he wished fervently to break the legs of the insipid heir. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the heir was rendered ineffective. Well, in an aristocratic family, there is more than one heir. If the insipid one is out of the picture, others will surely vie for the position. When it came to matters concerning the entire family, the elder Fu dared not let personal feelings interfere. On the other hand, as Song Qianqian made her way home, she felt disoriented, her mind consumed with Su Mo's words. "Miss Song, have you considered divorce?" Divorce? Song Qianqian found herself in a quandary. She had once believed she could warm the heart of the insipid man. However, his demeanor throughout their years of marriage seemed to speak volumes. Initially indifferent, the atmosphere shifted to one of impatience following the appearance of Tang Zi. Regardless of the circumstances, it was always oneself who toiled silently in the shadows, while not a single word of care was ever uttered. Upon returning home and opening the door to a desolate abode, Song Qianqian felt her heart clench painfully. It seemed that at all times and in all matters, she faced everything alone. She had always been solitary. Without hesitation, Song Qianqian crouched at the doorway, weeping inconsolably as she held herself. Perhaps it was time to let go. Upon being brought back to the ancestral home, Fu Yan's grandfather struck him with his cane. "Wretched creature, how could my Fu family produce such a spawn?" Fu Yan stood there in a daze, neither flinching nor crying out in pain. His gaze was vacant, as if he had endured a tremendous shock, and he occasionally muttered to himself, "How could this be? Z is not that kind of person." These events had no bearing on Su Mo. Once she confirmed the system had indeed charged, she fell directly into slumber. As for the plot's turning points, they arose solely due to Su Mo's actions, which altered the narrative. Inciting Song Qianqian's divorce was inevitable within the script, thus not a true pivot. And unveiling Tang Zi's true nature was also destined to be discovered post-divorce by Fu Yan, hence not a twist either. This storyline merely served to add a plot point for Su Mo, without yielding any significant impact. The following morning, when Su Mo awoke, her parents had already departed. Su Shuriyue, having taken several days off from university, was still languishing in bed. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen awaited her in the hall. Upon seeing Su Mo descend the stairs, he smiled and said, "Brother, I've eaten and I'm ready for school. From now on, we'll ride together." Sumo furuit herburoi. She bore no fondness for Su Yuchen, her destined rival, who she deemed unworthy of calling her brother. "Do not call me brother. You do not deserve it. I do not wish to hear those words from you again. I will call you when I am ready to leave." Su Yuchen clenched his fists, suppressing his rage while feigning nonchalance. "All right, I understand." Su Mo disregarded him and proceeded to the dining room. The servant had prepared breakfast, and as soon as Su Mo sat down, her meal was promptly served. The effects of the medication had gradually diminished, and her appetite was considerably less than before. However, by the time she finished eating, Several minutes had elapsed. Su Mo exited without casting a glance at Su Yuchen. Following closely behind, Su Yuchen opened the car door for her as she entered the family vehicle. Minghua High School, renowned as the most prestigious aristocratic institution in Kyoto, only admitted students from illustrious families, although it also accepted high-achieving students from underprivileged backgrounds. In the original narrative, Lu Ruoyan had entered the school through this very means. Moreover, the final 2 periods of the afternoon at Minghua High School are dedicated to elective courses, among which one can choose from a variety of options, such as equestrianism, dance, music, and more. Naturally, one may also opt not to select any course at all, choosing instead to return home or study in the classroom. In the original text, Lu Rian accompanied Su Yuchen in choosing piano, and every day during the last elective period, she would quietly hide in a corner, watching Su Yuchen shine on stage. In that moment, for Lu Ruyan, it felt akin to a shadowy mouse gazing enviously at the luminous moon above. She was acutely aware that she was unworthy of him, yet she could not help but steal glances at him, the one who sparkled before the piano, embodying an aspiration forever beyond her reach. This behavior persisted for 3 years, which is why Su Yuchen held such significance in Lu Rian's heart. Chapter 11. The person before me, Su Mo, first visited the principal's office, where the principal and the homeroom teacher were already waiting at the desk, aware of the necessity to appease the individual arranged by the Su family. The principal issued instructions to the homeroom teacher before Su Mo was finally permitted to leave. By this time, classes had commenced, and upon entering the classroom, Su Mo immediately spotted the person he sought, Shen Youchu. At present, Shen Youchu resembled a porcelain doll, with skin as smooth as cream and delicate features highlighted by elegant brows and soft lips. Her exquisite visage and graceful figure were striking. However, an aura of aloofness surrounded her, as if she were a fortress against the world. Her icy demeanor exhibited no hint of emotional fluctuation, suggesting an unsettling emptiness, as if she possessed nothing of significance to her. While Suemo noticed Shen Youchu, she did not even lift her gaze. Indifferent to her surroundings, she remained untouched by the murmurs of her classmates. Nevertheless, Sumo's arrival evoked gasps of astonishment from his peers. Many of these students hailed from affluent families, and, although they may have been ineligible to attend the previous day's recognition banquet, Sumo's likeness had undoubtedly circulated among them. They recognized that the figure before them was one not to be trifled with. Shen Youchu remained oblivious to the commotion, but Lu Ruyan, observing Sumo's entrance, furrowed her brows in contemplation before a spark of realization ignited in her eyes. She recognized who Suemo was. Contemplating this, Lu Ruyan glanced at Su Yuchen seated in front of her. Despite being a student from a modest background, she was well aware of the discussions circulating among her classmates regarding the Su family reunion, which involved Su Yuchen. Lu Ruyan was taken aback to discover that Su Mo, the Su family's recognized heir, was none other than her former classmate. This revelation implied that Su Yuchen must be Su Mo's elder brother. Uncertain of the circumstances, Lu Ruyan felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. With Su Mo being new and lacking acquaintances here, perhaps befriending him would provide her with more opportunities to interact with Su Yuchen. Unbeknownst to Lu Ruyan, Su Yuchen was merely an adopted son of the Su family. In fact, most individuals were unaware of this, and even those who did would refrain from discussing it openly, as it pertained to the private affairs of the Su family. Lu Ruyan still believed that Su Yuchen and Su Mo were biological brothers. Classmate Su, please choose any seat you like. You may sit wherever you wish. I will arrange for a student to bring you your books shortly, the homeroom teacher said with a benevolent smile. Su Mo nodded and approached Shen Youchu's desk. He gently tapped on the surface and inquired, "Excuse me, would you mind changing seats?" Though phrased as a question, everyone understood the resolute tone in Sumo's words. Shen Youchu's deskmate, a girl with a round face and a few blemishes, was merely an ordinary student in this institution. As Sumo spoke, she barely dared to breathe, casting a helpless glance towards the homeroom teacher, who merely nodded in response. The round-faced girl felt a wave of despondency wash over her as she swiftly gathered her belongings and sought out another vacant desk to occupy. The events unfolding in this vicinity held no interest for Shen Youchu. She didn't even glance up, let alone cast a single gaze in this direction. It was as if the identity of her desk mate was utterly irrelevant to her. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were abuzz with astonishment at Su Mo's choice of seat. For Shen Youchu was quite renowned within this class. Her notoriety stemmed from her aloofness, her emotional detachment, and her unyielding heart. In fact, over the course of 2.5 years since the beginning of their first year, the number of classmates who had heard Shen Youchu speak could be counted on one's fingers. Most students remembered her only for a singular incident at the start of the school year when a wealthy boy had taken a fancy to her and persistently harassed her, prompting her to dismiss him with a curt word. The wealthy boy, indignant and furious, had been soundly beaten, begging for mercy in the aftermath of a brutal confrontation that left him in a pitiful state. The students speculated that had the teacher arrived even a moment later, Shen Youchu might have been capable of inflicting fatal harm. Though she bore some injuries herself, she treated them as inconsequential, attending classes and going home as though nothing had transpired. Subsequently, she faced no repercussions from school, while the wealthy boy transferred schools, limping in to apologize to her before his departure. During his apology, Shen Youchu remained utterly unmoved, as if she had not heard him. Perhaps she simply did not care for the apology, nor for the boy himself. From that point onward, it became evident to her classmates that Shen Youchu required neither friends nor social interaction. She perpetually encased herself in her own world, her gaze vacant, lost in her thoughts. To everyone, she was a mere specter, and she remained indifferent to their perceptions. It was genuine indifference, not the demeanor of someone who felt isolated. In fact, she seemed to prefer solitude. Fortunately, as long as no one provoked her, she would not engage in any outrageous behavior. Her daily routine consisted of entering the classroom, sitting down, daydreaming, eating from her lunchbox at her desk, and then daydreaming some more until dismissal. She lived in a manner that seemed almost inhuman. Some even dubbed her the porcelain doll princess. She rarely did her homework and kept her head down during lessons, yet consistently ranked among the top 10 in every examination. And now, the young master of the Su family had chosen such a person as his desk mate. Was Su Mo enamored with her? The memory of the wealthy boy's misfortune sent shivers down everyone's spines. In the presence of this porcelain doll, family background held no sway. It appeared she was truly unafraid of confrontation. She was the type who would retaliate fiercely, and if unable to win, would fight until the bitter end, even dragging her opponent down with her. As Su Mo pulled out a chair and sat down, a tremor of apprehension rippled through the crowd. Under the fearful gazes of onlookers, Su Mo reached out and gently ruffled Shen Youchu's hair. Everyone held their breath at his audacity, paralyzed by fear. They had already resolved that should Shen Youchu erupt in fury, they would swiftly whisk Su Mo away to safety. Otherwise, should the young master of the Su family be harmed before them, the reckoning from the Su family would undoubtedly result in severe punishment for this group. One individual nervously swallowed, their palms already slick with perspiration. At this moment, Shen Youchu was lost in her own reverie when she suddenly felt something cover her head, interrupting her path of despair, and in an instant, a murderous intent surfaced. Turning her head, her vacant gaze was now ablaze with fury. "What, do you not remember me?" This familiar voice momentarily ensnared Shen Youchu in a daze. She quietly regarded Su Mo, the flames of anger in her eyes gradually subsiding. Soon after, her once tranquil gaze seemed to shimmer as if stars were slowly igniting, bursting forth bit by bit within her eyes. Those eyes appeared to be gradually filled with a galaxy. Fixating intently on Su Mo's visage, she reached out, yearning to touch him, but halted mid-air. Brother? The person who had captured Shen Youchu's imagination through countless days and nights stood before her now, and she could only feel as if she were ensnared in a dream. Chapter 12. Shen Youchu's emotions. Su Mo first encountered Shen Youchu during his childhood at the graveside of the woman who had raised him, who had recently passed away. While he was there to pay his respects, he stumbled upon another group intent on burying someone, drawn by the area's reputed auspiciousness. It was then that the thought of his own near burial surged within him, compelling him to rescue the intended victim. Under the cloak of night, he stealthily approached and, with a fervent embrace, fled with Shen Youchu, avoiding the main paths and relying on his familiarity with the mountainous terrain, enduring a night in the wilderness before returning home. In those moments, the small figure of Su Mo seemingly etched itself into Shen Youchu's heart. Subsequently, he brought her back to his home. Shen Youchu, evidently traumatized, trembled in fear, and young Su Mo, lacking the skills to comfort, emulated his mother's nurturing demeanor, holding her close and gently patting her back. Perhaps he thought of how he had been rescued and cared for by his mother, now returning the favor by taking in Shen Youchu and vowing to care for her. Days prior, Shen Youchu could barely rise from her bed, her anxiety palpable with even the slightest disturbance. Only in Sumo's presence did she find solace. Gradually, under his attentive care, she began to blossom, and the two little figures would race along the paths together. They would lie by the creek, gazing up at the starry sky, and gather around a campfire at night. They crafted rabbits from the wild grass by the roadside and shared mushrooms unearthed from the forest. In those innocent days, they embodied carefree joy, even amidst hunger and shivering cold. As long as they were nestled in Su Mo's embrace, the world seemed inconsequential. At times, Shen Youchu found herself grateful to those who had intended to bury her, for it was through them that she had met such a wonderful brother. However, the day eventually came when Shen Youchu was found and taken back home. Despite her desperate cries and pleas, she was powerless to alter her fate. From that day forth, she grew increasingly withdrawn, often reminiscing about the carefree times spent in the fields and the brother who had promised her safety and love. In the original narrative, Shen Youchu's family was affluent, yet her parents were far from happy. Her father had strayed, while her mother languished in solitude, shedding tears in their empty home. The slightest inconvenience would set her off, rendering her a portrait of instability. Young Shen Youchu witnessed her mother pleading with her father, only to see him disdainfully reject her. A teacher had once told her that parents unite through love, and children are the fruits of that love. Shen Youchu held on to this notion, believing that was what love looked like. However, the day came when her mother truly lost her sanity, shaking Shen Youchu and lamenting, "Why are you so useless? You are his child, yet you cannot keep his heart." In a moment of despair, Shen Youchu was abandoned by her mother. Two workers were hired to bury Shen Youchu. They claimed that her daughter had gone missing, believing that Shen's father would surely return. Thus, they buried her. At the moment when she was forsaken by her own mother, Shen Youchu had relinquished her will to survive. It was exhausting. Whether it was family or friends, everything felt wearisome. Yet at this juncture, an unexpected individual burst into Shen Youchu's life. It was an experience she had never encountered before. There were no accusations, no curses. Gone were the frigid confines of a home, replaced instead by the warmth of responses to every word she uttered, gentle embraces that reassured her of her worth. And the tender act of sharing roasted sweet potatoes, half of which would be lovingly offered to her mouth. Shen Youchu discovered the exquisite feeling of being cherished, realizing that she could indeed smile. It was a period during which she forgot her family, forgot her kin, a time that belonged solely to her. It was a joy understood only by herself. However, mere months later, Shen Youchu was retrieved by the elder Shen. Her brother had promised that upon returning from school, they would roast sweet potatoes together, and she had even selected the largest one for him. Yet, when a group of men in black knocked on their door, everything changed. Despite her desperate cries and the bloodied nails from clawing at the door, it was to no avail. She was taken back to that house. Her mother was sent to a mental institution, and her father was perpetually absent. Only the servants arrived punctually to prepare meals, leaving without concern for whether Shen Youchu ate or not. Was there any change? Perhaps there was. At least this home was devoid of that wretched creature known as Mother, who would weep and lash out at her. Some had inquired about her life after her disappearance, but Shen Youchu chose not to share. That happiness was uniquely hers, a treasure she wished to safeguard. Just this little bit of happiness, akin to a child's precious belongings, she cherished diligently. Though she had contemplated running away, the Shen family had arranged for constant surveillance due to her prior disappearance. Whenever she stepped outside, she was accompanied by others. In the ensuing days, Shen Youchu grew increasingly silent, yet she felt no boredom. She would revisit those memories repeatedly, sketching her brother-esque likeness over and over. Presently, her room was adorned with portraits of Su Mo, most depicting the rural scenes where Su Mo had held her hand as they ran together, as well as her imaginings of her brother as an adult. Now, that very face unexpectedly appeared before her. Shen Youchu yearned to reach out and touch it, yet feared it was merely a figment of her dreams. In the original narrative, when Su Mo transferred to her school, Shen Youchu had been oblivious to his presence, indifferent to everything around her, even failing to notice the new student. Later on, Shen Youchu inadvertently caught sight of Su Mo's silhouette and was momentarily entranced, realizing that the brother she had longed for was right beside her. From that moment on, she quietly lingered in the shadows, observing Su Mo. However, the original text reveals that Su Mo had noticed Lu Ruyan from the very beginning, choosing to sit at the same desk as her. Each day, he showered Lu Ruyan with warmth and concern, completely oblivious to Shen Youchu's presence. As Shen Youchu watched Su Mo standing beside Lu Ruyan, adorned with a genuine smile, she found herself too timid to approach him. She merely thought that as long as her brother was happy, that was sufficient. Consequently, when Shen Youchu married Su Mo, she remained unfazed by his decision to bestow everything upon Lu Ruyan. Other matters held no significance for Shen Youchu. As long as her brother was there, it was enough. Whatever her brother expressed, she felt compelled to fulfill. Shen Youchu harbored deep affection for Su Mo, yet she was perplexed by the concept of love. Perhaps her familial experiences led her to believe that loving someone was simply this way, or perhaps no one had ever taught her how to love. She understood only that she loved Su Mo, and thus, she was determined to do whatever brought him joy. Chapter 13. Heartfelt confessions in the piano room. How is it that, at your age, you still struggle to articulate your thoughts? Somebody marked. Observing the dazed Shen Youchu with a raised eyebrow. Shen Youchu, however, merely gazed at Su Mo, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable starlight. Finally, she leapt into Su Mo's embrace. The classroom erupted with a chorus of gasps and whispers. Who could have imagined that the usually indifferent Shen Youchu would so boldly throw herself into someone else's arms? This world has transformed into something utterly incomprehensible to me. Su Mo affectionately ruffled Shen Youchu's hair. All right, I'm back. Sit properly now. It's time for class. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Shen Youchu greedily inhaled Su Mo's scent, reluctantly extracting herself from his embrace. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on Su Mo's face, her fingers occasionally reaching out to gently poke him, as if to verify that this was not a mere dream or a figment of her imagination. This earnest yet playful behavior left Su Mo at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, he grasped Shen Youchu's hand. The warmth radiating from his palm momentarily captivated her. And in that instant, her depth of affection was solely reserved for Su Mo. After what felt like an eternity, the class finally ended. Yet the atmosphere in the room remained hushed. All eyes were glued to Shen Youchu and Su Mo, eager to witness how the situation would unfold. Su Mo had no intention of playing the fool. He simply took Shen Youchu's hand and led her out of the classroom. Once Su Mo departed, a brief silence enveloped the classroom before a cacophony of chatter erupted. Wow, in my lifetime, I've never seen the porcelain doll display such emotions. Has the stoic senior sister's heart been stirred? What exactly is the relationship between Su Xiao and Shunjia? Simultaneously, numerous posts rapidly ascended to the top of the campus forum, all fervently discussing the recent interaction between Su Mo and Shen Youchu. Su Mo guided Shen Youchu to an empty piano room, a place typically deserted during the morning hours, usually populated only during the last 2 periods of the afternoon. As Shen Youchu followed, her gaze remained fixated on their intertwined hands, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she pondered something. Upon entering the piano room and closing the door, Su Mo took a moment to scrutinize Shen Youchu. Earlier, while seated, he had not noticed that her exquisite face bore an unparalleled allure, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, yet it concealed a formidable strength. Her delicate form, complemented by her slender waist, made Su Mo question how he had previously failed to recognize such beauty. "Brother, I'm so sorry." Shen Youchu's voice was barely a whisper, laced with a fragile tone. "Sorry for what?" "Some wink with. I couldn't escape. I tried many times to find you, but I was always stopped." As tears streamed down her cheeks, Su Mo felt a pang of heartache. "It's all right." Su Mo embraced Shen Youchu directly, saying, "It was difficult for you to find me, but here I am. We shall never part again." "Really?" Shen Youchu buried her face in Su Mo's embrace, her words muffled. "Indeed, when have I ever deceived you, dear sister?" "All right, I believe you." Shen Youchu lifted her head, and for the first time, a smile graced her usually expressionless face. It was a captivating expression, one that could enchant anyone who beheld it, leaving Su Mo momentarily mesmerized. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he noticed that Shen Youchu was unbothered by his dazed gaze. After all, she often found herself lost in thought about Su Mo, and merely picturing him could leave her in a reverie for ages. "So how'd you been all these years?" "I have been well. I learned free combat. So if anyone bullies you, I will defend you. Also, my painting skills have improved. My teacher says there's little left for him to teach me." Shen Youchu chattered enthusiastically, as if eager to share all her experiences from the past few years in one go. Her voice was melodious, clear, and sweet, creating a tender atmosphere as they sat on the ground, hand in hand, leaning against the wall while listening to Shen Youchu recount her stories. Su Mo felt a wave of warmth enveloping them. Even when the school bell rang, they remained oblivious. For who would dare say anything if they chose not to attend class? "Brother, did you miss me?" Shen Youchu suddenly inquired, her face lit with anticipation. "Of course. How could I not? With such a lovely sister like you, you are in my thoughts every day." As he spoke, Su Mo gently ruffled Shen Youchu's hair. Hearing his response, Shen Youchu couldn't help but lower her head and smile. As she felt Su Mo's hand begin to withdraw from her head, she grasped his hand and placed it back atop her head. Her bashful yet stubborn demeanor, coupled with her slightly lowered gaze and the gentle curve of her red lips, was intoxicating. This gesture resembled a cherished kitten, relishing the affection of being stroked on the head. Perhaps at this moment, such contact was the only thing that made Shen Youchu feel truly real. Su Mo sensed that Shen Youchu had fought fiercely for their bond. Yet how could a fragile individual withstand the might of a powerful family? Shen Old Master forbade Shen Youchu from associating with him. But within the memories of the original owner, it was evident that the Old Master had never cared for her either. As her savior, Su Mo found it telling that the Shen family was a place that devoured without remorse. Now that he had arrived, he vowed that Shen Youchu would have him by her side from now on. Chapter 14. Redemption in the campus time flowed swiftly, and soon it was lunchtime. Throughout the morning classes, Su Mo scarcely paid attention. Occasionally, Shen Youchu would poke her own body with her fingers and turn to inquire about her well-being, to which Su Mo would respond with a pair of innocent eyes, as if to say, "I'm merely poking, nothing more." When the bell rang for class dismissal, Su Mo found herself surrounded by a throng of classmates. "Su Xiao, are you and Sister Shen in a relationship?" "Su Xiao, did you know Sister Shen before?" "Su Xiao, shall we head to the cafeteria together? I can help you get your food." "Su Xiao." Each person sought to establish familiarity with Su Mo. In response, she merely waved her hand to disperse the crowd. As Su Yuchen rose to leave the classroom, he couldn't help but notice Su Mo encircled by admirers. Clenching his fists tightly, he lowered his head to conceal the coldness in his gaze. Being the adopted son of the Su family, he had once received countless inquiries and warmth from others at school due to this identity. He had always been the center of attention, the focal point amidst the crowd. Yet, all of that shattered the moment Su Mo returned. Just yesterday, boys who had affectionately called him brother were now gathered around Su Mo. What he had strived to uphold, Su Mo could effortlessly attain simply by standing there. Why? By what right? It should have been me, basking in the crowd's adoration. If only Su Mo had never returned. With heavy steps, Su Yuchen exited the classroom. Meanwhile, the crowd inside gradually dispersed, leaving Su Mo and Shen Youchu motionless. Ultimately, only 3 individuals remained in the empty classroom: Su Mo, Shen Youchu, and a girl seated at the back. This girl had thick bangs and wore heavy black-rimmed glasses. Her tattered school uniform was evidently oversized, faded from countless washes. With her head bowed, her face remained obscured, but her fair skin, revealed in glimpses, seemed excessively pale. At that moment, the girl pulled out a plastic bag from beneath her desk, containing 2 cold steamed buns and a box of pickled vegetables. The buns had hardened, and she could only nibble at them in small bites. Witnessing the scene of a financially struggling student in a prestigious school, Su Mo felt a sense of familiarity. System. Is this person the female protagonist? Host. The individual before you is named Yuan Binglan, the heroine of a redemption narrative. This is a tale from another female-centric genre. Yuan Binglan, having gained admission into this academy as a special student due to its subsidies, found herself struggling in an environment that was anything but accommodating. What common ground could a financially constrained student share with a group of affluent heirs? Would they discuss which jewelry was exquisite or indulge in conversations about extravagant hobbies? Inevitably, Yuan Binglan found herself isolated, not out of malice, but through the sheer solitude that surrounded her, devoid of any friends. Although Lu Ruoyan is also a special enrollment student, her parents are alive and well, allowing her to grit her teeth and choose a less financially burdensome interest. Moreover, by pursuing Su Yuchen and keeping abreast of his life and the happenings within high society, she has managed to gather some insights. Thus, aside from her relentless pursuit of Su Yuchen, Lu Ruoyan's life is relatively pleasant. In stark contrast, Yuan Binglan endures continuous neglect from her peers throughout her school days. After classes, she is compelled to take on a part-time job. Such a solitary individual inevitably becomes a target for bullying. This trope of campus bullying, often seen in female-centric narratives, culminates in a male figure swooping in to save the day. A seemingly trivial act, perhaps a piece of candy or a courageous stand for justice, is perceived by Yuan Binglan as her salvation, ultimately leading her to marry the male protagonist after graduation. However, the male lead harbors his own unattainable love and pursues opportunities elsewhere. Upon the return of his beloved, he subjects Yuan Binglan to both emotional and physical torment. It is only when she reveals her stomach cancer and seeks a divorce that he finally awakens to reality, accompanying her until her last breath. Thereafter reminiscing about her for the rest of his life, never to remarry, despite his immense wealth. How trite, such is Su Mo's judgment, labeled as a tale of redemption. It merely thrusts the female lead into the depths of despair. What kind of redemption is it that binds an individual's entire existence to another's love? True salvation should empower a person to stand independently and face life with resilience and optimism, embracing love and laughter while bravely confronting adversity. As Su Mo's thoughts returned, he observed Shen Youchu had already opened her lunchbox, her hands cradling it against her chest, her starry eyes wide and unblinking as she gazed at him. This is a plea for me to eat. Shen Youchu smiled faintly, nodding emphatically. All right. Su Mo accepted the chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into his mouth. Although the Shen family may lack in emotional support for Shen Youchu, they are certainly not wanting in material wealth. The food is delicious, though the ingredients do not quite match the quality of those from the Su family. Seeing Su Mo enjoy his meal, Shen Youchu's eyes sparkled with delight. Noticing Shen Youchu still holding her lunchbox with a fixed gaze, Su Mo affectionately ruffled her hair. This portion isn't enough for you. Go ahead and eat. I'll head to the cafeteria and grab another serving. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yuan Binglan. Don't. Shen Youchu suddenly grasped his arm. I'm not hungry. You eat. That's not acceptable. If I eat, what will you do? I'm really not hungry. Su Mo understood that Shen Youchu simply wished to keep him within her sight. While it would indeed be feasible to accompany her to the cafeteria to find a seat, Su Mo devised a better plan. He felt compelled to insert himself into Yuan Binglan's narrative. His earlier mention of fetching another serving was intended for her ears. Yuan Binglan, Su Mo called out, startling her as she trembled, her hand that had been stealthily nibbling on a steamed bun shaking, causing her to rise abruptly, nearly toppling her chair in the process. Come here. Yuan Binglan stood there, hesitating. In this school, whenever a classmate beckoned her over, it seldom boded well. More often than not, It resulted in being dragged to the restroom and confined, or taken to a secluded spot for a thorough beating. However, the one summoning her was Su Mo. The uproar in the classroom that morning was unprecedented when it was announced that Su Mo would be joining their class. These were individuals of notable lineage, not to be trifled with, and incurring their displeasure could jeopardize her very ability to continue her studies here. Despite her reservations, Yuan Binglan eventually made her way to Su Mo's side. He retrieved his wallet, not bothering to check the amount, and placed it casually on the nearby table. "Fetch me a meal from the cafeteria. Consider the extra money your fee for running the errand," he commanded, dismissing the notion that he should personally attend to such trivialities. Yuan Binglan held steadfast to her principles, unwilling to partake in what she deemed as undeserved charity. Yet, the remuneration earned through her own labor felt far from a compromise of her dignity. It was something she was inclined to accept. Chapter 15. The cafeteria turmoil. Yuan Binglan could scarcely believe her ears. To simply run an errand and receive such a substantial sum? A mere glance at the money on the table revealed to her that there was at least 1,000. Su Sao, this is far too much. I don't need so much." Her voice was soft and delicate, evoking an urge in others to take advantage of her. "Money? It is the least of my concerns. Take the money and hurry to buy my meal. I wish to dine with Youchu." Sumo's tone was somewhat stern, but it was unavoidable. Yuan Binglan's timid nature necessitated a firmer approach in this instance. Indeed, her body trembled slightly, as if she wished to voice her thoughts. Yet she ultimately silenced herself, quietly accepting the money and heading outside. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu remained seated, silently observing. It is worth noting that Shen Youchu had always been a quiet individual. She rarely spoke. In the original text, while Su Mo engaged in other activities, Shen Youchu would simply watch him in silence, only responding with a few words when directly addressed by him. This situation was no different. Su Mo sighed. Both Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan exhibited issues with their characters. One might argue that the female characters in such narratives often possess flawed personalities. There is scarcely any mutual progression akin to a normal romantic relationship. The task of guiding them back to a healthy dynamic seemed daunting. At this moment, Shen Youchu continued to gaze at Su Mo, who, after instructing Yuan Binglan, once again presented the lunchbox before him. Su Mo gritted his teeth, nearly unable to suppress the urge to deliver a playful tap to Shen Youchu's head. "You heard me. My meal will be bought shortly, so you should eat these." "I'm not hungry." "You eat, brother," she replied. "When I say eat, you should eat. There is no need for so much discussion." Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Shen Youchu's gaze dimmed slightly. "If you do not like these, I will change the menu for tomorrow." "Unnecessary," Su Mo insisted, turning Shen Youchu's head toward the lunchbox. "We have classes this afternoon. This is your meal, so ensure you finish it all." "All right." Shen Youchu picked up her chopsticks and began to eat delicately, stealing glances at Su Mo intermittently. As the meal had yet to arrive, Su Mo decided to pass the time by scrolling through his phone. Concurrently, a campus post was gaining traction, detailing a current incident involving a financially struggling student who had purchased an abundance of food in the cafeteria. Subsequently, a girl emerged, claiming that the impoverished student had stolen her money, which was why they could afford such a feast. An image appeared beneath the post, prominently featuring Yuan Binglan. In this moment, the photo depicted her with her head bowed, a distinct handprint on her face, food scattered about her, creating a mess on the floor. Su Mo abruptly stood up. He had not anticipated the severity of the bullying Yuan Binglan was enduring. In the bustling cafeteria, surrounded by numerous classmates, the bullies were relentless in their torment of her. "You eat first. I must go to the cafeteria." With that, Su Mo dashed out of the classroom. As Shen Youchu observed Su Mo's actions, she rose to follow him, yet was caught in a dilemma upon recalling his words, "You eat first." Glancing at the meal on the table, and then at Su Mo, who had already distanced himself, she found herself torn. She did not wish to part ways with him, but he had insisted she eat first. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Shen Youchu abruptly sat back down, devouring her meal with hurried bites. Like a ravenous creature, she cleared her entire lunchbox, and then hastily stood up, rushing towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Su Mo was immediately met with a throng of people. "Make way!" he bellowed, and the crowd turned to see him, parting to grant him passage. No one dared to obstruct his path. As the crowd dispersed, the scene at the center unfolded before his eyes. Zhongju, the persistent tormentor of Yuan Binglan, was currently yanking her hair, forcefully pressing her face into the spilled food on the ground. "You stole my money to buy food, didn't you? Since you love eating so much. Now, clean it all up." Yuan Binglan's eyes were vacant, devoid of any glimmer of hope, embodying a profound sense of despair. Su Mo felt an overwhelming certainty that, in the next moment, she might choose to end her life. "Stop this," he shouted, striding boldly into the fray. Zhongju, initially displaying a fierce demeanor, transformed her expression into one of feigned sweetness upon recognizing Su Mo. "Young Master Su, this wretched girl stole my money, and I'm merely teaching her a lesson. If this displeases you, I shall take her away immediately." Yuan Binglan lay on the ground, her body marked with numerous footprints, her attire soiled, with remnants of food smeared across her face. Upon seeing Su Mo approach, a flicker of light momentarily sparked in her eyes, only to vanish just as swiftly. At that moment, Su Mo felt his chest swell with fury, suppressing his emotions as he helped Yuan Binglan to her feet. "Stealing money? How much did she take from you?" Zhongju shivered under Su Mo's icy gaze, although she steeled herself to respond. 1,000. No, 10,000. I just happened to bring some pocket change to school today. It was her who stole it, which is why she has money to buy this much food." "Oh really? 10,000? Su Mo remarked, observing Yuan Binglan, whose shirt was dampened by soup, revealing a glimpse of her undergarments. He promptly removed his jacket and draped it around her shoulders. "I gave Yuan Binglan money to bring me food to the classroom." "So, are you saying she used your stolen money to buy me lunch?" Zhongju gazed at Yuan Binglan in disbelief. "Yuan Binglan, you were actually helping Su Mo by bringing him food?" The implication struck her like a bolt. The food she had spilled was intended for Su Mo. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into laughter. Zhongju's bullying of Yuan Binglan was no secret within the school. She had always sought various justifications to torment Yuan Binglan, and this occasion was no different. Though they did not believe Yuan Binglan had stolen money, none among the spectators dared to offend Zhongju to aid her. To offend someone without reason, without any conceivable benefit, is precisely why they choose to remain indifferent. However, it appears that Zhongju has encountered an insurmountable obstacle, and naturally, they take pleasure in witnessing her predicament. "So what about the money you seized from Yuan Binglan earlier?" Trembling, Zhongju reluctantly produced a few bills, apologizing. "Young Master Su, I am truly sorry. I did not realize this was from you." Su Mo cast a disdainful glance at the cash Zhongju offered, showing no intention of accepting it. "Is this all? I just provided Yuan Binglan with 1,000,000. You snatched that away, and now you present me with mere hundreds as if to placate me?" Zhongju, terrified, trembled, her expression nearly breaking into tears. "Young master, I did not take it. She has only this little money. There is no way it amounts to 1,000,000. Chapter 16. Will you provide an explanation, or shall your family do so? Are you suggesting that I am deceiving you? I offered Yuan Binglan 1,000,000 in cash to assist me with meals, and now you have taken it from me, unwilling to return it?" Sumo's words elicited laughter from those around them. 1,000,000 in cash. That would require an enormous volume. How could Yuan Binglan possibly carry such an amount? Those with discerning eyes recognized Su Mo's claims as falsehoods. Yet, the absurdity was akin to calling a deer a horse. If Su Mo asserted it, then it must be true. The crowd understood that Su Mo was merely venting on behalf of Yuan Binglan, and today, no matter what, Zhongju would have to part with that 1,000,000. Zhongju grasped this reality and, trembling, retrieved a card from her bag. "Su Xiao, this card contains 1,130,000, and the password is the last 6 digits of the card number." Su Mo nodded, taking the card to toy within his hands. The matter of the stolen money was settled. "Now, let us address your offense of overturning my meal." "What?" Zhongju had initially believed that the monetary exchange would suffice. but Su Mo's tone indicated he had no intention of letting her off the hook. What? Do you not wish to provide me with an explanation? Very well. I shall demand an explanation from the Zhong family instead. Zhongju was so frightened by Su Mo's words that she fell to her knees before him. Su Sao, I apologize. I was unaware she was under your protection. I will comply with whatever you ask. Please do not involve my parents. Handling the matter directly with Su Mo was one thing, but seeking an explanation from the Zhong family was another. Zhongju understood that it would lead to her own disastrous demise, likely at the hands of her own kin. With so many children in the Zhong family, they would certainly not risk offending Su Mo for her sake. And what about you? Su Mo turned to the few individuals who had accompanied Zhongju in her bullying of Yuan Binglan. These were minor characters, yet they were complicit in the harassment, and Su Mo had no intention of sparing them. Even if it were not for Yuan Binglan, Su Mo would not excuse those who relished in the act of bullying. At this moment, the group was in tears, pleading with Su Mo. Each one appeared utterly devastated, as if they had truly come to realize the magnitude of their transgressions. However, in reality, they were merely aware that they had angered the wrong person and would now face consequences. Enjoy bullying, do you? Transfer schools then. I do not wish to see you in Kyoto again. Go home and inform your parents that you will be transferring elsewhere and must live independently without a single cent from them. As for the timeline, let it be until the end of the college entrance examination. Endure until then, and this matter will conclude. Do not entertain thoughts of evading accountability. Should your families dare to support you, I will ensure that your entire family returns to live in poverty. Trust in the intelligence and means of the Su family. With that, Su Mo departed, leading Yuan Binglan away. Given the involvement of the Su family, these individuals would undoubtedly refrain from concealing today's events. What followed would be their time of suffering and toil. Meanwhile, Yuan Binglan trailed behind Su Mo, her eyes brimming with tears, silently observing Su Mo's silhouette. Her tears blurred her vision, rendering everything indistinct. Blinking, Su Mo's figure grew clearer and clearer. Stepping forward into the light, that silhouette grows increasingly majestic. It embodies the countless times I have fantasized about someone leading me away from the depths of despair. On the way back, Shen Youchu approaches. At this moment, her cheeks are still plump, as she has yet to swallow the food in her mouth, with a bit of rice clinging to the corner of her lips. Somoflases a tu figurin. Youchu, let's skip class. The campus guard dares not impede Su Mo's exit, nor does he question the presence of Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan accompanying him. Yuan Binglan, inexperienced in such escapades, feels a twinge of anxiety and wishes to return. But upon being called by Su Mo, she obediently follows behind. For Shen Youchu, as long as she can be by Su Mo's side, the location matters little. Since it is class time and no members of the Su family are around, Su Mo hails a taxi. Upon entering the vehicle, Su Mo experiences an almost surreal sensation. Previously, as an ordinary member of a humble household, he could never have imagined that he would traverse into this realm, becoming one of the most powerful figures in the capital. The destination is the bustling city center, specifically the 17-story commercial building gifted to him by his grandfather. The first 5 floors comprise a shopping district, while the 6th to 17th floors serve as office spaces. This marks Su Mo's inaugural visit. Once he alights from the car, Su Mo realizes the magnitude of his grandfather's enterprise. The commercial building is indeed vast, with a shopping district on the first 5 floors housing a variety of luxury brands. For Yuan Binglan, this is her first encounter with such an establishment, and she is visibly anxious throughout the journey, walking cautiously as if fearful of tarnishing the pristine floor beneath her. As they enter a clothing store, a sales associate promptly greets them with a warm welcome. Ignoring the associate, Su Mo notices some dirt in Yuan Binglan's hair and on her face. Without a second thought, he grabs a garment nearby and uses it as a makeshift cloth to wipe her down. Yuan Binglan is taken aback by this unexpected gesture, her whole body trembling involuntarily. Yet, she bites her lip, remaining frozen in place. The sales associate, witnessing this scene, cannot help but twitch her lips in disbelief. This is clothing, expensive clothing, no less. Not a towel. How could one treat it as such? However, Upon observing Su Mo and Shen Youchu's attire, the associate manages to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Despite the absence of labels, their garments are crafted from the finest materials. Such individuals are unlikely to be troublemakers. Should the clothing become stained, they are certainly buyers. Even if they do not purchase, they cannot be allowed to leave. After all, this contributes to her sales performance. Here, let me, Su Mo says as he wipes a couple of times before casually draping the garment over Yuan Binglan's shoulders. Yuan Binglan stands there dazed and stiff, struggling to comprehend why she is in this situation. At this moment, she truly feels at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Su Mo, undeterred by her confusion, leads her to select an outfit, taking Shen Youchu's hand and guiding them to the VIP lounge area. Upon hearing those words, the sales assistant's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a hint of disdain for the dirt and grime adorning Yuan Binglan, she eagerly took her hand and led her away. Miss, we have water in the staff lounge. You can freshen up before trying on clothes. Allow me to escort you. Sales performance. Sales performance, here I come. Nothing shall impede my path to profit. Yuan Binglan felt a twinge of fear as she was pulled along by the sales assistant. Seeking help, she glanced towards Su Mo, but had already turned towards the VIP lounge, not casting a single glance back. Resigned to her fate, Yuan Binglan lowered her head, allowing the sales assistant to lead her wherever she wished. When Yuan Binglan emerged, clad in her new attire, before Su Mo, she appeared utterly transformed. Though still looking somewhat frail, her figure was accentuated with graceful curves. Dressed in an elegant and noble manner, she showcased the most beautiful aspects of femininity. Yet, with her head bowed, heavy bangs, and large black glasses obscuring her features, her face remained a mystery. Chapter 17. Endure hardships or endure others upon settling the bill. Su Mo led Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan to a private dining room in the bustling commercial district. Throughout the journey, Yuan Binglan nervously clasped her hands around her clothing, her gaze cast downward as she quietly trailed behind Su Mo. Only after they were seated did she relax somewhat. Yuan Binglan, Su Mo called out, and it was evident that Yuan Binglan's body trembled slightly at the sound of her name. How timid she was. Lift your head. At Su Mo's command, Yuan Binglan hesitated for a moment before gradually raising her gaze. Before them was a face that embodied the innocence of first love, despite being partially obscured by her glasses. Her delicate features, heart-shaped face, and alluring collarbones were still discernible. Indeed, characters from female-centric narratives rarely possess any unattractiveness. Su Mo retrieved the bank card given by Zhongju and placed it on the table, sliding in front of Yuan Binglan. This is compensation for the bullying you endured. With her hands tightly gripping the edges of the table, Yuan Binglan took a long while to cautiously respond. I don't want it. How much is this outfit? I will repay you. Her voice was so soft that, had it not been for Su Mo's keen hearing, it would have been nearly inaudible. The bank card is your rightful compensation for the bullying you suffered, and the clothing was soiled while you were doing a task for me. I owe you for that as well. Both items belong to you. Why do you refuse them? Yuan Binglan bit her lip, her head instinctively lowering once more. Lift your head. Do not bow it. Su Mo's voice rang out, halting her movement instantly. I understand that you have your principles, but you must realize that striving for your own interests is not something to be ashamed of. Furthermore, have you not gleaned any insights from today's experiences? Insights about what? Yuan Binglan queried, seemingly perplexed. Zhongju has bullied you for a long time, hasn't she? Did you ever approach a teacher, only to find it fruitless? The person who has bullied you for such an extended period, rendering you utterly helpless, was made to submit over 100,000 because of my mere words. What do you think is the reason for that? Because they cannot afford to offend you, correct? Yet not entirely. They cannot afford to offend the power and assets that stand behind me. To put it bluntly, if I so desired, the prestigious family businesses they take pride in would face bankruptcy by tomorrow, which is why they fear me. Regardless of what I say, they are compelled to listen and comply. Would you care to wager that even if I expel them from the capital, their parents would publicly apologize to me at the school gate by tomorrow morning? The Su family, none of their elders can approach, nor do they even possess the qualifications to ascertain the Su family's whereabouts. They cannot even find a contact number. The only way for them to apologize is to wait at the school gate every day, hoping to catch sight of you returning to school. Surely not after contemplating, perhaps feeling that outright rejection of Su Mo was inappropriate. Yuan Binglan hesitated to voice her thoughts on gambling. All right, no wager then. However, if you wish, you may wait at the school gate tomorrow morning to witness the spectacle. These matters, however, are not the crux of the matter. The essential point is that Yuan Binglan, if you desire to avoid being bullied, you must employ every means possible to continuously enhance yourself, regardless of knowledge, wealth, power, or connections. If you wish to escape the torment of past humiliations, the only recourse is to continuously strive for excellence. The foremost principle is to never relinquish your interests so readily. With this sentiment, Su Mo nudged the bank card slightly forward. Yuan Binglan gazed silently at the card on the table, lost in contemplation. Moreover, there is a saying, you have grown up in modest circumstances, yet you have labored diligently. You have endured considerable hardship, have you not? Do not heed the words of others who claim that only through suffering can one rise above. Your academic achievements are commendable, and I trust your intellect will grasp this concept. Classmate Yuan, in this society, it is not through hardship that one ascends, but through talent. You have the time it takes to enjoy a meal to ponder this. Should you accept this bank card before I finish my meal, we may continue our conversation. If not, after we dine, we shall part ways upon returning to school. Rest assured, regardless of your choice, once we leave the cafeteria, you need not fear further bullying. You may pursue your studies peacefully until the conclusion of your examinations. With that, Su Mo turned his attention away from Yuan Binglan. After the midday ordeal, he had yet to eat and was now quite famished. As for Yuan Binglan, Su Mo did not feel compelled to save her. If she was unwilling to accept his help, he would not indulge in futility. Ultimately, he could merely serve as a narrative catalyst, a plot twist rewarding his character. Did it truly matter? If he was unwilling, who could compel him? In any case, two paths lay before Yuan Binglan. The choice was hers alone. As Su Mo savored his meal, Yuan Binglan appeared torn, her expression a tumult of conflict. At times, she reached out as if to take the bank card, only to withdraw her hand at the last moment. After all, it was Su Mo's assertion that only through talent can one succeed, not through suffering, that unnerved her. Yuan Binglan had always been a principled individual. She was unwilling to employ unscrupulous means for advancement. Otherwise, with her beauty, a simple enhancement of her appearance would surely attract numerous admirers, alleviating her current financial struggles. Yuan Binglan stole a glance at Su Mo as he ate. Undeniably, he was a good person. During lunch, she knew he had asked her to run an errand, perhaps to provide her a modest fee for her efforts. In the face of prolonged bullying, Su Mo was the only one willing to extend a helping hand. If there were any way she could assist him, she would gladly do so. However, Yuan Binglan remained uncertain about what Su Mo meant by eating talent. If it entailed exploiting others and transferring her own suffering onto them, she would never partake in such actions. In an instant, a profound clarity washed over her, akin to enlightenment. The matters at hand suddenly became lucid. What was she truly conflicted about? This sum of over $1 million, although obtained through Su Mo's influence, should not be hers to keep. Yet, it could certainly be spent on Su Mo. Moreover, Su Mo is a good person and would certainly not engage in any wrongdoing. Following him, if he were to contemplate any misdeeds, one could simply choose to withdraw at that moment. After all, Su Mo had just assisted in resolving the issue of being bullied. Turning away from him would seem rather unjust. It appears that she has come to this realization. In the end, Yuan Binglan picked up the bank card before her. Upon witnessing this, Su Mo smiled. However, the two of them had somewhat different perspectives. Su Mo believed that Yuan Binglan had firmly resolved to transform herself. Yet, Yuan Binglan had not contemplated her own issues. She was solely focused on avoiding wrongdoing and expressing gratitude. You did not have lunch either, did you? Let's dine together. Chapter 18. Communication. Shen Youchu had already partaken of her meal in the classroom, and now she quietly observed Su Mo as he dined. Once Su Mo had finished, Shen Youchu, who had been waiting patiently, offered him a napkin to wipe his mouth. Meanwhile, Yuan Binglan had long since set her utensils aside and sat in silence. To be candid, dining with these two individuals was rather unfulfilling. Despite their striking beauty, neither was particularly loquacious, resulting in a pervasive silence during meals. Su Yuchen, however, was intent on transforming their personalities. Youchu, and Binglan, your first task is to engage in conversation daily, with a minimum of 300 exchanges. Whether discussing past experiences, studies, work, life, or hobbies, each of you must contribute at least 150 statements. Humans are inherently social beings, and communication is a fundamental necessity. Perhaps due to its commonplace nature, many overlook its importance. Yet prolonged silence can give rise to psychological ailments. Insu mo SAIs. These two were already in dire straits. Shen Youchu had closed off her heart, while Yuan Binglan was plagued by insecurity and fear of interaction. Indeed, while Su Mo could converse with Shen Youchu, her subsequent withdrawal stemmed from deeper issues, a part of which was his own influence. Merely engaging her in conversation was futile. Yuan Binglan was somewhat perplexed by Su Mo's request. However, upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, she refrained from further inquiries. She resolved to comply with his directive. As for Shen Youchu, she had always heeded Su Mo's wishes. No matter how outrageous his demands, she exerted her utmost effort to fulfill them. Thus, Su Mo felt assured that they would comply. Even if Yuan Binglan hesitated, Shen Youchu would surely encourage her to participate. First, he aimed to help these two young ladies grow familiar with one another before proceeding to the next step. Let's go back to school. Upon their arrival, the afternoon classes had already commenced. Su Mo strode into the classroom with the two girls, instantly capturing the attention of all, while Su Mo and Shen Youchu remained unfazed. Yuan Binglan wished to lower her head to her chest. How long had it been since she had attracted such attention? She hurried back to her seat, burying her face for a semblance of security. Yet, glancing at her pristine new attire alongside the old clothes in her bag, purchased by Su Mo to clean stains, left her with a surreal sense of disbelief. Had those who had bullied her for so long truly been driven away? Had the darkness she had endured finally dissipated? Yuan Binglan couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Mo before hastily averting her gaze again, lost in thought. At that moment, Su Mo was engrossed in his phone, with entries for pursuit of perfection and photographic memory, and considering his already commendable academic performance. He grasped the material effortlessly with just a glance at his textbooks. The teacher's lecture was hardly necessary for him to comprehend. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, a post detailing the events at the cafeteria during lunch was prominently displayed. Especially when it comes to the appearance of Su Mo, the description is extraordinarily detailed, lavishly adorned with compliments, portraying Su Mo as if he were a celestial being descending to uphold justice. It is evident that such flattery is insincere. Currently, the post has garnered over 600 replies. The predominant sentiments can be categorized into three groups: those who extol Su Mo, those who envy Yuan Binglan for her association with him, and those who take pleasure in Zhong Ju's misfortune. Shen Youchu, on the other hand, was not paying attention in class, her gaze fixed on Su Mo. It was only when Su Mo turned Shen Youchu's head back to her textbook that she focused on her studies, albeit occasionally stealing glances at Su Mo. At times, she found it unrealistic and would reach out with her finger, poking at Su Mo's figure. Shen Youchu truly relished the act of poking. After 2 classes, the time for elective courses arrived, and most of the students had dispersed, just as Yuan Binglan was about to pack her belongings to head home for a part-time job. She was once again detained by Shen Youchu. They exchanged a flurry of words, 300 sentences. As Shen Youchu finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped them, both unsure of what to say next. Su Mo remained unhurried, allowing them to sit together, knowing they wouldn't leave until their conversation concluded. At that moment, a figure slowly approached Su Mo. It was Lu Ruyan. Since the morning when Su Mo arrived, Lu Ruyan had been seeking an opportunity to converse with him. Yet the chance had eluded her. The morning was consumed by classes, and during lunch, Su Mo had taken the 2 others out. Now, with only the 4 of them remaining in the classroom, the other 2 were clearly preoccupied with their own matters, leaving Su Mo alone and available for conversation. "Are you Chinamo?" Lu Ruyan inquired, astonished by Su Mo's transformation. Initially, Su Mo had no intention of acknowledging Lu Ruyan, especially since she had caused him considerable distress in the original narrative. However, upon reflection, he decided not to let her off so easily. Lu Ruyan had always yearned for Su Yuchen, believing herself unworthy of him, so he thought it would be amusing to give her a glimmer of hope. Letting Lu Ruyan believe that she could ultimately be with Su Yuchen, only to have her falter at the final hurdle, would be far more thrilling. You are. Su Mo feigned a long contemplation before finally recognizing Lu Ruyan. Ah, Lu Ruyan, I remember you. You were the belle of the junior high, and I must say, you have become even more beautiful in high school. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that Su Mo would still remember her. In the earlier years, they had been classmates, yet Su Mo had been so unremarkable that had she not been the class representative, diligently familiarizing herself with all her classmates, she would have likely forgotten him. Nevertheless, recognizing him was enough. Lu Ruyan was not in a rush to reveal her intentions, presenting herself as if they were old friends reuniting, her face radiating joy and a sense of camaraderie. I never expected you to be a child of the Su family. Now return to your parents. Your future is bound to be promising. Indeed, after all, I am their flesh and blood. If they do not treat me well, who else would they favor? You have no idea the gifts I received upon being acknowledged. She continued, by the way, Su Yuchen is still my parents' adopted son, even though he has never been recognized by the Su family. Upon hearing Su Mo utter those words, Lu Ruyan's gaze flickered slightly. Subsequently, she feigned a keen interest. What is the matter? Such topics are seldom broached in our class. Would you kindly share with me? What's the big deal? Was I not switched at birth? When my parents discovered this, they promptly returned that child to the orphanage. Afterward, my parents searched for me for an extended period, but when they could not find me, they decided to adopt another child. This child is Su Yuchen. However, my parents adopted him on a whim, and upon his return, my grandfather and uncle persistently refused to acknowledge Su Yuchen as a member of the Su family. Because of this incident, my father faced harsh reproach from them, being chastised for losing his biological child and bringing back some unknown individual. Chapter 19. Renovation. Lu Ruyan was utterly unprepared for the life Su Yuchen endured within the Su family, living as a guest beneath another's roof. He had suffered countless disdainful glances. She had assumed that Su Yuchen, being a child of the Su family, would be cherished and adored. However, the harsh reality of his existence was far from her expectations. As thoughts of the young man lingered in her heart, she was struck by the stark contrast between his serene demeanor and the tragic circumstances he faced, causing her eyes to shimmer with unshed tears. Listening to Su Mo recount Su Yuchen's plight with a complete lack of compassion only fueled her growing animosity towards him. Yet, she knew she must conceal her feelings for the time being. The thought of the person she deeply cared for enduring such misery compelled her to take action. Though she was uncertain about how she could assist him, it was imperative to maintain her relationship with Su Mo. Only by integrating herself into the Su family could she hope to aid Su Yuchen in his struggles. Her fingers, gripped tightly, turned pale, but Lu Ruyan feigned calmness. I truly had no idea. Su Mo, the elective course is about to begin, so I must attend class now. She hurriedly left, fearing she might yell at Su Mo if she lingered any longer. As Lu Ruyan dashed away, Su Mo couldn't suppress a chuckle. The news of Su Yuchen had clearly stirred her emotions. Good days are yet to come, Lu Ruyan. He turned to see Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan exchanging bewildered glances. Shen Youchu, at a loss for words, began counting to herself, reaching 120. Yuan Binglan lowered her head, seemingly wanting to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Su Mo wrapped his fingers on the desk. All right, you two, I won't pressure you today. Yuan Binglan, you may leave school now. Shen Youchu, accompany me to the art studio. Yuan Binglan did not participate in the elective courses, opting instead to work part-time after school. Shen Youchu, on the other hand, immersed herself in art, often depicting scenes from her imagination, predominantly featuring Su Mo or idyllic rural landscapes. However, today, Shen Youchu's mind was far removed from painting. The person she longed for had appeared before her. There was no need to capture her imagination on canvas. Sumo, Notijin Hair Distriction, decided to engage her in casual conversation. When in Sumo's presence, Shen Youchu was always brimming with words, appearing no different from any ordinary high school girl. Yet, after school, she was reluctant to part ways with him, even as they reached the school gate, where the servants of the Shen family stood ready to open the car door. Shen Youchu's gaze remained fixed on Su Mo, her grip on his arm tightening unconsciously. Though she said nothing, her wide eyes reflected an unmistakable reluctance. Faced with Shen Youchu's hopeful expression, particularly those innocent, yearning eyes, Su Mo found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. "Shall I escort you home?" "Yes." Shen Youchu's eyes sparkled with delight. The Shen villa was quite expansive, conveniently located near the school, and they soon arrived home. The space felt desolate, devoid of any embellishments that might evoke a sense of youthful whimsy. Aside from the bare essentials of furniture, there were no artifacts of personal interest or hobbies to be found. In such an environment, even the presence of Su Mo alongside Shen Youchu evoked a palpable sense of loneliness. It was difficult to fathom how Shen Youchu managed to exist here alone. This oppressive atmosphere was not one that should be experienced in the sanctity of home. Furthermore, there was a room on the second floor, securely locked. Within its confines lay the artwork that Shen Youchu had meticulously created from memory over the years. The walls were adorned with an array of densely packed portraits, each a testament to her artistic endeavors. This room represented a sacred territory for Shen Youchu, and as Su Mo approached, she felt a twinge of shyness. It was not that she wished to deter Su Mo, but rather that she feared her innermost thoughts would be unveiled, potentially unsettling her friend. Shen Youchu was acutely aware of her distinction from other girls. While they exuded vivacity and charm, she sensed her own uniqueness, even in moments of indifference. The thought that Su Mo might disdain her upon discovering her feelings was unbearable. Today, when she finally reunited with her brother, she worried whether he might reject her. This notion sent waves of anxiety coursing through her. Upon seeing her brother that morning, she felt compelled to leap into his embrace, and the intensity of her gaze upon him had been unmistakable. She had conversed with him at length, but had she unwittingly revealed anything inappropriate? Shen Youchu replayed their conversation in her mind, hoping she had not confessed her affections. Yet, she realized this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Even if she had remained silent, her brother would inevitably discern her less than pure thoughts upon viewing this room. Would he reject her? For the first time, her inner turmoil intensified. Lost in thought, her complexion paled slightly. Yet when Su Mo insisted on entering, Shen Youchu felt compelled to comply. Her hand trembled as she grasped the key, quivering as she fumbled multiple times before aligning it with the lock. With a resigned expression, she slowly pushed the door open. Even though Su Mo was aware of what lay within, the sight that greeted him was startling. The walls were adorned with her portraits, each capturing his likeness, with every gaze directed toward a singular focal point in the center of the room, where Shen Youchu typically painted. An unfinished canvas still rested on the easel, and the collective gaze of countless portraits seemed to suggest that Su Mo would forever be observed from this very spot. With an air of resignation, Shen Youchu closed her eyes. However, instead of reproach from Su Mo, she felt a warm hand gently resting upon her head. "You've painted so beautifully, Youchu. I never realized how handsome you made me look." In an instant, Shen Youchu opened her eyes, a radiant light bursting forth from within. "But this place is poorly decorated. Shall I renovate it for you?" "Absolutely. I will heed my brother's wishes." Su Mo no longer hesitated. With a single phone call, the servants busied themselves. The white metallic sunshade was replaced with pink curtains, adorned with a delicate layer of sheer fabric. Aside from the studio and the main light in the living room, most of the illumination was transformed into a warm yellow glow by Su Mo. The walls were embellished with various decorations, including colorful murals and playful figurines. Except for the room that Shen Youchu was particularly concerned about, every corner was filled with a riot of colors. Even the bedside was graced with several charming little dolls. Once the servants tidied up and departed, the aroma of incense wafted through the air, and the space finally began to exude a semblance of home. Su Mo then presented a life-sized rabbit plush toy to Shen Youchu, saying, "Here, I crafted a rabbit for you from dogtail grass back in the countryside." At that moment, I promised myself that I would one day give you a grand rabbit plush. When I'm not around, let this companion keep you company. Chapter 20. Not like this. Please don't leave. The rabbit plush toy was large and soft. Shen Youchu held it tightly, bowing her head as she took a deep breath, still able to catch a faint scent. "Thank you, brother." Su Yuchen gently ruffled Shen Youchu's hair, noting the lateness of the hour. "I must take my leave now. See you at school tomorrow." Shen Youchu lifted her head. "Wait, what is it?" Su Yuchen asked, a hint of confusion in his expression. "Brother, please sit and wait a moment," Shen Youchu replied before running off, rummaging through drawers and cabinets, presumably searching for something. Could it be that this child has a gift for me? Su Yuchen decided to relax and waited in the living room. Sure enough, he soon heard the sound of a door opening. When he looked up, he was taken aback. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly parted, lost in disbelief. It was the first time he felt a mix of shock, awe, and fright. A torrent of emotions surged within him, and for the moment, Su Yuchen forgot to think, his gaze fixated ahead. There stood Shen Youchu, but she wore nothing at all. The perfection of her form was breathtaking, translucent, exquisite, and pure. It was as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. What was happening? How did we reach this point? Su Yuchen felt as if everything around him had transformed into an unreal dream. Shen Youchu approached Su Yuchen, knelt beside him, and raised a ruler above her head, extending it toward him. "Please, I beg you, don't go." At that moment, Su Yuchen was at a loss as to how to respond. Dazed, he felt warmth at the tip of his nose, sensing something trickling down. Nevertheless, he finally reached out and draped a blanket from the sofa over Shen Youchu. "What are you doing?" Su Yuchen's voice emerged hoarsely. "I saw my mother pleading with my father not to leave, and she did it like this. Sometimes after doing this, my father would stay and keep her company," Shen Youchu explained, tilting her head innocently. "Is it wrong to do this?" Her expression, so pure and unassuming, seemed unaware of any impropriety. In that moment, Su Yuchen felt a pang of pity for Shen Youchu. She clearly had not felt love. Without guidance, she had come to believe this was acceptable. "This isn't right. You're still young. If you don't want someone to leave, you must express it openly." Shen Youchu blinked her large, innocent eyes. "Then I don't want brother to leave. I want to be with you." "Oh, you." Su Yuchen affectionately patted Shen Youchu's head. "But brother has just returned home and needs to stay for a while. Let us meet again tomorrow morning, shall we?" Though reluctant, Shen Youchu ultimately acquiesced. "Okay, I'll wait for you in the classroom tomorrow." "Very good." As he stepped outside, the cool air filled his lungs, and Su Yuchen finally felt a semblance of clarity return to his mind. Soon, he arrived at the car that had come to pick him up. Once seated, his thoughts continued to drift. Just moments ago, the impact of Su Yuchen was profoundly overwhelming. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu, still in the villa, had donned a set of pajamas and was cradling Mr. Rabbit, gazing through the window at the departing car of Su Yuchen. Her face radiated anticipation. Tomorrow morning, she would see her brother once more. Upon returning home, the family awaited her in the living room. Su's father sat on the sofa, savoring tea, while Su's mother sat beside him, with Su Yuchen giving her a shoulder massage. Su Yuchen, lying nearby, was engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Su Yuchen return, she leapt up, bouncing and skipping to his side. "Why are you back so late? I brought you a gift. Do you want it?" Su Yuchen raised the gift box in his hand. "Of course." Su Yuchen snatched the box and eagerly began to unwrap it in front of everyone. "Mom and Dad, this is for you." Today, while wandering through the mall, Su Yuchen had spotted items suitable for his family and decided to purchase them. Since returning home, he had not bought them anything, and now that he had the opportunity, he made sure to remember this. Of course, Su Yuchen did not receive anything. Su's father and Su's mother noticed this discrepancy, but Su's father continued to sip his tea, his hands remaining motionless, his expression unchanged. The decision to adopt Su Yuchen had not originated from him. It was made after discovering that Su Yuchen had been swapped. Lin Lanqin had searched for over a year without success, so she adopted another child as a means to cling to her hopes. Initially, she treated Su Yuchen with the affection of a biological child, yet the environment of the Su family proved overwhelming. Once Su Yuchen was adopted, the whispers and rumors from the Su family would, over time, lead Lin Lanxin to regret her decision to adopt another child more than once. Though unspoken, such thoughts surely lingered in her subconscious. If a sensitive person like Lin Lanxin harbored such doubts, one could only imagine how Su Hongxue, who had grown up in the Su family, felt. Throughout, Su Yuchen's emotions were never a consideration for Su Hongxue. To him, Su Yuchen was merely a testament to his own superiority. However, with Su Mo's return, the necessity for Su Yuchen diminished. The return of a biological child rendered Su Yuchen's position exceedingly awkward. Likely, Su Yuchen understood this, as he dared not act out during Su Mo's return. He realized that any misstep could result in his immediate expulsion from the Su family. Therefore, the original text did not delve deeply into family dynamics. Most of the narrative focused on the entangled relationships between Su Mo, Su Yuchen, and Lu Rian. For it was only in matters of love that Su Yuchen could perhaps surpass Su Mo. By capturing the affections of those Su Mo loved, he could continuously draw from Su Mo's vitality. In the original text, Su Mo became entangled with Lu Rian on the very first day of school. Yet his love remained unreciprocated. Su Yuchen, recognizing Su Mo's infatuation, devised a plan to win over Lu Rian. His ambition was precisely aligned with Lu Rian's aspirations, leading to the tragic conclusion of Su Mo's story. However, the current series of events has rendered all previous assumptions void. Lin Lanxin seemed to sense the undercurrents swirling between Su Mo and Su Yuchen, and could only manage an awkward smile as she forcibly shifted the topic. Xiao Mo, how was school today? It was fine, though I find the curriculum rather simplistic. I wish to devote more time to my passions. This was the truth. With 2 entries in place, Su Mo's learning capacity had surpassed that of the average individual by an immeasurable degree. Skills that others toil over for a decade might not even compare to Su Mo's mastery achieved in just 10 days. Xiao Mo is simply brilliant. If attending class wastes time, let's forego it. Whatever you wish to learn, I will arrange for a tutor. Let's start with the piano. Su Mo harbored a desire to acquire every skill possible and then challenge the strongest individuals at school during elective courses. By excelling in all elective subjects, she aimed to proclaim to the world, Su Mo, even after languishing in the countryside for 17 years, remains someone worthy of your admiration. As for the first challenger, that would undoubtedly be Su Yuchen. In front of Lu Rian, she wished to trample the one she held dearest, her white moonlight. After all, I have a knack for holding grudges. Chapter 21. Do not let me hear the word younger brother the following day, upon awakening. Su Mo sensed something amiss within the confines of his bed. Upon lifting the covers, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. The image of Shen Youchu had lingered in his mind throughout the night, and even in his dreams, she was the sole figure that occupied his thoughts. Indeed, something had gone awry. One could only conclude that the final scene involving Shen Youchu had left an indelible impact on Su Mo. After washing up and stepping out, he arrived at school only to find several individuals awaiting him at the entrance. The Zhong family, as Su Mo had surmised. The significant incident that transpired in the cafeteria the previous day could not possibly be concealed from their family, nor could they remain oblivious to it. This morning, the Zhong family had come to offer their apologies to Su Mo, young Master Su. My daughter acted thoughtlessly yesterday and offended you. I shall have her apologize to you at once. A middle-aged man hastily approached Su Mo, bowing and scraping as he spoke, before delivering a swift kick to Zhongju's leg, sending her crashing to the ground in a kneeling position. It appeared that Zhongju had faced punishment at home, as her exposed skin bore the marks of bruises. Scanning the surroundings, Su Mo indeed spotted Yuan Binglan lurking among the crowd. Furthermore, Shen Youchu and Lu Rian were present nearby as well. Shen Youchu had noticed Su Mo disembarking from the vehicle and had promptly approached. But upon realizing that someone was addressing Su Mo, she quietly stood behind him. Lu Rian, on the other hand, had been fixated on Su Yuchen, who had also come to stand by Su Mo's side. Casting a glance at the Zhong patriarch, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Having spent considerable time within the Su family, He had often leveraged his identity as a child of the Su family to engage with the scions of high society. In fact, he had attracted a group of sycophants who, unable to gain favor from the Su family, sought to curry favor with Su Yuchen, the adopted son. Zhongju was among these sycophants. Calculating the potential gains and losses in his mind, Su Yuchen weighed his options. If he were to advocate for Su Mo to spare Zhongju, his influence in social circles would undoubtedly increase. Should Su Mo agree to forgive Zhongju, it would signal to all that he held sway within the Su family, thereby aiding his future entrepreneurial endeavors with invaluable connections. Conversely, if Su Mo were to disregard his plea, the carefully cultivated image he had maintained over the years would be irrevocably tarnished. Though no one would openly oppose him, he would certainly lose the leverage of the Su family stature. Should he take the gamble? Gritting his teeth, Su Yuchen decided to take the risk. His standing within the Su family depended solely on Lin Lanxin and Su Hongxia, but with Su Mo's return, Su Mo was now capable of easily influencing their decisions. If Su Mo wished to keep the family matters discreet, he would likely acquiesce to Su Yuchen's request. Conversely, if Su Mo were to disregard him this time, it would only be a matter of time before the outside world discerned Su Mo's stance towards him. Brother, Zhongju has already suffered greatly and surely realizes her mistakes. She did not directly offend you. Instead, let Zhong Patriarch offer an apology and let this matter pass. Su Mo cast a disdainful glance at Su Yuchen. Have I ever mentioned that I do not wish to hear the word brother emanate from your lips? To address me as such, you are not worthy. A single remark from Su Mo rendered Su Yuchen's complexion ashen. Everything is ruined. Do not take the driver's car home tonight. Return by yourself. If there's a next time, once you turn 18, you may as well leave. Su Yuchen's pallor deepened. Su Mo's words signified far more than mere rejection. Henceforth, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to extract any benefits from other families. The once unassailable reputation of the Su family would be irrevocably stripped from him. Su Mo sensed a gaze filled with animosity fixed upon him. A fleeting glance revealed it belonged to Lu Ruyan. Could she not tolerate the humiliation he had inflicted upon her idol? Turning his attention back to Uncle Zhong, Su Mo stated, "You need not apologize to me. I have already outlined how to resolve this matter. Send Zhongju away from Kyoto. You may find her a place to reside, but thereafter, there must be no financial support. If you can endure until the college entrance examinations conclude, this matter will be settled. Yes, yes, everything shall proceed as young Master Su desires." Under Su Mo's scrutiny, Mr. Zhong felt as though he were under the predatory gaze of a tiger. The pressure emanating from Su Mo instilled a sense of unease within Mr. Zhong. Despite his years of experience in the business realm, he found himself intimidated by a mere high school student. His respect for Su Mo had grown even deeper. "Very well, you may all disperse." Proceeding with Shen Youchu to the piano room. Meanwhile, Yuan Binglan, having observed the resolution of the situation, discreetly returned to the classroom. Accompanying Shen Youchu to the piano room, Su Mo sought to address two matters. Firstly, Lin Lanxin's intention to find him a tutor, which he had no desire for at home. Thus, he proposed to shift the study location to the school. Secondly, with no one else present, Su Mo wished to clarify his previous actions were inappropriate. It was perfectly acceptable to harbor affection, yet gazing upon Shen Youchu's innocent, wide-eyed expression left Su Mo at a loss for words. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Su Mo spoke. "Shen Youchu, such matters should only be reserved for one's spouse. Do you understand?" "I understand," Shen Youchu replied, her expression puzzled. "Is there a problem with wanting to marry my brother?" That seemed valid, regardless of the original narrative or the present. Shen Youchu had always held firm in her belief. However, observing her lowered gaze, Su Mo sensed her growing despondency. "Brother does not wish to marry me. It's all right, brother." Shen Youchu's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice dwindling. "Even if you do not wish to marry me, I will wait for you, if brother is willing. Even as a pet or a servant, please do not abandon me." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Mo could not restrain himself, delivering a gentle rap to Shen Youchu's head. Shen Youchu, bewildered, cupped the spot where she had been struck, gazing at Su Mo with tear-filled eyes. In that moment, Su Mo felt his heart melt. I am not saying I do not wish to marry you, merely that you are too young at present. Shen Youchu lowered her head, her gaze fixed on her toes. I'm not that young, she muttered. Is this the size I mentioned? Su Mo said with a playful jab. I mean, you're still a minor, a high school student at that. Engaging in such activities should wait until after university at the very least. Understood, brother, she replied. Now, please return to your class. At noon, have Yuan Binglan bring my lunch to the entrance. We shall dine together then. Ensure that Shen Youchu informs Yuan Binglan and initiates contact. It will also give Yuan Binglan an opportunity to run an errand, providing a valid reason for her to receive some compensation. Su Mo also instructed her family in advance to prepare a generous meal for 3 to be sent to school, ensuring that Yuan Binglan would have a hearty meal. A masterstroke indeed. I am quite clever. Chapter 22 Embrace. Su Mo realized that he had overestimated himself. Despite possessing a remarkable capacity for learning, he became fatigued rather quickly. After absorbing a plethora of insights and experiences within just a few hours, he felt utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. The consequence of this was that he found himself seated beside a rather dazed piano instructor. This instructor, a portly gentleman in his mid-30s, sat before the piano, lost in thought. His gaze upon Su Mo was akin to one cast upon a peculiar creature. Initially, he had guided Su Mo in identifying the piano keys, observing as Su Mo, like every novice, clumsily struck the keys, believing that this would be an effortless teaching session. However, after Su Mo adeptly played a children's piece, his progress could only be described as meteoric, regardless of the piano piece. Su Mo could memorize it after a single hearing, and as long as he played through it smoothly once, he could thereafter perform it fluently. His fingers exhibited remarkable agility, and his bodily control was precise. This was a gift. By now, in merely half a day's time, Sumo's piano skills had already reached a level comparable to that of someone who had studied for 3 to 4 years. Piano proficiency is typically categorized into levels: World Masters, International, Performance, and Amateur, with the amateur level further divided into 10 grades. In just half a day, Su Mo had ascended from a beginner to a 5th grade level. The piano teacher could hardly fathom what heights Su Mo's skills would reach after a few more days of practice. Su Mo lay sprawled on the sofa, resembling a defeated dog. Exhausted from the morning's exertions, he longed to close his eyes and rest. At that moment, a cool, gentle hand pressed against his temple. Peeking through his eyelids, he recognized Shen Youchu. Indeed, class had concluded. Su Mo chose to shut his eyes entirely, relishing the massage provided by Shen Youchu. As his fatigue ebbed away, a faint, comforting fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a subtle scent that instilled a sense of tranquility. There is a profound sense of security in the presence of someone who genuinely loves you. At that moment, Yuan Binglan also approached, carrying a food box prepared by Su's family. The meal was ample, enough to satisfy 4 people. Yuan Binglan observed Su Mo draped on the sofa, while Shen Youchu knelt beside him, administering a massage. Sunlight streamed through the gauzy curtains, illuminating Shen Youchu's cheeks, and a gentle breeze swept through the room, bestowing a serene ambience upon the 2 individuals. A softness, never before seen on Shen Youchu's face, graced her features. Suddenly, Yuan Binglan felt an inexplicable pang of envy. If only it were she who were here, massaging Su Mo. Shaking her head, she dismissed the strange thought from her mind and placed the food on the side table. It's time to eat. With that, Su Mo lifted his head. Well done. He picked up his phone and sent Yuan Binglan a red envelope, annotating it as a delivery fee. Although Yuan Binglan hesitated to accept it, she ultimately confirmed the receipt under Su Mo's insistence. She found it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within her. In the past, others' commands had only ever instilled in her a sense of fear. However, Sumo's commands were inherently understood. He acted for her own good. Deep within her subconscious, a voice persistently urged her not to refuse Su Mo. Why was that the case? Yuan Binglan recalled being pinned to the ground, the command to cease echoing in her ears. She remembered the fragrance of the coat draped over her shoulders. She thought of the silhouette that had guided her out of her predicament. What am I thinking? Come, sit, and eat together. Su Mo, Shen Youchu, and the piano teacher had already arranged their chairs, while Yuan Binglan stood there in a daze. Can I eat too? Now that I'm here, I shouldn't be shy. Yuan Binglan was at a loss for words, as she took a bite of rice. Tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. It was strange. She hadn't intended to cry. It was simply, it had been far too long since she shared a meal with anyone. Since the passing of her parents, she had been utterly alone. Now, with others accompanying her at the table, she should have felt joy. The sudden tears surprised the piano teacher the most. He jumped back a few steps, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The meaning was unmistakable. I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. Feeling the weight of Su Mo's astonished gaze upon him, the piano teacher awkwardly rubbed his nose. Apologies, I reacted a bit too strongly. In the past, while tutoring a young girl, I inadvertently made her cry, and she accused me of misconduct to her parents. Fortunately, the piano room had surveillance, and her parents compensated me with an additional month's tutoring fee. With such a background, Su Mo found himself at a loss for words. Yet, noticing the still weeping girl and observing Su Mo's expression that seemed to indicate an opportunity, the piano teacher excused himself, claiming a need to visit the restroom, and exited the piano room. At that moment, Su Mo wished to inquire if there had been a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, now that Yuan Binglan was crying, how could he comfort her? The key issue was that he himself did not understand the reason behind her tears. All he could do was sit beside her and gently pat her back. Yet, Yuan Binglan's tears flowed uncontrollably, escalating from soft sobs to full-blown wails. Su Mo, witnessing this, felt utterly helpless in offering solace. Ultimately, he simply enveloped Yuan Binglan in his arms. Let all out. It's better to cry. It seemed that feeling the warmth of his embrace spurred Yuan Binglan to cry even harder, as if she sought to expel all the misfortune she had endured over the years. Meanwhile, as Su Mo held Yuan Binglan, Shen Youchu gritted her teeth, her gaze directed at Yuan Binglan, seething with anger. At that moment, alarm bells rang loudly in her heart. After a considerable time, Yuan Binglan finally calmed down, realizing she was still nestled in Su Mo's embrace, and she promptly extricated herself. Sorry. Su Mo glanced at his shoulder, now dampened by her tears. It's all right. If we don't eat soon, the food will grow cold. After the meal, Yuan Binglan took the initiative to clear the table, perhaps feeling embarrassed. She returned to the classroom after eating. Unable to face Su Mo, gazed at Su Mo with a resolute expression. What is wrong? She inquired, glancing at his chest before lifting her gaze to meet his unwavering eyes. It dawned on Su Mo that he had, moments ago, embraced Yuan Binglan in front of her. What was he thinking? He chastised himself for being so careless. After having seen so much of Shen Youchu the previous day, he found himself holding another in her presence. How foolish of me! Without hesitation, Su Mo drew Shen Youchu into his arms. Sorry. I noticed you were crying earlier, and I didn't know how to comfort you. It's all right, brother, she replied, eagerly inhaling his scent. I will support everything you wish to do. Don't be so naive. If you're feeling something, you must tell me. If there is anything that makes you sad, I promise to be more attentive in the future. Understood? Chapter 23. The Value of Love. Before class commenced, Shen Youchu returned to the classroom, making her way directly to Yin Binglan's side. Do you have feelings for your brother? Even without uttering his name, Yin Binglan understood precisely whom Shen Youchu referred to, for there could be only one brother in her heart. There's no need to deny it. I do have feelings for him, and I can discern the meaning behind the way you look at him. Yin Binglan lowered her gaze. She was not one to engage in disputes. I will not yield to you, Shen Youchu continued. In those 251 seconds when he held you, I was embraced for 1,648 seconds, with my heart racing 2,746 times. I shall pursue him and ensure he marries me. After declaring this, Shen Youchu returned to her position, resuming her role as a porcelain doll, albeit one that now bore a smile. Although Shen Youchu departed, her words lingered in Yin Binglan's heart. Love? Could it be that she harbored feelings for Su Mo? Yin Binglan, who had never experienced romance, found herself perplexed by the essence of affection. Yet, the mere thought of Su Mo brought to mind the silhouette that had rescued her from despair, instilling an unusual sense of tranquility. Is this what love feels like? It must be, for Shen Youchu claimed that the way she gazed at Su Mo was indeed love. However, Su Mo was so remarkable. Would her feelings merely burden him? Reflecting on recent events, she recalled how Su Mo had consistently addressed her myriad troubles. Yesterday it was bullying, today it was tears. Wait, had her tears soaked his clothes? Should she offer to wash them? No, it was not about the laundry, it was about Shen Youchu. She too cherished Su Mo and being a wealthy heiress. They belonged to the same social circle, did they not? What Shen Youchu did not realize was that Yin Binglan would not have discovered her feelings for Su Mo so swiftly. She would have gradually come to recognize her emotions through countless memories and furtive glances at him. As someone who had never been in love, Yin Binglan was unaware of the nature of her feelings, and Shen Youchu's boldness had inadvertently defined her emotions for her. Shen Youchu, so deeply infatuated and indifferent to everything else, had only Su Mo as her exception. Thus, she must possess a profound understanding of love. Therefore, what she had conveyed to Yin Binglan could only be true. She had indeed developed feelings for Su Mo. For the entire afternoon, Yin Binglan felt somewhat unmoored. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Qianqian lay on her bed, her eyes vacant, resembling a marionette devoid of strings. A few days prior, she had been publicly humiliated by Su Mo at the Acknowledgement Banquet, leading to her reputation being irrevocably tarnished within their circle. That very night, she was summoned to the ancestral home of the Fu family. The discussions held within remained a mystery, but by dawn the following day, the Fu family issued a statement retracting all shares of the group from Fu Yinchi and relieved her of her position as president. The Fu family would henceforth be managed by Fu Yinchi's younger brother. News of this development spread rapidly, yet Fu Yinchi remained unresponsive throughout the day. Song Qianqian attempted to reach her with dozens of calls, all of which went unanswered, until the assistant's phone call came. Song Qianqian was unaware that Fu Yan's words had taken to the bar to drown his sorrows. Fu Yan had become inebriated at the bar, and the patrons had contacted the assistant to bring him home. However, the assistant no longer tended to Fu Yan, which prompted him to reach out to Song Qianqian. By the time Song Qianqian finally arrived at the bar, she found Fu Yan in a state of drunkenness. At that moment, he bore no semblance of his usual authoritative demeanor, and his attire appeared unchanged, presenting an image of utter disarray. Curiously, in the past, witnessing Fu Yan in such a state would have stirred her heart with compassion, yet now she felt little emotional upheaval. Upon her arrival, another figure appeared, Tang Zi. In an instant, Song Qianqian comprehended that the assistant had also been in contact with Tang Zi. A glance around confirmed her suspicion. In a corner, she spotted Fu Yan's younger brother. He noticed Song Qianqian's gaze and raised his glass towards her, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. The assistant's outreach to her was undoubtedly a directive from the brother, who simply wished to observe whom Fu Yan would ultimately choose amidst the unfolding chaos. Fu Yan, with his bleary eyes and swaying head, appeared to recognize a familiar silhouette. Shaking his head to clear his vision, he discerned Song Qianqian and Tang Zi. The sight of them ignited a surge of emotion within him. He sprang to his feet, gripping the bar to steady himself, exclaiming, "You too dare to appear before me." Disregarding his outburst, Tang Zi leaped into Fu Yan's embrace. "Brother Yin, it's all my fault, my shortcomings. I love you too dearly and despise seeing you entangled with Song Qianqian, which compel me to send her that message. I dream of becoming your wife. I admit my mistakes, and whatever punishment you deem fit, I will accept. Please do not abandon me." Tang Zi's reputation was utterly tarnished. For someone like her, who possessed no skills beyond spending lavishly, her only recourse now was to cling to Fu Yan. After all, with her standing in Kyoto, it was unlikely she would find another wealthy patron willing to indulge her. Though Fu Yan had been expelled from his company, he remained a member of the Fu family, and with his previous earnings, he must have amassed a considerable fortune. Given her own ruined reputation, it seemed reasonable to pursue financial security. Meanwhile, Song Qianqian stood silently, observing the scene. Such moments had frequently transpired over their years of marriage, leaving her somewhat desensitized. Time and again, Fu Yin had chosen Tang Zi. What she garnered from Fu Yin was an endless stream of reproach and countless nights spent in solitude. Did she truly love Fu Yin? Perhaps once. But that love seemed to have withered amidst relentless trials. Now, to label it as love felt more like an expression of her unwillingness to concede. Why, despite her sacrifices, did Fu Yin never choose her? Given a choice, she was always the one to be forsaken. What right did he have to make such choices? Song Qianqian found herself mocking her own lack of memory. In that moment, a sudden impulse to simply pack her bags and leave surged within her. Tang Zi lunged into the arms of Su Yinji, only to be kicked away. You wretched person, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would never have stepped down from my position as CEO. The alcohol had magnified Su Yinji's desires and intensified his brutality. Now, when he looked at Tang Zi, there was no trace of the tenderness he once displayed. Song Qianqian felt a wave of disgust at this version of Su Yinji. The man who had once adored Tang Zi now unleashed his fury upon her due to her setbacks. Was such a Su Yinji truly worthy of her affection? What was the true value of Su Yinji's love? Chapter 24. Are you interested in joining me? Feigned words berated Tang Zi, perhaps feeling that the venting was insufficient, as his ire swiftly found a new target in Song Qianqian, who stood foolishly to the side. Feigned words had indulged in such behavior far too often. In truth, he was well aware that Tang Zi was not genuinely occupied. She merely sought an excuse to keep him near. Yet, the petty rivalry and melancholy between the two, serving to satisfy one's own vanity, was all too familiar. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Qianqian would never abandon him. She was but a loyal admirer, someone he could command at will. Why are you here? Did I not mention that I would take Tang Zi to the Su family's recognition banquet? What business do you have mingling in this? He exclaimed. Now that I've lost my inheritance, are you satisfied? I have overlooked your jealous antics before, but now you dare to push me? Song Qianqian harbored no doubt that if feigned words were not so intoxicated and unsteady, he would certainly have turned his aggression toward her. In that moment, her disappointment in him was absolute. She could not recall how she left the bar. The echoes of his insults lingered in her ears as she fled. Returning home was not an option. That suffocating, cold abode only reminded her of the countless nights spent waiting alone on the sofa. Instead, she sought refuge in a hotel, collapsing onto the bed. Physically drained and mentally exhausted, sleep eluded her. Memories of her time with feigned words replayed in her mind like a relentless slideshow. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her senses, only to discover it was already the following afternoon. Trembling, she opened her phone to a newly appeared number, hesitating for a long moment before pressing the call button. The phone rang twice before being answered, followed by a light laughter from the other end. Miss Song, it seems you've come to a realization. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Yes, I want a divorce. The mere utterance of the word divorce brought an unexpected sense of relief, as if the burdens that had plagued her for years evaporated in that instant. At that moment, even the sunlight streaming through the window felt warm. Soon, a wave of profound fatigue washed over her. All right, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, Left Bank CAF, came the reply before the call ended, and Song Qianqian succumbed to sleep. This time, she was not awakened by anxiety or fear. It was the most restful slumber she had experienced in years, free of psychological burdens. Suemo set down his phone, surprised by how swiftly Song Qianqian had decided on divorce. He had anticipated a prolonged entanglement with feigned words. Now, the plot was ripe for development, and perhaps this time, a promising individual could be turned around. Divorce was merely the first act in a narrative. The latter half would unfold with Song Qianqian focusing on her career and encountering the redemption offered by a new character. The career of Song Qianqian is destined for success. Thus, why not entice her to join my company? Although I currently do not possess a firm, this is of little consequence. The reputation of the Su family still holds considerable weight. The following day, Su Mo appeared punctually at the Left Bank CAF, where Song Qianqian had been waiting in advance. She was gazing vacantly out the window when Su Mo sat down before her, unnoticed. It was only when her phone rang that she realized Su Mo had arrived. Apologies, I was momentarily lost in thought, Song Qianqian said, disconnecting the call. Su Mo cast a glance at her screen, which bore the name of a certain Mr. Fu, known for his insincere demeanor. I haven't been home these past few days. Mr. Fu has been incessantly calling, and I prefer not to engage with him. She added with an apologetic smile. It's quite all right. After all, we are both on the brink of divorce. Soon, I shall take you to meet Mr. Fu. But for now, I wish to discuss another matter. What is it? Song Qianqian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Aside from the last family recognition banquet, Su Mo had assisted her once, and their interactions have been rather minimal. Miss Song, would you be interested in working for my company? Song Qianqian, taken aback, pointed at herself. Me? Work? Indeed. I have conducted my research and noted that you have been employed at the Fu Group, demonstrating considerable competence and diligence. Yet your contributions have consistently been overshadowed by others. Mr. Fu claims that as the wife of Mr. Fu, the entirety of the Fu Group belongs to you, thus allowing you to cede credit to others and garner their loyalty. To be frank, I am impressed by your professional capabilities. As the conversation shifted to business, Song Qianqian's demeanor transformed. When it comes to commerce, I hope you will not take offense at my forthrightness, Mr. Su. If you wish for me to join, please elucidate the job responsibilities and benefits. The position would be that of president, he replied. Although the company has yet to be established, you will be responsible for its development. I shall merely provide the capital. The initial funding is 500 million, and I shall not involve myself in the operations. You will hold a 10% equity stake as a technical partner. Mr. Su, is it not rather insufficient to offer me merely 10% for establishing a company from the ground up? Moreover, I am capable of securing 500 million myself. Why would I not start my own venture rather than relinquish the majority to you? Hearing her assertiveness, Su Mo remained unperturbed. In fact, he appreciated her lack of concessions while seeking his assistance. If Miss Song were to collaborate with an ordinary individual, that sum would indeed be paltry. However, I believe you have overlooked my identity. I do not intend to intimidate you with my status. Rather, the illustrious name of the Su family guarantees that this company will ascend to unparalleled heights, something I trust you can appreciate. Should you decide to invest 500 million into your own startup, you are well aware of how sluggish its growth would be. The value of 100% of 10 million versus 10% of 1 billion is a calculation I am confident you could discern. As Song Qianqian continued to stir her coffee, Su Mo proceeded with his discourse. Moreover, although I hold 90% of the shares, I refrain from meddling in the affairs of the company. It can operate as your domain. I merely seek the dividends. As you are aware, the Su family does not expend excessive energy on a modest enterprise. Song Qianqian took a deep breath. Su Xiao, you have convinced me. So let us. Song Qianqian extended her hand to a pleasant collaboration. Indeed, to a fruitful partnership. Su Mo grasped Song Qianqian's hand. Thus, the matters of the company are settled. I shall transfer the funds to you shortly. After the marriage is finalized, you may attend to the business affairs, or perhaps take an extended leave. Miss Song can enjoy a period of rest. After all, I'm only 17 and there is no urgency. Very well, though I fear that you, Su Xiao, might consider my prolonged respite a hindrance to your profits. She jested, finally allowing herself to relax as the terms were established. Not at all. Now, let us proceed to confront the scoundrels. Chapter 25. Divorce or Widowhood. Su Mo returned to the new residence shared by Song Qianqian and Fu Yanci. At that moment, Fu Yanci bore the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes, his gaze marred by bloodshot veins. He lay on the living room floor, repeatedly perusing the album in his hands. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he suddenly became animated, rushing joyfully to the entrance. Indeed, the person he had longed for during these past days appeared at the threshold. Where have you been? Do you even remember this home? It is well known that the domineering protagonists in romance novels seldom articulate their feelings. Even though Fu Yanci had shed this title, the pride he had long harbored remained unmasked. Song Qianqian was the one who had tirelessly pursued him. Although he cared for her and worried about her safety, he found it difficult to exhibit the warmth he once did as a devoted admirer. Had he not deemed this home unworthy, he would not have sought solace with a mistress. Fu Yanci fell silent, perhaps realizing that he had overstepped his bounds, and for once lowered his lofty head slightly. I was in the wrong. I have already sent Tang Ji away. Let us act as if nothing ever happened and continue our lives, shall we? No. Let us divorce. What? Impossible. How could you possibly suggest divorce? Fu Yanxi's disbelief was palpable. Divorce? How could Song Qianqian, who loved him so deeply, ever propose such a thing? How could it not be possible? Sumo's voice drifted in from outside, and as he spoke, he entered the room, flanked by a lawyer and 2 bodyguards. Is Mr. Fu allowing his mistress to bully Miss Song, yet wishes to prevent her from escaping this den of wolves? Sumo. Fu Yanxi glared at him, a seething hatred evident in his eyes. It was this man who had precipitated the downfall of his life's work, driven his family away, and now sought to facilitate Song Qianqian's escape from their marriage. Unfazed by Fu Yanxi's rage, Su Mo produced a divorce agreement. Mr. Fu, please sign here. Fu Yanxi's bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he fixated on Su Mo. If looks could kill, Su Mo would have perished 1,000 times over. Not willing to sign? Sumo's tone grew increasingly frosty. In a fit of anger, Fu Yanxi seized the divorce papers and tore them to shreds. Song Qianqian, you wretched woman, have you been involved with Su Mo all along? Is that why he assisted you last time? While I was away, were you in his bed? And today, you even brought your lover here for a divorce? What do you think, Slap? A sharp, resonant sound echoed through the room as Song Qianqian struck Fu Yanxi, turning his face aside. Fu Yanxi, am I truly so despicable in your eyes? Unlike you, I do not engage in infidelity and then blame others. Stripped of his bravado, Fu Yanxi appeared momentarily stunned by a Song Qianqian slap. He gazed at her, rendered speechless for a long while. Finally, he exhaled deeply. I will not divorce. Not divorcing? Do you wish for me to continue witnessing your escapades with your mistress? No. I have sent Tang Ji away. Indeed, I assure you that I shall no longer maintain any contact with her. Henceforth, I will endeavor to be a devoted husband and keep a respectful distance from the opposite sex. The excuses I once offered are now rendered meaningless. It would have been better had I remained silent. It appears he is aware that engaging with other women incites jealousy within him. Maintaining distance from the opposite sex. Where was that resolve when it led to infidelity? Song Qianqian must begrudgingly acknowledge a painful truth. In the past, he never truly loved her. As for the future, she finds herself indifferent. Enough is enough. Gasping for breath, she declared, I married you out of love, but now, I'll leave you for the very absence of it. Between us, there is no possibility of reconciliation. I hope you refrain from letting things escalate beyond control. Impossible. How could you stop loving me? You are meant for me. You must be deceiving me. His state of denial even vexed Su Mo. That's enough. Allow me to speak, Su Mo asserted, reclaiming the divorce agreement from the lawyer's hands. I am here to inform you that this divorce agreement must be signed, whether you wish to or not. He clenched his fists, the knuckles digging into his flesh, yet he felt nothing. We truly loved each other. You cannot tear us apart. True love leading to infidelity? Remember this. You have strayed, and that is a stain you cannot erase. Furthermore, I shall state this only once. You will sign this agreement and proceed with the divorce immediately, after which there will be no further matters to discuss. To be candid, I intended for you to leave with nothing, but Miss Song refuses to accept your tainted money. You should consider yourself fortunate to retain such assets. However, should you continue to resist, I will unleash my family's influence upon your family, friends, and all those close to you without hesitation. You must understand the power of the Su family. If I spread the word that they are suffering due to your refusal to divorce, do you think they will spare you? If you persist and they end up destitute, do you believe they might not seek vengeance upon you? I wish for you to have no further ties with Miss Song. There are many ways to resolve this issue, and unfortunately, taking your life is among them. To be frank, I do not care whether Miss Song is divorced or widowed. Duyi's complexion turned ashen as he realized that Su Mo's threats included the possibility of murder, and Song Qianqian exhibited no intention to intervene. Was she truly prepared to abandon him? After a long silence, Duyi finally uttered 2 words through clenched teeth. I sign. That is more like it. Su Mo placed the divorce agreement on the table, accompanied by a pen for signing. Hesitant, He pressed the pen firmly onto the paper, ultimately inscribing his name. Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. A divorce typically requires a 1-month cooling-off period. However, under the influence of the Su family, a mere contact is sufficient for expedited processing. With a stamp of approval, Du, Yi, and Song Qianqian were irrevocably severed. Su Mo directly took Song Qianqian away, while Fu Yanci remained in a daze, staring blankly at the divorce certificate in his hand. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Qianqian felt as though she had been reborn. The past was behind her, and ahead lay a brand new life. Thank you, Su Xiao. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. No need for a meal. It would suffice if you could help me earn a bit more money. Rest assured I will. As Su Mo walked away, he waved his hand and wished her a pleasant vacation. Watching Su Mo's retreating figure, Song Qianqian couldn't help but marvel at him. A true member of the Su family. Had Fu Yanci opposed a divorce, Su Mo might have indeed followed through on his words, compelling the Fu family to take matters into their own hands, all while extricating himself completely from the situation. It was astonishing that such a person had only recently been reinstated. With such capabilities, had Su Mo been raised in the capital all along, he would undoubtedly have become one of the most formidable figures not to be trifled with, independent of the Su family. Chapter 26. You go help out. Having resolved matters concerning Song Qianqian, Su Mo hurried back to school. Each day after classes, Su Mo would take Shen Youchu for a stroll before escorting her back home. Previously, Shen Youchu had little interest in venturing outdoors. It was not only her indifference, but also the fact that she longed to sneak out to find Su Mo, prompting old Master Shen to confine her within the house. However, with Su Mo's arrival, she began to experience the allure of the outside world. As for Yuan Binglan, Su Mo felt she no longer required the male protagonist's salvation. Her narrative would surely shift as well. Walking along the sun-drenched streets, a gentle breeze caressed Su Mo's face. At that moment, he realized that this was what life truly meant, unlike in his past existence, where he toiled tirelessly for daily sustenance. He now possessed the freedom to pursue whatever he desired, be it in business or leisure. With a substantial family fortune, he had numerous avenues of retreat. The bustling pedestrian street was alive with the sounds of lively chatter and the enthusiastic calls of vendors at their storefronts. A newly opened noodle shop still held the lingering scent of firecrackers. Everywhere, people wore radiant smiles, and a child ran by holding a balloon, while his parents chased after him, laughing and calling his name. This scene captured Shun Youchu's attention. She had never imagined such a place existed. I told you, your smile is truly enchanting, Su Mo said as he playfully ruffled Shun Youchu's hair. Remember to smile more. Seeing you happy brings me joy. Turning to gaze at Su Mo, Shun Youchu's eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. My happiness is a gift from you. You have introduced me to all these experiences. In that moment, Shun Youchu was reminded of a time in her childhood when Su Mo had taken her to the morning market. It had been just as noisy then, with Su Mo leading her through the bustling stalls, inquiring if any vendors had unsold wilted greens. She recalled a kind-hearted butcher who had given Su Mo a slice of fatty meat that day, making her feel that the grease on her lips was sweeter than ever. Brother, I want to eat meat. Then let us eat. Choose whatever you desire. Just then, a person dressed in a mascot costume ambled by, handing out flyers, one of which landed in Shun Youchu's hands. New store opening. Su Mo, hearing the voice emanating from the costume, Su Mo recognized it belonged to Yuan Binglan. You're still working part-time here? Perfect. We're looking to grab a bite. Su Mo took the flyer, noting the new restaurant's opening promotion of a 20% discount. This is the place. When do you finish your shift? The person in a mascot costume glanced at the flyer and replied, about an hour left. All right, Su Mo said, waving the flyer. We'll dine here. Come find us when your shift is over. Su Mo led Shun Youchu to a table by the window, in Su Mo's presence. Shen Youchu truly felt like a wonderful person, basking in the warmth of happiness. In those eyes, an abundance of affection for Su Mo resided. There was a moment when Su Mo found himself resenting the youth he shared with Shun Youchu, wishing they could obtain a marriage certificate. Moreover, Su Mo observed that Shun Youchu was gradually improving. previously indifferent to the outer world and ensconced in her own realm. She now showed no reluctance to engage with the world around her when with him. On the contrary, she delighted in partaking in activities they had never experienced together before. Her lips often curled into a smile. If in the past Shen Youchu resembled a soulless porcelain doll, she now exuded the grace and elegance of an aristocratic lady. Though still fortified with a profound defense against the outside world, she was open to interactions. Additionally, she harbored no interest in the extravagant lifestyle of the elite. Instead, she cherished moments spent running on the grass, lying down to feel the breeze, barbecuing, and stargazing. In bustling street markets or other vibrant locales, Shen Youchu naturally relaxed. "Let's south visit the amusement park this Saturday," she suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sound great." The portions at the small restaurant were generous. Or perhaps they were simply overindulging due to the restaurant's recent opening, as Su Mo and Shen Youchu found themselves thoroughly satiated, with plenty of food left over. Fortunately, at that moment, Yuan Binglan arrived after finishing her part-time job. She had been wearing a mascot costume, and her face glistened with perspiration. Her fair complexion bore a delicate flush, and without her glasses outside, her charming visage was presented to Su Mo exquisite, pure, and fragile. She possessed an allure that could stir the heart and disrupt sleep upon first glance. In truth, Yuan Binglan did not suffer from nearsightedness. Her dark glasses were merely for show, a means to avoid attracting undue attention at school, which might complicate her life further. "I saw you working part-time. How much do you earn in a day?" Su Mo inquired. 12 an hour. Usually I work 4 or 5 hours after classes, so I make over 50 a day," she replied. The high school curriculum was relatively light. To put it bluntly, the students at this elite institution did not need to rely on grades for university admissions. Thus, the school afforded its students ample time to explore extracurricular pursuits. Unless enrolled in elective courses, classes typically ended by 3:30 in the afternoon, with no classes on weekends. "I have someone in mind for you, named Song Qianqian. I plan to help her start a company, and you can assist her during your free time after class. She'll offer you a base salary of $2,500 a month, plus bonuses for good performance. However, to join the company, you'll need to sign an agreement stipulating that your salary may increase based on your capabilities and position, but you cannot leave the company within 10 years of graduating." The protagonists in popular female-centric narratives often possess a certain fortune. The prospect of 2 female leads working together in a single company was beyond Su Mo's imagination, and he could hardly fathom the potential success of such an enterprise. Yuan Binglan nodded in agreement. A monthly salary of 2,500 was indeed an improvement over her current earnings, and she felt confident that if she exerted herself within the company, she would earn her keep. Yuan Binglan was deeply moved. Su Mo had once again extended his assistance. Although it was evident that Su Mo was drawn to her potential future achievements and sought to invest in her early on, his previous discussions about safeguarding her interests and his insistence that she not leave her position for a decade were unmistakable. Nevertheless, there was no denying that Su Mo was indeed her benefactor. "Very well, I shall reach out," she resolved. "That's the spirit. Come, let's dine together." While placing their orders, they were taken aback by the generous portions. Even with their appetites, she and Youchu found it impossible to finish the meal. Yuan Binglan quietly picked up her chopsticks. After sharing several lunches together over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to dining with Su Mo and Shen Youchu, to the point that it no longer felt awkward. At times, she even mused that although she was not particularly talkative now, the memories of her past bullying seemed to belong to a distant era. Chapter 27. The Piano Challenge on Friday. A rumor swept through the entire campus. The newly acquainted young master of the Su family had announced a challenge to the most skilled piano student among those enrolled in the elective course, instructing them to await him in the piano room during class. This news was swiftly corroborated by Su Mo's classmates and soon reached even the ears of the piano instructor. Upon receiving a definitive response from Su Mo, the teacher informed the principal, resulting in the venue being changed to the auditorium. The day's lesson was transformed into a competition for the elective course, inviting anyone with confidence in their abilities to participate. However, after the teacher selection process, only 4 contenders remained: Su Mo, Su Yuchen, Qin Yang, and Wong Yingxue. Su Yuchen and Qin Yang had long been celebrated as the stars of the piano world within the school, commanding attention the moment they entered the classroom. They were engaged in a relentless rivalry for the top 2 positions in piano mastery, widely recognized as the finest pianists in the institution. Wong Yingxue, on the other hand, was known for her vivacious and energetic personality, often drawn to lively events. However, she had an identical twin sister, Wong Yingyue, who shared her appearance but possessed a more reserved demeanor. It was said that Wong Yingxue was not particularly adept in music or painting. Instead, she had a penchant for racing and competitive sports. Surely, she would not allow her sister, Wong Yingyue, to substitute for her in this competition. A flash of insight crossed Su Mo's mind as he recognized the familiar trope of twins prevalent in romantic fiction. What a splendid archetype for a protagonist. Alas, without access to the primary narrative characters, the system could not retrieve the storyline. Otherwise, he could have delved into the unfolding events. Even Lin Lanxin had become aware of this piano contest. Her knowledge stemmed from the previous night, when she had summoned the piano teacher to her home to inquire about Su Mo's progress. Upon hearing Lin Lanxin's question, the teacher could not contain her tears. Initially, Lin Lanxin assumed that Su Mo had been unkind to the piano instructor, but after the teacher's explanation, she learned that Su Mo had made remarkable progress in just a week, surpassing her own skills honed over 20 years. This revelation shattered her previous notions. Reflecting on her own 2 decades of dedication, during which she had been hailed as a piano prodigy, she felt disheartened. While others took breaks, she practiced. When they socialized, she practiced. And when they pursued romance, she practiced. Despite her relentless efforts, she found herself outperformed by someone who had merely studied for a week. Initially skeptical, Lin Lanxin was convinced after calling Su Mo to play a piece. She had previously thought Su Mo's claims of not learning much in class were merely an excuse to avoid studying and that he sought a tutor to identify what he should focus on. Now, it was evident that Su Mo was indeed a genius. His assertion that true learning could not occur in the classroom was validated, as he aimed to master every aspect of his craft. A child of one's own is indeed remarkable. Today, Su Mo aspired to redeem her reputation at school, and Lin Lanxin had even summoned Su Shuriwe to lend her support. Su Shuriwe wished to attend, yet she feared that her presence would overshadow Su Mo. Thus, shortly after lunch, she sought out Su Mo's classroom. At that moment, the students had finished their meals and were playfully engaged in the classroom, and Su Shuriwe's arrival immediately commanded attention. Not only was she a beauty, but she was also known as the eldest daughter of the Su family. The reason for her visit to the school piqued everyone's curiosity. The students' gazes instinctively turned towards Su Yuchen in the front row. Ever since Su Mo had humiliated him at the school gate, Su Yuchen had been enduring a rather unfavorable existence at school. It was well known that Su Mo harbored disdain for him, so most students treated him with indifference. The sycophants who once flocked to Su Yuchen had dispersed, and now, the majority were reluctant to associate with him. In fact, some individuals who had previously suffered at his hands were now subtly seeking revenge. People tend to form small groups, and along the path of growth, conflicts are inevitable. To adults, these skirmishes may seem like mere childish play, but it was impossible for Su Yuchen to have never clashed with others. Now, it was the moment when those grievances returned to haunt him. Nevertheless, being a foster son of the Su family, he was afforded a degree of protection. Even if he was disregarded, they would not dare to go too far. Yet, gossip and whispers behind his back were inevitable. Su Yuchen was acutely aware of the sensation of having fallen from grace, from being a prodigy to wallowing in the mire. Was Su Shuriwe here to support him? A few individuals trembled slightly. They were those who had bullied Su Yuchen the most. As Su Yuchen gazed at Su Shuriwe standing at the classroom door, a flicker of hope crossed his eyes. He understood that she was not there specifically for him. But ultimately, she would not stand idly by and witness his humiliation. If she were to see him in such a pitiful state, she might even come to his aid. Regardless of the Su family's sentiments, he still bore their name, and until now, he had not been cast out. He had grown weary of the disdainful treatment he received. He could endure the physical blows, Yet Su Shuriwe could not possibly remain oblivious. If only a member of the Su family would stand up for him just once, his struggles would not be so arduous. The piano competition required a performance on stage, so he resolved to put on a grand act. With that thought, Su Yuchen approached Su Shuriwe and called out, "Sister." Unbeknownst to her, Su Shuriwe was unaware of Su Yuchen's internal turmoil. Upon seeing him, she frowned slightly but nodded in acknowledgement. In public, she remained the poised daughter of the Su family. But where was Su Mo? Su Shuriwe scanned the classroom, only to find no sign of Su Mo. Meanwhile, in the piano room, Su Yuchen had been harboring animosity towards Su Mo and was always discreetly monitoring her movements. Su Mo and Su Yuchen attended the same school, yet they were seldom seen in class together. Naturally, Su Yuchen was curious about the activities that occupied Su Mo. Su Shuryu nodded and turned to leave, fully aware of the location of the piano room. Being a graduate of the same high school, Su Yuchen wished to accompany Su Shuryu, believing that simply being in her presence while wandering the school grounds would demonstrate to others that there was still affection between him and the Su family. However, he was taken aback when Su Shuryu curtly remarked, "Why are you following me? Go back and prepare for class," leaving him momentarily stunned. Once Su Shuryu had distanced herself, Su Yuchen returned to his seat, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, those who had previously bullied Su Yuchen felt a sense of relief, as it appeared that within the Su family, not only Su Mo, but also Su Shuryu harbored little fondness for him. Chapter 28. Competing with Me for Shen Youchu? Before reaching the piano room, Su Shuriwe was enveloped by the melodious strains of a piano, which flowed into her ears like a gentle stream, soothing her heart and mind. Who could be playing with such remarkable skill? She wondered if Su Mo was also in the piano room. Could it possibly be him? Her younger brother, so talented? It seemed improbable, as he had only recently returned and had not received any prior training. How could he play so exquisitely? Curious, Su Shuriwe stealthily opened a crack in the door. Before her stood a handsome young man, bathed in sunlight, as if he were cloaked in a delicate halo, almost ethereal. Beside him was a refined young lady, resting her chin on her hand, quietly admiring Su Mo, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Even Su Shuriwe could not help but marvel at the enchanting duo. Unable to resist, she took out her phone and captured a photograph. The audible click startled the engrossed young man, abruptly halting the music, leaving Su Shuriwe with a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu frowned slightly, her lips forming a cute pout. Yet, with her exquisite features, she only appeared more endearing. Su Shuriwe, unable to contain herself, snapped another photo of Shen Youchu's expression. Beautiful. Indeed, since the sound of the shutter had already disturbed the pair, a little more disruption seemed inconsequential. After all, family is family. "Elder sister, what brings you here?" Su Mo asked, a hint of surprise in his voice, clearly not expecting Su Shuriwe's presence. "What, is your little girlfriend not welcoming me?" Su Shuriwe quipped, though she continued to send the two photos to their mother. Lin Lanxin's reply arrived almost instantly. "Has this rascal started dating?" "Shuriwe, as his sister, you must keep an eye on him. Our family does not care about social status, but he must find someone who treats him well. A business marriage? That is unnecessary for the Su family." Initially, Shen Youchu had felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption of her listening to Su Mo play. But upon hearing Su Shuriwe refer to her as his little girlfriend, her displeasure evaporated. She has good taste. Of course not, sister." Su Mo quickly rose to pull Su Shuriwe down to sit beside him. "Aren't you in university? What brings you here? With no classes today. I have plenty of time. Besides, didn't you want to showcase your skills in front of others? I had to come and support you." With that, Su Shuriwe turned her attention to the young lady behind Su Mo. "By the way, who is this?" Su Mo scratched his nose. "This is Shen Youchu, the daughter of the Shen family." "The Shen family?" Su Shuriwe's brow furrowed slightly. To speak candidly, the Shen family's reputation in high society was rather lackluster. However, it must be noted that in business dealings, the Shen family was known for their integrity, although matters within their household were far more complicated. It is said that the elderly Mr. Shen, despite his advanced age, still clings to the company, unwilling to relinquish control. Meanwhile, when Shen's father was with his first wife. He flitted from the beds of various women. Ultimately, Shen's mother suffered a mental breakdown, attempting to harm her own children, and was subsequently admitted to a psychiatric hospital. After her admission, Shen's father never returned home. The only heir of the Shen family is Shen Youchu. Yet no one knows how many illegitimate children Shen's father has fathered outside. Nevertheless, as long as Su Mo is content, that suffices. If the Shen family seeks trouble, it would be prudent to bring them to financial ruin, relying on the Su family for sustenance. Under such circumstances, they would be unable to stir up any significant turmoil. The only requirement is that Shen Youchu remain sincere towards Su Mo. Shen Youchu possesses considerable intelligence, and despite her limited interaction with the outside world, she understands the importance of winning over Su Mo's relatives. The normally cold and detached Shen Youchu revealed her first smile to someone other than Su Mo. "Hello, sister." Su Yuchen was momentarily entranced by Shen Youchu's smile. In terms of beauty, Shen Youchu is undoubtedly the most exquisite person she has ever encountered. The porcelain-like fragility of this young girl, now smiling at her, evokes a sense of trust, as if she is entrusting her entire being to the other, allowing one to decide whether to cherish or shatter such a delicate figure. A surge of protective instinct arose within Su Yuchen, who felt an overwhelming desire to embrace and comfort her. A faint blush crept onto Su Yuchen's cheeks, for indeed, she is someone who appreciates beauty. "You little brat are unworthy of Youchu. Come with me, and I will ensure your happiness." Su Mo, overhearing this, promptly delivered a punch to Su Yuchen. "You're trying to steal my corner? You're still my dear sister. So what? Everyone has an appreciation for beauty," Su Yuchen murmured, rubbing her sore shoulder in dissatisfaction. While Su Mo and Su Yuchen lingered in the piano room, Su Yuchen began to devise his own plan. To have Su Yuchen advocate for him, he must first portray himself as a victim, necessitating a scapegoat. The person he intended to pin the blame on was Su Mo, the one he currently despised the most. However, the name Su Mo flickered in his mind only once before fading away. If he were to falsely accuse Su Mo, given Su Mo's temperament, he might very well receive a beating right there in the auditorium, and Su Yuchen might not even come to his aid. His intention was to have the Su family defend him, not to showcase how preferentially they treated Su Mo. Thus, he settled on Feng Zheng, someone with whom he had previously clashed at school and who continued to bully him. It was common knowledge that Feng Zheng and he had conflicts, so a confrontation resulting in a beating would seem justifiable. With a motive established, he now needed to plan the timing of the incident. Moreover, given the school's extensive surveillance, he had to find a location devoid of cameras. After some contemplation, Su Yuchen quickly formulated strategy. Throughout the afternoon, he deliberately gravitated towards Feng Zheng, and when Feng Zheng finally noticed him, he feigned surprise at seeing him there. Then, he silently mouthed the words, "You fool." A young man brimming with youthful vigor could hardly resist such provocation. Upon witnessing Su Yuchen's lip movements, Feng Zheng felt a surge of anger rise within him. Noticing Su Yuchen's intention to seek a restroom, he promptly followed, accompanied by two subordinates. Meanwhile, Su Yuchen, seemingly oblivious to Feng Zheng's presence, suddenly adopted a cautious demeanor, glancing around as if wary of being discovered. Satisfied that no one was watching, he hastily veered off in another direction. This scene did not escape Feng Zheng's attention. Human curiosity is an inherent trait, particularly when it concerns one's adversary. Su Yuchen's unusual behavior was bound to pique Feng Zheng's interest regarding his intentions. As long as he followed, regardless of whether he had bullied him or not, the situation would be untenable for Feng Zheng. A faint smile crept upon Su Yuchen's lips. The next step was to locate a place devoid of surveillance cameras. Chapter 29. The Tale of the Twins, as the hour of dismissal approached. Many students felt that time was dragging on. The lively spirits of the students from the Deqian clan were particularly piqued by the anticipation of the upcoming piano competition, and many could hardly contain their excitement. In Su Mo's class, it was not uncommon for him to be absent, but Su Yuchen's absence was unusual. Contemplating the matter, one could surmise that Su Yuchen was diligently practicing for the imminent competition, thus setting aside any concerns. When the bell rang, everyone eagerly gathered in the auditorium. While attendance was not mandatory, the competition between the adopted son of the Su family was certainly an event worth witnessing. Indeed, Su Yuchen was renowned for his exceptional piano skills, and it was widely believed that when Su Mo challenged the school's finest pianist, he was implicitly targeting Su Yuchen. At that moment, who cared about elective classes? Those who had chosen alternative courses also flocked to the auditorium, with some even volunteering to host the event. As the scene unfolded, aside from Su Yuchen, the other competitors had already assembled in the front row of seats, accompanied by several faculty members who were there to observe. Su Mo surveyed his surroundings. Shen Youchu sat to his left and Su Shiryu to his right. Yet he noticed the conspicuous absence of Su Yuchen. Many classmates shared this observation, as the competitors present were merely Su Mo, Chinhao, and Wong Yingshui. Dismissing the matter, Su Mo turned his attention to the intriguing figure of Wong Yingshui, who indeed resembled a character from a popular romance narrative. As fate would have it, the story unfolded in a university setting. Wang Yingyu and Wong Yingshui were twins, so strikingly similar in appearance that even their biological parents struggled to tell them apart. They delighted in dressing identically, challenging others to discern who was who. The distinction lay in the fact that the elder sister, Wang Yingyu, was gentle, while Wang Yingshui was spirited and lively. In their childhood, they were inseparable, but as they grew older, their individual personalities began to emerge. Wang Yingyu excelled in every endeavor, her gentle smile capable of soothing the most troubled hearts. It seemed that any worries dissipated in her presence, rendering them insignificant. Conversely, Wang Yingshui was more vivacious and mischievous, often the instigator of playful antics. As they matured, Wang Yingshui gradually harbored feelings of discontent towards her sister, sensing that everyone seemed to favor Wang Yingyu. Family, relatives, and friends alike offered nothing but praise for her sister, with their father readily stating, "She is truly my daughter." In contrast, Wang Yingshui would hear only, "Just don't get into trouble outside." At times, Wang Yingshui believed that others favored her sister over her. She would even lament why her sister was so exceptional. During their senior year of high school, it appeared that her sister had begun dating. This revelation troubled Wang Yingshui, who was reluctant to open up to her sister and thus remained uncertain of the truth. A sudden turn of events occurred right after the college entrance examination, as the two sisters embarked on a journey together. Nestled at the foot of a snow-capped mountain, a charming resort was bustling with friends enjoying drinks. In a moment of drunken revelry, one individual exclaimed to Wang Yingshui, expressing a desire to marry her sister. This sparked a wave of anger within Wang Yingshui, prompting her to question why everyone seemed to favor her sister, despite their striking resemblance. In a fit of frustration, she stormed out, with only Wang Yingshui noticing her sister's distress and following her. Wang Yingshui, already harboring resentment towards her sister, paid little heed to Wang Yingshui's attempts at consolation and pressed forward aimlessly, oblivious to her destination. Suddenly, an avalanche struck, and she found herself shielded behind a boulder by her sister. Though the avalanche obliterated the stone, it fortuitously provided a small refuge, sparing them from being entirely buried in snow. In that moment, Wang Yingshui tenderly reassured her sister, revealing that many sought her contact information, affectionately dubbing her a little son. Wang Yingshui's gentle words echoed in her sister's mind, lingering long after her obsession dissipated, only to be met with the devastating reality of her sister's demise. During the avalanche, Wang Yingshui had been struck by debris, losing sensation on one side of her body. Despite the excruciating pain, she continued to comfort her sister with the softest of tones. Consumed by self-loathing, Wang Yingshui blamed her own defiance for her sister's tragic fate, sacrificed while saving her. Why was it she who survived while her sister perished? When others inquired about her identity, she uttered her sister's name, resolutely deciding to live on as Wang Yingshui. That year, a single avalanche claimed one life, yet extinguished two souls. She emulated her sister, immersing herself in literature, music, and art. She even entered into a romantic relationship with a boy whom she mistakenly believed to have loved her sister. though she later learned he merely admired her sister, and that Wong Yingsheng had discreetly rejected him. It was too late. They were already wed. Did Wong Yingsheng love him? Not truly. Yet she believed that someone with her sister's character would only engage with a genuine admirer, and thus, in an effort to atone, she chose to marry for her sister's sake. Wong Yingsheng sought redemption, but the weight of her guilt pressed heavily upon her. It wasn't until she encountered a young man reminiscent of her former self, radiant, vibrant, and unafraid to love, that her heart stirred. Did she love him? Perhaps not entirely. She simply recognized her past self in him. Unconsciously, Wong Yingsheng found herself drawn to every aspect of this young man, yet her actions weighed on her conscience, filling her with shame. This emotional turmoil relentlessly tormented Wong Yingsheng's spirit. Finally, one sunlit afternoon, she could bear it no longer. She chose to end her life, pouring her heart into a farewell letter that encompassed all that remained unspoken. At the tender age of 18, her life was salvaged by her sister, and by the time she reached 28, she returned the favor. After absorbing the entirety of the narrative, Su Yuchen found herself enveloped in silence. This tale is merely a tragedy, while it is interspersed with numerous sweet romantic moments. The relationship with the male protagonist is merely an act of pretending to be the sister. Ultimately, Wong Yingxue does not experience genuine sweetness in her romance with the second male lead. Although she is herself, the pretense of being her sister and the concerns stemming from an existing marriage cast a shadow over her emotions. Consequently, her actions are perceived as infidelity by her sister. Thus, this romance is also subject to moral condemnation. Regardless of the choice made, it is fraught with error. Alternatively, had she not pretended to be her sister when she was rescued, she would have been burdened with guilt for potentially causing her sister's demise, which could have led Wong Yingxue to a life of despair, possibly culminating in suicide. Therefore, the root of it all can be traced back to that fateful avalanche. Chapter 30. The Sound of the Piano Greetings. Wong Yingxue seemed to have noticed that Su Yuchen was looking at her and greeted him with a smile. Su Yuchen nodded, pondering why she bore the name Wong Yingxue. This remark indicated that Su Yuchen had recognized the person before him as his sister, Wong Yingxue. A flicker of surprise crossed Wong Yingxue's eyes. She had thought no one would be able to distinguish her from her sister. The truth was rather mundane. She had heard about a competition being held here and had asked her sister to register her name, not anticipating that the teacher would mistake her identity. Despite insisting that there would be no errors this time, she thought it was merely an informal event, a simple performance, hence she refrained from clarifying. Such mix-ups were not uncommon at this school. During various gatherings, they were frequently mistaken for one another, and as long as the occasion was not formal, they typically did not emphasize their identities. Su Yuchen nodded, realizing that these two individuals were often confused for one another, and the frequency of such incidents had rendered them indifferent. Meanwhile, Wong Yingxue regarded Su Yuchen with a hint of curiosity. He was the first person capable of distinguishing her from her sister. Moreover, she felt a peculiar gaze from Su Yuchen. Was it affection, sympathy, or perhaps pity? No, that did not quite capture it. Yet, his gaze was distinctly different from how others had looked at her in the past. However, Su Yuchen was aware that he was somewhat familiar with her. He had recently been recognized as a member of the Su family, but he did not know much else and felt awkward about inquiring further. Thus, he resolved to wait for the competition to commence. The students placed considerable importance on this spectacle. A spontaneous organization had arisen, and every attendee of the auditorium was issued a voting device. After all performances concluded, the students present would cast their votes for the performer they deemed most exceptional. However, Su Yuchen, Wong Yingxue, and Qin Ming had been waiting at the side of the stage for quite some time, yet Su Yuchen had yet to make an appearance. Finally, Qin Ming could no longer contain his impatience and strode onto the stage. One person is absent, but we do not wish to delay everyone's time. We three shall commence first, and should he not arrive by the end, we will consider his absence as a forfeit. Qin Ming, possessing a delicate and refined appearance, was quite popular in the school. His pronouncement garnered agreement from all. Nonetheless, curiosity lingered regarding Su Yuchen's whereabouts. The piano instructor was in a frenzy, hastily dispatching individuals to search for him. They even alerted the security department, requesting them to review the surveillance footage to ascertain Su Yuchen's location. Meanwhile, Qin Ming's performance had already begun. True to his reputation as Su Yuchen's rival for the top position in school, his piano melodies were melodious and enchanting. However, as Su Mo listened, he began to frown. Qin Ming's piano skills were indeed commendable, yet he had one significant flaw. He was overly enamored with showmanship. He would flaunt his technical prowess whenever possible, and even when the opportunity was lacking, he would contrive conditions to showcase his skills. For those unfamiliar with the intricacies of the piano, or those whose abilities paled in comparison to his, Qin Ming's ostentation could indeed convey an impression of exceptional skill. Yet, in the eyes of true piano maestros, his display of virtuosity resembled that of a mere jester, disrupting the ambience of the piano piece and often coming across as jarring. There was a distinct lack of soul. Su Mo could only evaluate it this way. As the final note resonated, Qin Ming rose and approached the front of the stage, offering a slight bow. Instantly, applause erupted from the audience. At the very least, lacking Qin Ming's technical prowess, they could only perceive the strength of his abilities. Next to grace the stage was Wong Yinghua, dressed in an attire that exuded the essence of classical beauty. She was met with loud declarations of affection from the audience as soon as she appeared. A gaggle of youthful admirers, their emotions unrestrained, voiced their affections boldly. Su Mo turned to glance, recognizing a familiar face among the crowd, Huang Muyu, the male lead from the female-centric novel where the younger sister mistakenly believed her elder sister was romantically involved. Perhaps it was his audacity, coupled with the sister's silence, that led to such a misunderstanding. Wang Yinghua maintained a poised smile, displaying no signs of fluster at the public confessions. She then took her seat on the small bench before the piano, as the auditorium lights gradually dimmed, leaving only the stage aglow. A melodious tune began to waft through the air. Wang Yinghua's piano playing differed significantly from Qin Ming's. If Qin Ming emphasized technique, Wang Yinghua focused on emotion. Listening to her performance, one couldn't help but immerse in her feelings, creating a delightful experience. Even those with restless hearts found themselves unwittingly relaxing in response to her music. Her playing, though somewhat subdued and occasionally lacking in finesse, transcended into a different realm, one where the musician infused their emotions into the instrument. It was evident that Wang Yinghua's primary focus was not on mastering the piano. When her performance concluded, the auditorium erupted in a second wave of applause. Indeed, it is impossible for a single performance to resonate with everyone. Those who appreciated Wang Yinghua's artistry found it comforting and soothing, while those who did not felt it lacked passion and was overly monotonous. Consequently, as the latter applauded upon her conclusion, they inadvertently roused those still lost in the emotional depths of her performance, leading to a crescendo of applause that swelled and subsided, only to rise again. With Wang Yinghua's performance complete, it was now Su Mo's turn. At that moment, all eyes converged upon him. It was Su Mo who had ignited this competition, and everyone was eager to witness what abilities he possessed, having just returned and daring to challenge others. While some may have harbored discontent, dismissing him as merely a country bumpkin, no one dared to express such sentiments openly. Even though Su Mo belonged to the Su family, they could not help but look down upon him, believing that his upbringing in the countryside rendered him inferior. They arrogantly assumed that their education set them apart from Su Mo. They thought, merely relied on his family status and could not possibly be as exceptional as themselves. Yet, Su Mo was determined to shatter these constraints, not just today, but in the future as well. In every endeavor, he aimed to secure first place and make it known to all the disparities between himself and others. To evoke a sense of self-recognition, one must relinquish the hope of pursuit, willingly acknowledging that they are unworthy even to gaze upon Su Mo's retreating figure. The piano's notes drifted slowly, fragmented and delicate. Initially, the audience dismissed it. This prelude could be played by anyone familiar with the instrument. Yet, the subsequent melody transformed. Those disjointed notes wove together in an instant, entwining themselves in the ears of all present. In that fleeting moment, the earlier fragmentation vanished. That sense of disarray became the very essence of each ensuing passage. The music flowed gently and harmoniously, akin to the radiant sunlight and the tender caress of a spring breeze. With eyes closed, one might imagine reclining upon the sea, surrounded by the gentle undulations of water. A warm, soft embrace enveloped the entire being. Chapter 31. The arrival of Su Yuchen, however, this feeling did not linger for long. The piano's melody gradually grew more urgent. The notes became increasingly frantic, imbued with tension, as if a sudden tempest had arisen, leaving one's solitary soul to confront the wrath of nature. Some listeners were gripped by terror, their mouths agape in a silent scream, as if their voices were stifled, rendering them incapable of uttering a word. The hall's lights slowly dimmed, and on stage, only a solitary beam illuminated Su Mo. The figure of Su Mo at the piano resembled a fragile boat adrift on tumultuous waves, yet exuded an unwavering resilience. This was a manifestation of the courage one musters in the face of calamity. The frantic piano notes, however, contained an undercurrent of a different sound. A voice within whispered to him, a testament to his faith, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness, casting its glow upon Su Mo. In that moment, he appeared as a celestial being, come to rescue the multitude, radiating an ethereal light, seemingly untouchable. This was a disparity of existence that commanded an involuntary reverence, an embodiment of hope. As the music softened, the audience seemed to return to a time when the brave triumphed over darkness, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. The atmosphere turned gentle and radiant, as if someone were softly whispering in their ears, "My tale has concluded. Now it is your turn to inscribe your own narrative." As the final note resonated, the audience remained ensnared in the emotional reverie, unable to extricate themselves. The lights in the hall flared back to life, and only then did they behold the youth standing on stage, a vision both dreamlike and surreal. In an instant, applause erupted, shattering the silence like thunder. Witnessing this scene, Somosmaid, he turned to his fellow participants. Qin Ming stood in a daze, seemingly incredulous that a piano piece could evoke such a profound impact. Meanwhile, Wong Yingyue was tear-streaked, yet upon meeting Su Mo's smile, she revealed a hint of joy. Indeed, Wong Yingyue, capable of melding her emotions with the instrument, was inherently more sensitive. Such a person had now been thoroughly moved by Su Mo's performance. "Su is magnificent. First place. I want to learn the piano. I'll start practicing at home." "Oh, please, even if you practice a lifetime, you won't reach Su's level." "Is that so? Neither will I." The audience buzzed with chatter, each proclamation affirming the rightful claim to the title of the school's piano prince. Previously, it may have been a rivalry between Su Yuchen and Qin Ming, but now, with Su Mo's arrival, both had been relegated to the sidelines. "Everyone quiet down." The host exerted considerable effort to pacify the students below. "Su Yuchen has been located and is on his way, but it will take a few minutes." Yet, having just experienced Su Mo's exquisite performance, who among them still cared for Su Yuchen? Having savored ambrosial nectar, who would be interested in swill? Why not have Su perform another piece? "Yes, Su, please play on." The hall erupted in a cacophony, and the host cast a resigned glance at Su Mo. With little choice, Su Mo took the microphone. "After all, this is a competition. Albeit not a formal one, it is still a contest. However, while we await his arrival, I can certainly perform a piece. I shall need a volunteer. Who wishes to assist?" "I will." In the audience, Qin Ming shouted, having finally shaken off his earlier stupor. His gaze was filled with fervent admiration as he looked at Su Mo's figure. The more powerful one's abilities, the clearer the realization of how extraordinary Su Mo's divine technique truly was. Though he enjoyed showcasing his own skills, it was only after hearing Su Mo's performance that he comprehended the insignificance of his own once proud talents. At that moment, all he desired was to observe Su Mo's playing up close. If he could clandestinely learn even a single technique, he would awaken from his dreams with a smile. Qin Ming ascended the stage, and Su Mo instructed him before returning to the piano. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming returned with a music score, placing it on the piano as Su Mo's melodies began to flow. Qin Ming stood quietly behind Su Mo, resembling a devoted acolyte. The music was as enchanting and fluid as ever, yet an odd sensation gradually permeated the atmosphere. They could not pinpoint what this feeling was, but it seemed that something was amiss with the piano piece. Indeed, the music abruptly halted, leaving the audience in a state of confusion as they gazed at the stage. There, Su Mo turned the score upside down, then continued to play nonchalantly, and this time, the melody returned to normal. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they realized the score had been placed incorrectly. The music resumed, but another issue arose. The final notes of the piece sounded eerily familiar, as if they had already been played. Those with piano experience quickly recognized the repetition and exchanged puzzle glances. On stage, Su Mo remained focused on the score while glancing back at Qin Ming, who seemed oblivious to Su Mo's intentions. Curiously, he turned to look around him, and then, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, he took a step back. The urgency of the repeated piano notes increased, and the audience began to understand. Su Mo was signaling for Qin Ming to turn the score, yet Qin Ming remained unaware, not only ignoring the cue, but also retreating further. The audience erupted in laughter, finding the unfolding scenario increasingly amusing. Eventually, Su Mo had no choice but to play with one hand while using the other to flip the score. However, perhaps out of impatience, he turned one page only to have the subsequent page fall away. Qin Ming rushed to retrieve the fallen score, placing it back on the piano. Yet, in a twist of fate, he flipped the score back to the page they had just played. The score that Su Mo had painstakingly managed to turn was reverted once more by Qin Ming. In an instant, the auditorium burst into unprecedented laughter. As Su Yuchen entered the auditorium, he found the laughter reaching its zenith. Upon spotting Su Yuchen, Su Mo halted his performance. At that moment, Su Yuchen appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray, and his clothes marked with several footprints. Notably, his left arm was wrapped in bandages, with blood seeping through. As the intermission concluded and the audience noted Su Yuchen's arrival, it became evident that he had encountered some trouble, prompting Su Mo to graciously yield the stage to him. Su Mo set down the microphone and returned to Su Shiyue's side. The classmates, having ceased their laughter, began to notice Su Yuchen's disheveled state. What transpired? Who dared to bully Su Yuchen here, risking their own safety? Yet, Su Yuchen seemed indifferent to his plight, striding confidently onto the stage. "I apologize for taking up your time. I have arrived late," he announced. "Su Yuchen, what is the meaning of this?" The piano instructor inquired directly. It was evident that Su Yuchen had arrived late and appeared to have been physically assaulted. Clearly, someone wished to prevent him from performing. "Teacher, I am fine. Let us discuss everything after my performance," Su Yuchen replied. The piano teacher regarded him for a moment before yielding the stage to him. Meanwhile, Su Shiyue's brows knitted together in concern. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yuchen was still a member of the Su family. If he were to be assaulted without any intervention from the family, it would give the impression that the Su family was fearful of confrontation. Chapter 32. The verdict: Su Yuchen possessed commendable piano skills. However, after witnessing Su Mo's extraordinary performance, the audience's interest in Su Yuchen's playing waned significantly. Moreover, curiosity swirled around the circumstances that led to Su Yuchen's current state. Su Mo sat quietly in her seat, suddenly feeling a piercing gaze filled with animosity. She glanced sideways and identified the source, Lu Ruyan. It appeared Lu Ruyan believed she could orchestrate this competition, employing underhanded tactics to ensure Su Yuchen's disgrace. Consequently, Su Mo found herself harboring disdain for Lu Ruyan's foolishness. Soon, the piece came to an end, and the audience's concern for Su Yuchen's performance dissipated, replaced by a collective desire to uncover the origin of his injuries. Su Shiyue attempted to ascend the stage, but was promptly restrained by Su Mo. Meanwhile, the piano instructor reached Su Yuchen first, inquiring about the source of his injuries. Su Yuchen surveyed the room, exuding an air of cold nobility, seemingly indifferent to his disheveled appearance. It was Fang Zheng. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, prompting those surrounding Fang Zheng to distance themselves. "You're talking nonsense." Fang Zheng stormed onto the stage, vehemently denying the accusations. Unfazed by Fang Zheng's protestations, Su Yuchen continued. During the first break this afternoon, Fang Zheng lured me to the rooftop of the ideological and political building. Once I arrived, he assaulted me and locked me on the rooftop, claiming he didn't want me to overshadow him in the competition. You're lying. You were the one who drew me there. Fang Zheng's anger surged, feeling a tempest of rage rise within him. While he would readily admit to his own misdeeds, being unjustly burdened with accusations for actions he did not commit left him seething. Yet, there was little he could do. Those who falsely accused him seemed to understand his plight better than he did himself. Instantaneously, the gazes of the onlookers turned to Fang Zheng, filled with disdain. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, "I never laid a finger on you. You were attacked by someone else, and now you're blaming me?" Since witnessing Su Yuchen's condition, Su Shiyue's expression had soured. Regardless of their familial ties, Su Yuchen remained a foster child in the eyes of their parents. As Su Emo stepped onto the stage alongside Su Yuchen, Su Shiyue aimed to assert herself, only to be preemptively halted by Su Emo. "Wait here. I will handle this matter." With that, Su Emo approached Su Yuchen, her sharp gaze scrutinizing him intently. "Why did you go to the ideological and political building?" Feeling somewhat flustered under Su Mo's intense scrutiny, Su Yuchen nonetheless feigned composure. "Fang Zheng invited me. You claim to be indifferent to school affairs. Yet you are aware of the discord between yourself and Fang Zheng. He invites you, and you simply comply? Surely, there must be a reason." Su Yuchen's temper flared slightly. "Is that the crux of the matter? The fact remains that I was locked on the rooftop. At that time, Fang Zheng was the only one who visited. If he wasn't intent on bullying me, why would he go to the ideological and political building? I will pose that question to him later. For now, answer my inquiry. Why did you go to the ideological and political building?" "Fang Zheng invited me to resolve the conflict between us." "When was this arranged? And by what means? Was it through a fellow student's message, a note, a text, or did he inform you directly?" Su Yuchen's complexion paled slightly. He had not anticipated these inquiries. Meanwhile, Fang Zheng, observing Su Emo interrogate Su Yuchen, appeared rather amused, relishing the unfolding situation. He had not summoned Su Yuchen, but merely noted his sneaky curiosity. Now, he was keen to observe how Su Yuchen would respond. Su Yuchen hesitated, acutely aware of the difficulty in addressing the question. If it were through a fellow student, that individual would surely be summoned to testify. But who could advocate for him now? He had neither notes nor messages. The audience, observing closely, could discern that Su Yuchen harbored guilt. Very well, on to the next question. You attended the meeting. What transpired thereafter? This question allowed Su Yuchen to exhale in relief as he recounted the narrative he had long considered. Fang Zheng and a few others assaulted me, intending to prevent me from performing on stage today, resulting in injury to my hand. They subsequently locked the rooftop door. Is that so? You were locked in for an entire class? What about your phone? Why didn't you contact anyone? I didn't want anyone to see me in such a disheveled state. Enough. If you cared so much about your image, you wouldn't have ended up in this predicament on stage. Su Mo remarked, casting a glance at the bandage wrapped around Su Yuchen's arm. You found time to procure a bandage, but not to change your jacket? If I recall correctly, your performance attire is still in the practice room. At the very least, your jacket bears several footprints, yet the shirt beneath is clean. Why not remove the jacket? Su Yuchen was rendered speechless by Su Mo's inquiries and suddenly erupted in frustration. Enough. What do you mean? I am the victim here. Having been beaten to this extent, besides Fang Zheng, there was no one else present. Why question me instead of him? Witnessing Su Yuchen's sudden fury, Su Mo reaffirmed her suspicions. After all, this is a narrative steeped in the tropes of female-centric fiction. What is often most absurd in such tales is the self-inflicted harm used to falsely accuse others, with bystanders hastily passing judgment without examining the evidence. Su Mo had noticed Su Yuchen's calm demeanor, while Fang Zheng appeared frantic, leading her to suspect foul play. Even a fool like Fang Zheng would not opt to assault Su Yuchen on this day. One final question. Su Mo maintained her nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Su Yuchen's anger. When they assaulted you, did you not resist? And how did you manage to escape? I couldn't resist. There were too many of them. The rooftop door was locked, so I dismantled it. Do not say you couldn't resist. Simply tell me, when they struck you, Did you retaliate at all? I did retaliate at first. However, I was soon overpowered and endured further blows. Su Imo nodded and turned her attention back to Fang Zheng. And you? From what you've indicated, you did not oppose going to the rooftop of the ideological building. What was your purpose in going there? Upon this matter, Fang Zheng appeared visibly irate. He called me a fool and then stealthily made his way to a certain location. I pondered what secret he might harbor, only to later discover that he had merely gone to the rooftop of the ideological building to enjoy the breeze. Su Xiao, I assure you, I speak the truth. I did exchange a few words with Su Yuchen, but I certainly did not lay a hand on him. After that, I departed from the rooftop, never anticipating that such an incident would unfold. Su Imo nodded, inquiring, so you did not arrange to meet Su Yuchen, correct? Absolutely not. I replied. Then, what did Su Yuchen call you? It was during the break after the first class, in the hallway. Su Imo gestured to the others, and some understood the cue, promptly contacting the security department. Soon enough, the surveillance footage was projected onto the auditorium screen. The large display at the back of the auditorium was ample enough for everyone to see clearly. Indeed, the footage soon revealed Fang Zheng's figure, while Su Yuchen seemed to intentionally drift closer to him. The enormous monitor clearly showcased the shape of Su Yuchen's lips. Fool! Although the sound was not audible, any male compatriot would be familiar with that particular gesture. Chapter 33. The truth in that instant. The gazes of everyone present fell upon Su Yuchen, laden with unspoken words. The image Su Yuchen had meticulously crafted over the years shattered irreparably with that single utterance. Some hot-headed individuals could no longer contain their frustrations. Why did he have to hurl insults at others, only to chase them down and provoke further conflict? Who could he blame for the consequences? Standing to the side, Su Shiyue's countenance darkened even further. Setting aside everything else, merely uttering such words to another person was a grievous affront to the Su family's honor. The surveillance footage continued to play, revealing Fang Zheng, visibly agitated. He persistently followed in Su Yuchen's wake. Indeed, as Fang Zheng had asserted, Su Yuchen appeared exceedingly furtive. It became evident that their meeting was not arranged on the rooftop of the political science building. Rather, Fang Zheng had been covertly trailing him. The footage captured Su Yuchen glancing around furtively while Fang Zheng concealed himself nearby. If they had truly arranged to meet on the rooftop, such behavior would have been unnecessary. Eventually, Su Yuchen arrived at the elevator, ascending to the top floor. The footage from within the elevator showed Su Yuchen entering first, with Fang Zheng attentively monitoring which floor the elevator reached. Subsequently, Su Yuchen ascended the final staircase to the rooftop, where there was no further surveillance. However, Fang Zheng's ascent and descent from the rooftop transpired within a mere 5 minutes, and there were no signs of disarray on his person. Next, the footage fast-forwarded to a point where the competition had commenced, and it was only then that Su Yuchen descended from the rooftop, appearing disheveled, with several shoe prints on his clothing. An injury marred his arm, but its size suggested it had not soaked through the bandage. As the footage paused, nearly everyone present regarded Su Yuchen with expressions that spoke volumes. Discrepancies became glaringly apparent. Had he truly sustained such injuries within less than 5 minutes? Was his so-called retaliation merely a puff of breath against their hair, while they remained unruffled? Su Yuchen wore an expression of panic, opening his mouth to explain, yet at a loss for words. "Remove his jacket and shoes," commanded Su Imo. A few individuals promptly approached, subduing Su Yuchen to strip him of his outerwear and footwear. Once his jacket lay on the ground, a comparison of Su Yuchen's shoe prints revealed an exact match with the imprints on his clothing. "Young Master Su, I certainly did not deliver that kick," Fang Zheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he hastily removed his own shoes. Upon comparison, the patterns were indeed dissimilar. Fang Zheng's underlings quickly followed suit, discovering that aside from Su Yuchen's own shoes, none matched the prints. Below the stage, some spectators began to chuckle, realizing the ruse Su Yuchen had orchestrated. "So, Su Yuchen, did your assailants first remove your shoes to strike you with them?" Su Yuchen's expression turned ashen. He understood that no matter what he said at that moment, disbelief would prevail. Su Imo, observing Su Yuchen, reiterated, "Remove that bandage." He had found Su Yuchen's behavior peculiar while he played the piano earlier. A thick layer of gauze could become thoroughly soaked, indicating the wound must be considerable and likely to impede playing the piano. Yet, surprisingly, Su Yuchen seemed largely unaffected. Indeed, once the bandages were removed, there was merely a trace of blood on the outer 2 layers, while the middle remained pristine and immaculate. The 2 innermost layers bore some bloodstains, suggesting that the outer layers had been stained before being wrapped around the wound. To the untrained eye, the bandages might evoke a sense of horror regarding the injury. However, it was evident that it would hardly hinder his ability to play. At that moment, Su Yuchen's expression darkened, resembling charcoal. Even the dimmest minds could discern Su Yuchen's cunning scheme, orchestrating a self-directed performance of bullying, while in truth, Fang Zheng had not laid a finger on him. Such heavy machinations. A person like this could only bring disgrace to the Su family. Although Su Mo had returned, he had always been meek and compliant, even going so far as to appease this adopted son. He had never denied that Su Yuchen was his brother. Thus, Su Yuchen's life had remained relatively untroubled, requiring no underhanded antics. However, it later became apparent that Su Mo was infatuated with Lu Ruyan, who had consistently idolized him. This was the leverage he used to manipulate Su Mo. Yet now, with Su Mo's arrival, everyone was aware of Su Yuchen's status as an adopted son, and Su Mo had explicitly expressed his disdain for him. Consequently, Su Yuchen was compelled to take some actions to demonstrate the family's regard for him. Once the truth came to light, Su Mo paid little heed to the aftermath. With a simple dismissal, the matter was left unresolved. Nevertheless, all were cognizant that this incident would not conclude swiftly. The crowd lost the desire to linger, for Su Yuchen's antics had effectively marred the competition. Yet, in the hearts of many, a hierarchy had emerged, and it was justified. As the event dispersed, the conversations shifted away from Su Mo and gravitated towards Su Yuchen, who had gained notoriety in a manner he had not wished for, an orchestrator of a bullying ruse. Henceforth, it was likely that few would wish to draw close to Su Yuchen, fearing they might become targets of his schemes. As Su Mo exited the hall, Wong Yingwei awaited him outside. "Classmate Su, could I have your contact information?" The gentle demeanor of Wong Yingwei vanished, replaced by a bashful, hopeful expression. "Of course, he truly is my brother," Su Yuchen remarked with a smile, patting Su Mo's back. "Don't say foolish things." Su Mo shot a glare at Su Yuchen, but nonetheless added Wong Yingwei as a friend. Wong Yingwei appeared somewhat flustered, her ears tinged with a hint of red as she gazed at Su Mo. Yet, in the end, she said nothing and dashed away. Su Mo Basil wondered why Wong Yingwei, who typically wore a serene smile and rarely displayed her emotions, had adopted such a feminine demeanor. "Let us go home," Su Yuchen said, casting a disdainful glance back at the hall where Su Yuchen still lingered. She felt a profound discomfort at the thought of residing under the same roof as him. Indeed, despite being raised in the Su family, a child not of their blood would ultimately grow into a treacherous viper. Such a temperament should be expelled upon returning. However, as I gaze at the video I captured on my phone of Su Mo ascending the stage, I shall share it with my family later. I will accompany you back. Surely, tonight promises to be a splendid spectacle, and Su Mo is eager not to miss it. "What? Are you no longer going to renovate Youchu's house tonight?" Su Yuchen cast a sly glance at Shen Youchu behind her, a mischievous smile adorning her face. "In truth, I would wholeheartedly support you even if you brought Youchu home." "Oh, come now, my parents would undoubtedly disapprove." Turning around, Su Mo gently tousled Shen Youchu's hair, reminding her to rest early, as we shall visit the amusement park together tomorrow. Shen Youchu looked up, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and replied, "All right." Chapter 34. Expulsion from the Su family. Su Yuchen and Su Mo returned home directly, accompanied by their driver. As for Su Yuchen's return, who cared? After all, during the ride, Su Mo had inquired with a classmate for the afternoon's auditorium footage and promptly sent it to their parents. If one must strike while the iron is hot, then so be it. With their parents absent, Su Yuchen and Su Mo decided to bring out the gaming console, entertaining themselves in the living room. Both were acutely aware that the atmosphere at home would be tumultuous that evening, They intended to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Indeed, it wasn't long before Su Mo's mother, Lin Lanxin, returned home, albeit with a rather sour expression. Su Shuriwei, ever perceptive, dashed into Lin Lanxin's embrace, which somewhat alleviated the tension etched upon her brow. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuchen entered through the door, appearing disheveled and devoid of spirit, far removed from his usual aloof and refined demeanor. A flicker of pity crossed Lin Lanxin's face. After all, she had cared for him as her son for 17 years. Yet, recalling Su Yuchen's actions, she felt compelled to demand his penance. It was at that moment that Su Yuchen, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, dropped to his knees before Lin Lanxin. The more he pondered, the angrier she became, her breaths coming in heavy gasps. Su Shuriwei quickly offered her mother a comforting pat on the back, while Su Mo brought her a cup of tea. After a considerable pause, Lin Lanxin regained her composure. She opened her mouth to speak but ultimately sighed in resignation. Very well, kneel there. Let your father handle you. Time passed swiftly. From a distance, Su Mo heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, the urgency evident. It seemed his father had abandoned his work to rush home. Upon seeing Su Yuchen, Su Hongjia's eyes brimmed with fury. You ungrateful wretch. He kicked Su Yuchen, sending him sprawling across the floor, which, notably, was quite slick from the diligent cleaning by the household staff. Breathing heavily, Su Hongjia glared at Su Yuchen, filled with a primal urge to devour him. While still at work, he had received incessant calls from the family, proclaiming their acquaintance with his son. The farcical performance was enough to warrant a career in the entertainment industry. Without grasping the full extent of the situation, his father had already called, berating him fiercely. He threatened that if Su Yuchen was not expelled, he himself would leave. Grandfather had never favored Su Yuchen, who bore no blood relation to the Su family. The recent debacle had utterly tarnished the family's reputation, leaving it to be trampled underfoot by others. Su Mo's revelation regarding Su Yuchen's actions was hardly misplaced. It was patently obvious. Even those from rival families could ascertain the truth with minimal inquiry. Both Su Mo and Su Shuriwei had been present. Had Su Yuchen succeeded, it would only reflect poorly on the Su family's descendants. By exposing the truth, Su Mo at least demonstrated that the Su family was sensible and discerning. Su Yuchen's schemes could only deceive the naive. Even if he triumphed today, Fang Zheng would not return to cause a stir. The Fang family gathered, piecing together information, and it became evident that the issue lay with Su Yuchen. This adopted son, incapable of discerning such a trivial matter. Coughing twice, Su Yuchen still managed to rise. Kneeling before Su Hongjia. I apologize, father. I recognize my mistakes. Grant me another chance, and I shall amend my ways. Made a mistake? How dare you even utter those words? You have turned the entire Deqian into a laughingstock of the Su family. Another kick followed. Your actions only serve to reinforce the notion that those raised in the Su household are cunning and ungrateful wretches. How can you expect me to grant you another opportunity? Pack your belongings. I will provide you with a villa near your school and a sum of 1 million. From now on, you are no longer a child of the Su family. Lin Lanxin, standing nearby, lifted her head in shock. Is expulsion from the Su family truly necessary? After all, he has been raised for over a decade. A fleeting look of compassion crossed her face. Just as she contemplated interceding, Su Yuchen's furious roar erupted, his expression fracturing with rage. Why? You merely seek an excuse to cast me out of the Su family. Ever since Su Mo returned, you have longed to do this, haven't you? Why must I relinquish everything to him upon his return? I'm the one who grew up in the Su household. Have you ever shown me affection? You demanded I always strive for first place, punishing me if I fell short. Do you comprehend the sacrifices I made to uphold your pride, barely allowing myself a moment's rest? The entire Su family disregarded me, casting disdainful glances. The suffering I endured for 17 years means nothing to you. Now that Su Mo is back, he is prioritized above all else. Su Yuchen glared at Su Mo with venomous resentment. It's all you're doing, Su Mo. Why did you return? If you had perished outside, I would still be the young master of the Su family. Su Yuchen's pent-up grievances from 17 years exploded in that moment. Even Su Hongjia was taken aback, though his immediate reaction was anger. Meanwhile, Sumo, the target of Su Yuchen's ire, approached. Is there a need for justification to expel you from the Su family? Remember, you were never truly one of us. You see only the disdain directed at you within the Su household. But do you understand the pressure your parents endured to keep you here? The Su family bestowed upon you 17 years of privileged living. Every morsel you consumed and every resource you utilized was funded by the Su family. The wealth expended on you could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. And now, you dare to blame the Su family? Without us, you would still be foraging in an orphanage, rather than facing mere disdain within the family. In an orphanage, you would suffer the malice of all. It is you who lacks parents. The Su family nourished you. None of this was ever yours to claim, and yet you desire more? You owe the Su family, not the other way around. Su Mo's words visibly softened the expressions of Su Hongxue and Lin Lanxin, yet Su Yuchen remained sullen and resentful. The words of Su Mo fell on deaf ears for him. Indeed, had he comprehended this principle, Su Mo would not have treated him so. In Su Yuchen's mind, as long as he faced adversity, everything was owed to him by others. Su Shuriwei, clapping her hands, exclaimed, "Brother, you spoke brilliantly. I always said, if one is not of the Su family, they simply cannot be nurtured. Mother, you once urged me to treat him kindly. Do you see if he is worthy?" At that moment, Lin Lanxin gazed upon Su Yuchen, still kneeling on the ground, and ultimately closed her eyes. "I am leaving. Lin Lanxin. I no longer wish to be involved." Su Hongxue directly instructed the steward, "There is no need to pack his belongings. Simply send Su Yuchen away. A house worth 1 million, and henceforth, Su Yuchen would have no ties to the Su family." Chapter 35. Love at First Sight. The narrative has undergone a profound transformation. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yuchen had previously retained the prestigious name of the Su family. However, this evening, the Su family hastily issued a statement severing all ties with their adopted son, Su Yuchen. Every possession he had accumulated throughout his life was ruthlessly gathered and removed by the family. From his practiced piano to his acquired jewelry, everything was taken away and sold off. Even the bed where Su Yuchen once slept was dismantled by Su Mo and used for firewood. Aside from the clothes hastily packed for Su Yuchen's current residence, all his belongings were completely cleared out. The only funds remaining to Su Yuchen, apart from this residence, with a 1 million transferred by Su Hongxue. The card previously issued to Su Hongxue was not taken away either. Throughout his childhood, Su Hongxue had amassed over 10 million in pocket money, all of which was reclaimed by him. If the Su family claimed to have wronged him, then they should not benefit from his existence. Providing him with a house and 1 million was merely to prevent others from saying the Su family was excessively cruel. That night, Su Mo felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. After clearing out Su Yuchen's room, she indulged in a midnight snack beside the fire, her face beaming with delight. Su Shuriwei, standing beside her, shot a disapproving glance at Su Mo. Witnessing her glee brought forth a sense of injustice within her. She had toiled tirelessly for 17 years outside, while this individual had enjoyed a life of luxury for the same duration. Su Mo picked up a toy, a model of a luxury sports car priced at 68,000. Previously, she would have needed 2 years to earn that amount. With a triumphant flourish, Su Mo tossed the car model into the fire, where it crackled and popped. Now, her heart felt balanced. While these items could indeed fetch a considerable sum if sold, the Su family remained indifferent to such matters. 1,000 pieces of gold could not buy her happiness. As long as Su Mo was content, she could do as she pleased. Su Hongxue and Lin Lanxin were equally incensed, choosing to overlook Su Mo's antics, perhaps feeling that burning alone was dull. Su Mo initiated a live stream in the class group, inviting her classmates to witness the spectacle. With each item incinerated, she thoughtfully announced what it was, its worth, and how much Su Yuchen valued it. In any case, the sight of Su Mo's smiling face on the group video left no doubt about her disdain for Su Yuchen. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu lay upon her bed, cradling Mr. Rabbit, quietly watching the video with a smile, slightly turning her body. Her delicate sleepwear did little to conceal her youthful beauty. She tapped the screen with her fingers, saving screenshot after screenshot to her phone. On the other side, Yuan Binglan was similarly engrossed. It was Friday, and with a part-time job schedule for Saturday, she should have been preparing for an early night. Yet, she found herself captivated by Su Mo's gradually entrancing smile in the group video. The thick black-framed glasses had been removed, and her hair was swept back, revealing her pure and charming visage. Lost in thought, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, culminating in a rosy hue at her ears. With a furtive tap on the screen, as if fearing to disturb the person within the phone, she swiftly withdrew her hand. Although she was in the comfort of her own home, a sense of guilt compelled her to glance around cautiously. Wang Yue sat before the piano, her spacious and brightly lit music room suddenly invaded by an uninvited guest, Wang Yuxue. The unusual demeanor of her sister that day piqued her curiosity. Despite occasionally harboring grievances towards her elder sister, she adeptly managed her emotions, often reproaching herself for being ungrateful, especially when her sister treated her with such kindness. The concern she felt for her sister was genuine. During dinner, Wang Yue appeared distracted, an uncharacteristic behavior for the typically gentle and serene sister. At times, a smile graced her lips, laden with an inexplicable meaning, yet she seemed oblivious to her own mirth. When she finally registered her expression, she hastily masked it, revealing a sense of clumsy concealment. Though her sister often radiated joy, there was something distinctly different about her smile that day. Additionally, the sister, who usually cherished the guzheng, had not touched it at all, opting instead to remain at the piano. She played intermittently, but the notes were disjointed, lacking the usual dedication to practice. Now, at a time when sleep beckoned, Wang Yue remained lost in thought. Driven by curiosity, Wang Yuxue approached her sister directly, embodying her characteristic straightforwardness. "Sister, what's the matter with you today?" Startled and momentarily flustered, Wang Yue stammered, "Oh, it's nothing really. I'm perfectly fine." However, to Wang Yuxue, this fluster was quite unusual for her sister. "Come on, what's going on? If you don't tell me, you won't sleep tonight." Wang Yuxue teasingly poked at her sister's sides, eliciting a fit of giggles. Don't move. I'll tell you," Wang Yuxue insisted, sitting before her sister with wide, blinking eyes. Yet, faced with her sister's gaze, Wang Yue found the words stuck in her throat, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "Sister, do you believe in love at first sight?" With a hint of trepidation and anticipation, Wang Yue's voice trembled as she posed the question. "What? Love at first sight? Have you developed feelings for someone?" Wang Yuxue exclaimed, rising to her feet, her voice involuntarily rising in pitch. Wang Yue was taken aback by her sister's sudden movement and quickly covered her mouth, glancing anxiously towards the door. After confirming their parents were not approaching, she exhaled in relief. Wang Yue's gaze drifted. "It's not what you think. It's not me. It's a friend of mine," she confessed hesitantly, but upon seeing her sister's disbelieving expression, she felt a wave of relief. Having shared their lives for so many years, Wang Yuxue was all too familiar with her sister's mannerisms when she was not being truthful. "Well, I don't know. It's just that when I saw him today, it felt." Wang Yue struggled to find the right words to convey her experience. It was that kind of feeling that pierces straight to your heart in an instant. One feels as though their heart has been tightly gripped, rendering it incapable of beating. Yet, upon parting, an overwhelming longing ensues, a desire to see him continually. Wang Yingyue's voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In contrast, Wang Yingxue's face radiated with excitement, brimming with an insatiable curiosity. "Who is he? Do I know him? Do you have a photograph? Is he handsome? What is he like? What does his family do?" She bombarded Wang Yingwe with a flurry of questions. Carefully, Wang Yingwe retrieved a mobile phone, revealing several photographs. One depicted Su Mo seated at a piano, enveloped in darkness, with a solitary beam of light illuminating him. In that radiant glow, Su Mo appeared almost ethereal, shrouded in a delicate halo. Chapter 36. The candid shot. "He is rather handsome. Who is he? Why does he seem somewhat familiar?" "He is the newly recognized young master of the Su family. Su Mo. Wang Yingxue exclaimed. "You actually have feelings for him? Is he quite famous?" Wang Yingwe, who spent most of her time practicing the piano and was not particularly gossipy, was somewhat unaware. Today, she wished to inquire about Su Mo from her friend, but found it difficult to broach the subject. Surprisingly, Wong Yingxue seemed to have some knowledge. Indeed, I am quite curious about him, having lived in the countryside for 17 years. I heard he grew up on his own and returned home to host a family reunion banquet. His astrological commentary was widely circulated in social circles. Moreover, there was that incident in the cafeteria where a girl was bullied, and Su Mo stood up for her, throwing the bully out of Kyoto to fend for himself. Wong Yingxue counted on her fingers the notable deeds Su Mo had accomplished since his return and suddenly realized he had indeed made quite an impact. However, there is an icy beauty at school, a porcelain doll who has maintained an indifferent demeanor throughout the semester. Yet, it is said she has grown quite close to Su Mo. Wong Yingxue involuntarily recalled the exquisite girl who had been seen beside Su Mo today. Are they in a romantic relationship? Her heart tightened at the thought. Are they together? I don't know. No news has surfaced. But there are rumors about Su Mo and the girl who was bullied. Nowadays, it seems that merely being close sparks speculation, even if they are not dating. People talk as if they are. Wong Yingxue felt somewhat relieved. Observing her sister's expression, Wong Yingxue suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, sister, you've only seen him once, and you feel this way already? At that moment, Wong Yingxue was uncertain how to confront the question, fidgeting awkwardly with her fingers. Seeing her sister in such a state, Wong Yingxue anxiously ruffled her own hair. All right, you win. I'll ask around among my friends. The two sisters shared a deep connection. She could discern her sister's thoughts just by observing her demeanor. The heaviness in her heart dissipated a bit. It felt gratifying to be of use, especially when her sister, who was adored by so many, now sought her assistance. Yet, what charm does Su Mo possess that has captivated her sister at first sight? After sending Su Yuchen away, Su Mo enjoyed a restful night. He did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon checking the time, he hurriedly sprang from his bed. Shen Youchu had already tidied up at home and had been waiting for an hour. The amusement park was a place Su Mo had promised to take her since childhood. Back then, both had eyes filled with anticipation. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Although Shen Youchu displayed little emotion throughout the journey, her restless demeanor revealed her excitement. Upon entering the amusement park, she was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Let us go. We should try that one first. Su Mo pointed towards the distant roller coaster. When individuals engage in exhilarating activities, they often unconsciously reveal their emotions. The previously suppressed feelings tend to ease. Shen Youchu was such a person. Su Mo observed that she relished thrilling experiences. Roller coasters, drop towers, pirate ships. After a few rides, Su Mo felt his legs grow weak. Yet witnessing Shen Youchu's exuberance, he hesitated to dampen her spirits. By noon, Su Mo's complexion had turned rather pale. Let's dine first. Shen Youchu consistently declined to refuse Su Mo's suggestion, linking her arm with his and laughing joyfully. To speak candidly, the lunch at the amusement park was far from delectable. Not only was the portion small, but the variety was also limited. However, Shen Youchu seemed unfazed. To her, the most delightful meal was the roasted sweet potato shared with her brother, while the rest served merely to satiate her hunger. Su Mo had been by Shen Youchu's side for over a week now, and it only brought out a more vivacious side of her when they were together. With others, Shen Youchu was not as aloof, yet she still preferred minimal contact. Inside the restaurant, a small child clutching a balloon bounded over, stopping abruptly beside Shen Youchu. Sister, you are so beautiful. When I grow up, can I marry you? Su Mo looked on in astonishment at the child, who appeared to be around 6 or 7, tiptoeing and beaming with joy. Such a young lad aspiring to be a rival. No, this sister belongs to my brother. You can find someone else to be your wife. The child glanced at Su Mo and remarked, Brother, your wife is so pretty. When I grow up, I want to find a wife just as beautiful. Little rascal, what are you saying? A neighborly young woman in her 30s rushed over and scooped up the child. I apologize. Children often speak nonsense. You both make a lovely pair. It's quite all right. Children are adorable, Su Mo replied. Seated by the window, Su Mo and Shen Youchu enjoyed their meal, observing the families and couples entering the amusement park. their faces radiating joy. My Youchu smiles sweeter than they do. At that moment, behind a decorative tree outside the restaurant, someone was secretly watching the two. With a camera in hand, the person focused on Shen Youchu, and with a click, a new photograph was captured. This individual was Su Yuchen. It was Saturday, and she had no classes or other commitments. Initially, she intended to invite Su Mo out for a day of fun, but upon seeing him rush out in a flurry, her curiosity piqued regarding his intentions. It turned out he was on a date with Shen Youchu. Thankfully, she had brought her camera, allowing her to clandestinely snap pictures of them. Indeed, Su Mo's expressions while engaging in those thrilling pursuits were vividly captured by Su Yuchen. That night, she would flaunt these photographs in front of him. With such incriminating evidence, she was certain to have leverage over Su Mo. However, in her fervor for photography, Su Yuchen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. As Su Mo was eating, he too, alerted by a system prompt, noticed someone. Lin Ru. She was the eldest boy of the Su family's generation, Su Quan's fiancée. At this moment, Lin Ru was unexpectedly seen with a young man, their hands intertwined, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. Su Yuchen was momentarily stunned. However, instinctively, her finger pressed the shutter. After scrutinizing the photograph for a considerable time, Su Yuchen finally confirmed that this individual was indeed her elder brother's fiancé. Was her brother being betrayed? In an instant, Su Yuchen disregarded everything else, including Su Mo, stealthily trailing Lin Ru, capturing moments with her camera incessantly. During their high school years, Lin Ru was far from obedient, indulging in smoking, fighting, and early romances. When the Lin family discovered these antics, they promptly forced Lin Ru to sever ties with her then-boyfriend. In Lin Ru's heart, the act of thwarting young love was an undeniable reality. Chapter 37. Betrayed. The Lin family resolutely severed all ties between Lin Ru and her romantic interest, meticulously grooming Lin Ru to embody the ideal young lady. Approaching Su Quan was also a directive from the Lin family. If only Lin Ru could appease Su Quan as the Lin family suggested. However, she harbored resentment towards her relatives for coercing her into heartbreak. How could she possibly comply with the Lin family's wishes? Her attempts to placate Su Quan were merely a fade. Yet, serendipitously, Su Quan found himself intrigued by Lin Ru. Reflecting on the text, Lin Ru had kicked Su Quan in frustration, exclaiming, "You are merely a young master of the Su family. What is there to be so arrogant about? If it weren't for my family's insistence, I wouldn't be seeking you out." This audacity piqued Su Quan's curiosity, for few dared to address the Su family in such a manner. He perceived Lin Ru as genuine, playful, and devoid of pretense. Subsequently, news of Su Quan's favoritism towards Lin Ru reached the ears of the Lin family patriarch. Consequently, the elder of the Lin family directly approached the Su family to propose an engagement. Under the immense pressure from the Su family, Lin Ru felt utterly powerless. However, post-engagement, Lin Ru utilized her status as Su Quan's fiancée to reconnect with her past love by Wong, who happened to be Luo Xiangyang, the individual accompanying her at the amusement park. It must be said that Lin Ru displayed a certain cleverness. She knew that the elite frequented galas, clubs, and auction houses, while places like amusement parks, cinemas, or snack streets were less likely to be populated by familiar faces. Thus, she opted for such venues for her clandestine meetings. Yet unexpectedly, Su Mo and Shen Youchu also enjoyed visiting this locale. Moreover, Su Yuchen, trailing behind Su Mo, captured photographs of Lin Ru on her date. Witnessing the couple's affectionate kisses and warm embraces, Su Yuchen nearly leapt out in outrage. In this public setting, should she act impulsively, the news would be impossible to conceal, and soon everyone would know her elder brother had been cuckolded. As Su Yuchen gritted her teeth, ready to snap another photo of the couple, a hand gently rested on her shoulder, startling her and almost causing her to drop her camera. "Oh, what a coincidence, little brother." Su Yuchen laughed nervously, catching a glimpse of Lin Ru in motion, hastily turning to leave. "Oh dear, now is not the time to discuss this. Go enjoy yourself while I attend to important matters." Noticing Su Yuchen's attempt to depart, Su Mo pulled her back. "Where do you think you're going?" It's merely a matter of your brother being betrayed. A triviality. Do you understand? Su Shuriwei replied with a look of astonishment. Surely. He hasn't introduced you to Lin Ru yet. Previously, she had referred to Lin Ru as sister-in-law, but now found the term utterly distasteful. I am aware of many things. Su Mo whispered as he discreetly repositioned Su Shuriwei and Shen Youchu for a clearer shot. Now, how do you plan to inform your brother about this? At this, Su Shuriwei's interest was piqued, her expression transforming into one of eager excitement. This evening, I shall capture these photographs upon his visage. I refuse to believe that this time, his lifeless eyes can maintain such an expression. It is indeed challenging to assess. Lifeless eyes, as one might say, a typical demeanor of a domineering figure, with a countenance as cold as frost and an inclination toward silence. Su Shuriwei, having been raised alongside Su Quan and Su Ziwei, regards them as she would her own elder siblings, thus she bears no qualms in her treatment of them. Hence, it appears that Su Shuriwei intends to strip away the eternally frigid facade of Su Quan. They truly are akin to genuine siblings in this regard. Wait a moment. Let me make a call to investigate Lin Ru's financial transactions over the past few years. Without a doubt, she has lavished a considerable sum on this mistress. Investigating financial records is a simple matter. One merely needs to contact the bank president. Once the bank president relayed the information, Su Mo indeed discovered an individual amidst numerous transaction records, Luo Xiangyang. Upon further scrutiny of Luo Xiangyang's financial flow, it became evident that aside from the funds transferred from Lin Ru, he possessed no other sources of income. Given Lin Ru's financial situation, it is clear that she cannot sustain a lavish lifestyle. Thus, Su Quan is financially supporting the mistress. Moreover, Su Mo uncovered that Luo Xiangyang's expenditures were predominantly at various hotels. As Su Mo pondered this, he arranged for someone to check the surveillance footage from these establishments. Although there were no cameras in the rooms, the front desk and hallways indeed confirmed that Lin Ru and Luo Xiangyang had frequented these hotels together. A solitary man and woman spending numerous nights in a hotel is hardly innocent. Once the evidence was compiled and sent to Su Mo, the day had turned to dusk. Su Mo first escorted Shen Youchu back home, then accompanied Su Shuriwei to the residence of the elder gentleman. Su Shuriwei exhibited an ease as if she were returning to her own abode, entering with exuberance. Elder brother, elder brother. A servant hurriedly approached Miss Shuriwei. Young Master Su Quan is currently in the study. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Shuriwei, feeling entirely at home, pulled Su Mo into Su Quan's study. Su Quan, deep in thought with his brow furrowed, slightly relaxed upon seeing Su Shuriwei enter. What brings you here? He inquired, glancing at Su Mo behind her. Little Mo has come as well. Even though they were of the same generation, Su Quan's demeanor resembled that of a middle-aged man, devoid of youthful vigor. Brother, Su Shuriwei boldly approached, and before she could hand over the folder in her grasp, Su Quan admonished her, Young lady, be more composed. Such boisterousness would deter anyone from liking you. Do not worry about me. There are plenty of people who adore me. It is your antiquated demeanor that lacks appeal. Su Shuriwei retorted, puffing up like a pufferfish. I am on the verge of marriage. What need have I for others' affection? To this, Su Quan appeared unfazed. Yet, sensing his satisfaction with the impending marriage, Su Shuriwei's expression flickered with a hint of reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately extended the folder toward him. Brother, let me make one thing clear. You mustn't get angry after you see this. Su Quan took the file bag, but did not pull it open. Su Shuriwei did not release her grip. What have you done that requires me to clean up your mess? Oh, just promise me you won't be upset. I assure you that I will not be angry. Rest assured, whatever you have done, it is of no consequence to the Su family. As Su Quan spoke, the moment he opened the file bag, he was left utterly stunned. The topmost photograph depicted Lin Ru and Luo Xiangyang sharing a kiss at an amusement park. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Su Quan seemed inclined to look up and inquire about what was happening, yet his gaze remained inexorably drawn to the photograph. Chapter 38. A grand display with trembling hands. Su Mo unfurled the meticulously prepared evidence. The more Su Quan examined the contents, the more silent he became. Ultimately, it was unclear whether he was contemplating the evidence or lost in thought. Is this all true? Su Quan's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Indeed, the photographs from the amusement park, they were taken by me today. Su Yu had also lost her playful spirit. I did not intend to investigate Lin Ru. It was merely a chance encounter at the amusement park where I saw Lin Ru on a date with another man, prompting my inquiry. Su Quan stared blankly at the dossier, seemingly lost in his own musings. Noticing Su Quan's silence, Su Yu grew anxious. Brother, I absolutely cannot allow such a person to cross the threshold of our home. I am aware of your affections for her, but she has already sought comfort in another's bed. Why do you still harbor feelings for her? If you've lost your senses, I shall seek out uncle. As long as I am here, that woman shall not enter our family. With that declaration, Su Yu seized Su Mo and headed outside. I'm in a foul mood today. Let us go for a drive, sister. The driver had brought them to uncle's residence, but Su Yu dismissed him, opting instead to select a striking red sports car from the garage. The engine roared to life, and with a flash of crimson, she sped out. Su Yu drove Su Mo to a racetrack, claiming it was a safer venue for her desire to race. I'm just afraid of meeting an untimely end. After several exhilarating laps, Su Yu finally began to calm down. Meanwhile, in the study, Su Quan remained ensconced in his chair. He had sought verification and confirmed that all the information was indeed accurate. Some hidden truths even surfaced, such as Lin Ru owning 2 properties, with Luo Xiangyang residing next door. Each time he visited Lin Ru, the mistress observed them through home surveillance from her adjacent residence. Luo Xiangyang had expressed his lack of security, fearing Lin Ru might develop genuine feelings for Su Quan. To demonstrate her fidelity, Lin Ru consistently reported her interactions with Su Quan to Luo Xiangyang. In the original account, Lin Ru's affair with Su Quan began when she realized she was pregnant. At this moment, Su Quan was utilizing hacking to view the surveillance footage on Luo Xiangyang's computer. That was Lin Ru's personal residence, the very place he frequently visited her. Su Quan reminisced about that morning when Lin Ru had promised a breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, he had felt such overwhelming emotion. Yet now, the table bore witness only to 2 lifeless bodies. Previously, Su Quan had trusted Lin Ru without conducting any investigations. Such a reserved woman, who blushed at mere hand-holding, could never engage in such shameless acts. His lack of inquiry had deterred others from doing so. But now, Su Quan understood that Lin Ru's blush during their hand-holding was not shyness, but rather anxiety over Luo Xiangyang discovering her intimacy with another man. Brother, what is the matter? A melodious voice echoed from outside as Su Ziwei pushed open the door to the study. Cough, why is there so much smoke? Brother, how many have you smoked? Su Ziwei found it peculiar that Su Quan had remained in the study all night without emerging, even refusing to join for dinner. Upon entering the study, she was met with a haze of smoke. Once the smoke cleared slightly, she stepped inside only to discover a photograph on the table of Lin Ru kissing someone else. Su Ziwei's mind went blank. Her sister-in-law had been unfaithful. Cautiously, she observed Su Quan, whose face remained as impassive as ever, yet his eyes blazed with fierce anger. Go back to sleep. I will handle this, he said. Noticing her brother's demeanor, Su Ziwei chose not to disturb him further. As she exited the room, she contemplated informing their parents, but was unsure how to articulate it. Ultimately, she decided to call Su Shuriwe, believing it would be easier to communicate among peers. Meanwhile, Su Quan remained silent for a long while, extinguishing his cigar before dialing a number. All support for the Lin family is hereby revoked. Conduct a thorough review of all projects associated with them. Any ongoing projects are to be halted immediately. We shall sever all business ties with the Lin family henceforth. Furthermore, scrutinize the Lin Corporation rigorously. Amplify even the slightest issues. Safety, fire prevention, taxation, every aspect must be examined meticulously. Any applications from the Lin family must be delayed until the very last moment, and any that do not adhere to protocols shall be returned without exception. Additionally, freeze the card I gifted to Lin Ru, and enlist a lawyer to calculate all expenses Lin Ru has incurred over the years, along with the gifts presented to the Lin family during our engagement, and retrieve every last penny. Tomorrow at noon, issue a public announcement declaring the cancellation of my engagement. With a gradual closing of his eyes, Su Quan felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. After a brief moment of respite, he rose and knocked on his father's door. I will be returning the engagement tomorrow. Su Mo had spent a wild night accompanying Su Shuriwei and was utterly drained by the time he collapsed onto his bed. However, it wasn't long before Su Shuriwei burst into his room, brimming with excitement. Xiao Mo, come quickly and check the family group. What is happening? Su Mo queried as he opened his phone, revealing Su Quan's arrangements in the chat. Uncle, big brother, and sister are all going to the Lin family to annul the engagement tomorrow. Do you want to join the commotion? Of course. Su Mo replied without hesitation. Su Quan and Lin Ru's story was akin to a plot from a romantic novel. Previously, the narrative had culminated in their marriage. Now that the engagement was to be annulled, it was certain that, due to the Su family's principles, no one would permit Su Quan to marry Lin Ru again. Thus, by presenting the evidence of Lin Ru's infidelity to Su Quan, he would alter the storyline. The annulment would serve as a pivotal turning point, potentially yielding a new entry in his narrative. He wondered what this new entry might entail. The night passed swiftly. By the time Su Mo rose the next day, Su Shuriwei was already dressed and seated on the sofa, waiting. Their parents were also present, their expressions far from pleasant. Indeed, Lin Ru's actions have undoubtedly dealt a blow to the Su family's reputation. In summary, once today's events conclude, it appears that the Lin family will no longer find sanctuary within the vast realm of Deqian. Su Mo hastily completed his grooming and partook in a meal before setting off to his uncle's residence. The matter of Su Quan's broken engagement is of considerable importance to the Su family. Although his second uncle remained stationed in the military and could not return, his cousin, Su Qianrui, has come to join them. However, both grandpa and great-grandpa believe that the Lin family is unworthy of their attention, thus delegating full responsibility to the uncle. The collective presence of the Su family members is undeniably imposing. Accompanied by bodyguards, a convoy of luxury vehicles majestically departed from the Su family estate. As for the road conditions, arrangements have been made with the traffic bureau to ensure that only the Su family's vehicles could traverse the route. Such a grand display naturally drew the gaze of countless onlookers. Prominent families, upon discovering that the destination of the motorcade was the Lin family estate, were left to ponder the unfolding scenario. Was it a marriage procession? Had the wedding of Su Quan and Lin Ru been advanced? Yet, wouldn't such an occasion typically warrant prior notification? In any case, people were keenly observing the Su family's actions. Chapter 39. The broken engagement. The convoy arrived at the Lin family's old residence, where a welcoming party had already gathered at the entrance. The venerable Mr. Lin, leaning on his cane, awaited their arrival with a beaming smile. In-laws, what brings you here so early in the morning? Uncle Su Yan, however, wore a stern expression, devoid of any warmth towards the Lin family. Where is Lin Ru? Mr. Lin's smile broadened as he replied, You know how Lin Ru enjoys staying outside. I'll call her over immediately. Su Yan cast a fleeting glance at Mr. Lin, but chose silence, striding directly into the house. The other members of the Su family disembarked from their vehicles, all impeccably dressed, exuding an air of opulence. Yet, none paid heed to Mr. Lin's ingratiating demeanor. As they proceeded into the inner chambers, upon entering the living room, the guests settled in while Mr. Lin busied himself with tea preparations, and the other Lin family members shrank into silence, sensing the unease among the Su family. It was evident to all that the Su family bore ill intentions. However, despite Mr. Lin's persistent inquiries, Su Yan remained resolute, stating that they would discuss matters only after Lin Ru's arrival. The Lin family was acutely aware that Lin Ru must have caused yet another debacle. But what kind of trouble could she possibly have stirred? Time dragged on in the Lin household, thick with trepidation, until the sound of a revving engine and screeching brakes pierced the air. A striking young woman stepped through the door, her entrance accompanied by a tone of irritation. What is the emergency that you had to summon me back? Don't you know how busy I am? Her voice faltered as she surveyed the room, sensing the discordant atmosphere that enveloped them. Su Yan rapped his knuckles on the table. Now that everyone is here, I shall speak plainly. His gaze, laced with derision, swept over Lin Ru. The engagement between Xiao Quan and Lin Ru is hereby annulled. Su Yan's declaration struck the Lin family like a thunderclap, reverberating through their hearts. Lin Ru, in particular, felt a chill envelop her. Their engagement was to be dissolved? Who would finance her lavish lifestyle thereafter? Before Mr. Lin could interject, Lin Ru erupted in protest. No, I refuse to accept this. Xiao Quan and I are truly in love. Why must our engagement be dissolved? Why? Su Yan chuckled coldly. You dare question me? Are you unaware of your own actions? Lin Ru's heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that the Su family had uncovered the truth about Luo Xiangyang? Yet, she feigned hurt, her expression one of heartbreak as she turned to Xiao Quan. Quan, I refuse to listen to anyone else. You tell me why you're doing this to me. Our engagement is known throughout the realm of the Qian. What am I to do if you withdraw? Xiao Quan regarded Lin Ru as if seeing her for the first time. He then retrieved a stack of documents from a manila folder and flung them towards Lin Ru. The papers contained irrefutable evidence of her affair with Luo Xiangyang, various transactions, intimate gestures, and an array of chat logs. The Lin family members merely glanced at the evidence before feeling as if the sky itself was collapsing around them. Is this what you call love? Using my money to support your mistress? And even discussing having children with her for me to raise? Old Master Lin trembled as he picked up a photograph. His eyes fixated on Lin Ru, filled with a crimson fury. Lin Ru, is any of this true? His voice seethed with rage, as if he wished to devour her whole. Lin Ru stared dumbfounded at the pile of evidence, her emotions spiraling beyond control. Su Quan, you investigated me? Do you have no conscience? I am your fiancé, and yet you dared to delve into my life. Su Mo had expected Lin Ru to offer some explanation, but was taken aback when she uttered such a statement. Astonished, he realized that, in the face of her own wrongdoing, she had the audacity to blame others for inquiring into her affairs. It seemed she was utterly devoid of any sense of guilt. Unsurprisingly, the other members of the Su family were equally incensed. To provoke such ire from these influential figures, Lin Ru truly possessed a remarkable audacity. Su Siyue, unable to contain her temper any longer, unleashed a kick that sent Lin Ru crashing to the ground. If you have done nothing wrong, why fear being investigated? Are you so proud of your infidelity? Su Shiyue, with her childlike temperament, was straightforward in her affections. She loved or disliked without pretense, maintaining decorum in public, but losing all composure behind closed doors. Yet, in this instance, her actions went unchallenged, as the Su family found solace in her outburst. What infidelity? My love for Luo Xiangyang is genuine. Lin Ru seemed unable to bear the weight of her own emotions. Back in high school, it was Yang Ge and I who shared a mutual affection, not you. Lin Ru glared fiercely at the Lin family. You shattered our romance, forcing me to ingratiate myself with Su Quan. Her expression was one of madness, her eyes brimming with resentment towards the crowd. Do you all think yourselves to be paragons of virtue? Each of you has treated me as a mere stepping stone for your own ascent. Am I not entitled to my own feelings? And you, Su Quan, why don't you just die? You profess to love me, yet you know not what I truly desire. You incessantly boast of the resources the Lin family has bestowed upon me. Do I ask for your gifts? Only Yang truly loves me. It is only in his presence that I feel alive, rather than a mere tool for your use. It seemed as though years of pent-up emotion had finally found its release. Lin Ru's outburst was tempestuous. Once her fury was spent, she gasped for breath. If you hold my family's resources in such disdain, then return them. Su Yan gestured, and immediately, the figures representing the benefits the Lin family had accrued from the Su family over the years were presented. Over the years, the Su family had supported your 9 projects, yielding a profit of 23.6 billion for the Lin family, not to mention gifts amounting to 1.4 billion. Lin Ru had also received 700 million from Su Quan since childhood. Repay this debt, along with the bracelet inherited from our great-grandmother. Old Master Lin's complexion turned ashen. Who is your in-law? Do not fabricate relationships. Old Master Lin's words hung in the air, abruptly silenced by a sudden pressure on his chest. Emerre. Su. Xiaoru has acted impulsively and made a grave mistake. Therefore, I implore you to allow her another chance, while I ensure this individual vanishes forever. Su Quan stood in a daze, utterly disregarding the esteemed elder Lin. It appeared that he was deeply affected by Lin Ru's biting remark, "Why don't you just die?" Meanwhile, Su Yin cast a glance at Su Quan, contemplating that this opportunity was one the Su family could scarcely afford to accept. Yet at present, we are unable to mobilize such a substantial amount of cash. That is inconsequential. If funds are lacking, we still possess jewelry, precious gems, real estate, and shares. Will you hand them over now, or shall we, the Su family, retrieve them ourselves? Elder Lin understood that should the Su family choose to reclaim what was rightfully theirs, they would undoubtedly acquire far more than just these items. His complexion turned ashen, lips trembling as he stammered, "I will gather the funds. I will gather them now." Chapter 40. Retribution, is it merely a matter of money? Su Quan? You have already squandered it all, yet you still wish to reclaim it. Are you not a man? Lin Ru ascended the stairs, retrieving a wooden box. "This is the jade bracelet you sought. Here, take it. Such a worthless trinket, yet you treat it like a treasure." As she spoke, Lin Ru hurled the wooden box at Su Quan's feet. The expressions of the entire Su family instantly shifted. No, but Lin Ru paid no heed to their protests, summoning all her strength to fling it away. The box shattered upon impact, and the jade bracelet was cast forth, splintering upon the ground. In that moment, the faces of all the Su family members darkened. The Su family, an ancient lineage, held no regard for wealth. Their fortune could sustain them for countless generations. However, this ancestral heirloom, cherished and passed down through the ages, could never be measured by mere monetary value. Particularly the jade bracelet traditionally gifted to the daughters-in-law of the family. Su Yin gazed at the bracelet, his face paling with anger. Well done. The Lin family has certainly raised a remarkable granddaughter. At this point, Su Quan ceased to concern himself with anything else, carefully kneeling to gather the shattered pieces of the bracelet. We shall leave. The members of the Su family, foregoing any notion of compensation, turned and departed in unison. Congratulations. Host, the plot twist has been successfully achieved, granting you one opportunity for a reward draw. As they turned to leave, the voice of a system echoed in Su Mo's mind, initiating the draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn tenfold strength. Tenfold strength. Physical attributes increased by 200. Coordination improved by 100, and recovery speed enhanced by 50. As for physical attributes, this is rather commendable. Wait, system, why am I receiving this reward so swiftly? I have altered Yuan Binglin's fate as well. Why am I not granted a draw for that? The female lead, Yuan Binglan, remains in a state not significantly different from that in the original text. The turning point has not yet arrived. Su Mo pondered, recalling that in the original storyline, the female lead was indeed being cared for by the male lead and was spared from bullying. It seems accurate to say that the turning point has not yet been reached. The Su family soon returned home, each member's countenance grim. Su Yin immediately sought the finest restorer for the jade bracelet, hoping for a possibility of repair. However, everyone understood that even if restored, it would never be the same as before. Upon hearing of the bracelet's destruction, the grandfather was furious, administering 2 lashings to Su Quan and sentencing him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, the Lin family faced dire straits. As soon as the Su family exited the Lin residence, news of the engagement annulment spread like wildfire. Almost immediately, all of the Lin family's factories were subjected to inspections by fire safety, environmental, safety, and tax authorities, all under the pretext of noncompliance, resulting in a 3-month period of rectification. Retail stores and properties demanded contract terminations, willing to incur penalties to reclaim rental agreements with the Lin family. All projects involving the Lin family were halted. All of Lin's projects currently under review have been denied approval. Within less than a day, all of Lin's enterprises were entirely frozen. The Lin family now finds itself devoid of any sources of income. Furthermore, the bank has issued a statement indicating that all of the Lin family's bank cards, suspected of being linked to illicit funds, have been completely frozen. Their real estate holdings are also being seized under various pretexts. Even the 2 properties that Lin Ru purchased for herself and Luo Xianyang have been reclaimed, with claims that they were bought using someone else's funds, resulting in a change of ownership. In an instant, The Lin family has been stripped of every penny. Well, there is still a small amount, but it cannot be withdrawn. As for when the bank accounts will be unfrozen, that depends on the resolution of the investigation into the illicit funds. The Su family, having remained silent for far too long, has made their move, and everyone is now aware of their formidable strength. It is common knowledge that the Lin family has been utterly ruined. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Lin Ru's infidelity led to the shattering of a treasured jade bracelet belonging to the Su family, prompting a wave of schadenfreude among the onlookers. All began to mock the Lin family, who once could have lived a life of wealth and stability, yet chose to self-destruct. The Su family had not originally intended to strike so ruthlessly, but Lin Ru, in her reckless defiance, had the audacity to mishandle the jade bracelet. Old Master Lin, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, turned ashen as the news unfolded. Overwhelmed, he collapsed, leading to a flurry of chaos as people rushed to revive him. Lin Ru stood there, bewildered by the unfolding events, unable to comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. It was common for her to feel anger towards Su Quan. Yet this incident, merely involving a shattered piece of jade, seemed disproportionately severe. This type of jade bracelet, regardless of its exorbitant value, paled in comparison to the wealth of the Su family. "You ungrateful daughter," Lin's father exclaimed, seizing a nearby chair and striking Lin Ru with it. "Because of you, the entire Lin family is ruined. Are you pleased? All because of your foolish love. Can love fill our stomachs?" Seemingly unsatisfied, he raised the chair once more and brought it down upon Lin Ru. She felt excruciating pain and wanted to plead for mercy, yet the glares from her family, filled with hatred, left her too frightened to utter a word. At that moment, a call from Luo Xiangyang came through. As soon as she answered, his anxious voice filled her ears. "Lin Ru, what is happening?" "The police have come, claiming I have unjustly benefited and that I might be arrested. Please help me. I don't want to go to jail." On hearing this, Lin Ru's heart raced with urgency. "Wait for me. I'm coming right away. How dare you attempt to leave?" Lin's father shouted, having overheard Luo Xiangyang's voice on the line. However, despite her father's furious demeanor, Lin Ru gritted her teeth and dashed out. She got in her car, closed the door, and started the engine in one swift motion. Before her father could react, Lin Ru's vehicle had already sped out of the driveway. "You wretched girl. If you leave, don't even think about coming back." Lin Ru, however, was indifferent to his threats. The Lin family once again fell into a state of despair and gloom. Fortunately, there were some provisions in the refrigerator. Otherwise, they would have been at a complete loss regarding their meals. However, with all Lin S enterprises under investigation and all bank accounts frozen, how could they possibly spend money? The only place left to inhabit was this old residence. Traveling abroad? They dared not venture such a course. The situation overseas was far from that of Deqian. In Deqian, there existed laws that at least offered a semblance of safety, but abroad, gun violence was rampant. Should they step foot on foreign soil, they would undoubtedly find themselves under immediate fire. Lin S. father sat slumped in a corner, silently consuming his cigarettes. He contemplated obtaining a bank card to assess what luxury items remained at home that could be sold. With that thought, Lin S. father abruptly stood, declaring, "I will seek out that calamity and compel her to apologize to the Su family. If the Su family does not forgive us, we shall inevitably meet our demise." Chapter 41, the so-called apology. Lin Ru arrived at the police station, where Luo Xiangyang was detained for unjust enrichment, eligible for bail. However, all of Lin Ru's bank cards were frozen, leaving her without the means to pay the required bond. Her first thought was to reach out to friends. Yet, upon examining her contact list, she found that nearly all her acquaintances had removed her. Each message she sent was met with a disheartening red exclamation mark. Only a few individuals, who were not part of the upper echelons, managed to scrape together some funds to assist her. Once Luo Xiangyang was released, he embraced Lin Ru, his face a mask of sorrow. "Lin Ru, what is happening? Wasn't my money always given by you? How could it be deemed unjust enrichment?" In the presence of Luo Xiangyang, Lin Ru's usual agitation melted away, replaced by a gentle demeanor. "It's nothing. It's all that useless Su Quan is doing. He knows about us." Luo Xiangyang was aware of Su Quan. He was Lin Ru's fiancé. Yet, Luo Xiangyang was oblivious to the immense power wielded by the Su family. He only knew that Su Quan and Lin Ru were in a business marriage, and that Lin Ru harbored no affection for Su Quan. Lin Ru refrained from mentioning Su Quan in front of Luo Xiangyang. For at least at this moment, he still believed she could resolve everything. Lin Ru, I don't want to go to prison. The police said I might serve 3 years. You want tea? I'll confront him and have him withdraw his accusations against you. The more Lin Ru thought about it, the angrier she became, subconsciously ignoring the events that transpired that morning at her home. All that occurred today, she instinctively attributed to Su Quan's madness for not marrying her. Look, Su Quan is targeting the Lin family's company now that he couldn't team marry me. Because of my good relationship with Luo Xiangyang, he intends to sue him. And after breaking the engagement token, he left without causing me any trouble. What else could this be if not love? If she could simply apologize to Su Quan face to face, he would return to her side, obedient as before. The thought of submitting to that insufferable sycophant irked Lin Ru, but there was little choice at the moment. Lin Ru hurriedly took Luo Xiangyang to Su Quan's residence. It was rather foolish of her to bring Luo Xiangyang along at this juncture. When they finally reached the gate of the Su residence and managed to summon Su Quan, the sight of Luo Xiangyang turned Su Quan's eyes a shade of green with anger. At that moment, Lin Ru had the audacity to parade her lover before him. However, Lin Ru was not overly concerned. Observing Su Quan's haggard state, limping as he walked, it was evident he was suffering from the fallout of their broken engagement. Seeing her approach, he feigned injury to solicit her sympathy. In truth, he had been punished by his grandfather, forced to kneel in the ancestral hall, and had only just been allowed to emerge. Upon seeing Su Quan in such a condition, Lin Ru's attitude unconsciously shifted to one of arrogance. Look at you, clearly unable to let go without me. Su Quan, I offer you a chance. Cease your vendetta against the Lin family and provide me with 10 billion in pocket money, and I shall forgive your disruption at the Lin household today, allowing our engagement to continue. Otherwise, I shall never acknowledge your existence again. Su Quan was momentarily taken aback. What was Lin Ru here for? After making such a ruckus outside his residence, was it merely to utter these words? What are you staring at? Did you not hear what I said? Su Quan gazed at himself in a daze, while Lin Ru grew increasingly impatient. Suppressing his rising ire, he exclaimed, So you brought your lover along just to say this? What lover? Su Quan, my relationship with Luo Xiangyang is merely cordial. Must you be so petty? A grown man behaving thus only invites my disdain. Su Quan inhaled deeply several times, regretting his decision to come out. He should have simply instructed his bodyguards to evict these two. Leave. Su Quan turned to depart, prompting Lin Ru to panic. He hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Su Quan's arm. Wait, I understand that you might feel a tinge of jealousy over my meetings with Yang Ge. I promise to see him less often. Will that suffice? Even a domineering CEO like Su Quan wore an exceptionally grim expression. This Lin Ru, having insulted him once, insisted on humiliating him further. Without hesitation, he pivoted to return. Observing Su Quan's unwillingness to listen, Lin Ru grew alarmed, though he still found it hard to believe that Su Quan might truly abandon him. The thought of enduring a few days of hardship if Su Quan remained upset was daunting. Su Quan, I must tell you, if you leave, it will truly be the end for us. From now on, I shall never lay eyes upon you again. Indeed, Su Quan halted in his tracks. Lin Ru, hoping for a change of heart, was dismayed when Su Quan merely instructed a nearby bodyguard. From now on, Lin Ru is forbidden to approach the Su residence, regardless of the reason or the visitor. What shall we do, Xiaoru? Su Quan seems unwilling to forgive you, Luo Xiangyang remarked with evident concern. Lin Ru felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a facade of confidence in Luo Xiangyang's presence. Fear not, Su Quan cannot do without me. If he does not assist me today, I shall ensure he pays a far greater price in the future. The commotion at the Su family's entrance reached the family group chat through Su Ziwei. When Lin Ru sought out Su Quan, it caught Su Ziwei's attention, prompting her to find a discreet location to surreptitiously record the event, providing a source of amusement for the Su family. Now, the situation concerning the Lin family extended beyond Su Quan. It was also about the message from Grandfather Su. Coincidentally, The fourth generation of the Su family was gradually becoming active, and the Lin family had emerged as a target, demonstrating the consequences of provoking the Su family. Su Shiyue and Su Mo, upon witnessing the events in the family group chat, could hardly contain their glee. Henceforth, Su Quanxiao undoubtedly refrained from marrying Lin Ru, rendering the Lin family utterly powerless, and the narrative concerning Su Quan's romantic endeavors should undergo a complete transformation. As for other matters regarding female narratives, Su Mo counted. Song Qianqian, currently traveling, would return to establish a company, a matter that required no concern from Su Mo Yuan Binglan. Now at school, faced no bullying. She was still working part-time, awaiting Song Qianqian's return to collaborate. At that time, it would suffice to arrange accommodations for Yuan Binglan under the guise of the company. Dining alone at school and sharing meals with Song Qianqian outside of school can also gradually nurture one's health. Moreover, there are Wong Yingwei and Wong Yingxue. However, their narrative will only commence after the college entrance examination. At present, I can foster a good relationship with these two individuals, anticipating a joint excursion during our graduation trip. Challenges are essential. Otherwise, even if one rescues them, the two sisters may ultimately become estranged. After some contemplation, Su Mo resolved to cultivate a rapport with them and inquire in advance about their intended destination for the graduation trip, allowing ample time for preparation. Finally, there's my own story. Currently, I enjoy a harmonious relationship with Shen Youchu, and I have successfully distanced Su Yuchen from my life. Yet, the atmosphere surrounding Lu Ruyan feels unervingly tranquil, although she often approaches me to engage in casual conversation. Given the numerous confrontations I've had with Su Yuchen and Lu Ruyan's evident affection for Su Mo, her lack of any response seems rather peculiar. Chapter 42. Wong Yingxue. The fourth entry is a physical attribute known as 1 strength, 10 skills. Su Mo had previously found this entry commendable, yet now he harbors a tinge of regret. After retiring for the night around 11, he awoke at 4 in the morning, invigorated yet unable to return to slumber. Lying silently in bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Eventually, unable to withstand the restlessness, he rose, ventured outside for a couple of laps, played 2 piano pieces, and practiced a few other instruments just in time for breakfast before heading out. This week, Su Mo decided to forego piano practice in favor of another pursuit, painting. He discovered that upon acquiring the 1 strength, 10 skills entry, his control over his muscles had markedly improved, rendering his fingers more agile. The enhancement was not limited to mere strength. His abilities in both piano and painting had seen significant advancement. Upon arriving at school that morning, Su Mo observed a peculiar phenomenon. Su Yuchen had been ostracized. This isolation was not solely due to the events of the previous week's auditorium performance, where he took center stage, but also because the Su family had publicly declared that he was no longer their adopted son. Consequently, no one wished to associate with Su Yuchen. However, the bond between the protagonists was not so easily erased. Each time Lu Ruyan encountered Su Yuchen, a blissful smile graced her face, a silent longing to connect while feigning ignorance. When Su Yuchen glanced back at Lu Ruyan, his expression too shifted. Were it not for Su Mo's deliberate observation of these two, he might have overlooked this connection. It seemed they maintained contact, yet pretended not to recognize each other in school. Su Mo did not dwell on this matter too deeply. Whatever schemes they were devising would inevitably come to light. Out of sight, out of mind, he decided to focus on his painting when the art teacher arrived, informing Shen Youchu before heading to the studio. However, upon entering the studio, he encountered the individual he had been thinking of the day prior, Wong Yingwei. No, it was not Wong Yingwei. The outfit, a crop top beneath a jacket, paired with a cap, exuded a youthful exuberance. This was his younger sister, Wong Yingxue. Wong Yingxue spotted Su Mo, and her eyes instantly sparkled. His striking features and noble demeanor were indeed captivating. It was no wonder that their elder sister had been swayed. Such looks would appeal to anyone. Yet, Wong Yingxue was aware that her sister was not one to be easily impressed, having heard it was a piano piece that had truly moved her. Over the last 2 days of her break, Wong Yingxue had been diligently seeking information about Su Mo. With his recent resurgence in the Su family's affairs, she inquired among friends about their views on him, without raising any suspicions. The topic of Su Mo had been circulating widely in their social circles. Nevertheless, whenever Su Mo's name was mentioned, no one expressed disdain for his humble origins. Perhaps those who had encountered him recognized his allure, his gentle demeanor coupled with a formidable resolve. That piano piece had brought many to tears. Rumor had it that Qin Ming was currently seeking Su Mo's contact information, eager for his guidance. Naturally, in stark contrast to Su Mo stood Su Yuchen. Although Su Yuchen was raised in the Su family, his actions garnered no respect from those within their circle. Regardless of who it was, everyone believed that Su Yuchen was utterly unworthy of comparison to Su Mo. Truly, as a child of the Su family, even when nurtured in the mire, he could still bloom into the most exquisite flower. Additionally, during a conversation with a group of close friends, Wong Yingxue discovered that some individuals secretly harbored affections for Su Mo. Alas, it seemed that the competition for her sister would be quite fierce. Wong Yingxue was also well informed about Shen Youchu. The first time Su Mo encountered Shen Youchu was in the classroom, and her reaction was evident to all present. Su Mo and Shen Youchu were already acquainted. However, whether they were in a romantic relationship remained uncertain. The two had not engaged in any intimate gestures at school. This matter was best clarified by the parties involved. Yet, with the individuals remaining silent, no one dared to spread rumors. Isn't she Wong Yingxue's sister? Observing Wong Yingxue's silence, Su Mo took the initiative to speak. Oh, you wish to use this art studio? Yes, I plan to learn painting this week. Then it's all yours. Wong Yingxue appeared quite carefree. She certainly wouldn't disclose that she had been tailing Su Mo, arriving at the studio in advance to await his arrival. Thank you. I owe you a meal sometime. Oh really? When and where shall we dine? Can I bring a companion? Wong Yingxue cleverly ascended the conversational ladder, leaving Su Mo momentarily speechless. It was merely a casual suggestion. However, since I've already proposed it, you may choose the location anywhere you desire. Upon hearing this, Wong Yingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. How about Qian Quanji? Their reservations are booked 6 months in advance, and I've been yearning to visit again, but never managed to secure a spot. She playfully patted Su Mo on the shoulder. You must make the reservation. I'm certain we can secure a table. Qian Quanji is one of the most renowned restaurants in Kyoto, serving only 8 tables a day. Not only are the ingredients top-notch, but the chefs are also of national banquet caliber. The patrons who dine there are far from ordinary. Although reservations were already filled for 6 months ahead, Su Mo felt no such concern, for this establishment was owned by the Su family. Perhaps Wong Yingxue chose it for this very reason. All right, if you're set on it. Come find me at this art studio after school today. Wong Yingxue's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Mo. Can I bring someone along? You've met her, my sister. For your matrimonial affairs, I have been quite the busybody. Sure, I can bring 2 along for an enjoyable meal. You must know Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan. Su Mo intended to foster a good relationship with these two, so that when they dined together, he could inquire about their graduation trip and make arrangements in advance. There was no need for elaborate plans. Merely a large stone would suffice, with a small space carved out behind it. When the time came, they could all take refuge inside, concealed beneath the snow for a while. Sporting a biological locator, Su Mo knew that the Su family would locate him swiftly. He even feared that they might find him too quickly and decided to inform them to take their time. Allowing a little more time to pass will instill a sense of danger within them. It is only in the face of life and death crises that these two individuals will feel compelled to open their hearts and express their innermost thoughts candidly. Everything is unfolding according to plan. Wong Yingxue has departed, and Su Mo has immersed herself in the pursuit of new knowledge. As usual, during lunchtime, Shen Youchu arrives early to keep Su Mo company, while Yuan Binglan heads to the school gate to fetch Su Mo's lunch so they can dine together. Su Mo notices that both Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan have made significant progress in their current states. Shen Youchu is more willing to engage with the outside world, and Yuan Binglan has become increasingly vivacious. At the very least, when in Su Mo's presence, they no longer perpetually keep their heads down. Occasionally, Su Mo even catches a glimpse of a faint smile on Yuan Binglan's face, something that was utterly impossible in the past. Back then, Yuan Binglan exuded an aura of despair. Chapter 43, Walking the Tightrope. Suemo, you truly are remarkable. Upon arriving at the Qianquanji restaurant, Wong Yingxue dashed inside. The decor here is unlike any other. Upon crossing the threshold, one enters a garden-like courtyard adorned with pavilions and flowing streams. In the center, several gazebos serve as dining areas, each separated by artificial hills, water features, or flowering trees, ensuring the privacy of each pavilion. Dining here is not merely about savoring exquisite dishes, but also about immersing oneself in the surrounding ambience, where nature and humanity intertwine harmoniously. Among the 5 pavilions, the central one remains perpetually closed to the public, with only the 4 surrounding pavilions accommodating guests, one table for lunch and another for dinner, hosting merely 8 tables each day. Today, Su Emo naturally occupies the most central pavilion. Wong Yingxue playfully punched Su Emo, raising an eyebrow at Wong Yingwe. It seemed that Wong Yingwe understood her sister's intentions. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. That mischievous girl still has a sharp tongue. Yuan Binglan, visiting such a place for the first time, kept her head down, timidly following the footsteps of those ahead, too apprehensive to look up. The environment felt overwhelming, as she feared inadvertently soiling the pristine surroundings. Once seated in the pavilion, a line of waitresses clad in kipeos approached, each carrying various musical instruments, guzheng, xiao, and flute, while others danced gracefully. Each one was a beauty of school goddess caliber. Although they may not outshine the women present, to the average observer, they would appear as goddesses. The dishes were prepared by the chef, and Su Mo merely conveyed his dietary restrictions, leaving the rest to the restaurant's discretion. Dining, enjoying the scenery, listening to melodies, and watching performances, this is the essence of life. In this moment, Su Mo felt immense gratitude for having traversed to this world. Wong Yingshue's eyes sparkled every time they met his gaze. She shamelessly climbed the social ladder by aligning herself with Su Mo, not merely to secure a meal, but to introduce her sister to him. After all, he was the one her sister admired, and she understood her sister's disposition well. She rarely took a liking to anyone, but would not easily let go of those she did. Rather than allowing her sister to languish at home, it was far better to facilitate her interaction with Su Mo. Indeed, the bold are the first to savor life's pleasures. Wang Yingwe had been secretly observing her, her usual calm demeanor replaced with a touch of unexpected shyness whenever Su Mo directed a question her way. Su Mo, however, did not consider Wang Yingwe's feelings towards him. In the original narrative, she lacked any romantic subplot. What audacity, considering this was only their second meeting. Yet, Wang Yingwe's current disposition was decidedly unusual. As for Wang Yingxue, she was always forthright, effortlessly forming friendships with everyone. By the time their meal concluded, Su Mo's rapport with the Wong sisters had deepened significantly. While Su Mo and the sisters reveled in their experience, the Lin family was not faring as well. It had been 2 days since the Su family proposed the annulment of the engagement, and the household staff, aware that the Lin family was unable to even disburse salaries, had all fled. All properties belonging to the Lin family have been seized, and now every member of the Lin clan is gathered at the ancestral home of the Su family. Previously, the Lin family relied on marital alliances to sustain their corporate connections. Today, however, those very families have declared their severance from them. Some marriages, which had long been mere facades, have officially ended, as they refuse to wade through the murky waters of the Lin family's troubles. After selling a few luxurious items from their ancestral home, the Lin family members find themselves unable to even prepare meals with the ingredients they purchased, leading them to buy takeout instead. They are all trapped, akin to prisoners within the Lin estate. It is not that they cannot leave. Rather, they need money to go anywhere, and they are devoid of funds. Lin Ru has returned with Luo Xiangyang. Just yesterday, Lin Ru had a small sum of borrowed money, which she used to book a hotel room, but now she finds herself utterly penniless, unable to afford even fuel for her journey. For the last few kilometers, she had to walk back. Upon her arrival, she is met with the predatory gazes of her fellow Lin family members. You dare to return, rebellious daughter. Lin Ru is taken aback by the hostile atmosphere, her hand trembling slightly as she holds Luo Xiangyang's. However, feeling the warmth he radiates, she suppresses her rising emotions. I have already sought out Su Quan to apologize. Hasn't the Lin family's company been restored? Restored? Nonsense. Mr. Lin can no longer contain his fury and strides toward Lin Ru, delivering a resounding slap. Uncle, how can you strike her? Luo Xiangyang interjects, alarmed. Lin Ru is his lifeline, and he cannot stand idly by while she suffers. Uncle, Lin Ru and I genuinely love each other. I understand your desire for a commercial marriage, but this will not bring Lin Ru happiness. I am willing to dedicate my life to protecting her. Please grant me this opportunity. Mr. Lin's eyes blaze with anger. It's all your fault, you worthless fool. Otherwise, how could things have come to this? He kicks Luo Xiangyang in the abdomen. Do you think love can be eaten? I'll show you what happens to a worthless scoundrel like you. He accuses Luo Xiangyang of seducing his daughter, blaming him entirely for the Lin family's current plight. As Luo Xiangyang writhes in agony on the ground, Lin Ru cannot bear to see her beloved harmed and rushes to his side. Father, if you must strike someone, then strike me. Xiangyang and I truly love each other. Truly in love. Mr. Lin is so enraged he can barely articulate his thoughts. Take them. We shall go to the Su family to apologize and announce our severance from Lin Ru. This decision seems to be the most fitting solution at present. A procession of cars heads towards the Su estate. Upon arriving at the estate's entrance, a multitude kneels in unison. The sight is indeed striking, as a large group bows before the gates. Unfortunately, the Su family's servants merely observe them coldly, offering no words of acknowledgement. They remain kneeling until deep into the night, when Su Quan finally emerges, flanked by several bodyguards. Young Master Su. At this moment, Mr. Lin dares not assert his seniority. We have come to apologize. He presses Lin Ru's head down, prompting her to bow before Su Quan. All of this turmoil is the doing of that wretched Lin Ru. Our Lin family remains entirely unaware. We humbly implore you, Master Su, to show us mercy and grant our family a chance for survival. Su Quan silently lit a cigarette, turning his back to the illuminated estate. The Lin family could only gaze upon the imposing silhouette in the light, the flickering ember casting shadows across one side of Su Quan's face. I have been engaged to Lin Ru for 2 years. During this time, whenever I couldn't reach her, do you recall how you spoke to me? Su Quan's tone was devoid of emotion, yet it sent chills down the spines of the Lin family members. My Su family has supported you. You are the primary beneficiaries. Had you informed me at the very first indication, I would not have harmed you. Matters of personal relationships are within the bounds of my Su family's tolerance. We do not involve the innocent. However, when you tread the tightrope, you must be aware that a fall is inevitable. Chapter 44. The final song of the Lin family, Young Master Su. The elderly patriarch of the Lin family spoke with a sense of urgency. I will expel Lin Ru from the family. From now on, these two may be at your mercy. His words bore the weight of resignation. Regarding the deceit I have inflicted upon you, I shall provide an explanation. The Lin family's entire fortune will be relinquished, and we shall vacate Kyoto, never to appear before you again in this lifetime. I beseech you, young Master Su. The old man knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed deeply into the earth, pleading for a chance at survival for the Lin family. Silence enveloped the room. The stillness was palpable. Su Quan remained silent, and no one dared to utter sound. Each moment was a torment for the members of the Lin family kneeling before him, a manifestation of their despair. After what felt like an eternity, a long sigh escaped Su Quan's lips. He tossed a card before the elder Lin. This card contains 100 million. Sell me the Lin family estate. Leave Kyoto at once. Besides this card, you may take nothing with you. The Lin family estate was a grand courtyard situated in the heart of Kyoto, its value easily surpassing 500 million at current market rates. Yet in this moment, the Lin family dared not hesitate. Thank you, young Master Su. Thank you. The members of the Lin family rose and departed, leaving only Lin Ru, who sat in stunned silence, and Luo Xiangyang, who had previously been restrained by the Lin family. Luo Xiangyang, utterly baffled by the unfolding events, pondered why a commercial marriage should not involve equally matched families. Why, then, were they on their knees, surrendering everything in a desperate plea for survival? How could the Lin family have crumbled in just a few days? Lacking exposure to the upper echelons of society. Luo Xiangyang was oblivious to the significance of the Su family name. In his naivety, he believed he was choosing the most righteous path. Regrettably, in his eyes, the illustrious Lin Ru was merely a gilded cage bird. A cold wind swept through, sending a shiver down Luo Xiangyang's spine, as if he had only just regained his senses. With a thud, he bowed his head heavily to the ground. Young Master Su, I had no knowledge of your engagement with her. I was wrong. It was this woman who insisted I be with her, coercing me into this situation. She left me no choice. I couldn't even find work. His lamentations left Lin Ru incredulous. How could he speak of her in such a manner? She had never once contemplated abandoning Luo Xiangyang, yet he dared to utter such accusations against her. You wretch! I almost severed ties with my family for you in high school, and now I am cast out, and you dare to say this about me? Suan exhaled deeply. The events of the past few days had weighed heavily upon him, leaving him weary. The mutual accusations between the pair only served to heighten his irritation. As he gazed upon Lin Ru's face, twisted with resentment, he recognized that he had previously misunderstood her true nature. Lin Ru was inherently selfish, self-centered, and quick to blame others in times of trouble. It was quite frankly amusing. I have no desire to target you further. You may leave. As Su Quan turned to leave, Lin Ru was instantly alarmed. No, Su Quan, did you not promise to love me forever? I have lost my home now. Lin Ru wept as if her heart were shattered. In the past, upon witnessing Lin Ru in such a disheveled state, Su Quan would have rushed to embrace her. However, now, as Su Quan gazed upon Lin Ru, the memories of the videos he had seen filled him with a sense of revulsion. As he hesitated, Lin Ru intensified her pleas. Su Quan, I am willing to marry you. I know you dislike my relationship with Luo Xiangyang. I will break up with him right away. I promise to love you wholeheartedly from now on. Please do not abandon me. You're all I have left. Lin Ru, I find you repulsive. Her heartfelt lament was abruptly silenced by Su Quan's words. He turned away and re-entered the imposing gates. It felt like a dividing line. On one side, opulence and grandeur. On the other, a hellish abyss. Lin Ru's heart felt extinguished. She yearned to plead at the entrance, but was swiftly dragged away by the bodyguards. The scene at the entrance was broadcasted live by Su Ziwei in the Su family group chat, while Su Mo lay in bed, amused by the unfolding drama. A group of younger relatives engaged in lively conversation in the chat, although they felt a certain distance from Su Mo due to their unfamiliarity. Having returned home for a while, he had interacted with them in the group chat enough to feel comfortable. Once they understood Su Mo's true nature, they began to show him kindness. Truth be told, Su Mo quite enjoyed the atmosphere of the Su family, united and harmonious, unlike the often irrational families typical in female-centric narratives. Each member possessed their own values, dignity, and pride. Ding dong. A notification chimed on his phone. It was Shen Youchu, who would engage Su Mo in lengthy conversations every day, ranging from the serious to the absurd. Su Mo had a lingering feeling that Shen Youchu was aware of what was acceptable and what was not, yet seemed to intentionally tease him. After a lengthy exchange, he finally replied, "Good night. I will bring you breakfast tomorrow." The following day, Su Mo unusually did not head to the studio first. Once he settled at his desk, he piqued the curiosity of his peers. He simply placed the breakfast he had brought on Shen Youchu's desk. "Thank you, brother." Shen Youchu had arrived early and had been waiting in the classroom for Su Mo. Upon his arrival, her gaze remained fixated on him. However, as she enjoyed the breakfast Su Mo had brought, another approached him, Lu Ruyan. "Su Mo, I bought an extra bottle of milk. Would you like one?" Shen Youchu paused mid-bite, glaring at Lu Ruyan with eyes full of hostility. She could not quite understand why. She felt indifferent towards others who approached Su Mo, but Lu Ruyan elicited an instinctive aversion. It was as if she were born to be an adversary. Thus, every time Lu Ruyan sought Su Mo, Shen Youchu could not help but feel discontent. Su Mo also noticed the changes in Shen Youchu, gently ruffling her hair. "I'm afraid I've eaten quite enough today. You may take this bottle of milk back with you." Lu Ruyan and Su Yuchen no longer posed any trouble for Su Mo. Yet, Su Mo was curious to see what tricks these two might still conjure. He harbored no doubts regarding Lu Ruyan's affections for Su Yuchen. Speaking of which, Su Yuchen, Su Mo discreetly glanced over, and indeed, Su Yuchen was quietly watching him. In those seemingly ashen eyes, there simmered a palpable malice directed at Su Mo. Chapter 45. The Ordeal of Su Yuchen. Hey, Su Yuchen, what are you writing? Let me see. A few individuals approached Su Yuchen. Among them was Fong Zheng, the very person Su Yuchen had previously wronged. In a swift motion, Fong Zheng snatched the notebook from Su Yuchen, who still had his pen in hand. Oh, still working on your problems, are we? Which university do you aspire to attend? Oh, academic prodigy. Ever since Su Yuchen had falsely accused Fong Zheng of bullying and was subsequently expelled from the Su family, Fong Zheng had indeed rallied his followers to torment Su Yuchen at school. The line between truth and deception had become obscured. The others were well aware of the tumultuous relationship between Su Yuchen and Fong Zheng, and thus, they chose to remain uninvolved. Consequently, Su Yuchen found himself navigating through a treacherous existence at school. However, there was still one person who stood by him, Lu Ruyan. When Su Yuchen was cast out, Lu Ruyan sought him out. That very weekend, they shared their innermost thoughts and feelings. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new courtiers. When the bright moon turned into an ordinary stone, the disparity in their social standings dissolved the barriers between them. Originally, Su Mo had pushed Lu Ruyan forward, but now, it was Su Yuchen who had fallen for grace. Nevertheless, despite the establishment of their relationship, Su Yuchen instructed Lu Ruyan to keep their connection discreet within the school. The primary reason was his awareness of the ruthless tactics employed by wealthy families. If Lu Ruyan were to assist him, not only would her efforts be futile, but she might also suffer the consequences. The distinction lay in whether one was bullied alone or alongside another. Furthermore, Lu Ruyan still had ties to Su Mo. Su Yuchen urged Lu Ruyan to cultivate her relationship with Su Mo, regardless of whether it was as a girlfriend, friend, confidant, or lover. Su Yuchen was both ruthless and incredibly patient. The greater motivation behind accepting Lu Ruyan's affection was to utilize her as a pawn. Lu Ruyan had once disclosed to him that she had aided Su Mo during their middle school years, after which Su Mo had often lingered in the shadows to observe her. Establishing a connection with Su Mo might prove advantageous at some future juncture. However, Su Yuchen currently possessed no other means to entice Lu Ruyan. Hence he consented to her confession. As for Fong Zheng's bullying, he could endure it. As long as Lu Ruyan could truly forge a link with Su Mo, it would undoubtedly be preferable to their current predicament. Whether it involved Lu Ruyan seeking Su Mo's assistance for various matters or persuading him to establish a company for profit, all of this was well worth the effort. Casting a sidelong glance, as he observed Lu Ruyan hesitating to approach and offer help to Su Mo, Su Yuchen quickly signaled her to refrain from doing so. Lu Ruyan's move must remain concealed for the time being. Su Yuchen understood that without the backing of a powerful family, he would struggle to regain his footing. Indeed, Lu Ruyan clenched her fists but ultimately chose to hold back. However, to Fong Zheng, Su Yuchen's gesture appeared as nothing more than a dismissive roll of the eyes. At least from Fong Zheng's perspective, this was the case. Are you still unconvinced? Fong Zheng overturned Su Yuchen's desk, scattering books across the floor in disarray. This domineering form of bullying is rare throughout the entire high school. More often, such acts occur in secluded areas. Yet at this moment, Fong Zheng's ire towards Su Yuchen is indifferent to the setting. The onlookers appear to be mere spectators. Ever since the incident in the auditorium became known, no one has come to Su Yuchen's defense. Do you truly believe you are a member of the Su family? A dog raised at home that roams around biting others. The Su family no longer wants you, so why do you still carry yourself with such arrogance? How about you kneel and lick my shoes, and I might graciously take you in? Su Yuchen, with his head bowed, conceals his expression. He understands that this situation has been evident since he left the Su family, and this bullying will undoubtedly escalate. Currently, Su Yuchen lacks the confidence to resist. After delivering a blow to Fong Zheng today, he might be met with unknown thugs breaking his legs after school. At times, Su Yuchen reflects on whether he was too impulsive in persuading Su Mo at the school gate and orchestrating the bullying in the auditorium. The first incident made it clear to everyone that Su Mo despises him. The second led the Su family to completely abandon him. Everything was meticulously planned. It all stemmed from Su Mo. Not speaking, are we? Fang Zheng seized Su Yuchen by the hair and dragged him out of the classroom. Everyone knew Fang Zheng's intentions toward Su Yuchen, yet no one intervened. Once Su Yuchen lost his identity as a member of the Su family, he also lost his worth in the eyes of everyone. Without power, no one would come to his aid, regardless of his character. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, Su Mo averted his gaze. Lu Rian stood by, her fists clenched, hesitating profoundly. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, said nothing, and managed a forced smile. Well then, Su Mo, I shall take my leave. However, once seated, she merely sat there in a daze. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. Su Mo noticed Shen Youchu gazing at Su Yuchen's retreating figure and affectionately ruffled her hair. It was quite rare to see Shen Youchu interested in matters beyond her usual scope. You don't like him, Shen Youchu stated with conviction. Shall I assist you in removing him? Shen Youchu had been keenly attuned to Su Mo's emotions, her sensitivity to his feelings remarkable. As long as my brother dislikes something, I shall too. You needn't take action, my dear Youchu. As long as you are happy and beautifully adorned, I will handle everything. Shen Youchu slightly curved her lips. Yes, I have a brother. I shall go paint now. Let us talk at noon. All right, I will come by at noon. I can paint and teach you as well. I certainly know that no one in school paints better than Youchu. In the years since her return, Shen Youchu had paid no attention to anything other than her art. Moreover, her paintings genuinely encapsulated her emotions, evoking a palpable sentiment upon first glance. In the back row, Yuan Binglan observed the two in front, laughing and chatting, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes before it transformed into resolve. Su Mo, I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of sharing light-hearted moments with you. Nevertheless, I still find myself of value. I shall bury my affections deep within my heart and relentlessly strive for self-improvement. Song Qianqian has already reached out to me. She is currently navigating the necessary procedures for establishing her company. Following this, I will focus diligently on my studies, aiming to gain admission to Kyoto University, and ascend from an ordinary employee to greater heights. You too will eventually start your own company, and I shall gladly serve as your assistant. I will stand by your side through my own merit, for as long as I can behold you, that is all that matters. Chapter 46. Stardream company time slipped by, and campus life unfolded with a certain simplicity. Each day, Su Mo would spend some time in class before immersing himself in the skills he yearned to master: piano, painting, guzheng, golf, equestrianism, driving, and go. Every Friday, he would engage in competitions, and over the span of several months, these contests have been held more than 10 times, with Su Mo consistently emerging as the undisputed champion. As time passed, the participants expanded beyond the confines of the school. When asked by some whether their older siblings could join the competitions, Su Mo welcomed all with open arms. Eventually, recognizing the growing impact of these events, the school decided to eliminate classes on Friday afternoons and host the competitions instead, with the administration taking the lead in determining the events, securing venues, and organizing participants. This initiative elevated Su Mo's high school into the most prestigious noble institution in Kyoto, raising the admissions standards significantly. Each competition, whether for participants or spectators, showcased formidable talent. The contests evolved into social gatherings akin to the soirees maintained by Su Quan, serving as a platform for networking and project discussions. Furthermore, these competitions introduced an element of excitement absent in typical gatherings: betting. The focus shifted to who would secure second place. For the first position had been monopolized by Su Mo since the very beginning, leading to a unanimous consensus that as long as he participated, victory was assured. Su Mo's image transformed from an initial champion eliciting admiration to one of astonishment and eventually to a near-mythical status. Indeed, within the circles, he was regarded as a paragon of excellence, believed to be incapable of failing to learn anything he set his mind to, mastering skills at the pinnacle of achievement within a mere week. He even acquired a new moniker, God Su. Everyone seemed to forget that Su Mo had emerged from humble beginnings, and they no longer remembered that he was the young master of the Su family. When his name was mentioned, It was not his familial ties that came to mind, but rather the accolades he had garnered through countless competitions. It could be said that even without his identity as the young master, Su Mo would still receive universal acclaim. The term genius hardly sufficed to encapsulate his brilliance. He was often described as omniscient and omnipotent. However, for Shen Youchu, these accolades seemed to hold little significance. What she cherished was the essence of Su Mo himself, independent of wealth, reputation, or any external factors. Whether in moments of mediocrity or brilliance, Su Mo was sufficient for her. In her heart, he was the epitome of excellence, and achieving such feats felt entirely natural. Within the narrow confines of her youthful heart, only one figure was permitted to exist. Meanwhile, Yuan Binglan blossomed beautifully, her gaze towards Su Mo imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible admiration. Su Mo recognized this look. It was one of longing that felt just out of reach. The youthful affection of the girl lay quietly tucked away within her heart. A gentle breeze caresses the figure that continuously ascends, striving to grasp a dream that has long been predetermined. Song Qianqian has returned from her travels and now finds herself overwhelmed by the affairs of the company. It is not that the business is difficult. Rather, it is exceedingly prosperous. Since its inception, Xingming Company has attracted countless offers from various enterprises, each vying to present the most lucrative profits in hopes of forging a partnership with Xingming. Song Qianqian's office has been a constant hub of activity, with executives from other companies visiting her from dawn till dusk. Currently, appointments are booked a week in advance. The expansion of Xingming's business has been astonishing, with each new endeavor requiring Song Qianqian to delegate oversight to others. In just a few months, she has noticeably lost weight. However, in comparison to her previous life as a housewife, she now exudes a vibrant spirit. Once stagnant, the former Song Qianqian now harbors ambitious aspirations for the future. Su Mo recalls the day the new company was established when Song Qianqian, cradling Yuan Binglan, declared her intention to surpass the wealth of the entire Fu family. Su Mo's response was somewhat dismissive, suggesting that such a modest goal could be achieved even by a mere dog. Song Qianqian at the time was unconvinced, believing that running a company posed significant challenges. Yet, after the news that Xingming was Su Mo's enterprise spread, Song Qianqian found herself too preoccupied to complain about the difficulties of business. During that period, she refrained from seeking Su Mo's company, having been thoroughly humbled. Some companies approached merely to associate their names with Xingming's projects, requiring no investment, yet ultimately reaping a 20% profit. After calculating the potential earnings from such ventures, Song Qianqian realized they could exceed the wealth of the entire Fu family. Naturally, she declined these offers, recognizing that unearned profits often come at the cost of a personal obligation. Meanwhile, Fu Yan, who had previously taken Song Qianqian for granted, now realized her worth, albeit too late. Each time he attempted to reach out, Song Qianqian had her bodyguards escort him away. In time, his gifts were also rejected. Anything sent by Fu Yan was promptly discarded upon arrival at the reception. Yuan Binglan has been thriving at the company. Song Qianqian purchased a residence near the office, where they both moved in. Initially hesitant, Yuan Binglan agreed to stay after a couple of days of work. Realizing that Song Qianqian's intentions were not born out of pity, but rather a genuine need for collaboration. With the recent establishment of Xingming, the need for constant communication and productivity made their cohabitation practical. Yuan Binglan became an indispensable asset, working tirelessly for Xingming whenever she was not in class. Issues of bullying or disappointment were left unaddressed amidst their busy schedules. In recognition of Yuan Binglan's contributions, Su Mo rewarded her with a 1 equity stake in the company. At that time, Yuan Binglan had not felt much, but now the valuation of Xingming has soared to 300 billion. In just a few months, it has evolved into a company worth 300 billion, which sometimes makes Yuan Binglan feel as though it is unreal. With her 1 share, she has now become a billionaire. Apart from these two individuals, there are also Wang Yingwei and Wang Yingxue. After a few months of interaction, Su Mo has become quite familiar with this pair of sisters. However, it seems that Wang Yingwei, when faced with Su Mo, has grown increasingly insecure. It is not merely insecurity, but rather a sense of self-doubt. She has never dared to showcase her talents in front of Su Mo. The brilliance that surrounds Su Mo is too overwhelming. Even though she is a renowned, talented woman in Kyoto, Wong Ingyue hesitates to claim any significant expertise in the arts. Each talent she possesses could easily be overshadowed by Su Mo. Nevertheless, the gaze Wong Ingyue casts upon Su Mo has become increasingly fervent, embodying a kind of adoration that borders on losing oneself. If Shen Youchu is someone without her own opinions, dutifully executing whatever she is told, then Wong Ingyue regards Su Mo's words as sacred decrees. No matter what Su Mo says, Wong Ingyue believes it to be correct. Even if it is wrong, she will convince herself until it becomes right in her mind. Wong Ingyue is somewhat better. At least, in Su Mo's presence, she speaks her mind freely. Su Mo has taken Wong Ingyue for a few exhilarating rides, and after a few bouts of nausea, Wong Ingyue successfully began to cling to her, calling her master. Chapter 47. Confession. Su Mo, I like you. As soon as I stepped out of the teaching building, that voice rang out beside me. Downstairs, the area was already crowded with students, each pair of eyes fervently fixated on the figure that had just emerged. Here it comes again. Indeed, several girls stood in front of Su Mo, the foremost among them with lustrous long hair, her petite mouth moving animatedly, her words brimming with admiration for him. Yet another confession directed at me. How many has it been this week? I cannot recall. I only remembered that, at some point, the number of girls professing their affection for me had steadily increased. Initially, those who confessed were subjected to mocking glances, as if the stares were saying, You think you deserve, Su Mo? Over time, however, it transformed into something mundane. It became commonplace to like Su Mo. After all, I too harbored similar feelings. Consequently, many who gathered to witness the confessions were not merely spectators, but rather individuals seeking a legitimate reason to linger and steal a few more glances at Su Mo. Someone had even posted on the campus forum, compiling a list of those who had confessed to Su Mo. The first girl to declare her feelings was met with derision initially. Who did she think she was, believing that Su Mo could be interested in her? Yet that sentiment soon shifted to envy. She became the first to confess, inciting a sense of rivalry among others. The post had already enumerated dozens of names, with the inaugural confessor always standing out prominently. In youth, one ought not to encounter individuals of extraordinary allure. Otherwise, every subsequent person will seem but a pale imitation. Su Mo epitomized that breathtaking individual. If one were to tally the most desired person within our circle, Su Mo's name would undoubtedly reign supreme. Confessing to Su Mo had morphed from a personal declaration of affection into a widespread trend. Most had not even contemplated the possibility of success. They merely longed for a fleeting word from him. After finally managing to navigate through the throng of admirers, I sighed in relief. Each confession was accompanied by a gaze filled with resentment, fixated on me. It was Shen Youchu. With the increasing number of confessors, I began to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Should I perhaps clarify my relationship with Shen Youchu, making it known to everyone that I was in a romantic relationship? In the past, my youth had deterred me. If I were to confirm our relationship, Shen Youchu would undoubtedly end up in my bed that very night. My self-control had proven to be quite lacking. Brother, another person has confessed to you. How wonderful, Shen Youchu remarked, her words lacking any hint of joy. I haven't even agreed to anything yet. The college entrance examination is just a few days away. How about we go out and have some fun after it's over? Shen Youchu's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Sure. Where do you want to go? I'm planning for the snow-capped mountains and the seaside. I'll handle all the arrangements. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Okay. The two of us walked forward, the warmth of June beginning to settle in. The bright sun illuminated our figures, resembling a vividly painted masterpiece. For Shen Youchu, it was undoubtedly a source of envy for others. It is well known that Shen Youchu has always followed Su Mo like a devoted shadow. However, their relationship has not yet blossomed into romance. Many young women have approached Shen Youchu to engage in conversation about Su Mo. Without reservation, Shen Youchu has shared the remarkable qualities of Su Mo, including the time she was rescued by him and spent a month at his home. Everyone has been inspired by Su Mo's bravery, resilience, and vibrant spirit. Subsequently, some individuals used Shen Youchu's experiences as inspiration to craft a story that gained modest popularity online. At the school gate, as they parted ways, Su Mo boarded a vehicle to return home, while Shen Youchu was whisked away by several other female classmates. Forming friendships with others was encouraged by Su Mo, and Shen Youchu excelled in this endeavor. On the surface, Shen Youchu appears to be an ordinary girl, albeit with a slightly aloof demeanor. Today, her parents have returned home. Initially, upon their arrival, they were often present, but it later became apparent that they simply wished to spend more time with her. The reality, however, is that both parents are quite busy, returning home only a few times a month. Therefore, whenever they do come back, Su Mo always makes it a point to arrive early, cherishing the time spent with family. Su Mo's father, who rarely smiles, now bears a subtle grin. Having heard about the competition that Su Mo has organized, he has publicly praised his son on numerous occasions, occasionally lamenting that he had found his son too late. Isn't it just the fine genes of the Su family? Su Mo reclines on the sofa. At first, he was unaccustomed to being at home, but now, he feels an overwhelming sense of comfort. Su Mo's parents do not concern themselves with his demeanor while at home. Suddenly, Su Yuchen comes rushing down the stairs. Upon seeing Su Mo lounging on the sofa, her eyes light up. "Xiao Mo, you're back. Quickly help me level up." Su Mo merely rolls his eyes at Su Yuchen, responding, "Not going to do it. I'm tired. Not going." Su Yuchen raises an eyebrow, eagerly approaching Su Mo. Hey, what are you doing? Don't bite me." Watching the two children playfully bicker, Su Mo's mother feels a profound sense of warmth. This is what a loving family should feel like. In the past, when Su Yuchen was around, he would sit rigidly, never smiling, lacking the warmth that now permeates their home. "Stop fooling around," shouted Mo. "Your college entrance examination is just a few days away, right?" "Yes, once the exams are over, I plan to travel with friends." Su Mo's mother displays a hint of concern on her face. "You should definitely take a break. You've been working so hard these past few months." Initially, when Su Mo's mother learned of his exceptional piano skills, she felt a sense of pride. However, as Su Mo began to switch to an increasing number of private tutors, she began to feel overwhelmed by the pressure he seemed to place on himself. What is the point of learning so many things? Su Mo only sleeps 4 or 5 hours a night, dedicating the rest of his time to studying. Little does she know that it is Su Mo's ambition that keeps him awake at night. She only sees him continuously learning, changing tutors weekly, and making relentless progress day and night. The child, clearly, need not bear such burdens. Is there enough money to spend? Allow me to bestow upon you 1 billion as pocket money. I want that too. I want that too. Su Yuchen exclaimed, leaping into her mother's embrace. "My dear mother, your wayward daughter is in need of funds as well." "Oh, you shall have it. You shall have it all," Su's mother replied, her eyes narrowing into joyful crescents. It was the first time she had ever experienced such blissful moments. Noticing that several people were disregarding him, Su's father cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times. Yet, no one paid him any heed. He coughed again, twice more. To his surprise, Su's mother merely shot him a glance, as if to say, "Speak your mind. Who is there to silence you?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su's father eventually found his voice. "Xiao Mo, now that the college entrance examination has concluded, how about I grant you a company to practice your skills?" Chapter 48, Moonlight Entertainment. What kind of company is it? Su Mo felt indifferent about it. It should be his father, wanting him to gain some early experience. In the original narrative, Su's father had never brought up such matters before his death. Becoming exceptional would alter the course of events. However, did Su's father not know about the company that he had entrusted to Song Qianqian? Why would he want Su Mo to take over a company? Never mind. If he didn't want to manage it, he could simply hand it over to Song Qianqian later. A short video company, a gaming company, an entertainment company. Surely, one of these would pique his interest. The entertainment industry. Su Mo's eyes instantly brightened. This was, after all, a narrative aimed at female readers. Within such tales, there were countless plots revolving around leading actresses and singers. An entertainment company. Su's father nodded. "I own a Moonlight Entertainment. In a few days, I shall transfer the shares to you." Are you not afraid I will drive this company to bankruptcy? Su's father shot him a glance. If you manage to bankrupt it, I'll even reward you with 10 billion. From Su Hongjia's words, Su Mo realized that this company was no small enterprise. Bringing it to ruin would not be an easy task. Meanwhile, Su's mother looked on with a pained expression. Little Mo has just returned. You should push him so hard. Let him enjoy a few more years. I can support him. Mom, it's fine. I'm just playing around, Su Mo reassured her. Seeing Su Mo's determination, Su's mother relented. Just don't overexert yourself. If anyone bullies you, call me, and I'll stand up for you. After a brief chat with his parents, Su Mo was whisked upstairs by Su Shuriwe to play games. Recently, Su Shuriwe had become engrossed in a competitive game, though her skills were lacking. In contrast, Su Mo had only played a few rounds, yet his prowess rivaled that of professional players. Whenever Su Mo returned home, Su Shuriwe would insist on him helping her rank up. Time flew by, and the tense atmosphere seeped into the elite high school. Though most of these students had their futures secured regardless of their exam scores. The culmination of 3 years in high school left many feeling nostalgic. A sense of farewell permeated the entire school. In these days, even extracurricular activities had dwindled. This continued until the final bell rang for the last exam. Shen Youchu and Su Mo were not in the same examination room. Instead, Yuan Binglan was situated next to Su Mo. Upon exiting the school gate, Yuan Binglan was already waiting for him. At that moment, Yuan Binglan had shed her heavy black-rimmed glasses, her hair neatly styled into a ponytail, revealing her exquisite features. It was a beauty that was striking once unveiled. She no longer exuded the former timidness. One could not deny that the workplace was a significant training ground. Frequently accompanying Song Qianqian and facing various business tycoons previously seen only on television, Yuan Binglan's demeanor had transformed into one of calm composure, embodying both youthful innocence and a hint of professionalism. Mr. Su, Yuan Binglan called out, naturally trailing behind Su Mo. The pencil case in hand was wielded with the authority of a document. Individuals inevitably grow. The era of bullying feels like a distant, illusory dream, and Yuan Binglan can scarcely recall how long ago the torment transpired. What remains vivid is the memory of encountering her own light during the most desperate times. After spending the last few months diligently following Song Qianqian at the company, the once timid and humble girl has vanished. At the very least, the current Yuan Binglan enters and exits various upscale venues without a trace of awkwardness. She exudes poise and competence. Even in unfamiliar places, she carries an air of confidence. The source of this assurance was silently acknowledged as she glanced at Su Mo, who led the group. In the evening, to celebrate the conclusion of their high school journey, Song Qianqian took Su Mo and a few others to a bar. In a private booth sat Su Mo, Shen Youchu, Yuan Binglan, Wong Yingyue, Wong Yingxue, and Song Qianqian. Su Xiao, would you like me to invite a few people to join you for a drink? The current Song Qianqian, adorned in a flamboyant red dress and fiery red lipstick, radiated a sense of abandon. It appeared she had fully emerged from a perfunctory marriage. Upon hearing Song Qianqian's suggestion, the others immediately declined. No, the first to respond was not Shen Youchu, but Wong Yingyue, who, upon realizing all eyes were on her, hurriedly covered her mouth. Su Mo wants to drink. I can accompany him. However, under the perceptive gaze of Song Qianqian, Wong Yingyue gradually lowered her head. After all, with so many beautiful women present, there was no need for anyone else, right? Song Qianqian raised her glass with a hint of teasing, acknowledging that tonight, any of them would acquiesce if the distinguished Su Mo wished to drink with one of them. Naturally, Su Mo detected the playful tone in Song Qianqian's words, raising an eyebrow as he approached her with a drink in hand. And what about you, Sister Song? Do you agree? Please don't jest, Su Xiao. I have a past. Would you truly find me appealing? Su Mo downed his drink, leaning closer, with his nose mere centimeters from Song Qianqian's face. She froze, flustered, and averted her gaze. Observing this, Su Mo broke into laughter. Sister Song, your innocence is charming, yet you tease me. Returning to the sofa, Shen Youchu fed Su Mo a piece of fruit from her plate, while Wong Yingyue poured more wine into his glass. Finally, the college entrance examination is over. Let us raise a glass to that. I'll be waiting for you all at Jing University. The group raised their glasses in unison, toasting enthusiastically. Inside the booth, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Perhaps having never indulged in alcohol like this before, by the end, no one could recall how much they had consumed. Surroundings blurred as figures danced in front of their eyes. The cacophonous music seemed to fade away. Attempting to stand, the world spun around her. And as she collapsed back onto the sofa, the realization of intoxication dawned upon her. This was the first time Su Yuchen had allowed herself such abandon since her arrival in this world. Though unspoken, there had always been a barrier between her and the people here, despite her solitary journey across realms. Even with family by one's side, the world here remains vastly different from the previous life. Yet now, there exists a group of individuals who can truly be considered heartfelt friends. In that moment, Su Yuchen felt an authentic sense of being alive. Driven by the desire to achieve a pivotal turn in the narrative, he altered the fates of these people. In turn, genuinely regarded him as a friend. In a daze, Su Yuchen sensed that someone had placed him upon the bed. Something damp was resting against his face. Was a wet towel? In a haze. Chapter 49. After the intoxication, the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and graced the room, Su Yuchen slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His vision gradually cleared. Yet the scene before him evoked a sense of confusion and strangeness. Above him lay a plain, immaculate ceiling devoid of any familiar decorations or patterns. It starkly contrasted with the warm abode etched in his memory, as though he had been transported to an entirely foreign realm. A dull ache persisted in his head. He rubbed it gently and, upon glancing at the bedside, noticed a cup of honey water. He was in a hotel room. Just as he reached for it, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Petals of plum blossoms lay scattered across the bed. In that instant, Su Yuchen recalled the dream from the previous night. So, it was not merely a dream. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was an unprecedented situation for him. Moreover, the pressing question was who was responsible. After all, it was hardly feasible to inquire one by one. After some contemplation, he decided to first approach Shen Youchu, as she bore the greatest suspicion. The Moon Mountain Resort, akin to a brilliant gem nestled amidst rugged peaks, is a renowned destination celebrated far and wide. Here, 3 enchanting features beckon to the heart: hot springs, skiing, and the breathtaking sunrise. Let us first speak of the hot springs, which emanate like a warm embrace from the depths of the earth, with crystal-clear waters steaming gently, immersing oneself within. It feels as though all weariness vanishes without a trace, allowing one to be entranced by the serenity and comfort that envelopes them. Skiing, on the other hand, offers an exhilarating experience filled with speed and passion. The expansive snow trails twist and turn, resembling silver dragons coiled among the mountains. When one descends from the summit, the wind howls past the ears and snowflakes scatter. The thrill and exhilaration are simply beyond words. However, the most captivating spectacle remains the magnificent sunrise. The Moon Mountain Resort is ingeniously situated at mid-mountain, granting visitors a panoramic view of the undulating surrounding peaks. Whenever the weather is clear and dawn breaks, the sun rises slowly, its gentle rays gradually illuminating the earth. At this moment, the distant snow-capped mountains begin to shimmer with a golden glow, resembling mountains of gold that dazzle the eye. This breathtaking vista perfectly embodies the adage of golden mountains, leaving one in awe. It is precisely due to such unique beauty that the Moon Mountain Resort attracts visitors from every corner of the globe throughout the year, with crowds bustling and vibrant. Whether they seek relaxation, the thrill of adventure, or are passionate photographers enthralled by nature's splendor, everyone can find their own joy and satisfaction here. After a long and arduous journey, Su Yuchen and his companions finally arrived at this long-cherished destination. One of their purposes for this trip was to witness the exquisite scenery with their own eyes. After a flurry of activity, they managed to settle their luggage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an entire day had quietly slipped away. At this moment, Su Yuchen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. prompting him to decide to take a moment to unwind. He casually strolled into the room, retrieved a snow-white bathrobe from the wardrobe, and then made his way directly to the hot spring area. It is noteworthy that this Moon Mountain resort boasts private hot pools specifically designed for VIP clients. These pools are cleverly concealed within a lush garden adorned with vibrant blossoms, surrounded by exquisite rockeries and gently flowing streams, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. Thanks to stringent confidentiality measures, guests can fully indulge in the soothing experience of the hot springs without any concerns about their personal privacy being compromised. Meanwhile, in the women's pool, two individuals were leisurely reclining in the water, Wong Yingyue and Wong Yingxue. Bored, Wong Yingxue began splashing water playfully and, unable to resist the urge, turned to her sister. "Sister, where were you last night?" "Huh?" Wong Yingxue seemed to recall something, appearing somewhat flustered. "I didn't do anything. I don't believe you. You know, I was in so much pain yesterday and then—" Wong Yingxue trailed off. Being of age, they were both quite aware of matters between men and women. The sensations experienced the previous day undoubtedly pertained to such affairs. As twin sisters, they often shared a sort of telepathic connection, though only intense feelings could be sensed by the other. "What, you felt it too?" Upon hearing Wong Yingxue's words, Wong Yingyue blushed and submerged herself beneath the water. However, Wong Yingxue promptly pulled her sister back up. "You dare to do, but not to speak, huh? Sister, I misjudged you." Just then, a commotion from outside interrupted their exchange. It was Shen Youchu and Yuan Binglan arriving as well, compelling the two to cease their discussion. Although Shen Youchu was soaking in the bath, her keen gaze was persistently scrutinizing Wong Yingyue and Wong Yingxue, leaving them feeling somewhat guilty. Only after Shen Youchu and her companion finished their soak and exited did they feel a sense of relief. "Phew, why does it feel like such immense pressure?" Wong Yingxue anxiously patted her chest. "It's all your fault, sister." Chapter 50. Shen Youchu's decision. After enjoying a soothing soak, Su Masheng encountered the Wong sisters. At that moment, Wong Yingyue's face was flushed, her eyes hazy, and she staggered as if struggling to maintain her balance. "What is wrong?" Su Mo approached her, offering support. "Have you soaked for too long and become dizzy?" Upon realizing it was Su Mo who steadied her, Wong Yingyue's body tensed, her muscles rigid. I'm fine. Is this truly what fine looks like? Allow me to escort you to rest." Without further ado, Su Mo lifted Wong Yingyue onto his back. Although she felt lightheaded from the prolonged soak, all Su Mo perceived was the sensation of carrying a puddle of water. Meanwhile, Wong Yingxue, who had initially worn a slight smile, suddenly sensed something amiss. No, this insufferable woman. Her legs weakened, and she gasped for breath. Attempting to rise again, she felt her thighs weaken. What on earth? Fuming with frustration, Wong Yingxue struggled to her feet, clutching the wall as she trailed behind Su Mo. The distance back to their room was short, yet Wong Yingxue had never found it so arduous. Each step drained her of all her strength. Finally returning to the room, she collapsed onto the floor, beads of sweat matting her hair against her face. Once Su Mo stepped out and closed the door, Wong Yingxue lunged at Wong Yingyue, her hands gripping her sister's neck. "What were you thinking? Can't you behave normally? Do you know how I endured that?" Su Mo closed the door behind him with a sigh. He had intended to inquire about the events of the previous night, but since both girls appeared dazed, he resolved to seek answers elsewhere. Arriving at Shen Youchu's room, he found her chuckling at her phone, entirely unaware of his entrance. After settling into the guest room, Shen Youchu had provided Su Mo with an additional room key, allowing him direct access. "What are you looking at?" Su Mo's sudden voice startled Shen Youchu, causing her to hastily cover her phone. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a figure laughing beside a campfire, a scene reminiscent of the day he had burned Su Yuchen's belongings during a live stream. Brother, you're here." Su Mo casually sat beside Shen Youchu, enveloping her in an embrace. Youchu, I wish to ask you something." "Ask away, brother." "Last night, while I was sleeping, did anyone come in my room?" "Yes." Shen Youchu replied nonchalantly. "I initially planned to visit your room to cuddle with you, but I noticed there was already someone there." "What?" Su Mo stammered. "Who was it?" "I'm not sure. It could have been Wong Yingyue or Wong Yingxue. I can't tell them apart." Suemo was taken aback. One of those two sisters? He thought to himself that their relationship seemed merely that of ordinary friends. In the past few months of companionship, Suemo felt confident that he had not acted excessively. Yet, how could Shen Youchu remain so composed? Youchu, yesterday. Suemo wished to offer an explanation, but how could he articulate it? It's all right, brother. As long as I am by your side, I am content. Shen Youchu's eyes sparkled with a myriad of flickering lights. From the moment her brother returned to her side, she vowed never to let him slip away again, no matter the circumstances, as long as he remained with her. Observing Shen Youchu's delicate, infatuated demeanor, Suemo felt a lump in his throat. Despite all he had done, Shen Youchu remained the same lovesick girl at heart. When it did not concern her, she could maintain her usual composure. But when it came to him, her condition seemed to have intensified. Thus, he too must. The following day, when Shen Youchu awoke, her eyes were open, yet everything around her felt distanced, as if she were an observer in her own life. Although her eyes had opened, the exhaustion from the previous day left her spirit still adrift. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the light and refocused, she beheld the tall silhouette standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Suemo stood there, quietly immersed in the breathtaking view outside. The rising sun, akin to a magical artist, gently painted the horizon with its warm and tender strokes. In the distance, majestic snow-capped mountains, bathed in the brilliance of the sun, appeared draped in a golden veil, radiating enchanting light. At that moment, Suemo, with his back to the world behind him, was wholly absorbed in the beauty surrounding him. His tall figure melded with the golden glow, rendering him as if adorned with a sacred halo. However, due to the backlighting, the specific expression on his face remained obscured, yet a sense of inexplicable tranquility and depth emanated from him. Before such a magnificent natural spectacle, one could not help but marvel at the artistry of nature. In this vast expanse, humanity seemed so insignificant, akin to a mere grain of sand in the ocean. Everything before her appeared to be a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature, while she felt like a speck of dust in this boundless universe. Yet, Suemo exuded an illusion of being one with nature, majestic and unrestrained. Unbidden, Shen Youchu was overwhelmed by a desire to weep. This was the person she wished to accompany her for a lifetime. However, her body felt alien. Even moving her fingers proved to be a daunting task. It was as if her consciousness had separated from her body. "You're awake. Here, have some water," Suemo said, helping Shen Youchu sit up. "We are quite fortunate to witness this view on our very first day." Brother, Shen Youchu managed to utter. Her throat parched, as if it had been sliced by a blade, the consequence of her prolonged cries the previous day. "Don't speak. I've arranged for some porridge to be brought. You should rest well today." Having taken a sip of water, Shen Youchu finally felt a semblance of vitality returning to her. Yet, her body remained devoid of significant strength, and breakfast was still fed to her by Suemo. In that moment, Shen Youchu wished for time to come to a standstill. Subsequently, as Suemo gazed at the peacefully slumbering Shen Youchu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of vexation. Shen Youchu had long occupied his thoughts, but yesterday's encounter left him perplexed. Was it Wong Yingwei or Wong Yingxue? The confusion was overwhelming. While he possessed the ability to distinguish between the two, others, relying solely on outward appearances, would find it impossible to tell them apart. Was it necessary to test both of them? But how could he go about doing so? Even Suemo found himself in a state of frustration. Chapter 51. Do you wish to be her or me? Suemo was roused from her slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. After a night filled with exhaustion, she found herself in a deep sleep. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the anxious face of Yuan Binglan. "Sister Youchu, Suemo is missing." Yuan Binglan continued to voice her distress, but the moment the door swung open, she froze. A fleeting glance at the room number drained the color from her face, though she quickly regained her composure. I'm not sure. You are here." Yuan Binglan lowered her head, her heart clenching tightly at the sight of Sumo's face. The realization hit her. Suemo had spent the night with Shen Youchu. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she fought to maintain her composure. Indeed, Su Mo was like the moon in the sky. How could someone like her dare to aspire for such a star? What's wrong? Feeling down? I took you out on holiday. Let us set work aside for the next couple of days and truly relax. Yuan Binglan responded softly, her voice thick with emotion. It was only then that Su Mo noticed something was amiss. Why are you crying? I'll head back to my room. Sister Wong is looking for you to go skiing. I'll find you later. Watching Yuan Binglan flee in distress, Su Mo felt a pang of concern and hurried after her. However, no matter how much she knocked, there was only silence from within. Feeling uneasy about Yuan Binglan's state, Su Mo called for the staff to assist in opening the door. Upon entering the bedroom, she discovered Yuan Binglan sprawled on the bed, weeping softly. The unexpressed feelings of unrequited love lingered in the air. Though she had anticipated this day would come, when it finally arrived, Yuan Binglan realized she was still unable to accept it. She had always known she was unworthy of Su Mo, yet her heart felt an emptiness. Someone sat beside her, and Su Mo's voice broke through. Why are you crying so pitifully? How embarrassing. Su Mo was never someone she could aspire to, and now she was crying over him, caught in his gaze. I don't know what has made you so sorrowful, but Yuan Binglan, I am just like you. We are both humble country folk. You're likely aware of the gossip amongst our classmates. To be honest, ever since I became part of the Su family, I have felt an insurmountable sense of unreality. Even after being acknowledged by my wealthy relatives, I am surrounded by people who look down upon me. They may not voice it due to the Su family's influence, but I can sense it all the same. Thus, I strive to ascend. Piano, painting, equestrian arts. I have pursued every endeavor that the offspring of affluent families engage in, and I must excel beyond them. Ultimately, it is my own insecurities that drive me to prove my worth. What does it matter if we come from humble beginnings? Who dictates that those without wealth are any less human? Yuan Binglan, you're just like me, resilient and unyielding. Even in the face of bullying, you remain at the top of your class. Someone like you should not be trapped in the mire. Therefore, I offer you a platform, a means to elevate yourself. Regardless of what others may say, my only wish is for you not to abandon yourself. Always strive upwards. I am here for you. I am your greatest asset. It is no wonder that Su Mo would express such sentiments. Su Mo observed Yuan Binglan in tears, yet remained oblivious to the reasons behind her sorrow. After all, Yuan Binglan had always concealed her emotions exceptionally well. As Su Mo pondered while knocking on the door, she could only deduce that Yuan Binglan's tears were a reflection of tropes commonly found in female-oriented literature. A girl from humble beginnings, Yuan Binglan was inexplicably close to her. In such narratives, a person of low status often finds themselves entangled with someone of noble standing, leading countless onlookers to speculate about the fortuitous turn of events that enabled such a union, or to suggest that the individual relied solely on their beauty to captivate the attention of someone who would merely toy with their affections. Su Mo surmised that Yuan Binglan might have been affected by such remarks, hence her need for reassurance. Look, even I say so. You should remain steadfast and continue working for me. The company relies on you and Song Qianqian. With that, Yuan Binglan ceased her tears. Her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed blankly at Su Mo. At that moment, her mind echoed Su Mo's words. I, Su Mo, am your greatest asset. Indeed, her judgment was sound. Su Mo was genuinely a kind-hearted and resilient individual. Oh dear, how can I let you go like this? Come on, let us go skiing together. Su Mo gently patted Yuan Binglan's head, bringing her back to the present. All right, so mo persist commendable skiing skills. There was a ski resort in Kyoto where she had previously enjoyed outings with Shen Youchu. In just half a day's practice, Su Mo glided effortlessly, mastering the art. However, neither Wong Yue nor Yuan Binglan had any experience, prompting Su Mo to hire an instructor for them. Wong Yue, having participated in such activities frequently, eagerly urged Su Mo towards the advanced slopes. Su Mo moved gracefully across the snowy terrain, executing complex maneuvers with ease. Su Yue clapped in admiration. Her eyes filled with reverence. Master, teach me, please, do not keep your secrets. What secrets? I have never concealed anything from you. Exhausted from skiing, Su Mo reclined onto her back. Dressed in an exceptionally warm ski suit, she felt no chill lying on the snow. Wang Yingxue did the same, spreading herself out in a starfish position. By the way, Xiao Shui, about that night we drank. Wang Yingxue abruptly turned to gaze intently at Su Mo. Su Mo hesitated, unsure of how to continue. But from Wang Yingxue's demeanor, she sensed that the latter was aware of the incident. Could it be? Was it her? Su Mo found herself incredulous. Wang Yingxue had always referred to her as master. Why would she engage in such behavior? Wang Yingxue sat upright, her expression behind her glasses harboring an indescribable nuance. Do you wish it were me? The emotion was hard to decipher, yet her cold words trembled slightly, hinting at an undercurrent of anticipation. Wang Yingxue was unaware of what she was truly hoping for. Perhaps it was simply that, throughout their lives, everyone had adored their elder sister. Wherever my sister is, I find myself overshadowed by her brilliance, rendered dull and uninspiring. Yet, I yearn for just a single instance, a solitary moment, in which someone steadfastly chooses me. And what of you? How would you choose? Sumo, would you prefer my sister or me? Sumo's mind is in turmoil. Even as she lies in the snow, clarity eludes her. Wang Yingxue and Wang Yingwe. Unbidden, the narrative from the original text floods her thoughts. The version of Wang Yingxue who could not be herself, who forced herself to atone, compared to that existence. Perhaps it would have been better if she had perished. Otherwise, she would not have ultimately chosen to end her own life. For Wang Yingxue, death is both an escape and a rebirth. Yet what she truly desires is simply for someone to unwaveringly choose her between the two sisters. Chapter 52. 18 years of injustice. What emotions swirled within Wang Yingxue as she posed that question? Do you wish it were her or me? Wang Yingxue longed for something, or rather, for something she believed was rightfully hers, a sense of unwavering certainty. Su Mo gradually rose, enveloping Wang Yingxue in an embrace. Despite the thick ski attire separating them, Su Mo could still sense the tremors coursing through Wang Yingxue. If it were you, Wang Yingxue, I wish it were you. Wang Yingxue's trembling frame gradually calmed, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Ah, why do they? Her small, quivering voice dripped with sorrow. Why does no one look at me? No matter who it is, their eyes are only for my sister, even though I've tried so hard. Wang Yingxue wept quietly, her soft sobs evolving into heartbreaking cries. All the grievances of the past 18 years dissipated in that moment, replaced by an overwhelming sense of injustice. Even the sun, after shining for too long, grows weary. Who could perceive the sadness concealed beneath the radiant smile of Wang Yingxue? She had endured silently, striving with all her might. Yet, upon hearing Su Mo's words, she could no longer hold back. This choice, she had never truly heard it before. How unfair. Why did you arrive so late? Why does my sister also have feelings for you? Why wasn't he at me that night? You have already been with my sister, and now you speak of choosing me. What am I to do? Wang Yingxue sobbed uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stood quietly nearby, choosing not to interrupt the two weeping souls as she silently retreated. It was Wang Yingwe. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped her. She had long been unaware of her sister's feelings. She had merely come to invite them for a meal after tiring herself on the slopes, only to inadvertently eavesdrop on her sister's heartfelt confessions. So, her sister had been living in her shadow all along. So much was hidden behind her sister's smile, and yet she had failed to notice. Oh, Wang Yingwe, what kind of sister are you? Yet, there were those who spoke highly of her sister in her presence, and she had dismissed them, believing her sister too young for romance. Now, she found herself adopting the role of the elder sister while failing to set a proper example for her sibling. Had she been too self-righteous? Understanding that it was best to avoid her sister at this moment, she decided to take Yin Binglan and leave. Meanwhile, Su Mo guided the tearful Wang Yingxue back to the warmth of the lounge. Wang Yingxue cried all the way, and as the gentle warmth of the room enveloped her, she gradually began to regain her composure. I'm sorry. Wang Yingxue held the hot tea Su Mo had offered, at a loss for words. After pouring her heart out before Su Mo, though she felt a sense of relief, how could she face anyone now, especially after saying so much? What if Su Mo thought of her as a wicked woman? It's all right. Don't bottle things up. Let it all out. If you can't find someone to confide in, you can always turn to me. I promise to keep it a secret. Wong Yingxue, feeling awkward, began to dig her toes into the ground. I think I should head back now. Having spoken, she disregarded Su Mo's reaction and fled. It was only upon returning to her room that she felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. Leaning against the door, she slowly sank to the ground. If it were you, I would hope it to be you. How delightful. She touched her cheek, her entire face aflame. Her heart raced with fervor. Meanwhile, Wong Yingxue had dashed away, and Su Mo relinquished any thought of pursuing her. For now, it was best to allow her some peace. Yet who exactly was it? You have yet to reveal that to me. Su Mo found himself pondering what actions he might take once he discovered the identity of this elusive person. Even though he was involved with Shen Youchu, the mere thought of her turning to another was nearly unbearable. Perhaps it was simply a matter of being indecisive. His phone buzzed with messages from Wong Yingyue and Yuan Binglan, informing him of their escapades. He opted for a meal before returning to care for Shen Youchu. She had truly exhausted herself the previous day and was still in the depths of slumber. Su Mo sat at the head of the bed, perusing the materials sent by Su Hongzhe regarding Moonshadow Entertainment. After all, in just a few days, he would take the reins of this company. Moonshadow Entertainment stood as one of the largest entities in the entertainment industry, rivaled only by Guanghua Entertainment and Fengyang Entertainment. Focusing on the film division alone, it boasted 2 superstars, 2 leading actors, 3 leading actresses, 7 first-tier stars, and over 10 second-tier stars. There were at least 30 third-tier stars. As for trainees, the numbers were staggering. Additionally, there were departments for music, public relations, and marketing, when accounting for each artist manager, bodyguard, and the staff across various departments. The total workforce of Moonshadow Entertainment exceeded 7,000. It could be asserted that if Moonshadow wished to blacklist an individual in the industry, a mere whisper would suffice to ensure that person's disappearance from the limelight. Although Su Hongzhe served as the president of the company, he rarely attended. The daily operations were managed by Vice President Chao Kai. Regrettably, the atmosphere was quite dismal. That was Su Mo's only assessment. The documents indicated that the company spent no less than 500 million annually on marketing, yet revenue continued to decline year after year. Many positions have been filled by relatives of Chao Kai, leading to rampant embezzlement. Furthermore, observing the expenditures within the public relations department left Su Mo with a throbbing headache. What sort of artists were being selected? Especially the most renowned ones, whose public relations expenses eclipsed marketing costs. Each itemized expense within the public relations sector pointed to artists with tarnished reputations. While it was well known in the industry that popularity equated to justification, continuing to squander money in such a manner would be better served by seeking out a more compliant talent. Hadn't Su Hongzhe boasted that driving the company into bankruptcy would showcase his prowess? Perhaps it was time to orchestrate something significant. Nevertheless, Su Mo had also identified a few promising talents. For instance, there were those who displayed no pretense towards others of the opposite sex, who, after receiving signing bonuses, continued to reside in the basement, relentlessly working without taking a holiday, operating 24 hours a day. This behavior felt eerily familiar. Perhaps it was yet another trope from a female-centric narrative. However, it was only upon encountering the actual individuals that one could truly discern the unfolding story. Time passed as Su Mo immersed himself in the documents, and at last, Shen Youchu slowly opened her eyes. As she blinked awake, still disoriented, she caught sight of Su Mo seated beside her. Lazily propping herself up, the blanket slipped from her delicate form. "Brother," she murmured, "you're awake. Are you hungry?" Shen Youchu, unbothered by her exposed state, simply shook her head. Seeing her brother upon waking filled her with happiness. "You should get up, wash up a bit. Some classmates from our class are coming over tonight and have invited us to dinner." "All right." Shen Youchu tossed aside the blanket. After her nap, the pain had diminished considerably. Although there was still some discomfort, it no longer hindered her movements. In the bathroom, the red and purple marks on her body appeared strikingly intimate. Shen Youchu reached out and poked at them, feeling a twinge of pain, and smiled contentedly. "How wonderful! My wish has come true." Chapter 53. I Apologize. Sister in the evening, classmates gathered at the Moon Mountain Resort for a reunion dinner. Su Mo, accompanied by Shen Youchu, met up with Wong Yingwe, Wong Yingxue, and Yuan Binglan. Each of them feigned nonchalance, yet their hearts were adrift, lost in a myriad of thoughts. In the original narrative, Wong Yingxue's story was unfolding. But this time, the plot took a different turn. A young man approached Wong Yingxue, stealing glances at the distant Wong Yingwe, cautiously asking for her sister's contact information. He confessed that he was captivated by the graceful and gentle Wong Yingwe upon their first meeting, pleading with Wong Yingxue to introduce him. Wong Yingxue listened quietly, and upon hearing this, she smiled brightly at Su Mo. All right, we're all friends here. No need for formality. However, my sister has rather discerning tastes. Ding! Plot twist 1. Wait, this isn't how it should be. Wong Yingxue should have been enraged, storming out, prompting Wong Yingwe to notice her sister's discontent and chase after her. The two were so engrossed in their strides that they only halted when they reached the path of an impending avalanche. By the time they realized the danger, it would be too late to escape. The Moon Mountain Resort was not on the avalanche path, and if they chose not to leave, there would be no subsequent events. Thus, the narrative was shifting. Would Wong Yingxue stay behind? Su Mo recalled that earlier in the day, Wong Yingxue had posed a question to him about choosing between the two. Was it truly this effortless? What about the meticulous arrangements he had orchestrated months prior? Beneath the looming threat of the avalanche, after dismissing the young man, Wong Yingxue approached Su Mo, holding a glass of wine. Care for a drink? No, I'd rather not. It could lead to complications. Su Mo smiled, confident that Wong Yingxue comprehended his meaning. Indeed, she promptly downed the contents of her glass, leaning closer to Su Mo and whispering. The fragrance of youth mingled with a hint of alcohol, intoxicatingly alluring. What's there to fear? We could always do it again. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, the fingers gripping the wine glass were turning pale from exertion. Wong Yingxue was acutely aware that it was only Su Mo she desired, and she had no intention of relinquishing him to her sister. The opinions of others were inconsequential. As long as Su Mo expressed his wish, I hope it's you, that would suffice. Wong Yingxue was uncertain when her affection for Su Mo had blossomed. Perhaps it stemmed from her sister's interest in him, or it might have been the admiration born from their shared experiences in racing and combat, where he had guided her hand in hand. Yet, she had remained oblivious to her feelings until now. In the wake of realizing that he was her sister's crush, she had suppressed her emotions, previously too timid to confront her true heart. However, all that repression crumbled at Su Mo's single utterance, giving way to an overwhelming tide of love. She acknowledged her feelings for Su Mo, and as she returned to her room, thoughts of him consumed her mind. Sister, I apologize for my selfishness. I no longer desire anyone else. I only want Su Mo. At that moment, Su Mo was rendered speechless when Wong Yingxue uttered the words one more time. It dawned upon him that he truly was entangled with Wong Yingxue. But what of Shen Youchu? No, Shen Youchu already knew. Regardless of the circumstances, one must take responsibility for their actions. Yet, it seemed that Wong Yingxue was still oblivious to the situation between him and Shen Youchu. He had no intention of concealing the truth. However, Wong Yingxue only perceived the hesitation that lingered on Su Mo's face after he finally spoke. The color drained from his cheeks, and his heart grew cold. Thus, Su Mo merely claimed to choose himself, but deep down, did he still favor his sister? Why then, did it appear that he was disappointed? His words were laced with bitterness. No, Su Mo declared, firmly grasping Wong Yingxue's hand. Shen Youchu, follow me. He led the two of them to his room, where the three sat facing one another. At that juncture, Su Mo slowly began to speak. Wong Yingxue, there is something you may find hard to accept. Shen Youchu and I are in a relationship. What? I thought he was just the older brother I took care of for a while. Shen Youchu tilted her head, looking at Wong Yingxue, utterly bewildered. He's my brother. People often unconsciously cling to the beauty of their fantasies. Previously, Su Mo had restrained himself, fearful of succumbing to temptation before Shen Youchu reached adulthood, thus refraining from taking advantage of her. Although they shared a certain intimacy, he never overstepped boundaries. The fact that Su Mo had cared for Shen Youchu for a period had spread within their circle. Therefore, Wong Yingxue had instinctively avoided acknowledging the nature of the relationship between Su Mo and Shen Youchu. But now, a relationship? No. Shen Youchu spoke calmly, unperturbed by the impact of her words on those present. As long as my brother does not abandon me, I will accept any role, be a mistress or a pet. Su Mo buried his face in his hands, fully aware that Shen Youchu would voice such thoughts. This rendered any explanation futile. While it was true that Shen Youchu harbored such sentiments and would indeed act upon them, it was not his intention to encourage such notions. You. Wong Yingxue was so astonished that she could scarcely form a coherent response. Shen Youchu's declarations shattered the very foundation of her beliefs. Dazed and confused, she found herself unaware of how she returned to her room. It seemed that Su Mo and Shen Youchu had continued to converse extensively, yet she retained no memory of their words. When she finally regained her senses, she found herself lying in her own room. Initially, Wong Yingxue only wished to gather her belongings and return home. It was not until she boarded the plane that she began to feel a semblance of calm. Gazing at the messages Su Mo had sent her, expressing concern, she felt at a loss for words and ultimately chose to shut her phone off. What was she to do now? Wong Yingxue felt utterly lost. It was not until the next day that Su Mo learned of Wong Yingxue's return home. It was early in the morning when Wong Yingxue mentioned that her sister had gone home, and, sensing something was amiss, she decided to check on her. Only then did Su Mo comprehend the situation. There had indeed been an avalanche yesterday, but fortunately, no one was harmed. However, even in the event of an avalanche, the helicopter summoned by Wong Yingxue to the resort must depart. Among the 5, 2 individuals have already left. Yuan Binglan observed Su Mo and Shen Youchu, contemplating her decision before ultimately choosing to return with Wong Yingxue. As the group began to disperse, Su Mo lost interest in the trip and opted to head back directly. He decided to first escort Shen Youchu home before visiting the Moonshadow Entertainment to seek some distraction, feeling burdened and in need of an outlet for his frustrations. The individuals idling at Moonshadow were, coincidentally, the perfect receptacle for his grievances. Upon returning home, Wong Yingxue's first action was to knock on Wong Yingxue's door. Witnessing her sister's haggard appearance, she immediately enveloped Wong Yingxue in an embrace. Held tightly by her sister, Wong Yingxue's lips trembled slightly before she managed to utter, "I'm sorry, sister." Chapter 54. Sisterly conversations in a villa in Kyoto, where Wong Yingxue seldom resides, empty bottles were scattered haphazardly around. The 2 sisters, inebriated, bore a rosy hue that extended to their ears. "Can we speak now?" The younger sister ventured, yet both hesitated, needing a sip to muster courage. After a long pause, Wong Yingxue finally exhaled, "I have feelings for Su Mo." "Yes, I am aware." "What?" "You know, indeed, I'm also aware that Shen Youchu is his partner." At this revelation, Wong Yingxue felt her mind falter. "Then why did you go that night?" Wong Yingxue sat on the floor, her expression tinged with an unusual melancholy. In one's lifetime, encountering a person one loves often extinguishes the ability to love another. It is not that one cannot love, but rather that subsequent affections lack purity. I realized that once I acknowledged my love for Su Mo, I understood I could never love another. He is so remarkable that, if placed on a scale against all men, it would inevitably tilt in his favor. This is not merely a statement born of affection. It is the undeniable truth of his excellence. I sought out Shen Youchu, and I am aware of their circumstances. Thus, I confess my cowardice. I wish to possess him entirely before he and Shen Youchu confirmed their relationship, even if it was only for one night, even if I would never have the chance again. From now on, I may not pursue love again. After encountering Su Mo, I doubt I could find another man appealing. Wong Yingxue's tone was gentle yet resolute, but I did not expect you to like him as well. By the time I realized it, it was too late. I had been uncertain of how to act, only to hear you lamenting the grievances of these past years. I apologize for not noticing sooner. It is my fault. My lively little sister, I wanted to protect you from being deceived by boys before you matured in your understanding. Thus, many suitors were turned away by me. My dear sister, my intention was to cherish you, Yet I fear I have failed miserably. No, you will always be my best sister. Tears streamed down Wong Yingshue's face. But, sister, I feel so pained. I like Su Mo, and I even told him that it was I that night. I even wondered if, after we were intimate, he would still hold it against me if he found out. Wong Yingwei comforted Wong Yingxue. It's all right, dear. Su Mo is a wonderful person. There is no shame in loving him. Even if the approach was misguided, you can amend it in the future. No one will blame you. Besides, had you been the one that night, I might have claimed it was myself if Su Mo inquired. Wong Yingxue still felt distress, but Su Mo, I feel so despicable. Upon hearing Shen Youchu express her desire to be with Su Mo without the need for a formal title, I found myself inexplicably elated. I began to ponder that as long as I could marry Su Mo, I would not mind if he supported Shen Youchu. It was clear that this should not be the case. Yet, dear sister, you cannot fathom the joy I felt when Su Mo whispered that he chose me. It felt as though the entire world had come alive. I cannot bear to let him go. Thus, I shall not relinquish him. When you wish to love, cast aside everything to embrace that love. When you no longer wish to love, let go with resolute clarity. In our circle, marriages often appear as mere FAAs, with couples leading separate lives. Pursue what you desire, for I shall always support you, dear sister. The two of us continued to converse extensively, reminiscing about the past and contemplating the future. Yet, one figure lingered persistently in our hearts, Su Mo. This was an inescapable topic. Eventually, as dawn approached, we drifted into a hazy slumber. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Moon Shadow, Su Mo summoned all senior executives to the conference room for a meeting. A significant overhaul of the management team was imminent. Although Su Hongzhe seldom graced the company with his presence, the role of the executive assistant remained. Typically, it was a position devoid of much responsibility. Nevertheless, this individual directly reported to Su Hongzhe, and no one dared to disregard him. With a single phone call, Su Mo's assistant awaited him at the company. First, they toured the premises, then proceeded to the president's office. The desk there was immaculate, devoid of any documents. Young Master Su, all the files are with the vice president. Would you like me to have someone fetch them? No need. Inform all department heads and above to convene in the conference room in 10 minutes. Understood. The assistant dared not refute Su Mo's words, well aware that the former president, Su Hongzhe, had transferred all shares to him. 10 minutes later, Su Mo arrived punctually at the office, finding it already filled to capacity with attendees, all of whom were curious about the sudden appearance of the young Su Mo. Their expressions betrayed a hint of disdain, particularly upon realizing he was merely a child. Easily manipulated, they believed a facade of respect was sufficient, while secretly harboring their own agendas. Su Mo scanned the room before confidently striding to the front seat. Is everyone here? 6 individuals are absent. The head of the marketing department is out on business. The deputy of the composition department is away for an appointment. And each absent member had a seemingly legitimate reason for their absence. Most in the room, however, were acutely aware of the truth. Proceed, according to the contract, and one compensation should be issued to them. I object. Vice President Chao, accustomed to wielding power within the company, slammed the table in protest. Suddenly recalling Su Mo's position as president, Vice President Chao softened his tone. President Su, these individuals are the backbone of the company. They have contributed significantly to our development. Is it truly appropriate to dismiss them for merely being out on business? Vice President Chao, I hope you comprehend one thing. Su Mo flung the document onto the table. It was a share transfer agreement. I am not only the president now, but also the largest shareholder of the company, holding 86 of the shares. My opinions, whether you agree or not, must be executed. Vice President Chao gazed at the share transfer agreement on the table, his heart bleeding. These individuals are all his trusted confidants. With such an arrangement, how will he maintain authority over the company in the future? Where is the human resources director? At the front of the conference table, a somewhat overweight middle-aged man spoke up. Mr. Su, it's me, Xiao Zhou. Upon seeing the share transfer agreement, this middle-aged man immediately understood that the company had become a dictatorship under Su Mo, and at this moment, he placed himself in a position of utmost humility. Chapter 55, A new plot in the meeting. Minister Wong Yuding and Wang Yue discussed personnel matters. The report indicated that certain individuals lacked significant capabilities but would not cause substantial disturbances. The crucial trait was obedience. Xiao Zhou, once the meeting concludes, please issue the personnel notifications. The resignations of these individuals will be your responsibility. Yes, Mr. Su. Furthermore, I have several decisions to announce. The dismissal of Deputy General Manager Chao from all positions within the company to be succeeded by Meng Yanhua. Termination of Run Zixin, Lin Xinji, and these 12 individuals, alongside the 19 others dismissed after a financial audit, will have every expenditure scrutinized, with any discrepancies reported to the authorities. Each person present looked at Su Mo in disbelief. To remove so many high-ranking executives upon arrival was an audacious move. I strongly disagree. Su Mo, I have devoted over 20 years of hard work to this company. Without us, would it have become the largest entertainment enterprise? You dismiss me with a mere word? Your actions will dishearten those of us who have poured our hearts and souls into this company, who will follow you henceforth. Are you not afraid of jeopardizing the company? The first two sentences emphasized his contributions, while the final statement was a blatant threat. Yueying, being an entertainment company, had Deputy General Manager Chao, who had been there for many years, holding considerable leverage over the secrets of various stars. His implication was clear. If he were to suffer, he would drag down all the stars with him. With the reputations of Yueying's stars tarnished, how could the company profit? However, Su Mo was impervious to threats. I am indifferent, Xiao Chao. Do you not realize who stands behind me? Su Mo rose and looked down at Deputy General Manager Chao, his eyes calm and deep, filled with mockery. Even if all of Yueying's stars were to implode, so what? Within a year, I could cultivate a new batch. You should know I possess that capability. Then, Su Mo picked up the phone and dialed a number. This is Su Mo. Upon hearing his name, the person on the other end immediately adopted a subservient tone. Young Master Su, how may I assist you? I recall that Deputy General Manager Chao's wife is a designer at your company. Some individuals seem unaware of the implications of threatening me. What do you suggest we do? Without waiting for a response, Su Mo hung up. Before long, Deputy General Manager Chao's phone rang. Seeing it was his wife's call, he felt a bead of sweat form in his palm as he reluctantly answered. The moment the call connected, a wave of distress washed over him. Old Chao, what should I do? The company claims I plagiarized another design and has dismissed me, even threatening legal action. Yet before he could respond, another call came through. Is this Mr. Chao? Your son has been bullying others at school and has now been expelled. The phone slipped from Deputy General Manager Chao's grasp and crashed to the floor. Xiao Chao, I am indifferent to what you possess. However, before you act, consider whether you can afford the consequences. Next time, it may not be so simple. Su Mo reclined once more in his chair, his piercing gaze rendering anyone unable to meet his eyes. Now, does anyone object to the appointments I have announced? Mr. Su, I have no objections. With his arrival, Mr. Su had swiftly eliminated a significant menace to the company. Those who had been dismissed stood in silent trepidation, fearful of suffering the same fate as Vice President Chao. Meanwhile, those who remained lavished insincere praise upon Su Mo. However, he had little interest in their flattery. Adjourn the meeting. Today marked the most tumultuous day at Moonshadow, with countless executives shown the door. The actions taken by Su Mo during the meeting instilled fear in everyone, for they were unaware of what lay behind his formidable exterior. But it was evident he was not someone to be trifled with. Having already been dismissed, the thought of an entire family left without work loomed ominously over them. What would they eat in the future? Some individuals, in a desperate bid for redemption, approached Su Mo to confess their embezzlement, returning every ill-gotten gain. For these individuals, Su Mo instructed the legal department to erase their names from the prosecution list, thus sparing them from incarceration. However, the leading figure, especially Vice President Chao, was not afforded such leniency. The new vice president, Meng Yanhua, was a capable individual who had long been suppressed by Chao. Now that he had finally emerged from the shadows, he was determined to achieve significant accomplishments, displaying an exceptional enthusiasm for his work. At this moment, Su Mo was summoning the company's stars to his office, keen to scrutinize their past indiscretions. curious to discover if any of them embodied the archetypal protagonists of romantic narratives. "Mr. Su, Wong Yue has arrived," announced his assistant, who ushered in a heavily made-up young woman. While she was indeed attractive, the excessive makeup rendered her somewhat akin to a seductress. Su Mo raised his gaze, his eyes scrutinizing her intently. "Wong Yue, is it?" Wong Yue approached with an alluring demeanor, gently biting her lip, her eyes brimming with a beguiling allure. "Good day, Mr. Su." The assistant, displaying commendable discretion, exited and closed the door behind her, though Su Mo would have preferred her to refrain from such perceptiveness. Wong Yue was a character straight from a romantic narrative, albeit a malicious supporting role. She was the adopted daughter of the Wong family, while the true daughter, Wong Yuting, had been lost to the world. Even after being reclaimed, Wong Yuting garnered little attention. Su Mo found it perplexing why, as a scion of a prestigious family, Wong Yuting was so fixated on the entertainment industry. Even the most lucrative film stars could not match the profits of their own family businesses in a year. In essence, both Wong Yuting and Wong Yue were intent on navigating the entertainment realm, their storyline rather cliché. Since her return, Wong Yuting had faced the cold disdain of her family, compounded by Wong Yue's insidious machinations, leading to misunderstandings and various forms of maltreatment. Unable to endure, Wong Yuting fled to the entertainment industry, only to find Wong Yue following in her wake. Initially, a coveted role that Wong Yuting had meticulously prepared for was abruptly usurped by Wong Yue, who swooped in to claim the resources. That opportunity had been the best she could have accessed given her stature at the time. Due to the fierce competition for this resource, Wong Yuting struggled at the grassroots level for an entire year before gradually emerging. In contrast, Wong Yue gained prominence through her role as the second female lead. Subsequently, every resource that Wong Yuting acquired became a target for contention, and after her rise, numerous attempts were made to tarnish her reputation through orchestrated smear campaigns. Consequently, Wong Yuting now faces widespread criticism online, despite the absence of any substantial evidence against her. In the upcoming plot, there will be a variety show live broadcast in which both Wong Yuting and Wong Yue will participate, along with Wong Yuting's brother and fiancé. During this live broadcast, they will exploit familial connections to suppress Wong Yuting, falsely accusing her and ultimately leading to her disgrace. Fearing that Wong Yuting might create further disturbances, the Wong family will forcibly compel her to withdraw from the entertainment industry, returning her home for various forms of torment. Chapter 56. The A-sign of Moonshadow Entertainment. As the assistant closed the door, Wong Yue felt a surge of audacity. The president had summoned her, dismissing the assistant, which could only imply a certain expectation. If it were anyone else, she would undoubtedly scoff at the notion. After all, she hailed from the Wong family. Yet, in the presence of Su Mo, all her confidence seemed insignificant. Moreover, this was Su Mo. Should she manage to establish a connection with him, it would not only elevate her status, but also propel the entire Wong family to new heights. And considering Su Mo's striking allure, even in the absence of tangible benefits, she would willingly seek his favor. The male models and young stars she had previously engaged with paled in comparison to his charisma. Su Xiao, Wong Yue's voice, sweet and delicate, resonated as she approached him, her fingers deftly unbuttoning her blouse. However, before she could make any further advances, Su Mo abruptly tossed a document onto the table. A glance at the contents revealed a collection of incriminating evidence against her. Images of her reveling in bars, mingling with male models, entering hotels, and even expenses related to purchasing online support. Su Xiao, what is this? Wong Yue sensed something amiss. The situation was diverging from her expectations. Wong Yue, the company needs to be profitable. Do you have any idea how much it costs annually to suppress your scandals? But I can also generate revenue for the company. Moreover, I have resources that do not require the company's negotiation. My family will handle that. Your family? The Wong family? Su Mo retorted with a hint of disdain. What does the Wong family amount to? And you? Let me remind you, no matter how wealthy you are, the Wong family is not easily trifled with. Wong Yue, evidently spoiled, bristled at any denigration of her family. The Wong family may not be entrenched in the entertainment industry, But do you truly believe that resources can be acquired merely with money? It ultimately hinges on your affiliation with Moonshadow. I have summoned you not for idle conversation, but to present you with two choices. First, you may choose to breach your contract, compensating the company $100 million for the breach. Second, the company will release your scandals, tarnish your reputation as a delinquent artist, and subsequently terminate your contract, requiring the same compensation. The choice is yours. Renouncing the contract? Impossible, Wong Yue exclaimed, panic rising within her. What would happen to her resources if she left Moonshadow? Furthermore, these scandals absolutely could not be made public. In the eyes of her family, she was a sheltered young lady. The thought of her actions being revealed was too dire to contemplate. Her eyes flickered, but then a calmness washed over her, accompanied by a hint of smugness. Susao, I have many fans, as you are aware. And so, imagine if I were to burst from your office in tears, subsequently launching a live stream to accuse you of assault. What would you do then? Su Xiao, you surely wouldn't want to face the wrath of online outrage. Su Mo was nearly reduced to laughter by her audacity. In moments of speechlessness, one often finds humor. Would you care to take a look at what's behind you on the wall? This is the president's office, a place where sensitive company documents are handled. Do you truly think there are no surveillance cameras? Where's your common sense? Wong Yue's triumphant smile faltered, her eyes igniting with fury. Yet she stifled it with great effort. Choose one or two. If you don't respond, I'll assume you opted for the latter. No. Ultimately, Wong Yue, unwilling to accept the harsh reality of being forsaken by the company, declared, I choose one. Very well. Inform your agent. She need not come anymore. Within 3 days. I expect to see the breach of contract compensation deposited. Oof. Wong Yue, bag in hand, turned on her heel and departed. Su Mo hoped Wong Yue would select the first option. After all, the narrative of the live stream had yet to unfold, and Su Mo wished to eradicate the negative reviews surrounding Wong Yuding during this broadcast. The most fitting contrast would indeed be Wong Yue. Otherwise, if the earlier threatening scene repeated itself, not just Wong Yue, but the entire Wong family would find themselves in dire straits. She pressed the internal phone on the table, and her assistant swiftly entered. Follow up on Wong Yue's breach of contract and the compensation. Additionally, assist me in signing Wong Yuding. Offer her an A contract, $50 million over 5 years, with a breach penalty of the same amount. Bring her agent in as well, directly appointing them as a gold-tier agent. Understood, President Su. Although the assistant found Su Mo's directives peculiar, they were committed to executing them diligently. Some matters were better left unasked and unknown. Furthermore, I recall that in a few days, both Wong Yuding and Wong Yue are slated to participate in a variety show livestream. Seek out that director, invest $30 million, and convey that Wong Yuding is the talent I wish to promote. If the Wong family desires to join, allow them entry, but no preferential treatment shall be afforded. Understood, President Su. Upon receiving the assistant's notification, Human Resources Director Zhou immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. A president known for swiftly dismissing numerous executives would undoubtedly ensure that the assigned tasks were executed without delay. Typically, such matters could be delegated to subordinates. After all, they represented Moonshadow Entertainment, a coveted establishment within the industry, where even a C-tier contract surpassed the resources of an external A-tier. Nonetheless, to demonstrate the company's earnestness, Director Zhou chose to attend personally. Finding Wong Yuding's contact information was not arduous. She was, after all, a diligent worker within the industry. After conversing with Wong Yuding's agent, Hongjia, Director Zhou set off, arriving at a somewhat dilapidated apartment, which, despite its exterior, exuded warmth and cleanliness. He found Wong Yuding and Hongjia already waiting inside. In truth, Wong Yuding was reluctant to meet. She was acutely aware that Wong Yue was affiliated with Moonshadow and feared it might be a trap. However, outright refusal to engage with the upper echelons of Moonshadow was a risk they could not afford. They could only proceed cautiously. As they welcomed Director Zhou into the room and listened to his intentions, Wong Yuding's hopes were dashed. Was this an attempt to sign her with Moonshadow merely to place her in obscurity? Director Zhou, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have an emotional attachment to my current company and am not considering a change at this time. Please, Miss Wong, Director Zhou urged, growing anxious. If he failed to fulfill the president's orders, he feared for his own position. Your small company utterly disregards your resources and income while demanding an unjust 90-10 revenue split. I know you have longed to depart, yet the breach of contract penalty has held you back. Before you hastily decline, why not take a moment to consider the generous offer my company has for you? Minister Zhou stated as he promptly presented the documents. A signature guarantees you a leading role, with an array of resources at your disposal and an annual marketing budget of no less than 30 million. Furthermore, upon signing, you will receive a signing bonus of 50 million, with a 5-year contract featuring a 50-50 revenue split and a breach penalty of only 50 million. Additionally, should you choose to join us, Hong Jie will immediately be appointed as the company's premier agent, enjoying all the privileges that accompany this esteemed status. From then on, she will exclusively represent you, without any change in agents. Chapter 57. Recognizing your potential, as Minister Zhou unveiled a series of enticing perks. Wang Yuting could hardly believe her eyes. What merit did she possess to warrant such offerings? Even if Wang Yue intended to scheme against her, one would think her position could not afford such a generous contract. Sister Hong took the contract and examined it closely, while Minister Zhou assumed he had not yet articulated sufficient benefits. Miss Wong, should you choose to join us, we will cover your penalty fees, and the company will arrange accommodation for you, as the privacy and security here are rather inadequate. Moreover, we shall provide you with a dedicated marketing team and a security detail. Just consider, by coming here, you will incur no penalty fees and receive a signing bonus of 50 million. Even if you are dissatisfied, you can simply use the signing bonus to cover any penalties, allowing you to depart at your convenience. Minister Zhou spoke fervently, nearly pleading. Sister, why is it that despite my extensive explanations, you remain unconvinced? Sister Hong, having reviewed the contract, nodded at Wang Yuting. All terms appeared standard and devoid of any hidden, unfavorable clauses. Yet, Wang Yuting still found it hard to accept. But what about Wang Yue? Has she agreed to this contract for me? Wang Yue, Minister Zhou replied, puzzled. What does her opinion have to do with you? Furthermore, she has been dismissed. Signing you is entirely at the president's discretion. What? Wang Yuting and Sister Hong exclaimed, rising abruptly. Dismissed? What on earth happened? Minister Zhou glanced around, wary of being overheard. I'll speak quietly, but do keep this to yourself. I heard that after Wang Yue visited the president's office, she was promptly let go. Wang Yuting took a moment to process this shocking revelation. Minister Zhou, you are aware of my current reputation. I hardly seem deserving of such a lucrative contract. May I inquire why I am being signed? You know how reputation works. It can be easily reshaped in our eyes. Signing you is undoubtedly a testament to the president recognizing your value. Could I gain insight into why the president values me? Wang Yuting asked, her mind racing. She worried that this president might be the type to exploit her beauty and subject her to indignities. If that were the case, she would refuse to join. Wang Yuting was well aware of her own allure. Such predicaments were not uncommon in social gatherings. Had she wished, she could have long since made a name for herself. She would never compromise her principles for the sake of her beauty. Minister Zhou seemed to sense her trepidation. As for the president, I cannot claim to know him well. I have heard that he possesses significant influence, and his arrival here may be part of his own development. On his very first day, he dismissed 19 high-ranking executives, and amidst the many beautiful women in the company, I have yet to hear of him pursuing anyone. Sumo. A name surfaced in Wang Yuting's mind. As a true heiress, she rarely participated in industry events, and even when she did, she was often subjected to humiliation. Yet, during those few occasions, she had overheard others discussing this name, which seemed to share a similar fate of being brought back from obscurity. Subsequently, others began to extol the exceptional qualities of Su Mo. If memory serves correctly, he hails from the esteemed Su family in Kyoto and has only just reached adulthood. Wang Yuting took a deep breath. Very well, I shall sign, but I would like to meet the president. I wonder when that might be. Minister Zhou instantly smiled. I will inquire about the assistant schedule. Rest assured, since President Su values you so highly, an arrangement will be made promptly. Once Minister Zhou had secured the contract and departed, Hong Jie leaped up in excitement. Shouting, "You made it! With Moon Shadow Entertainment and an A-level contract. Your breakthrough has finally arrived." Giddy with joy, she sprang onto the couch, bouncing with elation. Wang Yuting also wore a beaming smile, yet her mind was rife with questions. Su Mo, like herself, had grown up in the countryside, and she had heard that his parents, akin to hers, had a foster child. Might it be that Su Mo, upon witnessing her current predicament, felt sympathy and thus chose to extend his assistance? Hong Jie, not pondering too deeply, reveled in Wang Yuting's A-level contract, while she herself was a top-tier agent. Both shared a promising future. As for Wang Yue, who had previously sought to usurp her resources, look at her now, expelled from Moon Shadow Entertainment. How could she possibly compete? Hong Jie immediately proposed to take Wang Yuting out for a celebratory drink. However, under Wang Yuting's persuasion, they opted for a modest drink at home, wary of being targeted by Wang Yue for any scandalous revelations. The following morning, Wang Yuting arrived at the Moon Shadow Entertainment office. Minister Zhou had already informed her that a meeting with President Su was scheduled for that morning. The closer she approached the president's office, the more anxious she became. Even when facing a barrage of reporters, she had never felt this level of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the office door. "President Su, hello, I am Wang Yuting." Upon entering, she beheld a handsome young man seated at his desk. His slightly tousled hair was lifted just enough to reveal his exquisite features. Here was someone whose mere looks could propel him to the pinnacle of stardom. "Wang Yuting, I presume. Please come in and take a seat." Wang Yuting felt somewhat uneasy, reminiscent of the time she faced her homeroom teacher in school. "President Su, may I inquire why the company has chosen to sign me?" Su Mo set down his pen. "I am aware of your situation with the Wong family. So, is it out of pity for me?" Observing Van Gutinge's anxious demeanor, Su Mo suddenly chuckled. "Of course not. You may find it hard to believe, but I genuinely see great potential in you." Wang Yuting remained silent, clearly skeptical of Su Mo's assertion regarding her potential, especially considering she was currently facing a barrage of online criticism. "Let me put it this way. Given your current standing, how did you manage to attract such widespread condemnation?" "Well, that is..." Wang Yuting began to respond, but faltered. She had no habit of speaking ill of others, and was also wary of the implications of criticizing Wang Yue, who had once been part of the company. Would it not seem that she harbored ulterior motives? "It is indeed Wang Yue who has been maligning you. Those who do not truly understand you may form their opinions based on the unfounded accusations of others. The number of individuals who disparage you is directly proportional to the number who are aware of your existence. However, consider this. All the criticisms leveled against you lack substantial evidence. As long as you can transform your detractors into admirers, your current fanbase, at the very least, consists of first-tier celebrities. I too recognize your talent. Your acting skills are commendable, which is more than sufficient to secure your position as a leading star, and perhaps even pave the way for you to contend for the title of Best Actress. Your personal life appears to be rather uncomplicated. As long as you manage to avoid excessive scandals in the future, your reputation will remain intact, significantly reducing your company's public relations expenditures. Moreover, your dedication as a hard worker brings considerable benefits to the organization. Therefore, is it not reasonable to acknowledge your potential? Chapter 58. The Legend of Devotion. Wang Yuting was utterly bewildered. Although she felt a tinge of discomfort, she could not recall any points to refute. According to Su Mo's assertions, she indeed possessed boundless potential. Remarkable, indeed. However, Su Mo soon doused Wang Yuting with a dose of reality. Yet, there was one matter to address concerning the Wong family. Upon mention of the Wong family, Wang Yuting's heart gradually sank. "Let me inquire, after being recognized by them, how much has the Wong family expended on you?" 43,600. Wang Yuting replied without hesitation, articulating the figure with clarity. "I returned home for 4 years, yet only spent the first year there. Thereafter, I scarcely returned. They did not provide me with any financial support. They allocated 500 yuan as pocket money each month for just 1 year, totaling 6,000. The yearly food expenses amounted to 36,500. with an additional medical expense of 1,000 from an injury inflicted by Wong Yue. Altogether, it sums up to 43,500. Sumonadi Thotfeli. In a few days, there will be a variety show live broadcast featuring Wong Yue, along with your brother and fiancé. During the broadcast, I shall alter your public image. At that time, the events you endured with the Wong family will also be revealed. What I require from you is to publicly sever ties with the Wong family. Are you capable of doing this? Wong Yuting's eyes sparkled with determination. I can. After enduring numerous tribulations at the hands of the Wong family, she had long regretted her association with them. Without the Wong family, her life would undoubtedly have flourished. Yet, their formidable presence intimidated her into silence. However, with Su Mo's support, the situation transformed. Very well, prepare yourself, Su Mo instructed, producing a key. I will send you the address and door code of the apartment arranged by the company shortly. Once you move, ensure to rest adequately. Approach the live broadcast in your finest condition. Do not succumb to pressure if there are detractors prior to the show. I am counting on you to generate revenue for me. Absolutely. I will strive to earn well. Wong Yuting exited, feeling as though her legs were buoyant. The events of the past few days felt surreal. Despite having been oppressed by her family, no matter how hard she endeavored, hope remained elusive. Yet in a sudden twist, she found herself soaring under the guidance of a powerful ally. A variety show, indeed. Wong Yue, await my return. Meanwhile, Su Mo surveyed the plethora of celebrity profiles on the table, his demeanor noticeably relaxed. He had successfully eliminated problematic stars from the roster, and fortunately, the two reigning superstars were now in retirement, thus shielding them from any fallout. Consequently, Yueying Entertainment could still leverage these two icons to attract other talents. Otherwise, given their fan base, Yueying Entertainment would undoubtedly face repercussions. Nonetheless, many speculated about the significant maneuvers occurring within Yueying Entertainment, particularly with so many stars being released. However, after Su Mo exposed some scandalous information regarding a minor celebrity, public interest in Yueying Entertainment waned, while industry insiders remained more attuned to its affairs. Subsequently, news emerged from Moonshadow Entertainment regarding the promotion of a film star, Wong Yuting, and a singing sensation, Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi, too, is a protagonist in a narrative primarily aimed at female readers. Among the myriad of such stories, Zhang Ruoxi's tale stands out as particularly tragic, for it is a narrative steeped in the theme of love and sacrifice. It is often said that love stories of this nature are mere legends. Yet, Zhang Ruoxi's life serves as a testament that certain affections are worthy of a lifetime of devotion. If one cannot grow old together in this life, then perhaps they shall reunite in the next. This aptly encapsulates the story of Zhang Ruoxi and Bai Yufei. Both Bai Yufei and Zhang Ruoxi are orphans. Yet in their early days, they were surrounded by family. Bai Yufei was adopted by Zhang Ruoxi's parents, and the two grew up together until they reached middle school. However, as Zhang Ruoxi's parents faced impending bankruptcy, they frantically sought financial aid to revive their faltering business. Tragically, before they could take significant action, a sudden car accident claimed their lives, leading to the immediate collapse of the company. While the company succumbed to bankruptcy, the debts remained. Zhang Ruoxi's relatives, fearful of the family's financial burdens, distanced themselves, refusing even to meet her. That fateful night in the morgue, Zhang Ruoxi wept uncontrollably in Bai Yufei's embrace, while he comforted her, promising that he would always be there for her. Bai Yufei did not abandon Zhang Ruoxi. Instead, the weight of their circumstances fell heavily upon his young shoulders. When trouble found them once more, Bai Yufei resorted to a blood oath, pledging to repay their debts with interest, but on the condition that the turmoil would not reach Zhang Ruoxi's ears. Each morning, he sold breakfast at the school gate, attended classes, and after school, he ventured to the supermarket to sell snacks to classmates, followed by collecting recyclables, and finally setting up a stall at the night market. Each day, aside from his studies, he toiled relentlessly to make ends meet. The burden of a company's debts rested upon the fragile shoulders of a child. Zhang Ruoxi, ever understanding, wished to alleviate her brother's suffering, but was met with his stern reprimands. Their lives were modest, yet filled with happiness. As they relied on one another for companionship. As time passed, their bond deepened, and though their feelings for one another were evident, neither dared to breach the unspoken understanding between them. Perhaps they both harbored a silent agreement that once the debts were settled, they could finally be together. Their connection was more steadfast than mere childhood friendship. Their mutual consideration had become instinctual. However, fate has a penchant for striking those already burdened with misfortune. In narratives of this genre, the love between the protagonists is seldom devoid of trials. Jiang Ruoxi caught the eye of the secondary male character, who sought to usher her into the music industry. Her singing talent was unparalleled, a true gift from the heavens. Yet at that moment, Jiang Ruoxi's heart longed solely to remain by Bai Yufei's side. Undoubtedly, the secondary male character harbored feelings for her as well. But it must be acknowledged that he is one of the rare, good-hearted individuals within the confines of this narrative. He hails from a well-to-do family and harbors affections for Jiang Ruoxi, yet he cannot bring himself to resort to coercive measures. Nor does he seek to disrupt the bond between the protagonists. Although he wishes to see Jiang Ruoxi enter the music industry, he ultimately respects her desires. A pivotal turn of events occurs on an ordinary afternoon when Bai Yufei commits murder. The impoverished campus beauty, lacking both power and parental support, naturally attracts the attention of many. Jiang Ruoxi, due to her striking beauty, becomes the object of an unsavory character's fixation. One evening, after working late at her part-time job, Jiang Ruoxi finds herself walking home when she is dragged into a narrow alley by this thug, armed with some unknown substance. He soaks a handkerchief and renders Jiang Ruoxi unconscious. Just as he prepares to assault her, Bai Yufei, anxious about Jiang Ruoxi's safety, intervenes and discovers the unfolding chaos. In the ensuing scuffle, Bai Yufei inadvertently kills the thug. Chapter 59, Metamorphosis. Bai Yufei sat silently in the narrow alley. It was on that day that he first reached out to the second male lead. Jiang Ruoxi confided in Bai Yufei about her affairs, and he was well aware that someone intended to usher her into the music industry, having committed a grave act. Regardless of whether it was deemed an act of righteousness or not, the family of the thug he had harmed would not relent. Should Jiang Ruoxi remain by his side, she would undoubtedly be in peril. While he harbored no fear for his own life, Bai Yufei was resolute in not wanting to implicate Jiang Ruoxi. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he concluded that the most prudent course of action was to send her away. He had unwavering faith in his sister and believed that if Jiang Ruoxi soared, she would reach the highest heights. When the second male lead arrived, he shared this decision with him. Bai Yufei wished to keep Jiang Ruoxi out of harm's way, fearing that the thug's family might retaliate against her. He intended to confront the authorities, claiming that the altercation had led to an accidental death. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoxi received a farewell letter from Bai Yufei. Initially in disbelief, she searched for him in vain, unable to find a trace of his presence. Consequently, she embarked on her journey into the music industry, asserting that as long as she stood high enough, her brother would always be able to see her. Due to his age, Bai Yufei spent only 3 years in a juvenile detention center. Upon his release, he was confronted with substantial debts and the hostility of the thug's family. The debts had been cleared by the second male lead, yet both Bai Yufei and Jiang Ruoxi were unwilling to remain indebted to him and chose to repay the money. However, this time, the creditor was the second male lead himself. Unfortunately, without employment, a high school dropout with a criminal record found it nearly impossible to secure work. Bai Yufei was left to take on menial jobs, toiling endlessly. Although Jiang Ruoxi had entered the music scene, achieving fame demanded sacrifices she was unwilling to make. Over the span of 3 years, she garnered a modest reputation, yet lacked the funds to settle her debts. The second male lead quietly kept track of the amounts they repaid, wishing to assist them, though uncertain of how to do so. By the time their debts were finally cleared, Jiang Ruoxi had become a modestly successful star. Bai Yufei found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether he should reappear in her life. Having endured so much, Jiang Ruoxi was now on the cusp of a flourishing career. The revelation of her brother's criminal past would be catastrophic for her aspirations. For Bai Yufei, this period was marked by confusion and heartache. Yet clarity soon found him as he received a diagnosis of late-stage stomach cancer. His erratic eating habits and the times he had endured hunger by subsisting solely on water had taken a toll on his stomach. Perhaps upon learning of his cancer, Bai Yufei felt a peculiar sense of relief. There would be no need for further turmoil. He could simply vanish without forcing Jiang Ruoxi to endure the anguish of separation once more. His greatest wish now was to live long enough to witness the day Jiang Ruoxi received the coveted award for Best Female Singer. Bai Yufei firmly believed in his sister's potential. Perhaps driven by this unwavering conviction, he endured a protracted chemotherapy regimen despite being given only 3 months to live. He persevered for 9 months and ultimately had his wishes fulfilled. After witnessing Jiang Ruoxi's award ceremony, he departed with a smile. A nurse at the hospital admired Bai Yufei's indomitable spirit. In admiration of a beloved singer, she endured 6 additional months of suffering and shared his story online, even posting a photograph of Bai Yufei to substantiate her claims. At that time, Jiang Ruoxi had just been crowned as a top singer, and anything related to her garnered immense attention, propelling this story into trending discussions. Upon learning of it, Jiang Ruoxi visited the hospital the very same day. Subsequently, she took care of Bai Yufei's final arrangements while learning about his life, weeping inconsolably. On the 7th day after Bai Yufei's passing, Jiang Ruoxi released her final single, Transforming into a Butterfly. She subsequently shared her own experiences online and concluded her life beside Bai Yufei's grave. Her farewell letter bore the poignant final words, "I apologize to my devoted fans. Please forgive my selfishness, but I must seek my beloved. Please inter my ashes alongside his, so we shall never be apart." Tragedy resonates deeply within the human heart, and thus the love between Bai Yufei and Jiang Ruoxi remains timeless. In life, they were not united, yet in death, they received the blessings of all. Consequently, upon first encountering Jiang Ruoxi's story, Su Mo resolved to champion this girl. Fortunately, it is never too late. Now, 3 years into Jiang Ruoxi's debut, she has gained recognition through a single song and has recently signed with Moonshadow. At this moment, Bai Yufei has presumably just been released from juvenile detention. Su Mo has dispatched someone to locate Bai Yufei, intending to take him to the hospital for treatment, even if it requires force. Bai Yufei is relatively easy to find, given his previous juvenile detention record. Shortly after Su Mo's orders, he received notice that Bai Yufei had been located, swiftly rendered unconscious, and taken for a health examination. Contemplating Bai Yufei's prolonged physical deterioration, Su Mo requested a genetic supplement from his laboratory. As for the expenses, they would naturally fall under Jiang Ruoxi's account. After all, with the company's promotion, Jiang Ruoxi would undoubtedly ascend to stardom swiftly, alleviating any concerns about repayment. However, before proceeding, it was essential to summon Jiang Ruoxi back. At present, she is merely a low-tier star under Moonshadow, enjoying only marginally better treatment than a trainee. It was only after she penned 2 songs that she caught the attention of higher-ups. Su Mo, having never met her, was familiar with the narrative solely through encounters in the company's recording studio. Generally speaking, apart from those facing dismissal, most stars remain unseen. These artists are perpetually occupied, attending events, filming, and performing. Their time within the company is exceedingly scarce throughout the year. Nevertheless, opportunities to meet will arise, and Su Mo remains unhurried. When the assistant informed Jiang Ruoxi of her summons, she was taken aback. The grand door of the president's office has become a nightmare for everyone within the company. Once one crosses this threshold, what awaits is the inevitable termination of contracts, accompanied by the burden of paying penalties. Many who have emerged from this place have done so in tears. This door has been humorously dubbed the tiger's head-chopping block by numerous employees, a place where one encounters either life or death. Surely, I cannot find myself in a similar plight. If I were to leave the company, where would I go? I have no home now. After being cast out by Yuang, other entertainment firms would likely shun me as well. Wait, do I even have the means to cover the penalty? Lost in a whirlwind of anxious thoughts, Jiang Ruoxi stood before the president's door, hesitating to make a move. Just then, the chief assistant emerged from the office. "Miss Jiang, why are you standing here? President Su is still waiting for you inside." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoxi felt her legs weaken. "Is that so? I shall go in at once." Chapter 60. No riddles here. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Jiang Ruashi. Upon entering the office, the atmosphere struck Jiang Ruashi as solemn and oppressive, quite unlike the ambience surrounding the 18 robust men reminiscent of ancient government offices. Although spacious, the room was adorned with numerous green plants, sofas, coffee tables, and office chairs, alongside decorative trinkets that lent a warm touch. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows provided a clear view of the bustling street outside. Moreover, Mr. Su appeared to be of similar age, exuding a charming and dashing demeanor that starkly contrasted with the rumors of him being the king of hell. Jiang Ruashi, I have heard your songs. The company intends to promote you thereafter. Please review this contract and let me know if you have any concerns. Promote? Despite her confusion, Jiang Ruashi felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as she wasn't being dismissed, that was sufficient. Picking up the document from the desk, she was taken aback by the figure of 50 million. Do not perceive this as excessive. Your potential warrants such an investment. However, regarding the profit sharing, although it is a 50-50 split, you must repay 30% of the company's debt, 500 million in total, not including interest, which you may repay gradually. What? 500 million? Mr. Su, how could I possibly owe such a sum? Jiang Ruashi was utterly astonished by the sheer magnitude of the figure. Throughout her life, she had never even dared to contemplate such an amount, let alone find herself in debt to that extent. How could she ever repay it? Do not be disheartened. With the company's support, it is estimated that within a year, you could ascend to the status of a top-tier singer, and within 2 years, you may even secure a Best Singer award. At that point, the revenue from a single song could exceed 100 million. Jiang Ruashi found herself bewildered by Mr. Su's grand projections, unable to fathom why she was in debt to the company and how he could be so certain of her potential earnings. Noticing her dazed expression, Su Mo refrained from teasing her further. Come, I shall take you to a place where all will be revealed. Suppressing her myriad of questions, Jiang Ruashi followed Su Mo out of the company. Outside, his luxury vehicle awaited. However, upon sighting the car, fear rather than envy surged within her. Mr. Su, where are you taking me? Surely, you do not intend to exploit my appearance? If I resist, that 500 million would be a death sentence for me. Perhaps I should refrain from going. I suddenly feel inspired and wish to write a song. Su Mo remained unfazed. There's no rush. I will first take you somewhere. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ruashi discreetly touched the dagger concealed beneath her clothing and ultimately took her seat in the back. Ever since that harrowing experience in the alley, she had been plagued by insecurity and carried a weapon for protection. If Su Mo truly harbored ill intentions, she would resort to drastic measures. As the vehicle journeyed towards the city, Jiang Ruashi began to feel somewhat reassured. However, their destination soon became apparent as the car halted in front of a hospital. Mr. Su, what is the purpose of this visit? Do not inquire. Simply follow me. Cautiously, Jiang Ruashi trailed behind Su Mo until they entered a hospital room. Upon opening the door, she was rendered speechless. Inside was a person she had longed for day and night. Bai Yufei. At this moment, Bai Yuf is lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Any slight movement on his part draws the unwavering gaze of the bodyguards beside him. What is the meaning of this? He has not offended anyone recently. Confusion envelopes him. While he was laboring, a group of men clad in suits suddenly rushed in and bound him to their vehicle. Despite his desperate explanations during the ride, asserting that he was of little worth and that kidnapping him would yield no benefit, they remained unyielding. They transported him to this hospital, where he underwent a comprehensive medical examination. Is it customary now to conduct medical checks prior to a kidnapping? How humane! After all procedures were completed, he was confined to this room, forbidden from escape, even having meals delivered by a designated attendant. Aside from the restrictions on leaving, he was treated to ample food and drink. Yet, no matter his actions, these men scrutinized him with piercing gazes, sharp as daggers. Bai Yuf felt a rising panic, but dared not act otherwise. In deep contemplation, he could not fathom who could possess such power, whether as an acquaintance or an adversary. Until the door swung open, revealing none other than Jiang Ruashi, the one he had longed for. Brother, Jiang Ruashi softly called, her eyes brimming with tears. Without hesitation, she ran over and embraced Bai Yuf tightly. "Where have you been? I missed you so much." Bai Yuf could only remain silent, reciprocating her embrace. They held this position for a considerable time, lost in their shared solace. Perhaps you two might save the embraces for later and discuss the matter at hand first?" They suddenly remembered the presence of others around them and reluctantly parted. "Mr. Su?" "Thank you," Jiang Ruashi said, bowing respectfully to Su Mo. "No need for that," Su Mo replied, raising the medical report in his hand. "Let me first inform you about Bai Yuf's condition. He suffers from a severe gastric ailment and requires several days of intravenous fluids in the hospital. He will also need to recuperate after discharge. Additionally, his body is in a state of severe depletion." As he spoke, a bodyguard behind Su Mo opened a briefcase he had been holding. "This is what I mentioned earlier. The debt you owe. Whether you choose to repay it is entirely up to you." Upon seeing the syringe-like item, Jiang Ruashi immediately comprehended what Su Mo meant by a 500 million debt. Although uncertain of the utility of such a sum, the fact that Su Mo was able to locate Bai Yuf led her to believe he would not harm her. Moreover, even if it proved useless, bringing Bai Yuf back meant she would bear the weight of that 500 million debt. "I'll do it," Jiang Ruashi declared without a moment's hesitation. Su Mo nodded, but Bai Yuf suddenly grew anxious. "What debt? You must clarify first. Otherwise, I want to go along with it." After enduring the burdens of debt for so long, the mention of another debt set off alarm bells for Bai Yuf. He was unwilling to let Jiang Ruashi incur any obligations on his behalf. However, Bai Yuf's concerns were of little consequence. One of the bodyguards, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, advanced and firmly restrained Bai Yufei, administering an entire syringe of genetic supplement into his body. "In the subsequent 7 days, you will experience an insatiable hunger and consume copiously. However, your stomach is currently too delicate, necessitating smaller, more frequent meals comprised of easily digestible foods. Furthermore, it is my belief that misunderstandings abound between you, and your taciturn nature will prevent you from elucidating matters. Thus, I shall speak plainly. In the realm of romantic fiction, even when the male and female leads are face to face, they fail to clarify their actions. Such occurrences are regrettably common, often culminating in tears of regret only when irretrievable damage has been done. Su Mo genuinely fears that these two individuals may find themselves in such a predicament. Jiang Ruashi, Bai Yufei's disappearance stems from that fateful incident in the alley, where in a moment of impulse, he fatally struck a thug while searching for you, resulting in years of incarceration. Throughout these years, Jiang Ruashi has remained single, her affections exclusively directed towards you. Moreover, the company is amenable to your public announcement regarding your relationship with Bai Yufei, and the Public Relations Department will ensure the incident is sanitized. Additionally, upon the completion of Bai Yufei's treatment, he may join Moonshadow as Jiang Ruashi's manager, with a monthly salary of 500,000, plus a 5% commission on earnings. All previous debts between you have been settled by the company, leaving you with only the obligation to the company itself. You're granted a 7-day leave, after which diligent work is expected. The notion of returning to being enigmas, as is typical in female-centric narratives, is enough to induce a sense of nausea. I am now inclined to upend your table. Upon departing the hospital, Su Mo felt a surge of elation. However, after such a prolonged delay, it was time to pay a visit to Wong Yingxue, for she is indeed his woman now. Chapter 61. I am sorry. I deceived you in the hospital room. As Su Mo departed, the bodyguards followed suit, leaving only Jiang Ruashi and Bai Yufei in a state of stunned silence. "So, you actually endured 3 years of imprisonment for my sake? How could you be so foolish? Back then, if you had simply revealed the truth, your actions would have been seen as self-defense, and you wouldn't have had a sir time at all." Jiang Ruashi's tears flowed like a torrential spring, her sorrowful cries resonating deeply, as if they could pierce through the very essence of one's soul, stirring the world around her. Her body trembled from the weeping, as though it might shatter into 1,000 pieces at any moment. The man silently observed the heartbroken woman before him, his heart filled with guilt and compassion. He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly, I was merely concerned that if your fervent fans discovered that their beloved idol had a brother who committed murder, it would undoubtedly cast an indelible shadow over your career." Jiang Ruoshi abruptly lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his, and exclaimed, "But I truly do not care about any of that. Do you still understand? As long as you could be by my side, I would willingly sacrifice everything." After declaring this, she once again threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly, as if fearing that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish from her sight. After a considerable pause, Bai Yufei finally voiced his concern. "So, what was that gentleman referring to regarding debts?" Bai Yufei's life had taken a downturn due to debts, and if possible, he wished to never owe anyone money again. "It is a debt I owe to the company," Jiang Ruoshi explained. "Mr. Su said he would deduct it from my future earnings." "You need not worry. Mr. Su mentioned that the company plans to promote me vigorously, and I will be able to repay it by writing a few more songs." As she spoke, Jiang Ruoshi eagerly buried her head in Bai Yufei's embrace. "How wonderful it is! We could be together again." Meanwhile, Su Mo had arrived at the Wong family's villa. Fortunately, both Mr. and Mrs. Wong were absent, or Su Mo would have been at a loss on how to face them. The servant welcomed Su Mo into the living room and was about to call the two sisters upstairs when the sound of footsteps echoed from above. "Annie, the fruit is washed." The voice abruptly halted upon noticing the figure seated on the sofa. Her heart skipped a beat. Su Mo, what brings you here?" Wong Yingxue gasped. Su Mo smiled at Wong Yingxue. Yet before he could utter a word, she bolted away like a startled rabbit. All Su Mo could do was awkwardly scratch his nose. It was only when Wong Yingxue had dashed back to her room that she finally caught her breath. "Why is Su Mo here? He must have seen me looking so disheveled at home." After a heartfelt conversation with her sister that night, Wong Yingxue had made a decision. She would not give up on Su Mo. She was unsure of what the future held, but was certain that abandoning Su Mo would lead to inevitable regret. Yet now, she found herself at a loss on how to face him, having procrastinated for days. But how had Su Mo managed to come to her home? Wong Yingxue promptly opened her wardrobe, glancing left and right, yet found nothing that truly satisfied her. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a garment. Just as she was about to change, the door swung open. Wong Yingxue's figure fell directly into Su Mo's gaze. At that moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Su Mo, helpless, watched as Wong Yingxue dashed back into her room, leaving him waiting downstairs for what seemed like an eternity without her emergence. Having previously taken advantage of the situation, Su Mo decided to venture upstairs in search of her, unaware of the scene that awaited him. Both stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, as Wong Yingxue reflected on her deception of Su Mo, she wondered if, once revealed, he might find it in his heart to forgive her. Meanwhile, Wong Yingxue was in her studio, her brush trembling in her hand, leaving a long, unwelcome streak of paint across the canvas. With her experience, she was well acquainted with this feeling. It was not the right time to intervene. She had to endure. How long could this go on? After a while, Wong Yingxue finally summoned the courage to meet Su Mo's gaze. In her beautiful, slightly sorrowful eyes, complex emotions shimmered. Taking a deep breath, she began to confess everything to him, starting from the minutiae of their initial acquaintance, as feelings and thoughts long buried surged forth like a tide. She narrated her inner struggles and confusion, the pain and turmoil she experienced while confronting various choices. Wong Yingxue shared her journey without reservation, each detail unfurling like a painting before Su Mo. She reminisced about lonely nights spent yearning for him, yet lacking the courage to express her feelings. She recalled the love she cautiously concealed for fear of loss, and the countless moments of wanting to draw near, but retreating instead. These intertwined emotions composed the long and winding path of her heart's journey. Above all, she wished for Su Mo not to hold her deception against her. Of course, Su Mo had no such intention. After all, both sisters held affection for him, and he was not the one at a disadvantage. However, he dared not linger at the Wong family villa, uncertain of how to face Wong's parents. If you're to say, "Hey Lao Deng, both of your daughters are my partners," Wong father would undoubtedly be furious with him. If Wong father and mother were like Shen Youchu's parents, Su Mo could assert himself directly. You disagree? Since when do you get a say? Yet, Wong father and mother cherished their children dearly and had always cared for them well. And Su Mo did not wish to cause discomfort for the sisters. At that moment, a call from Lu Ruyin interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 62. The Swapped Infant Hello. A dulcet voice emanated from the phone. Su Mo, where are you? Allow me to treat you to a meal. What could Lu Ruyin possibly want from me this time? What mischief is she plotting now? My current situation diverges entirely from the narrative I once knew. In the original text, I returned to the Su family, harboring a deep apprehension towards Su Yuchen, who had always remained at home. For a child like Su Mo, yearning for familial affection, Su Yuchen was genuinely perceived as an elder brother, albeit a fictitious one. However, Su Yuchen's demeanor, popularity, and cunning social strategies instilled a profound sense of inferiority within me. This was also the reason I endured my resentment upon realizing Lu Ruyan's affection for Su Yuchen. Yet, the circumstances have shifted. Su Yuchen is despised by me at school, and after being cast out by the Su family, he has endured considerable hardship. Fang Zheng has relentlessly pursued Su Yuchen, often witnessing him attending classes with visible injuries. Previously, Su Yuchen excelled academically, but inevitably his performance has plummeted. Now, he can only aspire to gain admission to an undergraduate program. Having severed ties with the Su family, he lacks connections to secure a recommendation for a prestigious institution. If he does not take action, he may never rise again. Therefore, it seems that Su Yuchen must conspire with Lu Ruyin, and the crux of their scheme likely revolves around me. All right, I have some free time. Name the place, and I shall head over, I replied. The venue chosen by Lu Ruyin was not a lavish restaurant, but rather a modest dining establishment on the 5th floor of an ordinary shopping mall. She awaited my arrival at the entrance, and upon seeing me, she hurriedly approached. Dressed in a pristine white dress, her smile exuded the sweetness of first love, while her demeanor bordered on sycophantic. Su Mo, what are your plans for this summer? Me? I chuckled lightly. I intend to explore a bit. As you know, I had little money before, but now that I am affluent, I simply wish to unwind. By the way, I have something significant to attend to. What is it? Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I plan to obtain my driver's license. With so many luxury cars in my garage, I long to take one for a spin. Without a license, I can only meander around the estate. Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and took a deep breath. So, you do not intend to carve out a career for yourself? Not particularly, I replied, reclining leisurely. I have enough wealth. I was acknowledged by my family. My great-grandfather gifted me a gold mine. The generous gifts from my myriad relatives could sustain me for 10 lifetimes. With such affluence, why should I live a burdensome life? One cannot simply view it that way. Consider this. You did not grow up in your family as shadow. If you lack ambition in the future, your relatives may hold you in disdain. Given your family's background, you could undoubtedly achieve great things if you desired. If you solely indulge in pleasure, will your parents not be disappointed in you? You must also yearn for their recognition, do you not? Su Mo could only smile in response. In the original text, it seems he was easily led astray. There is no need to rush. I haven't even entered university yet. I'll enjoy 4 years of freedom first. When the time comes, I'll casually seek out an angel investment, support a few companies, and surely one of them will succeed. That is not feasible, Lu Ruyan exclaimed anxiously. Among the projects seeking investors, 99 out of 100 often fail, with most merely designed to swindle money. Is that so? Su Mo replied nonchalantly. I have plenty of funds. I'm not afraid of losses. By the way, how do you know so much about this? Lu Ruyan hesitated, biting her lip. Actually, I intend to embark on a project myself. After all our classmates are either wealthy or of noble descent, and I've learned a lot from their influence. I came to seek your assistance today. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan feigned modesty, lowering her gaze. If I succeed, I'll be closer to you. There was a hint of youthful shyness, and her cheeks flushed slightly. The ambiguity of her words made it seem as though she truly harbored feelings for Su Mo. Observing her, he couldn't help but marvel at her acting skills. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Su Yuchen. Establishing a company under Su Mo's name would surely expedite its growth, alleviating their financial worries. Otherwise, Given Liu Rian's background and the 1 million Su Yuchen had brought from the Su family, it would be impossible to sustain the lifestyle they once enjoyed. Convincing himself through Liu Ruyan was likely Su Yuchen's strategy. He could very well be watching from somewhere nearby, casually surveying the restaurant. Su Mo soon spotted two familiar figures at a table in the corner. One was Su Yuchen, and the other, though also recognizable, took a moment to recall. Chinhao. He was the child who had exchanged places with him and was later sent to an orphanage. Chinhao came from a single-parent household, with only his mother. Reports indicated that his mother had been a mistress and was subsequently cast out. In an effort to provide Chinhao with a better life, she had swapped her child with Su Mo's mother. When the truth came to light, Chinhao was sent to the orphanage, and his mother ended up in prison. Upon returning home, Su Mo's mother had even asked him if he wanted to take action against Chinhao, but seeing Su Mo's indifference, she refrained. Meanwhile, Chinhao's mother remained incarcerated. However, 3 days after Su Mo returned home, she was accidentally killed in a prison altercation. As for the details surrounding this incident, Su Mo was uninformed. He merely heard that when Chinhao's mother's body was retrieved, it weighed only 80 pounds, reduced from her previous 120. Her frame emaciated and bearing old scars alongside new wounds. Life in prison evidently had not been kind to her. While Su Mo discreetly observed Chinhao, he discovered that Chinhao was also a character from a female-oriented narrative. Qin Mu is the current third wife of the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuanshan. The patriarch was once merely a son-in-law, regarded with disdain by those in their social circle. However, fortune smiled upon him as he eventually rose to prominence. Following the passing of his in-laws and the tragic fate of his wife, who became a vegetative state due to a car accident and lay bedridden for a decade, he found himself alone. Before the incident, his wife had always looked down upon Jiang Yuanshan, yet he possessed a certain charm in his youth, which rendered their marriage not entirely devoid of intimacy. Nevertheless, it is true that his wife engaged in indiscretions outside their union. Throughout their marriage, she bore him 3 daughters and a son. Ironically, the 3 elder sisters are indeed Jiang Yuanshan's progeny, while the youngest son is the result of an affair between his wife and another man. Chapter 63. Life is often more absurd than fiction. Jiang Yuanshan should have known about this matter early on, yet the outside world believed that this child belonged to him, leaving Jiang Yuanshan in a difficult position. It was not until he discovered Chinhao that a plan began to take shape in his mind, particularly regarding the Su family. He decided to assert that the youngest child, Jiang Xing, had been switched at birth and that Chinhao was the true heir of the family. After all, even if a paternity test were conducted, it could establish that he had no relation to Jiang Xing, while Chinhao was indeed connected to him, with his wife deceased. Who could validate Jiang Xing's identity? Thus, Chinhao was welcomed into the Jiang family as the legitimate young master, while Jiang Xing, the false heir, became an unnecessary presence in the household. Chinhao, believing the fabricated story, returned home resentfully, feeling that Jiang Xing had usurped his identity. He feigned a demure demeanor, constantly distorting the truth in front of Jiang Yuanshan and his 3 sisters. Naturally, Jiang Yuanshan was pleased with this turn of events. Jiang Xing's existence was a source of shame for him. Consequently, much of the evidence against Jiang Xing was orchestrated by Jiang Yuanshan, who discreetly ensured that no one else was aware of his machinations. As a result, the 3 sisters and the fiancé grew increasingly disdainful of Jiang Xing. Chinhao became the most favored young master of the Jiang household, while Jiang Xing suffered greatly, ultimately being cast out. However, in narratives of this nature, a twist is inevitable. After being expelled, Jiang Xing was kidnapped and subjected to torment by individuals arranged by Chinhao, leading to his untimely demise. Upon learning of Jiang Xing's tragic fate, the sisters were devastated, and they initiated an investigation into his experiences, inadvertently uncovering a paternity test conducted by Jiang's mother over a decade prior. It was revealed that Jiang Xing was not Jiang Yuanshan's child, but indeed the child of Jiang's mother. They also unearthed numerous past injustices inflicted upon Jiang Xing. Ultimately, it was discovered that Jiang Xing's death had been orchestrated by Chinhao. In an act of atonement, the sisters and the fiancé took the lives of Jiang Yuanshan and Chinhao, leaving them in a state of solitary regret for the rest of their days. This narrative left Su Mo in deep agony. It can only be said that reality is often more absurd than fiction. Moreover, the three sisters and the fiancé, you were nothing but mindless fools. The mere thought of such individuals surviving filled Su Mo with disgust. Yet, the Zhang family was inconsequential. Should he wait until Chinhao was reinstated before playing with him? At present, the plot had not yet reached the point of Chinhao's return to the Zhang family. Furthermore, observing the current state of Chinhao and Su Yuchen, it appeared they had conspired together. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Su Yuchen had certainly played a clever hand. It seemed prudent to elevate his security measures. Suemo, I'm speaking to you. Why are you in a daze? Lu Ruyan feigned anger, her small face puffed up adorably. It was evident to any discerning observer that her anger was merely an act, adding to her charm. Apologies. I was lost in thought. You mentioned you had a project you wanted me to review, correct? Indeed. If I succeed, will you be able to see more of me? Suemo-gu. The words spoken by Lu Ruyan seemed to suggest that her efforts are solely for Su Mo. If it were an ordinary young man, he would undoubtedly be utterly captivated at this moment. However, Su Mo merely chuckled softly and inquired, "Do you have a proposal?" Observing Lu Ruyan's bewildered expression, he continued to probe, "Is there a market observation report? What specific projects are we undertaking? What are the prospects? Is there a projected profit plan? Have you calculated the necessary upfront investment for market entry? Has the team been assembled? What is the company's salary structure? Are you aware of the tax exemption policies? Furthermore, do you want me to invest or lend you money? If it's a loan, what collateral do you have? If I invest, how much equity would I hold? How will the dividends be calculated? If there are no profits, will I need to cover the losses? What if someone withdraws their investment?" With each question posed by Su Mo, Lu Ruyan's expression grew increasingly vacant, her eyes glazed over, utterly perplexed by the barrage of inquiries. It was not as if she had instigated such a rigorous line of questioning. She had hoped to playfully charm him, expecting him to eagerly hand her a bank card and urge her to pursue her dreams, assuring her that any losses would be his responsibility. "I know nothing of what you are talking about," she lamented. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyan's disheartened demeanor, Su Mo feigned a sigh of exasperation. "All right, let me ask you a simple question. For instance, if you purchase an item for 100, how much must you sell it for to break even? 100. More?" Lu Ruyan hesitated. "Of course, it must be more than 100. Otherwise, you would incur a loss. Specifically, how much more?" 100. 2. After a prolonged silence, Su Mo finally declared, "You are not cut out for business. Heed my advice and abandon the idea of starting your own company." Lu Ruyan, indignant, retorted, "If I buy something for 100 and sell it for 120, I would make a profit of 20. How can you say I am not suited for business? Consider this. Although the purchase price is 100, expenses such as shipping, utilities, employees, warehousing, and office space all incur costs. The purchase price is not the same as the cost price. The actual cost could well exceed 120. Moreover, if the goods do not sell, would you not need to reduce the price? Should you not leave room for price reductions? Thus, I implore you, you are not suited for business. Do not entertain thoughts of starting a company. Instead, pursue a university education and secure a position in a reputable firm. Even working in a factory would be preferable to starting a business. At least you would not incur debt." Lu Ruyan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Did I come here today just to be ridiculed by you?" she said, her voice tinged with hurt. "I came to express my feelings for you, hoping that our past connection would lead you to assist me. Yet here you are, feigning ignorance and belittling me." This time, Lu Ruyan was genuinely aggrieved. Her eyes were truly red, not feigned. Was she only worthy of working in a factory? Throughout the meal, Lu Ruyan remained silent, scarcely touching her food. After Su Mo took his leave, Su Yuchen, who had been observing from a distance, rushed over eagerly. "So how did it go? Did Su Mo give you any money?" Seeing Su Yuchen, Lu Ruyan could no longer contain herself and flung herself into his embrace. "Tian Yi, that Sumo mocked me, claiming I was only fit to work in a factory tightening screws. Tears streamed down my face, my heart shattered." Su Yuchen's eyes brimmed with profound disappointment. He wondered if his decision to win over Lu Ruyan had been a miscalculation. Yet, nestled in Su Yuchen's embrace. Lu Rian remained oblivious to this unfolding drama. Had he started his own company? Would he be willing to let you in? No. He stated he simply wished to enjoy life, refusing to establish a business. It is inconceivable that he would not venture into entrepreneurship. He will undoubtedly take some initiative, and when the time comes, he will surely extend a favor, placing you in a commendable position. Suchen Herbert Bron skepticism regarding Quemo's desire for mere life. If he lacked ambition, would he have cast himself as a thorn in the side of the Su family? However, Lu Rian had known Su Mo since middle school and was taken aback by his apparent lack of loyalty. Why do you only inquire about such matters? I am in tears, and you offer no comfort. I apologize. I was wrong. I was merely too preoccupied with our future, Su Yuchen hastily replied. Nearby, Chinhao's eyes flashed with malice. Why did the Su family need to realize that he had been replaced? Otherwise, he should have been living lavishly in Su Mo's stead, rather than growing up in an orphanage. Throughout his life, he had struggled to survive. Now that Su Mo had returned, he dared to threaten him. Were it not for Su Yuchen, he could not fathom how he might have perished. Su Mo, Chinhao, shall never coexist peacefully with you. Chapter 64. The live broadcast begins. Su Yuchen and Chinhao are merely minor characters in this unfolding narrative. Su Mo intends to plunge them into despair just as they appear on the brink of success. For the time being, Su Yuchen is of no concern. As for Chinhao, according to the original text, he will host a family reunion banquet upon being acknowledged by the Jiang family. At that moment, should I make an appearance and declare that Chinhao is the child who has switched with me, the one who has caused me suffering for 17 years? I wonder how the Jiang family would respond. It wouldn't only be the Jiang family affected. Once this information leaks, their business associates will undoubtedly react as well. There is a certain anticipation surrounding this scenario. Currently, Sumo's focus lies on the variety show live broadcast. The show has already commenced, and Su Mo is comfortably watching it from her home theater. This is a romantic variety show featuring 6 invited guests: Wang Yuting, Wang Yue, Wang Yuting's fiancée Jiang He, and her brother Wang Duoyu. Additionally, there is the actress Chu Wan, known for her previous antics involving Wang Yue and the acclaimed actor Ma Hongwen. In terms of fame, Ma Hongwen undoubtedly reigns supreme, followed closely by Wang Yue. Jiang He and Wang Duoyu are portrayed by the production team as indulging in a tycoon experiencing life theme, and their entrance generates considerable enthusiasm, particularly among female viewers who eagerly declare their affection for them. Wang Yuting, however, is met with a torrent of negative reviews as soon as she makes her appearance, with viewers questioning why she is not yet retired from the industry. As for Chu Wan, she seems to elicit little interest. In the original text, the production team intentionally stirs controversy by informing Wang Yuting to arrive an hour late. And even though she shows up half an hour early, she's still deemed tardy. This inevitably solidifies the rumors of her being difficult to work with. However, the production team is wary of causing trouble now. Prior to filming, the director convened a meeting, making it clear that anyone who assists Wang Yue by leaking program details will be promptly expelled and face retaliation from Moonshadow Entertainment. This company is resolute in its support for Wang Yuting, ensuring that everyone understands the stakes involved. The entertainment industry is a place where allegiances dictate favor. Wang Yue has been ousted from Moonshadow, while Wang Yuting possesses immense potential. It is an unspoken understanding of whom to offend and whom to placate. Even if issues arise, they will remain confined to the power struggle between the upper echelons of Moonshadow and the Wong family. They will not reach the common worker. The Wong family's influence does not extend far into the entertainment realm, yet Moonshadow Entertainment can swiftly render them jobless with a single decree. One by one, luxury vehicles arrive, and the stars participating in the romantic variety show make their entrances. The clamoring for Ma Hongwan is particularly resounding. Su Mo has learned that after 7 years in the industry, Ma Hongwan has achieved the status of a leading actor without a single scandal to his name. The president of Moonshadow, he remains oblivious to any rumors. If there were any, they would undoubtedly be unfounded. There is an air of melodrama surrounding him, reminiscent of the tropes found in female-centric narratives. Such characters typically either have a steadfast romantic partner or are haunted by an unattainable first love. Next comes Wong Yue, who has been enduring a challenging few days. Following her expulsion from Moonshadow, she has been pleading with her brother Wong Duiyu to cover her breach of contract fees. Initially, she believed that merely settling the penalty would put an end to her troubles. However, she soon discovered that numerous collaborations they had previously arranged have now fallen through. Upon inquiry, it became evident that the roles she coveted were already deemed more suitable for other actors. Moreover, despite her incessant pleas to her brother for investment in her film endeavors, directors expressed a lack of funding needs upon hearing her insistence on participating in the projects. Those willing to accept her financial backing were not the caliber of directors she aspired to work with. After completing this particular variety show, she found herself devoid of further engagements. As a second-tier celebrity, she still possessed a modicum of influence, so it was inconceivable that not a single opportunity presented itself. Wong Yue was undoubtedly facing some underhanded machinations, and the news of Wong Yuting's signing with Moonshadow Entertainment reached her, inciting her fury. While her own career faced obstacles, Wong Yuting appeared to flourish. What right did she have to succeed? In the past few days, she had ardently attempted to tarnish Wong Yuting's reputation. Yet her efforts to enlist online trolls were thwarted, as many declined the assignment upon learning it involved Wong Yuting. Those who did engage often appended remarks like, "This is a low-quality attempt," to their disparaging comments, resulting in considerable ridicule. Wong Yue felt beset by misfortune. After several days of torment, dark circles had emerged under her eyes, and her mental state deteriorated. She managed to participate in the live broadcast only after applying a thick layer of makeup to conceal her fatigue. Nevertheless, her brother, Wong Duiyu, was quite concerned about her demeanor at home. Naturally, Wong Yue laid the blame squarely on Wong Yuting. Each time Wong Duiyu mentioned Wong Yuting, his expression soured, and he resolved to teach Wong Yuting a lesson. Little did Wong Yue realize that Wong Yuting's previous willingness to relent stemmed from external pressures. Defiance would only invite harsher retaliation, potentially devastating her career. Her expectations of familial support had long since eroded through repeated disappointments. Presently, Wong Yuting was backed by Su Mo. As the crowd settled, Wong Duiyu observed the radiant Wong Yuting and the haggard Wong Yue, his frustration mounting. He remarked, "What is with a girl dressed so flamboyantly? Who is she trying to entice? Change her outfit at once." With his words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Not only that, but the barrage of comments during the live broadcast also abruptly ceased. Soon after, a deluge of vehement responses flooded in. What kind of talk is that? Is her attire really a problem for him? Isn't he the president? What someone wears is none of his business. That outfit is quite appropriate. I appreciate it. This guy is truly beneath contempt. How can he call himself a president? Is looking good an act of seduction? Does he expect her to dress like women in Qing dynasty foot-binding cloth? The comments section was rife with condemnation of Wong Duiyu. It became clear that the audience did not necessarily favor Wong Yuting. Rather, Wong Duiyu's remarks had incited widespread ire. Publicly, he had never acknowledged his relationship with Wong Yuting, with the general populace only aware of him as Wong Yue's brother. To so brazenly disparage a young woman, irrespective of her character, was a glaring misstep on his part. In response, Wong Yuting managed to smile, addressing Mr. Wong, "If you claim that my attire is enticing, does that imply you would harass any girl you encounter on the street, and then audaciously assert that she was the one who provoked you? Furthermore, when it comes to commenting on a woman's attire, Mr. Wong's upbringing is truly commendable." As Wong Yuting spoke these words, the barrage of comments surged to a climax. Well said. Suddenly, there was a newfound admiration for Wong Yuting. What a captivating presence she has. In the past, Wong Yuting lacked confidence, often yielding to pressure, but now, emboldened by Su Mo's support, she felt free to retort without reservation. As Su Mo put it, "No matter the magnitude of the chaos, I will stand by you." And for the first time, Wong Yuting's sharp tongue was unleashed. Chapter 65, Truth or Dare Wong Duiyu, was rendered speechless by Wong Yuting's words. His expression as dark as a stormy sea. How could Wong Yuting, who typically bowed her head and offered meek apologies, now exude such a commanding presence? However, as this was a live broadcast, Wong Duyu had no choice but to swallow his words. The production team intervened to ease the tension. "Teacher Wong, please calm down. The show must proceed, or we will run out of time." The crew had confiscated the mobile phones of all attendees, replacing them with devices that could only contact a few selected guests and had no internet access, preventing them from seeing online comments and allowing them to be their authentic selves. Next, the 6 guests boarded the vehicle prepared by the production team, heading toward the lakeside villa. The reality dating show would be live for 7 days, during which the 6 participants would reside in this villa. To stave off boredom in the live studio, the crew played previously recorded promotional clips. In these clips, Ma Hongwon and Chu Wan spoke in conventional pleasantries, while the other 4 guests were markedly different. Production team, why do you come to participate in this dating show? Wang Yue, I have never been in a relationship, but my work keeps me incredibly busy. This time, I hope to find a boyfriend. Shy expression, Wang Duyu. My sister is participating in this dating show, so as her brother, I must look out for her. Jiang He, I came for someone special. With a deeply affectionate look, Wang Yuting, me? For the appearance fee. Do you think someone with my level of online criticism would find a partner otherwise? Production team, what kind of person are you interested in? Wang Yue, someone who can protect me. I often feel insecure. Wang Duyu, seriously, I have no intention of dating. Jiang He, simple, kind, cute, and compassionate. Lost in thought, a blissful smile gracing his face. Wang Yuting, as long as they aren't foolish and have a normal IQ. The audience could easily discern that Jiang He was pursuing Wang Yue, and the comments section erupted with excitement. The domineering CEO is pursuing his wife on a variety show. I want to see their sweet daily life. Meanwhile, Wang Duyu, the brother-in-law, was receiving mixed reviews. His earlier remarks had severely tarnished his public image. Upon arriving at their destination, everyone was awestruck by the opulence of the villa. This splendid abode, provided by Su Mo, stood majestically on a vast lawn by the lake. The villa was lavishly decorated, with every material being of considerable value. Notably, the entire villa was under 360-degree surveillance, with the production team's broadcasting equipment connected to the villa's security system. Except for the guest bathrooms, every area was monitored, including the bedrooms. However, the cameras in the bedrooms were clearly visible, and the guests could simply cover them before sleeping. Naturally, the guests were not informed of the full extent of the surveillance, only that cameras were present in the living room and bedrooms, while other areas would be captured by the crew. Generally, such celebrities often present a facade while harboring a different reality behind the scenes. Su Mo is the one who lays bare that hidden side for all to witness. Once everyone congregates in the hall, the production team announces the new rules. Through a game, they will determine the order of room selection. The villa boasts numerous rooms, yet this time only 6 are accessible. A luxurious chamber on the 3rd floor, for ordinary rooms on the 2nd, and a servant's quarters on the 1st. The game consists of a conventional round of truth or dare. A few individuals sit around the table in the living room as the production team brings forth a spinning wheel. Each participant takes turns spinning, and whoever the pointer lands on must answer a question or undertake a dare posed by the spinner. Failure to respond results in elimination, while correct answers allow them to continue. This serves as a lighthearted icebreaker initiated by the production team for the stars. As this is a dating reality show, and these individuals need to foster connections despite their unfamiliarity with one another. Naturally, the first to spin is the current box office sensation, the esteemed actor Ma Hongwon. It remains uncertain whether it is by design, but the pointer stops steadily at Wang Yuting. There has been no interaction between actor Ma Hongwon and Wang Yuting, merely a routine inquiry regarding which character she favored the most. Following this, it becomes Wang Yuting's turn to spin. This time, the pointer indicates Wang Duyu. Wang Duyu gazes at Wang Yuting with an icy expression. He harbors no affection for her, but doubts that she would make things overly difficult for him. Nevertheless, he maintains a facade of calmness. Yet, as Wang Yuting slightly parts her crimson lips, she poses a perplexing question to Wang Duyu. Pray tell, what is our relationship? The moment those words escape her lips, even the barrage of comments comes to a halt. What could Wang Yuting possibly mean? Is there some connection between her and Wang Duyu? Has she lost her mind in pursuit of fame, attempting to latch onto anyone? What relationship could possibly exist between them? How could Wong Duiyu fail to answer such a straightforward question? While the comments may chastise Wong Yuting, a small faction finds Wong Duiyu's reaction rather peculiar. His eyes blaze with fury, while Wang Yue's complexion pales noticeably. The nature of Wang Yuting and Wang Duiyu's relationship remains a secret to all but a few, including their respective fiancé, Yi Jianghe. If Wang Duiyu were to reveal that Wang Yuting is his biological sister, what would become of him? Everyone would then be aware that he is the adopted child of the Wang family. No, this cannot happen. Wang Yue discreetly tugs at Wang Duiyu, and upon seeing her worried expression, he concedes. I surrender. This declaration from Wang Duiyu sends shockwaves through the comment section. Even the most oblivious viewers can discern the connection between Wang Yuting and Wang Duiyu. Wang Yuting, unfazed by Wang Duiyu's capitulation, responds with a smile. Then I shall continue to spin. The pointer on the wheel gradually moves until it lands on Jianghe. Mr. Jiang, you joined this program for Wang Yue, did you not? Have you ever taken measures to undermine others for her sake? Upon hearing the question, Jianghe felt a sense of relief wash over him. The phrase to fight for beauty was a straightforward matter to address. By speaking the truth, he would merely be perceived as a man of honor, capable of safeguarding his beloved. Anyone who dared to provoke Yue would face his unwavering wrath. As he spoke, he gazed earnestly at Wang Yue, who appeared deeply moved by his words. Indeed, the comments flooding the screen were filled with expressions of sweetness. As for those who had been suppressed, who truly cared? However, once Wang Yuting's true identity was revealed, public perception of this issue would undoubtedly shift. The notion that one would suppress their fiancée for the sake of a false sister, with family failing to support the genuine heiress, would transform all who had once celebrated their relationship into the most ruthless keyboard warriors. At present, Wang Yuting had set a trap for Jianghe of considerable magnitude. Chapter 66. The room the production team had manipulated the wheel. In any case, it was impossible for Wang Yue and Jianghe to land on Wang Yuting. Conversely, should the wheel point to anyone, it would undoubtedly be either Wang Yue or Jianghe. After several rounds, Jianghe faltered under Wang Yuting's inquiry, and the other two, sensing the shift in atmosphere, found excuses to withdraw, leaving Wang Yuting and Wang Yue as the sole participants. The initiative once again rested in Wang Yuting's hands. Feigning innocence, Wang Yue remarked, "Sister, your question won't be too difficult for me, will it?" Though uttered in a tone of playful affection, Wang Yue had often employed this very intonation, knowing full well that it would provoke a punitive reaction from her brother and fiancé towards Wang Yuting. For Wang Yuting, however, such endearments felt more like a threat. Yet how could she fear now? My question is quite simple. What is your relationship with your parents? Wang Yue clenched her fists beneath the table, maintaining an air of nonchalance. What are you talking about, sister? You and... She hesitated, intending to assert that Wang Yuting had no connection to her parents, confident that no one else was privy to their family's affairs. However, upon catching sight of an individual behind the production team's camera, Wang Yue's pupils dilated in alarm. That person held an envelope, already opened, revealing the cover of a paternity test. Wang Yue abruptly turned to Wang Yuting, her previously masked expression of fury laid bare before the camera, though she quickly regained her composure. Was this part of Wang Yuting's scheme? To deliberately provoke me into stating that she had no ties to Wang father and Wang mother, only to unveil the paternity test and validate her identity? The intention was clear, to bring about my disgrace. Indeed, Wang Yuting was now affiliated with Moonshadow, having been signed on immediately after I was cast out. It would be no challenge for Moonshadow to procure the test report. No, I cannot fall into Wang Yuting's trap. Reluctantly, Wang Yue decided to forego answering the question. Nevertheless, her fierce countenance briefly flickered across the screen. Good heavens, that expression from Wang Yue nearly frightened me. What has happened? Why is it that whenever Wang Yuting's relationship with others is mentioned, they all become evasive? Is Wang Yuting's background truly that formidable? Dare not anyone discuss it? Formidable background? You must be jesting. Can someone with such an esteemed lineage still be subjected to widespread disparagement online for so long? The comments section erupted with fervent discussion, and anyone who had witnessed the live broadcast could sense something amiss. Yet the production's proceedings continued unabated. As the game concluded, Wong Yuting emerged as the ultimate victor, entitled to a preferential choice of room. Wong Duyu was the first to exit, destined for the last selection. Wong Yuting, you may choose another room. The luxurious suite on the third floor is reserved for Yu Wei. Jiang He interjected as Wong Yuting attempted to select the third floor, his tone condescending, showing little regard for the fact that they were live streaming. By what right? I won the game, did I not? Why then am I being coerced into selecting another room? Wong Yuting, cease your unreasonable antics. Your behavior only serves to deepen my disdain for you. Relinquish the room to Yu Wei, where you shall face the consequences. As you well know, I'm unaware. Wong Yuting, unfazed, remained resolute, while Wong Yue continued her scheming from the sidelines. With a face full of feigned grievance, she implored, Jianghe, it's all right. My sister did not mean it. I don't mind staying in a lesser room. Please don't let such trivial matters cause you to dislike me. Wong Yue's instigation was enough to provoke even Wong Duyu. Wong Yuting, how selfish can you be? What harm is there in yielding your room? Yue deserves the finest accommodation. The unfolding drama left the audience before their screens at a loss for words. Something felt amiss. What could possibly be amiss? Given Wong Yuting's poor character, isn't it only natural for her to be targeted? Yet, why do they adopt such an entitled demeanor? She won the game, yet they expect her to concede. Should she blame herself for losing? How could Wong Yuting have emerged victorious in the game? I fail to comprehend. They cannot even answer this most fundamental question. My Yue is already so distressed. What harm is there in Wong Yuting conceding her room? Various comments flooded the live stream. Some berating Wong Yuting, others criticizing Wong Duyu and Jianghe. Chaos erupted, and even the fans could not distinguish friend from foe. Selfish, am I? Very well. Then why don't you transfer all your shares to me? Why not? Is it too selfish? I knew it. Your greed knows no bounds. That is my company. By what right should I give it to you? Your words are rich. I won the game and chose my room. Yet you seek to usurp it. As the situation escalated, the production team intervened. Ultimately, Wong Yuting opted for the third floor, while Wong Duyu took the servants' quarters. The ensuing time was designated for tidying one's own room, and by evening, each individual was to prepare dinner. Following dinner, a small welcoming gathering was to take place, with everyone expected to present a performance. This meant the afternoon was free time. At this juncture, both the virtuous and the wicked would emerge, especially Wong Duyu, who had endured much indignation. How dared Wong Yuting defy him before? Now, during the live stream, she showed him no respect. How could he possibly retain his composure without exacting some retribution? Indeed, while Wong Yuting was still tidying up, Wong Duyu called her outside. He, however, dared not disclose his intentions on the live stream. After glancing around, he led Wong Yuting to the basement storage room. Wong Yuting was aware of the surveillance throughout the villa, but Wong Duyu was oblivious. Once the storage room door was closed, Wong Duyu's true intentions were revealed. Wong Yuting, regardless of your bravado, you will kneel before Wong Yue and apologize. Then you will relinquish your room to her. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall never land another role. What? Threatening me again? By what right should I heed your demands? As you are my sister, this is what you owe the Wong family. What do you mean by owing? Ever since I was little, I was abandoned, and not once did you seek me out. Upon my return to the Wong family for 4 years, have you ever acknowledged my identity? Even when I entered the entertainment industry, the resources I procured for myself were snatched away to support that usurping foster daughter. What has the Wong family ever given me? You treat me like a servant in your household. I owe you nothing. It is the Wong family that owes me. How infuriating. Wong Duyu raised his hand, yet refrained from striking, seemingly mindful of the live broadcast. When I left, everything was fine, but upon my return, there is a mark of a slap on my face, an explanation that is simply untenable. How has your family mistreated you? In what way have you not been provided for? Every meal, every necessity has been supplied by the family. Oh, given to me? The Wong family, during my first year back, provided me with a mere 500 for pocket money, and after a year, that ceased entirely. What else have you offered me? Chapter 67. The true face of Wong Yue. How could this be possible? 500 a month. One cannot survive on such a meager amount. If that were indeed the case, how could you have grown so much? It is simply untenable, which is why I have fled. Even if I escape from home, you would not spare me. Just considering the resources you have taken from me, there are at least 8 out of 10. Should I disagree, you would blacklist me. Each time, you promise compensation, but have you ever followed through? Wong Duyu furrowed his brows, seemingly recalling this matter for the first time. Yet, how could Wong Duyu admit his faults? It is you who has consistently angered Yue. Let me remind you, Yue is my sister. If you cause her sorrow, that is your fault. Cause her sorrow? How dare I? If she desires my resources, she can have them. Yet, the moment anything goes awry, you and Jiang he are right behind her, trying to placate her. If I upset her, you and Jiang he would not hesitate to eliminate me. Furthermore, when you need me, I am labeled as your sister. When you do not, I am said to have no connection to the Wong family. Wong Duyu, you truly disgust me. With that, Wong Yuting disregarded any response from Wong Duyu and retreated to her room to continue her tidying up. However, the exchange in a storage room instantly ignited a frenzy online. Breaking news: the true heiress of the Wong family. Explosive revelations about Wong Yuting's origins. A foster daughter occupying the nest. One headline after another skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. The PR department of the Wong Group struggled to reach Wong Duyu and was forced to contact Wong's father. Wong's father sought to suppress the trending topics, but another force resisted, rendering any efforts futile. Meanwhile, a post surfaced detailing Wong Yuting's life before being acknowledged by the Wong family, portraying her existence as even more dismal after her recognition. She could only wear tattered clothing, her figure grew gaunt, and her mental state appeared dire. Bank statements revealed that the Wong family indeed only provided Wong Yuting with 500 yuan monthly, while the meager additional income of 10 or 20 yuan was earned by her through various odd jobs. Furthermore, the Wong Group had not transferred a single cent to Wong Yuting in the past 3 years. The post concluded with 2 paternity test results, one for Wong Yuting and another for Wong Yue. This singular post propelled itself to the top of trending searches, leaving countless viewers astounded. With this wave, Wong Yuting's public reputation underwent a significant transformation. In contrast, the stock price of the Wong Group continued to plummet. Subsequently, many individuals emerged, one after another, attesting to Wong Yuting's industriousness as a hard-working young girl. Some even captured photographs of her collecting bottles by the roadside. There were also images of Wong Yuting entering and exiting hospitals, bearing numerous injuries. Instantly, the issue of domestic violence within the Wong family resurfaced in trending discussions. Wong's parents were in a state of frantic disarray, yet no matter what they did, they could not suppress the trending topics. Attempts to expose scandals about other celebrities to overshadow this situation proved utterly futile. The Wong family was not entrenched in the entertainment industry. Only Wong Yue aspired to enter it, resulting in a few investments in dramas. Previously, Wong Yue enjoyed great success in the industry because the Wong family bribed the higher-ups of Yueing. However, those executives had recently been purged by Su Mo. Currently, there is an ongoing campaign to boycott the Wong family's products online, and within less than a day, the shares of the Wong Group plummeted to their limit. However, a few individuals from the production team remain oblivious to the external happenings. Except for one person, Wong Yue. Stealthily, she retrieves another phone from her suitcase. She discreetly seeks out an empty room along the way. Yes, it is the same storage room where Wong Yuting and Wong Duyu had their earlier confrontation. She dials a number. After a couple of beeps, the call is answered. Hello, what is the sentiment online right now? The voice on the other end hesitates before responding. The public sentiment regarding you is rather unfavorable. Wong Yue immediately recalls the questions that had been dodged during the heart-to-heart conversation. Go and hire some online commenters. No matter the cost. Just say those contentious questions were Wong Yuting trying to ride on my brother's fame. This isn't sufficient. We need to release any dirt on her. But Wong Yuting has no scandalous material. What kind of brain do you have? If there's no dirt, can't you fabricate something? At this moment, Wong Yue exhibits none of the cultivated demeanor she pretends to have outside. Her face twists into a menacing snarl that would terrify anyone who gazes upon her. Bribe a few minor celebrities to claim she bullies on set. Pay off some production teams to say she's difficult to work with. Find a man to pose next to her and snap a photo insinuating her private life is questionable. Do I really need to instruct you on this? Well, Miss Wong, doing all that now seems quite challenging. What is so challenging about it? It was possible before, why not now? In the past, while you were with Moonlight Entertainment, I executed these schemes under their banner, but now that you've been dismissed, it's a bit tricky to sway them. Then throw money at it. I refuse to believe no one would be tempted. Wong Yue, seething with anger, exudes a chilling aura that sends shivers down the spine of anyone watching. As if not satisfied, she kicks the wall in frustration. Damn it, you wretched creature, how dare you oppose me? After several more kicks, a knock suddenly interrupts her. Teacher Yue, I heard some noise inside. Are you in there? Startled, Wong Yue glances around but moves to the door, adjusting her clothes slightly. Upon opening the door, she immediately adopts a feigned look of distress. Teacher Yue, what are you doing here? It is a staff member from the production team, carrying a camera. Wong Yue's eyes glisten with unshed tears. I twisted my ankle while cleaning and was looking for some medicine, but I couldn't find the medicine cabinet. So I was just searching around. She pretends to limp, embodying the guise of vulnerability. This sudden shift in demeanor, this pretense, sends a wave of discomfort through onlookers. Online, the reaction is explosive. The stark contrast between her earlier fury, while kicking the wall, and her now woeful expression creates a striking duality that is jarring, revealing the true nature of Wong Yue in mere seconds. It turns out that the scandal surrounding Wong Yuting originated in this manner. The comment section was inundated with insults directed at Wong Yue. Suddenly, Jiang He rushed out, a look of urgency on his face as he supported Wong Yue. How'd you twist your ankle? Does it still hurt? He inquired, before lifting her into his arms and heading towards the room. My room has already been tidied up. Please rest there for a while. I will take care of your room. Had this been before, the sight of Jiang He carrying Wong Yue would have sparked comments like so sweet. I'm melting. But now, everyone regarded Jiang He as a fool. Such a foolish man. Investing in Jiang stocks, surely he wouldn't suffer losses. Chapter 68. The arrival of the king's father. Before Jiang He could reach his room, he encountered Wong Yuting, who had just come down. Instantly, Jiang He's eyes brightened. Wong Yuting, please clean Rain Wei's room. Wong Yuting wore a look of disdain. Regarding Jiang He as if he were a fool. Not going to do it. Wong Yuting, I will only say this once. If you refuse, you shall bear the consequences. Are you expecting me to take care of my own room? Is the program's rule. I refuse to help, and you cannot force me. You are being utterly unreasonable. Can't you see that Rain Wei is injured? Do you not possess any compassion? If you wish to do a good deed, then do it yourself. Must you compel others to serve you in order to please your beloved? At that moment, Wong Ruiwei raised her tear-stained face, her expression of grievance softening Jiang He's heart. Brother, it's all my fault. Please don't blame sister. She surely did not mean it. Once my foot feels better, I will clean it myself. Jiang He, in a fit of agitation, turned to angrily chastise Wong Yuting. How could I possibly be betrothed to someone like you? If you continue to resist, I will return home and call off the engagement with my father. In his fury, Jiang He was oblivious to the fact that they were on a live program. He threatened Wong Yuting with the notion of breaking off the engagement, a statement he had made too frequently in the past that now flowed from his lips with alarming ease. Mr. Jiang, the one you are engaged to is the daughter of the Wong family, and my identity is not recognized by them. We have no engagement, so please refrain from such fabrications. How can that be? Jiang He felt that Wong Yuting was entirely different today, as if something had fundamentally changed within her. Very well, if that is the case, you are currently embracing your desired companion while asking your fiancé to clean up after the mistress? Wong Ruiwei is not a mistress. Jiang He would never allow Wong Ruiwei to bear such a title. Ever since the engagement was established, he had believed he was to marry Ruiwei, never anticipating her sudden return. Jiang He spoke without noticing Wong Ruiwei's complexion growing increasingly pale. His words nearly exposed Wong Yuting's true lineage. He quickly tugged at Jiang He's sleeve. Brother, my foot hurts so much. Can we please return home so I can rest? Indeed, Jiang he was now too preoccupied to continue arguing with Wang Yuting, hastily escorting Wang Ruiwei away. Upon returning to the room, he rummaged through drawers in search of a spray for swelling and bruising. However, as he rolled up her pant leg and gazed at her ankle, which bore not a single mark, he was taken aback. Wang Ruiwei bit her lip and said, "Brother, I don't know what's wrong either. It just hurts so much." Jiang he examined her closely. Her foot was slightly red, likely from kicking the wall earlier. He hurriedly sprayed her foot and began to massage it gently. At the opportune moment, Wang Ruiwei asked, "Brother, does Wang Yuting dislike me? She always gives me a cold shoulder whenever we meet." "Not at all. My dear Ruiwei is so lovely. How could anyone possibly dislike her? Rest assured, I will speak with her shortly and ensure she apologizes to you." Unbeknownst to them, all their actions were being broadcast live in the studio. Online, the revelations surrounding Wang Yuting's origins, her tribulations within the Wang family, the engagement between Wang Yuting and Jiang He, and the machinations of Wang Yue against Wang Yuting have all come to light. In summary, every ordeal that Wang Yuting has faced has been laid bare. Now, not only are Wang Yue, Wang Duyu, and Jiang He inundated with scathing comments, but the official accounts of both the Wang group and the Jiang group have also faced a deluge of criticism. A plethora of unsightly comments fills the threads. Previously, Wang Yue had garnered a considerable following, but after her performance in the storeroom, the majority of her fans have defected and turned against her. Particularly, her usurpation of the true heiress's position and her employment of online trolls to malign Wang Yuting have severely tarnished her public image. In a matter of days, the sentiments expressed towards Wang Yue and Wang Yuting have completely reversed. A trending topic has gradually emerged, titled "We All Owe Wang Yuting an Apology." The extent of the prior vilification against Wang Yuting has been met with an equally overwhelming wave of apologies. All previous derogatory comments and videos targeting Wang Yuting have vanished without a trace, and all of this transpired in less than half a day. Meanwhile, Wang's parents are bombarding Wang Duyu's phone, yet he remains unreachable. In desperation, they decide to confront the production team directly. On their way, they encounter Zhang's parents. However, the four of them are intercepted before they can enter the premises. It is Su Mo. At that moment, the villa has been surrounded by Su Mo and his bodyguards. Fortunately, the villa is spacious enough that the commotion does not reach its interior. "Let me see who has arrived. Isn't this the blind Wang Zone? What brings you here in search of your son?" Su Mo remarks while lounging under a sunshade, swirling a glass of wine in his hand. Upon hearing the mockery, Wang's father, though initially furious, falls silent at the sight of Su Mo. "Young Master Su, there's been a family emergency. I wish to take my son away, and I kindly ask for your assistance." "Oh, it's quite inconvenient." Observing Wang's father's expression of suppressed rage brings Su Mo a sense of amusement. Before joining the production, an agreement was signed stipulating that should any party withdraw from the show for any reason, they would owe the production team a staggering 10 billion. "Mr. Wong, are you certain you wish to part with 10 billion to take Wang Duyu away?" "No, considering Wang Yue, it should be 20 billion. After all, Mr. Wong, such a busy individual, has neglected Wang Yuting for 3 years. Surely, you are not here solely for her." Sumo's tone suddenly turns icy. "Is that so?" Wang's father trembles, realizing that the tribulations faced by the Wong family are the handiwork of Su Mo. He recalls hearing that upon returning to Moonshadow Entertainment, Su Mo had expelled Wang Yue immediately. Why hadn't he thought more deeply at the time? Had Wang Yue offended Su Mo? He had believed her words, thinking that Su Mo had taken a liking to her, and that her rejection had led to her expulsion. Wang's father has witnessed Wang Yue's behavior in the storeroom, which has shattered his previous perception of her as innocent and kind. It was all a fade. Now, it is evident that Su Mo is seeking retribution against the Wong family. 10 billion my Wong family will pay, and I will only take my son. 10 billion my Jiang family will also pay, and I too will only take my son. Before Su Mo, both Wang's father and Zhang's father dared not utter another word. "Very well. Bring forth the items," he commanded. The individuals behind them presented a contract. "The live stream shall not be interrupted. The villa is equipped with cameras, and upon your entrance, a contract will undoubtedly be prepared for you. Indeed, it is a standard agreement. Irrespective of your screen time, the remuneration stands at a mere $1. Wong's father clenched his fist tightly. Su Mo intended to lay their family matters bare for all to see. However, there was no alternative, as Wong Duiyu remained inside, and he was wholly unaware of Wang Yue's true nature. If Wang Duiyu was not retrieved in the span of 7 days, one could only speculate what greater misdeeds he might commit, making it exceedingly difficult for the company to manage public relations. Chapter 69. Severing Ties Within the Villa. The production team has gathered everyone together. The 6 guests remain oblivious to the deluge of online discourse. As Wang Duiyu and Jiang he continue to shower Wang Yue with concern, while Chuan fixates intently on Ma Hongwen. Wang Yuting sits alone in a corner. Once all have arrived, the production team finally makes the announcement. The door swings open, revealing Wang's father, his countenance icy, striding in with authority. "Mom, Dad, what brings you here?" Wang Yue exclaims in surprise, only to remember her injured state and promptly reseat herself, her expression shifting to one of feigned grievance. However, Wang's parents pay her no mind, instead approaching Wang Yuting with a look of remorse. "Wang Yuting, we acknowledge our shortcomings towards you in the past. May I seek to remedy that moving forward?" Wang Yue feels as though the sky has fallen upon her, after all her scheming. Why did Wang's parents publicly acknowledge Wang Yuting's true identity during the live broadcast? How many now know that she is not their biological child? Before she could react, Wang Duiyu interjects. "Mom, Dad, what do you mean? My only sister is Wang Yue. This rural interloper is unworthy of the title. Uncle, Aunt, I concur. My betrothed shall only be Wang Yue. I will never marry this venomous woman. Wang Yuting, brat, who do you think you are to speak?" Just as Wang's father prepares to respond, Zhang's father takes action, stepping forward to kick Jiang He down. "Stand aside, or I will flay you alive." Jiang He, though reluctant, dares not protest against Zhang's father. Meanwhile, Wang's father turns with a fierce glare. The matter of Wang Yue offending Su Mo is now a foregone conclusion. It remains to be seen how to placate Su Mo. "You dare speak of your biological sister in such a manner? Wang Yue is merely the adopted daughter of the Wong family. We have raised her well enough. Henceforth, Wang Yue shall have no further ties to our family. This is unacceptable. I refuse to agree." Wang Duiyu positions himself protectively in front of Wang Yue. "My sister can only be Wang Yue. I will never acknowledge Wang Yuting." In the midst of this tense standoff, Wang Yue's sobs suddenly pierce the air. She lifts her reddened eyes and implores, "Brother, there is no need to argue with Dad over me. I am already content to have grown up in the Wong family. Blood ties cannot be severed. Please allow my sister to return. If your happiness is assured, I can leave the family without a second thought." Had one not witnessed Wang Yue's abrupt change in demeanor, her words would have surely beguiled all present. Yet, the barrage of comments reveals no sympathy for her plight. "Oh my, what a rapid transformation. Just a moment ago, she looked ready to commit murder, and now she is weeping. What else with the tears? Did anyone notice she didn't shed a single drop despite all that sniveling? Such theatrics. The little green tea is acting up again. Wang Yue should leave the Wong family and the entertainment industry altogether." Even though the Queen Mother glimpsed the true nature of Wang Yuting, she found it difficult to bear and was abruptly restrained by Wang Father. He understood that the decision to expel Wang Yuting was not solely motivated by her character, but also by Su Mo's menacing presence. Failing to remove Wang Yuting from the Wong family would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for his own company. "Please, for my sake, it is not worth it." After observing the unfolding drama for so long, the protagonist, Wang Yuting, finally made her appearance. "I returned home after 4 years. Yet you treated me like a servant every single day. Now you feign concern for my well-being? Who can say whether I would still endure your abuse upon my return? In those 4 years, I received no care, no familial affection, no gifts, and no dignity. The only thing you provided was a meager monthly allowance of 500, which ceased in the second year." Wang Yuting produced a card, enumerating her expenses, factoring in a year's worth of meals at your home at 100 per day, along with 1,000 for medical expenses, though those were inflicted by you, totaling 43,600. "From this point forward, we shall sever all ties." Wang Father was astounded. He had never anticipated that Wong Yuting would resort to such tactics. Do not speak to me of familial grace. For 4 years, I toiled like a beast in your household. Whatever good fortune or resources existed were seized by you. The debts of kinship have long been repaid, and from now on, we shall have no further dealings. Furthermore, regarding your engagement with the Jiang family, let your daughter fulfill that obligation. I am not your daughter. Do not involve me in your affairs. Wong father was incredulous, while Wong mother has eyes brimmed with tears. Yuting, I know you have endured much injustice in the past, but do you truly wish to forsake your mother? Mother? Wong Yuting retorted, didn't you once find it repugnant when I called you that? Why demand it now? Facing the camera, her gaze was clear and resolute. I seize this opportunity to announce to all who view this video that I, Wong Yuting, have repaid my debt to the Wong family, and I hereby sever all ties. Should anyone attempt to use this against me, I shall endure it, for I have faced slander for far too long. The comments streamed in, and no one who grasped the entirety of Wong Yuting's history could contest her decision to cut ties. On the contrary, the majority offered words of encouragement. Hugs, sister. We are here for you. We are your family. Sister is uniquely beautiful. The Wong family should not dare to associate with you. No, you are my daughter, and that cannot be changed. I acknowledge that we have neglected you in the past, but we will certainly show you more care in the future. Wong father remained unconvinced by Wong Yuting's words. Not only had he abandoned Wong Yue, but the family still required a daughter for strategic alliances. And now Wong Yuting had aligned herself with Su Mo, whatever the nature of their relationship. It could prove advantageous for the Wong family. In response, Wong Yuting could only scoff. Neglect? You think a mere acknowledgement of neglect can atone for the years of harm I've endured? You are unwilling to even utter an apology. And to this day, you do not admit your wrongdoing. No, no. Wong father became agitated, but at that moment, the director's voice rang out. Mr. Wong, the visiting hours have concluded. It is time for you to depart. If you wish to linger, then there is no need for any of you to return. Mr. Wong's father shuddered slightly. Such words could not possibly emanate from the director. They were undoubtedly spoken by Su Mo. Mr. Wong's father dared not delay. If Su Mo suggested they need not return, any further hesitation on his part would leave him with nowhere to go, even if he desired to return. Wong Duyu was reluctant to leave, yearning to stay by Wong Yue's side, yet he was forcibly pulled away by his father. Jiang he felt similarly, loath to part from Wong Yue. Meanwhile, Wong Yue appeared somewhat lost and despondent. Her parents paid her little heed upon their arrival. Did they truly care so little for her? Was she to be cast aside? As for Ma Hongwan and Chu Wan, they sat quietly at the back, content to remain mere bystanders. They had no desire to become entangled in the domestic affairs of such a prominent family, for fear of being caught in a troublesome predicament. Chapter 70. Conclusion of the show. Wong Duyu and Jiang he departed, yet the program continued its broadcast unabated. Thanks to the incident orchestrated by Wong Yuting on the very first day, the show surged in popularity, garnering unprecedented viewership that eclipsed all other variety shows. Subsequently, for celebrities, 3 men and 1 woman, all esteemed figures within the industry, were hastily introduced. However, the ensuing narrative unfolded rather monotonously. The format of group dates, replete with saccharine displays of affection, resulted in the formation of several fan couples. Nevertheless, the primary attraction of the show was not these romantic escapades, but rather the harrowing real-time account of Wong Yue's plight. In the first episode, spanning 7 days, upon the arrival of the newly added 4 participants the following morning, the production team presented a large screen television. It showcased a compilation of highlights from the initial day, prominently featuring the faces of Wong Yue, Wong Duyu, and Jiang He. When Wong Yue realized that the storage room was under surveillance, exposing her every action to the cameras, she was left utterly bewildered. The production team then switched to the live broadcast, where the barrage of derogatory comments in the chat incited an urge within Wong Yue to withdraw from the program entirely. However, the moment the director presented the contract, she fell silent. The footage aired the previous day, coupled with the dismissive demeanor exhibited by her parents during their visit to the show, made it painfully clear to Wong Yue that the Wong family had effectively abandoned her. A sum of 10 billion was beyond her reach. The subsequent 7 days felt like an eternity for Wong Yue. The other 7 guests isolated her, as if she were a pending bill. Particularly during the enforced team-up segments, each male celebrity partnered with Wong Yue displayed unabashed disdain, their simmering anger threatening to extinguish her remaining rationality. Wong Yue's attempts at dating resembled a solitary existence, as she undertook her responsibilities alone, finding excuses to evade collaborative tasks, with some even preferring failure over associating with her. During mealtimes, she found herself relegated to a lonely corner. This experience mirrored the treatment Wong Yuting had previously received from the Wong family, and now Wong Yue was living it firsthand. Moreover, the vitriol directed at Wong Yue in the chat was incessant. Her true nature laid bare. Every action and word was scrutinized under a magnifying glass, with the most malevolent interpretations being drawn. In stark contrast, Wong Yuting flourished as the darling of the group, whether for show or genuine concern. The kindness displayed towards her throughout the program garnered her audience affection. This dating show could be deemed the most unsuccessful of its kind, yet paradoxically, it achieved the highest ratings. When the program finally drew to a close and Wong Yue was at last poised to leave, the production team organized a press conference. The 8 guests sat upon the stage, while the crew wielded their cameras and microphones below. Questions directed at the other guests revolved around their experiences and potential romantic intentions. But when it came to Wong Yue, the inquiries fixated solely on the Wong family. Queries about her alleged schemes against Wong Yuting, the supposed hiring of online trolls to malign her, and whether her actions upon the return of the true heiress stemmed from jealousy and retribution bombarded her relentlessly, leaving Wong Yue at a loss for explanations. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, she fainted away, yet regrettably, no one believed her. During the 7 days of live broadcasting, Wong Yue had employed this very tactic before. Perhaps worn down by relentless criticism, Wong Yue longed to escape the show early and, at the dining table, unexpectedly collapsed. The production team was thrown into a frenzy, hastily attempting to rush her to the hospital. However, Wong Yuting merely cast a glance and declared an act. This was a ruse Wong Yue had rehearsed at home more than once. To substantiate her claim that Wong Yue was merely feigning unconsciousness, Wong Yuting instructed the director to feel Wong Yue's muscles and to tickle her with a feather. A genuine feint would yield soft muscles, while a feigned collapse would result in rigidity. Yet, even when exposed, Wong Yue remained unresponsive, prompting Wong Yuting to deliver a swift kick to her side. The 8-centimeter stiletto heel pressed down upon Wong Yue, rendering anyone unable to suppress their reactions. Wong Yue cried out in pain, her voice robust and resonant, utterly uncharacteristic of someone pretending to be unconscious. At this point, no one believed her act. Nevertheless, with the footage nearly complete, the crowd paid her no mind as they began to gather their belongings and depart. Wong Yue waited until the vicinity was utterly silent before cautiously opening her eyes, realizing she was alone, and then she rose. "Scoundrels! A bunch of trash! How dare you conspire against me?" The humiliation she had endured surged within her like a tempest. In a fit of rage, she overturned the table on sight. "Wong Yuting, this is all you're doing. I will ensure your downfall." Still unsatisfied, she seized a chair and began to smash things indiscriminately. "The Wong family thinks they can rid themselves of me? Not a chance." It was not until she was breathless that she collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by the remnants of her destruction, every item shattered by her wrath. Gasping for breath, she suddenly caught sight of a camera in the corner. The red light blinked ominously, aimed directly at her. Panic surged within her as she hastily opened her phone. Indeed, the variety show was still streaming live, capturing every moment of her feigned fainting and subsequent destruction in vivid detail. Wong Yue felt darkness encroach upon her vision. The barrage of comments continued to mock her. Wasn't she supposed to be faint? How does she have the strength to destroy things? She hardly looks ill. Wong Yue, get out of the entertainment industry. Is this how she harbors resentment towards Wong Yuting? Given her actions, it's a miracle Wong Yuting hasn't sought retribution. Feigning unconsciousness is effective. Perhaps I should try it next time. This woman has truly lost her mind. She is terrifying. As the live broadcast gradually dimmed, a string of gratitude for viewers appeared on the screen. The first episode of the dating show had now come to a definitive close. Though melodramatic, its impact was undeniably profound. Wong Yuting, having previously faced widespread disdain, had now experienced a remarkable redemption, attaining the status of a top-tier celebrity. With a few more promising roles, she could undoubtedly secure her position among the elite, even vying for the prestigious title of Best Actress. Regrettably, the Wong family appears to have intentions of bringing Wong Yuting back home, constantly surrounding her with various attempts at reconciliation. This primarily emphasizes the image of a wayward son returning to cherish family ties. It remains uncertain whether this is a mere facade for the outside world or a genuine plea for Su Mo's forgiveness. Nonetheless, it has significantly disrupted Wong Yuting's life. She has resorted to avoiding them altogether, blocking all means of communication with the entire Wong family and ensuring that the place she resides is guarded by company-assigned bodyguards, rendering them unable to approach her. Meanwhile, Jiang has taken a notably arrogant stance, asserting that he can continue to fulfill the engagement with Wong Yuting. His demeanor suggests either coercion by his family or a disdain for Wong Yuting, which has thoroughly disgusted Su Mo. Consequently, every time the Wong and Jiang families attempt to contact Wong Yuting, Su Mo retaliates by inflicting losses on one of their projects. After several such incidents, it seems that the Wong and Jiang families have begun to discern Su Mo's intentions, leading to a cessation of their pursuits. Chapter 71. The Deadpan Guy in the New Group. Alas, Wang Yue has been completely ousted from the Wong family. Not only that, but the Wong family now teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. In their desperate bid to gather funds, they have not only frozen all of Wang Yue's accounts and transferred out all her money, but have also liquidated all her assets, jewelry, shares, real estate. Everything has been sold. Upon leaving the Wong family, Wang Yue took nothing with her except for a few changes of clothes, and she found herself without a place to stay. After enduring several days of hunger, she was left with no choice but to take on part-time work. Ultimately, it seemed the hardships became unbearable, leading her to work as an escort in a nightclub. Once a star, she now faced universal disdain, yet her notoriety drew many patrons eager to humiliate her. The money was plentiful, yet it came at the cost of her dignity. Serving others on her knees became the norm, particularly for those who had once been oppressed by her. Wang Yue had certainly made enemies in her circle, and these individuals now found their greatest pleasure in humiliating her. She had entertained the thought of seeking a wealthy benefactor, but those with means were well aware of her current predicament. Some might indulge in a fleeting dalliance, but they would fear the repercussions of crossing Su Mo. Meanwhile, those with lesser fortunes were wary of being tainted by her tarnished reputation. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. Associating with someone so treacherous could jeopardize their own comforts. Su Mo lounged languidly on a sunbed by the pool, a massive parasol shielding him from the sun, as he observed Wang Yue's recent tribulations. Beside him sat Wong Yuting, her feet playfully splashing in the water. "Are you not considering any further retaliation?" Su Mo inquired. Wong Yuting shook her head, declaring that this was sufficient. She wished to sever all ties with them. Their lives were no longer her concern. "You are too kind-hearted," Su Mo remarked, turning his attention to the fruits before him. The door swung open, and two figures entered the courtyard, Jiang Ruoshi and Bai Yufei. Under Jiang Ruoshi's care, Bai Yufei had regained his health, though his stomach remained sensitive, necessitating a cautious diet. Today, the trio had come to express their gratitude to Su Mo. Jiang Ruoshi and Bai Yufei had achieved their desires, blossoming into a couple and spending their days entwined in each other's company. Jiang Ruoshi's fame was modest, and their public announcement had sparked little interest, as the online attention remained fixated on Wang Yuting's situation. The stocks of both the Wong and Jiang families continued to languish in the red. "Thank you, President Su." In contrast to Jiang Ruoshi's buoyancy, Bai Yufei was more contemplative. Having struggled in the slums throughout his childhood and spent 3 years incarcerated, he had little hope for his future. Yet now he said, "President Su, I will serve you loyally from this day forth. I shall do whatever you command." His expression reflected sincere loyalty. Bai Yufei was not one to take favors lightly, and the significant assistance Su Mo had provided left him at a loss for how to repay such a debt. Do not be so serious. In the future, let your wife earn a bit more for me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruoshi smiled as well. Rest assured, President Su, I shall. After locating Bai Yufei and resolving Jiang Ruoshi's emotional turmoil, her spirits had been remarkably elevated these past few days. This transformation was also reflected in the songs she composed. In her previous life, Jiang Ruoshi's melodies were predominantly melancholic, yet now they resonate with sweet happiness. After enjoying lunch, the group departed. Su Mo, however, found himself captivated by the messages flooding his family group chat. The Lin family, which had previously been jilted by his elder brother Su Quan, was now stirring up trouble once again. Having once held a significant portion of shares in the Lin group, the Lin family had wielded their influence to clandestinely control several upstream and downstream companies associated with the Lin enterprise. Now that the Lin group had fallen under the management of the Su family, the 1 billion given to the Lin family by Su Quan was scarcely enough to sustain their extravagant lifestyle. Consequently, they sought to extract more from the Su family. They believed that the companies they secretly managed would remain undetected, and they aimed to negotiate continued collaboration with the Su family. Presently, Su Quan was incensed and resolved to ensure that the entire Lin family would be left to beg without a single coin to their name. Speaking of the Lin family, Su Quan also inquired about Lin Ru's current situation. Remarkably, Lin Ru was still with Luo Xianyang, albeit their life was fraught with difficulties. The couple had rented a room in a slum and were engaged in various part-time jobs. Once a pampered heiress, Lin Ru had been supported by Su Quan since her graduation, never needing to work until now, while Luo Xianyang, supported by Lin Ru, similarly had no formal employment. Without Su Quan's guidance, they could find no legitimate work and resorted to odd jobs and food delivery. Thus, their existence had become chaotic. No longer did they speak of true love. Arguments had become a daily occurrence. Lin Ru lamented that Luo Xianyang, as a man, could not even support himself, and that she had sacrificed her relationship with Su Quan for him, only to endure such a life now. Luo Xianyang berated Lin Ru for her lack of decency, asserting that she had pursued him and now blamed him for their plight. In this brief time, the once graceful heiress had vanished. Lin Ru now appeared haggard and unkempt, resembling a woman who sought to take advantage of others. The Lin Ru who once threw money around now found herself haggling with vegetable vendors over mere cents at the market. Ding dong. A new message arrived on her phone. It was from the freshman group of Peking University. The results of the college entrance examination had been released, and even without relying on her family, Su Mo's scores were sufficient for admission to Peking University. Meanwhile, Shen Youchu, Yuan Binglan, Wong Yingxue, and Wang Yingwe had also set their sights on the prestigious institution. This freshman group had been established by Wang Yingxue, and it had grown to over 600 members. The chaos in the group was triggered by an individual boasting unabashedly. Will there be traffic on the first day of school? Does Peking University have a helipad? I plan to fly in by helicopter. The dormitories are shared. I'm not accustomed to sleeping with others. Can I purchase a house nearby? By the way, we are allowed to drive on campus, right? I want to cruise to class in my sports car. Su Mo cast a glance at the spokesperson's avatar, which depicted a picturesque sunset. Noticing the silence from others, the individual continued speaking to himself. My father just transferred me 100 million for purchasing a villa. How should I go about arranging off-campus accommodation? Furthermore, when meeting classmates for the first time, how much in gifts should I prepare? Encountering such a pretentious character, Su Mo chuckled, thinking, can you outshine me? Throughout my life, I have always detested those who feign grandeur in my presence. Helicopters? I have a few as well, though I usually refrain from flying them. The noise is rather intrusive. If you wish to arrive by helicopter, I would gladly accompany you, and we could land together on the playground. As for desiring a villa, why purchase one? The entire villa district adjacent to Kyoto University belongs to me. You may choose any house to reside in at your leisure. I have visited Kyoto University several times. Generally, vehicles are not permitted entry. However, you could procure a prestigious license plate. My plate commands respect across Kyoto, and no one dares to stop it. If you lack connections, come seek me out. I will escort you to the gatekeeper to register your vehicle. Alternatively, if you donate a few buildings to the school, they would grant you access. Chapter 72. The plot of Chinhao begins. Su Mo's words in the group were not mere fabrications. The vehicle he drove bore license plates arranged by the Su family. And throughout Kyoto, no establishment dared to halt the cars belonging to the Su clan. Except for particularly significant locations in the Great Xian, all other areas granted them passage without hesitation. Furthermore, the villa district adjacent to Jing University indeed belonged to the Su family. Several units had already been sold, most of which were for personal use. After all, nearly all members of the Su family pursued their studies at Jing University, and each student from the Su family would select a residence here. In the group, the individual known as Brother Deadpan grew increasingly excited upon hearing Su Mo's remarks. How about we meet at the start of the semester? It would be rather impolite to request your assistance without treating you to a meal. As he spoke, a friend request appeared on the list. Upon acceptance, an eager message followed. Bro, what gift are you planning to bring? My father advised me to foster good relations with classmates when venturing out. Well, I typically do not give gifts. I'm usually on the receiving end. Hence, I lack experience in this regard. However, with so many people involved, there are ample gifts. Large presents can be cumbersome. Perhaps some small yet luxurious items would suffice. That sounds splendid, bro. How about preparing some ties, brooches, bracelets, or rings from Luoli? Luoli is a brand known for its affordable luxury. The items Brother Deadpan mentioned typically cost tens of thousands. Su Mo could only chuckle, realizing he was merely capable of discussing such matters online. All right, we shall meet on the playground. I will wait for you beside the helicopter. I'll take you to Yipin Xian for a meal first. Then we can sort out your vehicle information. Thank you, bro. But what is Yipin Xian? I've never been to Kyoto and am not very familiar with the place. It's not exactly a humble establishment. A meal at Yipin Xian costs around $1 million. The primary reason for choosing this location is its proximity to Jing University. Otherwise, I would have opted for it. Are you concerned that it's too expensive? After Su Mo made this remark, there was a noticeable silence from the other end. Showing off to me, huh? TSK. Just the thought of $1 million meal is daunting. Su Mo shrugged off the matter, redirecting his attention to the system. Presently, he had 2 opportunities for a lottery draw, acquired through the plot twists involving Wong Yuding and Jiang Ruashi. He proceeded with the draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the entry, New is inferior to old. New is inferior to old. After using a particular item for the second time, proficiency increases by 10. This was a splendid entry. In this world, for instance, with the piano, the second practice session on the same instrument would yield a 10 improvement in skill. Should he later traverse to a high martial arts realm, using a sword, for instance, after practicing once, the next use of the same sword would enhance his technique by 10. Although changing swords would reset his progress, knowing the path ahead would only accelerate his advancement. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the entry, Gifted Prodigy. Gifted Prodigy. The difficulty of practicing any skill is reduced by 50. Su Mo felt as though he had struck a substantial fortune today. The effect of Gifted Prodigy would allow him to easily reach heights unattainable by others, regardless of the endeavor he pursued. In pursuit of excellence, one might wonder if they possess the innate talent for cultivation. Alas, this world lacks the essence of internal force, spiritual energy, or celestial power. Otherwise, I would demonstrate to you the marvels of refining one's body at 3, mastering the meridians by 5, and conquering the world by 18. Master, how childish of you to amuse others in the group. Just then, a message arrived on my phone. The only person who could address me as Master Su Mo was Wong Yingxue. Currently, my relationship with the Wong sisters, Wong Yingyue and Wong Yingxue, has taken an unconventional turn. Everyone is aware of the circumstances, yet none dare to speak openly about it. In our daily interactions, we do not shy away from each other, and, at times, we even grow closer, dismissing any past occurrences as if they never transpired. Particularly, Wong Yingxue often playfully nudges my leg with her foot during meals. My perspective has also shifted, for I inquired with the system, and learned that upon my reincarnation, time in this world would remain frozen until I return once more. With a trait of noble lineage, I will automatically be thrust in the most prestigious role within a female-oriented narrative during my transition. The storyline will inevitably require my alteration. Thus, I must also possess romantic entanglements in other realms. If I do not jest with others, does that imply you wish for me to entertain you instead? Meanwhile, a flush of crimson adorned Wong Yingshua's cheeks. My words were undeniably teasing her. However, she is not one to concede easily. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Within 20 minutes, I received a succinct response from Su Mo. Open the door. 2 words, brief and to the point. Wong Yingxue discreetly opened her room door to check. Thankfully, her sister was absent. Cautiously, she attempted to slip away, but just as she was about to step out, a gentle voice interrupted her. Xiaoxue, where are you off to? Wong Yingxue stood upright. Sister, I was just feeling restless at home and wanted to take a stroll. Wong Yingxue approached, clad in a qipao that accentuated her grace and elegance. She epitomized classical beauty. However, Wong Yingxue felt increasingly anxious. Oh, then do enjoy your outing. I shall invite brother Su Mo in as a guest. Observing her sister's knowing smile, which seemed to hold all the secrets, Wong Yingxue realized she could not conceal her intentions any longer, and her lips pouted in discontent. You only know how to tease me. We might as well go together. Very well. Wong Yingxue led the way, sensing a change in her sister. Once serene and gentle, Wong Yingxue now bore a warm smile that concealed a growing cunning nature. Upon reaching the car, Wong Yingxue decided not to dwell on it any longer. She rushed forward and leapt into Su Mo's embrace. Master, you haven't come to see me in days. Following closely behind, Wong Yingxue observed the scene with a smile, though the sincerity behind it remained uncertain. As the car door had yet to close, one could not help but notice the urgency in their demeanor. The vehicle in question is an elongated model, its seats resembling a plush sofa. 3 individuals are seated within, yet they feel no sense of crowding. The driver's partition has been elevated, rendering the windows opaque from the outside, shrouded in darkness. Or perhaps, are you all preparing to remain here? With a playful grimace directed at Wong Yingxue, Wong Yingxue declared her disinterest. Unfortunately, Wong Yingxue did not notice the spark of excitement in Su Mo's eyes. Wong Yingxue, however, cast a fleeting glance at Wong Yingxue, remarking that her words held no weight. The group engaged in extensive conversation. Yet Wong Yingxue made it a point to discuss the recent affairs of the Jiang family with Su Mo. The Jiang family had recently acknowledged a son, whose circumstances mirrored those of Su Mo, having been swapped at birth. Presently, the Jiang family is preoccupied with organizing a reunion banquet and a graduation celebration for their newly recognized son. The Jiang family occupies a modest position among the second-tier families of Kyoto, while the Wong family stands at the pinnacle, and the Su family transcends these societal classifications entirely. The Jiang family remains inaccessible to the upper echelons of the Wong and Su families. Their invitations do not reach the grand doors of either house. Wong Yingxue merely found the similarities between the newly acknowledged individual and Su Mo's past intriguing enough to mention. Upon hearing this, Su Mo realized that the narrative concerning Chinhao was about to unfold. When will they hold the reunion banquet? I shall make it a point to attend, he mused. Brother Su Mo, do you wish to assist that individual upon hearing of their similar plight? Certainly not. My intention is to present them with a significant gift. Chapter 73. The arrival of Old Master Shen. The following day, Su Mo awoke upon a grand bed. The previous day's skirmish had been rather intense, and the two of them were still in deep slumber. It must be said that Su Mo possessed a certain foresight. The venue was too confined for any significant maneuvers, especially under the circumstances of shared empathy. After refreshing herself, she instructed the attendant to bring breakfast. With the term 1 strength 10 abilities in mind, Sumo's physical recovery was remarkably swift, while the two individuals were likely to sleep until noon. However, before Su Mo could attend to any matters, a call from Song Qianqian interrupted her. Young Master Su, we are quite busy. There's an issue at the company. What happened? Su Mo was not particularly anxious. After all, the company was merely a venture she was toying with, and she did not believe there existed a problem beyond her resolution. Old Master Shen has discovered your connection with the company and seeks to carve out a share for himself. He is currently in the company office. The mention of old Master Shen surprised Su Mo, as she had not anticipated his involvement. In the original text, his presence was rather understated. After his arrival, the relationship between Shen Youchu and the Shen family had become strained. Nevertheless, Su Mo had conducted a brief inquiry into the Shen family's background. The Shen family barely qualified as a second-tier family in Kyoto, historically under the control of Old Master Shen. Old Master Shen had but one son, Shen Fu, who was quite inept, with his abilities predominantly reliant on women. Thanks to Shen Fu, the Shen family boasted a significant number of illegitimate children among the affluent families of Kyoto, while Shen Youchu was the only legitimate child. Many of these illegitimate sons and daughters had made an appearance before Old Master Shen. Now, one such illegitimate child was shadowing Old Master Shen, evidently being groomed as his successor. Though Shen Youchu had been raised by the Shen family, her upbringing was devoid of any affection, receiving only financial support. She was given a villa to live in alone, and her movements were severely restricted. Even during the new year, she spent the holiday in solitude. Recently, the Shen family's enterprises faced some difficulties, and a misstep could potentially result in a downfall from their second-tier status to that of a third-tier family. Sumo's perception of the Shen family soured due to Shen Youchu's plight. Out of respect for the family that raised her, she refrained from taking action against them. Yet now it seemed Old Master Shen had turned his ambitions towards her. No wonder Song Qianqian hesitated to act. Shen Youchu's relationship with her was also complicated, as ties between Shen Youchu and the Wong sisters, as well as with herself, were well known, albeit not openly discussed. This was precisely why no one dared to pursue Wong Yingwei. Many had shown interest in her, but since Su Mo had grown closer to Wong Yingwei, those sentiments had been buried. Have him wait in the conference room. I shall bring Shen Youchu along. Noting that the Wong sisters were still asleep, Su Mo left a message for them and proceeded to Shen Youchu's residence. The ambience of Shen Youchu's home was now warm and inviting, a place Su Mo often visited. Brother, Shen Youchu was in the studio when she spotted Su Mo approaching, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She skipped over to him, nuzzling her face against his chest. Su Mo affectionately ruffled Shen Youchu's hair and said, "Your grandfather has come to my company to discuss a collaboration. Would you like to accompany me to see him?" Of course. Shen Youchu was indifferent to the matters of her grandfather or the collaboration. As long as she could be with Su Mo, she was content. But first, you should change into something more suitable for going out, he advised. Shen Youchu looked down at her loose, casual pajamas, which revealed a generous neckline. The sheer fabric was enough to provoke a reaction. Without a second thought for Sumo's presence, she began to undress right in front of him. However, she was unexpectedly embraced by Su Mo. Actually, I think it might be better to wait a bit and tend to something more pressing first. At that moment, in the reception room of Xingming Company, Old Master Shen had already been waiting for over 2 hours. While he maintained his composure, the young man accompanying him frequently glanced at his watch. This was Shen Songyun, the illegitimate son whom Old Master Shen had nurtured closely. The young man exuded arrogance, adorned in designer labels, with a diamond-studded watch on his wrist. It's been 2.5 hours already. How could Su Mo be so dismissive of us? He complained, pacing back and forth, clearly growing impatient. Old Master Shen, however, remained calm. Be quiet. This is someone else's territory. If your words reach the wrong ears, do you know the consequences? What's the harm? Su Mo is quite close with Shen Youchu. She could easily persuade him later. Besides, if he intends to marry her, he will have to seek your approval anyway. Indeed, why should I concern myself with others' opinions? A cold voice interrupted as a group entered the reception room. At the forefront was Su Mo, followed by Shen Youchu, Song Qianqian, Yuan Binglan, and Song Qianqian's 2 assistants. Su Mo swaggered to the main seat and remarked, "I hear you wish to collaborate with us at Chinhao. Is this your approach to partnership?" "Oh no, that's just my unrefined grandson speaking out of turn." Old Master Shen chuckled heartily, adding, "We consider you family, hence the casualness. Is this the beginning of establishing connections?" Su Mo shot a glance at Shen Songyun, causing the latter to shudder. Sumo's gaze was that of a noble prince, exuding authority and power. his calm demeanor imposing pressure upon all present. Even old Master Shen, seasoned in the business world, felt the weight of Su Mo's presence. I have no desire to elaborate further. We share no ties. If you wish to collaborate, present us with interests that would intrigue Chinhao. Otherwise, there's no need for further discussion. He spoke bluntly, offering no regard for old Master Shen's status. If viewed without regard for hierarchy, a junior addressing an elder in such a manner implied a lack of respect. Old Master Shen's smile faded as he suddenly turned to Shen Youchu. Youchu, come here. The tone was harsh, entirely reminiscent of a reprimand. This was a manifestation of Su Mo's disregard for his authority, venting his frustration upon Shen Youchu, while simultaneously reminding Su Mo that Shen Youchu remained his granddaughter. Yet, Shen Youchu paid no heed to the elder Shen. Not only did she refuse to acknowledge him in the past, but she also didn't spare him even a glance. Shen Youchu, the Shen family has nurtured you for so many years. Do you not hold the family in your esteem? At last, Shen Youchu cast a glance at the elder Shen, replying with remarkable clarity and decisiveness. No, the elder Shen, infuriated, felt his beard bristle with indignation. You wretched child, I never wished to remain in the Shen family. Had it not been for your constraints on my freedom, I could have returned to my brother's side years ago, growing up together. Shen Youchu's gaze gradually turned frigid, imbued with a murderous intent. There was no mistaking it. It was an aura that yearned to eliminate the elder Shen post-haste. It is you who has caused the years of separation between my brother and me. Chapter 74. I severed your outstretched claw. The malevolent aura emanating from Shen Youchu caused even Su Mo to stiffen in shock. It was unexpected that Shen Youchu harbored such intense animosity towards the Shen family. He hastily embraced her, offering comfort. Old Master Shen was clearly taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he felt a profound humiliation. How could he have been frightened by his own granddaughter? How could I have such a daughter? All these years, how much have I invested in you? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Old Master Shen's face flushed crimson, his cane striking the floor with a resounding thud. I am your grandfather. Do you dare to defy me? Enough. Sumo's voice rang out, the first time he had felt such anger since his arrival in this world. Was moral coercion being imposed upon Shen Youchu? This person behind you is an illegitimate child, isn't he? You come here with an illegitimate child to cause trouble for Shen Youchu. Are you so weary of a life of luxury that you wish to experience poverty instead? You ought to be grateful that, while you may not have given Youchu affection, you have not deprived her of sustenance. Otherwise, the moment I return to the Su family, your Shen family would cease to exist. Since you have chosen to raise Youchu outside, do not presume to present yourselves as guardians now. I shall take care of Youchu from this point forward, and do not expect to gain any benefits from me. Should you extend even a finger, I will not hesitate to sever your entire claw. Absolutely not. Shen Youchu is a member of my Shen family. I am her grandfather. Do you think your words can sever our ties? The Su family may be domineering, but there are limits. Limits? I set the limits. Su Mo scoffed. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You wish to raise Youchu, select a marriage prospect, and while raising her may not cost much, such a union could yield great benefits for the Shen family. But do you truly believe I am someone you can manipulate? Song Chanqian, who had been standing nearby, quickly approached Su Mo. Mr. Su, from now on, I will mobilize Chinhao to suppress the Shen group. Any project involving the Shen group will be met with our complete involvement. We shall not concern ourselves with profit. Let it be known that Chinhao will never collaborate with the Shen family. Upon hearing this, old Master Shen felt a pang of anxiety, though he maintained a facade of strength. You, Su Mo, a newly established Chinhao, think you can oppose my century-old Shen family? The scale of a Shen family is not something your Chinhao can shake. You think the Su family would target the Shen family for such a ridiculous reason? Su Mo replied with unwavering confidence. As for the Su family, my father is more than capable. Do you believe my father would refuse to listen to me in dealing with you? The Su family's conglomerate was beyond Su Mo's control. However, it was not just the Su family. Su Hongzhe was also a figure in the business realm. The empire of Su Hongzhi alone surpassed that of many first-class families. Convincing Su Hongzhi required but a single word from Su Mo. Realization dawned on old Master Shen. Su Mo was genuinely intent on bringing about the downfall of the Shen family. Meanwhile, Shen Songyun, hiding behind old Master Shen, trembled in fear. He had not anticipated that Su Mo would be so unyielding. If the Shen family were to face bankruptcy, what would become of his once comfortable life? Grandfather, it is our negligence in caring for Youchu that has led us here. We were in the wrong. Please, do not make a further mistake. For the sake of his future, Shen Songyun felt it prudent to avoid inciting Su Mo's wrath. At the very least, he needed to appease Su Mo's anger first. Old Master Shen's face was flushed crimson, his breath coming in ragged gasps, yet he remained silent. Observing his grandfather's state, Shen Songyun directly apologized to Su Mo. I am sorry, Su Gu. We were at fault, and we will certainly amend our ways. Whatever you say, we shall comply. Do not call me brother. You are unworthy. Indeed, Su Zong, I am unworthy. Seeing Shen Songyun's readiness to yield, Su Mo nodded slightly. I will only say this once. If you can comply, I may refrain from taking action against the Shen family. Su Zong, please speak. I shall certainly agree, and my grandfather will as well. Gazing at the elderly Shen, who showed no inclination to object, Su Mo continued. The Shen family will remain under your management, but the shares must be transferred to Shen Youchu. Is there any objection? Shen Songyun fell silent, but upon witnessing Su Mo's grim expression, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Very well, let us depart. Do not return here. It is distasteful. As old Master Shen and Shen Songyun exited the company, they both exhaled deeply. Inside, they had felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, but stepping into the sunlight revealed their chilling discomfort. Confronting Su Mo had proven to be a tremendous burden. Once in the car, Shen Songyun cautiously inquired, Grandfather, what shall we do if Su Mo seeks to take over the Shen family? What else can be done? If the Shen family does not comply, bankruptcy awaits, and you shall have no stake in it. With a bitter expression, Shen Songyun replied, I am aware of this, which is precisely why I agreed. Otherwise, why would I consent? However, opportunities do exist. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Shen Songyun's spirits lifted. Grandfather, what opportunities? The Shen family is no longer within your grasp, but we can utilize its shell to establish a new company. Furthermore, as I currently oversee the Shen family, even if Shen Youchu acquires the shares, she will not take an active role, leaving ample room for maneuvering within. Shen Songyun's eyes brightened instantly. Indeed, not only that, but once Shen Youchu possesses shares, the Shen family will be entangled with Su Mo. At that time, we shall reap even greater rewards by leveraging the Su family's influence. The grandfather and grandson exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions rife with calculation. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Song Qianqian relaxed as she watched the two depart. Fortunately, they had not taken a hard stance. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of the increased workload she would have faced in confronting a long-established enterprise. She then turned to Su Mo, Boss, my workload is already at capacity. Are you not going to grant me a raise? Song Qianqian was a shareholder as well as the president of Spark Group. Thus, she received both dividends and a salary, the latter of which required the approval of Su Mo, the chief executive. Very well, I shall double your salary, Su Mo remarked, noticing Yuan Binglan behind him. Your salary has also been doubled. Hee, our boss is quite generous. Song Qianqian wore a proud expression. In truth, with dividends in place, Song Qianqian did not place much importance on her salary. The annual dividends were more than sufficient for her expenses, and the doubled salary was merely a delightful bonus. The company had been operating for several months now, and others had likely received salary adjustments as well, with each employee's salary increased by 30%. Furthermore, ensure that I have connections with several financial officers of the Shen Group. They must be harboring some underhanded schemes, and if anything threatens the company's interests, I want the evidence preserved. When Youchu acquires her shares, we will reveal how much each of them has taken, and subsequently, they shall find themselves behind bars. Boss, I assure you that the task will be accomplished. Chapter 75, Chinhao's Recognition Banquet Ding Dong. A message arrived on Sumo's phone. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from the boastful individual who had previously spoken in the freshman group. How audacious of him to seek my attention. My admission letter had arrived, and while I was out, I hurried home to see it, only to get into an accident on the way. That was my favorite sports car. This boastful individual still had the audacity to show off. Sumo, unapologetic, decided to respond without restraint, spouting whatever grandiose claims came to mind. Strangely, this banter reminded her of the days in her past life spent drinking and bragging with friends. Yet, regrettably, the boasts of yesteryears had now become reality for her. Engaging in idle chatter with this boastful individual was soon overshadowed by another piece of news that captured her attention. Chinhao had been brought back by the Jiang family. Furthermore, Su Yuchen and Lu Rian were also in collusion with Chinhao. Presently, Chinhao had invested $3 million to co-found a company with Su Yuchen, though externally, it was Lu Ruyan who managed it. It was said that Jiang Xing, the child of the Jiang family, had moved into the servant quarters on the very day Chinhao returned. As for Chinhao's recognition banquet, the Jiang family had scheduled it for today. Sumo's intention to attend the Jiang family's recognition banquet had been publicized, drawing countless affluent families who, without needing an invitation from the Jiang family, directly sought entry to the event. In recent days, the Jiang family had been bustling with visitors, all those who had previously sought to curry favor with them. Some had even verbally confirmed collaborations, waiting for the banquet's conclusion to advance their business partnerships. Jiang Yuanshan understood that all of this was a result of Chinhao's return. And Sumo's statement about attending the recognition banquet was what brought these individuals to the Jiang family. Chinhao was indeed a fortunate star. Perhaps, upon hearing of Chinhao's circumstances, Sumo felt a connection to her own days in the countryside, which piqued her interest in him. This could potentially foster a good relationship between Chinhao and Sumo. If he could align himself with the Su family, the Jiang family's prospects would flourish. The thought of a brighter future made Jiang Yuanshan's smile radiate even more. However, Chinhao was far less pleased. Had Su Yuchen not sought him out, he might not have harbored such thoughts. Yet, through his interactions with Su Yuchen, he realized that his mother was the one who had orchestrated the switch between him and Sumo. Was Sumo sincerely attending this recognition banquet to offer her congratulations? If Su Yuchen was privy to this information, there was no reason Sumo would be unaware. Nevertheless, in the face of the Jiang family's power, Chinhao was reluctant to relinquish this comfortable life. Confronted with Jiang's father, who regarded him as a lucky charm, Chinhao could only suppress his worries, maintaining a facade of astonished delight. Sumo. No, he could not allow Sumo to disrupt his privileged existence. He had to devise a plan to ensure she could not attend the banquet. Su Yuchen? No, he had suffered several setbacks at Sumo's hands. Entrusting this matter to him might lead to disaster. Moreover, Su Yuchen was not a trustworthy individual. Chinhao racked his brain and finally recalled someone, Lu Jia, a gambler he had met during his time in the orphanage. Chinhao has grown up in an orphanage, and he is not of a purely virtuous disposition. Naturally, he has encountered various unsavory characters. Lu Jia is one such individual, a rogue burdened with gambling debts. It is said that he has recently been pressed hard by creditors and is now at his wit's end. He has been coerced into driving a car to collide with Sumo, regardless of whether Sumo lives or dies. He will certainly be unable to attend the banquet tonight. The longer the truth remains concealed from Jiang Yuanshan, the more money Chinhao can extract from him. Chinhao will not permit anyone to disrupt his idyllic life. As the hour grows late, the time for the family recognition banquet draws near. Initially, Jiang Yuanshan planned to hold the banquet at the Jiang family villa, but as the number of esteemed guests increased, he relocated the event to the splendid Jingsua mansion. This venue, dedicated to hosting grand banquets, is now nearly overflowing with luxurious vehicles occupying the parking lot. Chinhao stands at the entrance alongside Jiang Yuanshan, greeting guests as they arrive. With each new visitor, Jiang Yuanshan calls out to Chinhao to join him in the introductions. Today, the Jiang family is the host, and no matter how exalted their status, the guests are all cordial towards Chinhao. After all, he is the one who has drawn Sumo's attention. Whispers circulate that Sumo, upon witnessing someone who shares a similar plight, has developed compassion and wishes to extend a helping hand to the Jiang family. This tidbit, of course, has been disseminated by Jiang Yuanshan himself. At this moment, Jiang Xing has also arrived at the banquet, though he is clad in ordinary, worn clothing. Earlier in the day, Jiang Yuanshan had punished him by making him kneel at home and had initially intended not to bring Jiang Xing along. However, Chinhao's remark, absolving Jiang Xing of blame and expressing a desire for him to offer blessings during this moment of ancestral recognition, prompted Jiang Yuanshan to summon Jiang Xing as well. This action serves to further diminish Jiang Xing's sense of pride and intensify the gratification of revenge. Surrounding them is a throng of second-generation elites, brought along by their parents in hopes of befriending Su Mo young people. After all, share common interests. Meanwhile, Jiang Xing sits alone in the most secluded corner. Yet even there, he is not spared from ridicule by some of the second-generation attendees. Isn't this the former young master of the Jiang family? Why is he dressed so shabbily today? They sneer. Forget about being the Jiang family's young master. He's merely a usurper, a piece of trash. Indeed, the Jiang family has lavished care upon him for 18 years, only to discover that he is not even the true heir. The jeers stung Jiang Xing deeply, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, in the present moment, he can only lower his head in silence. Ever since Chinhao's return, everything has changed. His father has remained indifferent towards him, and despite countless attempts to gain his father's approval, all he has received in return is cold indifference. In stark contrast, Chinhao, without needing to exert any effort, has garnered Jiang Yuanshan's concern. The three elder sisters, who once doted on him, now stand firmly by Chinhao's side. It is bewildering that despite having done nothing, merely playing the victim, Chinhao has managed to compel his sisters to demand an apology from him. While Jiang Yuanshan may not take drastic actions, his three sisters continue to impose punishments upon him for Chinhao's sake. In the 18 years of coexistence with my sisters, there seems to be an utter lack of trust. They are all too aware of their true selves, yet they choose to disregard the facts solely to please Chinhao. I have transformed into a mere shell of my former self, engulfed by the haze of uncertainty regarding the future, rendering me at a loss on how to confront my so-called family. Why do you still linger here? Father and younger brother are preoccupied with entertaining guests, and you can't find something to occupy yourself? The eldest sister, Jiang Qi, approached Jiang Xing, her gaze fixed upon the silently bowed head of Jiang Xing, her frustration boiling over. The Jiang family has supported you for 18 years, and now you refuse to lend a hand with household chores. What has become of your conscience? Jiang Xing clenched his fists, his voice muffled, I understand. Chapter 76. Jiang Xing's predicament as the evening wore on. The influx of guests entering the banquet hall dwindled. Jiang Yuanshan gazed anxiously out the window, glancing at his watch intermittently. Chinhao understood that Jiang Yuanshan was awaiting Su Mo's arrival. However, the appointed time had long passed, and Su Mo had yet to make an appearance. Chinhao's initial trepidation gradually transformed into a sense of calm. Father, perhaps we should leave two individuals here to watch over things. If young Master Su arrives, they can escort him in. We should commence the banquet without further delay, suggested Chinhao. Jiang Yuanshan checked the time once more, reluctantly nodding in agreement before instructing the attending servants. You two remain here and usher in Su Mo promptly upon his arrival. Uncertain of when Su Mo would show up, and lacking the authority to make contact, they could do little but proceed in this manner. Accompanied by Chinhao, Jiang Yuanshan ascended the high platform of the banquet hall. Esteemed guests, young Master Su is delayed on his journey. We shall commence the Recognition Banquet in his absence, and I will introduce him upon his arrival, Jiang Yuanshan announced. The guests graciously accepted this arrangement. Given Su Mo's esteemed status, it was anticipated that he would not be present for the entirety of the event. It was likely he would make a brief appearance before departing once again. With the Recognition Banquet officially underway, Jiang Yuanshan took the opportunity to introduce his son, Chinhao, presenting the Paternity Test results that left no room for doubt regarding Chinhao's lineage. Consequently, the gaze of the assembled guests turned derisively toward Jiang Xing. With the return of the biological son, what fate awaited the adopted son? At this juncture, Jiangxing's former fiancé, Bai Jie, stepped forward. Uncle Jiang, our families, the Bai and Jiang, have been betrothed since childhood. Now that Jiangxing is not your biological son, should we not reconsider the engagement? Bai Jie made her statement deliberately before the gathered crowd. Jiangxing had effectively become the castaway of the Jiang family. While Chinhao had not only garnered his father's favor, but also caught the discerning eye of Su Mo regardless of the circumstances, it would be prudent to re-evaluate the choice of engagement partner. In the original narrative, Chinhao's return did not render Jiangxing's life so arduous. Yet, with Su Mo's intention to attend the Recognition Banquet, it became tacitly accepted that Su Mo favored Chinhao, thereby elevating his status in the eyes of others. In human relations, emotions are intertwined with self-interest. People often conceal their selfish motives with grandiose justifications. The three sisters and the fiancé refrained from acknowledging their interest in Chinhao's value, instead attributing blame to Jiangxing. It is your fault that my brother has been estranged for 18 years. Thus, any measures taken against Jiangxing were deemed justifiable. During Chinhao's initial days back home, the sisters had taken it upon themselves to make Jiangxing's life miserable in an effort to ensure Chinhao's comfort. Presently, beneath Jiangxing's clothing lay a constellation of bruises. Ha! Bai Jie, Jiangxing is merely the adopted son of the Jiang family, and thus unworthy of you. If you do not mind, your future betrothed shall be Chinhao, Jiang Yuanshan proclaimed. Bai Jie beamed with delight, responding, "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." As she spoke, she approached Chinhao, while Jiangxing stood in his path. Bai Jie forcefully shoved Jiangxing to the ground. A good dog doesn't block the way. You're merely a dog of the Jiang family now. Do you need others to teach you even the simplest things? Jiangxing felt as if his teeth might bleed from the pressure, yet at this moment, he could only endure silently. Bai Jie wore a haughty expression, and upon reaching Chinhao, she transformed into a delicate flower. "Chinhao, my dear, I am now your fiancé, she said, playfully winking at him. Chinhao, in full view of Jiangxing, took Bai Jie's hand, affirming, "Indeed, my fiancé, I shall take good care of you." However, his gaze remained fixated on Jiangxing, who was discreetly watching him, and he shot Jiangxing a provocative look, as if to say, "See, even though you have taken what is mine, it ultimately does not belong to you. I can reclaim it effortlessly." As Chinhao and Bai Jie held hands, a round of applause erupted from the audience. "Mr. Qin and Ms. Bai are truly a match made in heaven." Yes, some individuals who covet what does not belong to them should first consider their own worth. Let us not speak so, lest certain ingrates run away from home. We would owe Mr. Jiang an apology. Run away? Does he have the audacity to do so? While everyone murmured, the grand doors of the banquet hall unexpectedly swung open. A line of burly men clad in black entered, positioning themselves in the corners of the hall. Each one appeared to be an elite warrior. A single bodyguard could easily handle 3 or 5 ordinary ones. Such a display. Could it be that Su Mo has arrived? Anticipation surged among the crowd. Su Mo, a member of the Su family, stood at the pinnacle of the aristocracy. Finally, they would behold such a figure today. Indeed, amidst the sound of footsteps, a figure emerged behind the bodyguards. Clad in simple casual attire, he exuded an air of relaxed nonchalance. His looks were extraordinary, particularly his deep black eyes, radiating an air of disdain for the mundane. Just standing there, he involuntarily became the center of attention. It was the man who towered above all, Su Mo. As Su Mo drew closer, the entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence. "This is Chinhao's Recognition Banquet. I haven't come to the wrong place, have I?" Jiang Yuanshan hurriedly approached Su Mo, confirming, "No mistake, young Master Su, I am Jiang Yuanshan." "Ah, Jean Yuanshan, splendide. You have a fine son," Su Mo praised, causing the wrinkles on Jiang Yuanshan's face to soften, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Oh, it is but your kindness. Young Master Su." He then called out to the distance, "Why don't you come greet young Master Su?" Immersed in his own emotions, Jiang Yuanshan failed to notice the pallor on Chinhao's face. "Su Mo, how did he come here? Wasn't I supposed to arrange for an accident to befall him? Where's Lu Jia? Moreover, Would Su Mo dare to reveal to Jiang Yuanshan that he's the infant who replaced Su Mo 18 years ago? The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was Bai Jie who noticed the change in Chinhao at that moment. Chinhao's palms were clammy with perspiration. Brother Chinhao, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Chinhao forced a smile. I'm fine. Trembling, he approached Sumo. Su Shao, I am Chinhao. Su Mo regarded the person before him with a cold gaze, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. After a long pause, Su Mo finally broke into a smile. Indeed, you have a commendable appearance and impressive skills. No wonder, 18 years ago, your mother chose to switch me with you. Chapter 77. The turmoil at the Recognition Banquet in the serene banquet hall, the atmosphere had already turned unusually quiet with the arrival of Su Mo. His words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned and unable to comprehend their full implication. Chinhao, Su Mo 18 years ago. An infant exchange? Was it this very Chinhao who supplanted Su Mo and took his place in the Su family? Was Su Mo here today to seek retribution? Jiang Yuanshan, too, was momentarily paralyzed by the shock of Su Mo's revelation. Could it be that his son was so audacious? Had he known of this connection beforehand, he would never have acknowledged Chinhao as his own. Jiang Xing was present, and no one was aware of his betrayal. But bringing Chinhao back could spell disaster for the Jiang family. In that instant, Jiang Yuanshan felt a chilling dread course through him, his legs trembling with trepidation. Mr. Su, is there a misunderstanding here? A misunderstanding? Su Mo retorted. Are you suggesting that my family's surveillance over the past 18 years misidentified the person? He produced a document from behind him and opened it, revealing a detailed account of Chinhao's life over the past 18 years. Moreover, your son possesses quite the cunning. I heard he intended to hire someone to kill me upon learning of my attendance at this banquet. As he spoke, a figure was dragged into the room. Lu Jia. Upon entering, he immediately knelt before Su Mo, pleading for mercy. Sir, I swear I will never do it again. I was merely paid to do a job, but before I could execute it, you caught me. Please, I implore you to let me go. Su Mo seized Lu Jia by the hair, forcing him to face the assembly. I grant you a chance. Reveal who instigated this against me, and do so truthfully. Otherwise, you may find yourself subjected to other methods of persuasion. Lu Jia's gaze scanned the crowd before he pointed a trembling finger at Chinhao. It was him. He offered me $2 million to run you down with a car. Regardless of the outcome, he promised an additional $1 million to ensure my departure from the Qian. Mr. Su, I was merely momentarily blinded by greed. Had I known it was you, I would never have accepted the money. Chinhao, upon being named, felt his legs weaken. That's absurd. I didn't do anything. Don't slander me. I've never even met you. Lu Jia chuckled derisively. True, you've never seen me, but I recognize your voice. You even paid me in cash. I followed the person who delivered the money, and he met with you. He pointed once more, declaring, That's him. He is the one who paid me. The person he identified was the butler of the Jiang family. The butler turned pale, looking at Su Mo with a troubled expression. Sir, I had no knowledge of this. Young Master Qin mentioned he owed a debt, and, now that he possesses wealth, wished to repay it. He instructed me to deliver the money to a specified location and leave, but I had no idea this money was intended for a hit. In an instant, the room erupted in chaos. Previously, Su Mo mentioned that Chinhao had hired someone to deal with him, which they found hard to believe. Was targeting the Su family a sign of wishing for an early demise? Yet, this is a common trope in female-oriented narratives. Many individuals, when faced with obstacles, irrationally opt for a path of crime. The crux of the matter is that even the most blatant evidence of wrongdoing often eludes the grasp of law enforcement. Subsequently, the protagonist finds themselves falsely accused. Alternatively, should the truth surface, a mere letter of understanding or coercion to refrain from reporting allows the perpetrators to escape unscathed. Thus, Chinhao's hiring of an assassin to confront Su Mo may indeed be influenced by such narrative conventions. However, Su Mo remains unfazed. He turns to the side, where Jiang Yuanshan stands. Mr. Jiang, did you hear that? At this moment, Jiang Yuanshan's countenance has turned ashen. The current situation has confirmed that Chinhao has indeed contracted a hitman. But wait, isn't Chinhao the son of Jiang Yuanshan? How could he have been swapped with Su Xiao 18 years ago? Questions arise among the crowd. They trust Su Mo's words. Yet the mystery surrounding Chinhao's origins leaves them perplexed. If it is true that Chinhao and Jiangxing were exchanged, then it must have been Jiangxing's parents who executed the swap. They would have no reason to return Chinhao, only to exchange him for Su Mo's son. The notion of sending their own child to a second-rate family while delivering a child from a second-rate family to the Su household seems implausible. Who would willingly choose the option of a less prestigious lineage if given the chance to swap? Therefore, if Chinhao is indeed the swapped child of Su Mo, how can he possibly be Jiang Yuanshan's son? Everyone present, possessing even a modicum of intellect, arrives at this conundrum. In response, Su Mo calls Jiangxing forward. Su Sao. Jiangxing approaches, uncertain of Su Mo's intentions. Jiangxing, Jiang Yuanshan claims you are an adopted son. Do you not wish to know who your biological parents are? Indeed, I wish to know. Jiang Yuanshan had brought Chinhao home, merely stating that Jiangxing had been misidentified, yet he revealed nothing regarding Jiangxing's biological parents. Jiangxing, puzzled, understood that he could not pry answers from his family due to their current demeanor. In truth, you are a love child. A love child? Jiangxing remains bewildered. While Jiang Yuanshan hastens to Su Mo Su Xiao, I assure you I will provide an explanation regarding Chinhao. I implore you to grant me another opportunity. Jiang Yuanshan is unaware of how much Su Mo knows about his family affairs, yet he cannot afford to gamble. Should Su Mo unveil the truth in this setting, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. There is no need to rush, Mr. Jiang. Some matters require clarification, do they not? Jiang Yuanshan trembles in fear, attempting to stop Su Mo, only to be restrained by a bodyguard. Jiangxing, you are the son of Kong Yuchen. Yet your father is a kept man whom Kong Yuchen raised outside. Kong Yuchen is indeed Jiang Yuanshan's wife. In the past, the Jiang family group did not exist. It was the Kong family group that held power with your mother, Kong Yuchen, at the helm. Jiang Yuanshan was merely a son-in-law of the Kong family. However, after Jiang Yuanshan became a member of the Kong family, in the 5th year, the 2 elderly members of the Kong family passed away. Not long after, your mother became a vegetative state. From that moment onward, the Kong group fell under Jiang Yuanshan's control, and upon the death of Kong Yuchen, it was renamed the Jiang group. As for your father, he was kidnapped and murdered after Kong Yuchen fell into a vegetative state. Regarding Chinhao, he is indeed Jiang Yuanshan's child. However, his mother was a mistress whom Jiang Yuanshan secretly supported outside of his marriage. Therefore, Jiangxing found it difficult to accept this truth. Are Chinhao and I merely the offspring of our parents and their mistresses? Impossible. Another female voice emerged. That was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. My parents would never engage in such actions. Chapter 78. The will of Kong Yuchen. Su Mo cast a glance at the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She was indeed beautiful, yet devoid of intellect. Choosing not to engage, he turned directly to Jiangxing and explained, "Here, this is the paternity test report your mother obtained. If you doubt its authenticity, the hospital maintains a record." Of course, Jiang Yuanshan was also aware of this matter. He had brought Chinhao back with the intent of expelling you. As long as you remain in the Jiang family, you are in the wrong, regardless of your actions. Jiangxing trembled as he accepted the paternity test, noticing the paper's yellowed edges, indicating its age. Indeed, it confirmed his relationship with Kong Yuchen. Su Mo patted Jiangxing's shoulder, stating, "Upon your birth, Kong Yuchen amended her will. You hold 55 of the Kong Corporation, while each of your 3 sisters possesses 5. It stands to reason that the Jiang Corporation should be under your stewardship now. Do not entertain thoughts of Jiang Yuanshan having raised you for 18 years. He has merely indulged in the wealth of the Jiang family for that duration. Without him, with the fortune of the Kong family, your life will be far better than it is now." Jiangxing could only gaze at the will Su Mo presented, weeping uncontrollably. During his days at home, he had often felt like an outsider. His father seemed indifferent to him, and his sister favored Chinhao. All the grievances he had endured erupted in that moment upon viewing the will. It became clear that his mother had cared for him deeply. His memories of her had faded, leaving only a gentle voice and a warm embrace. Su Xiao, tell me, was the incident involving my parents an accident? He queried. Your grandparents and your parents all perished within a few short years. Was it truly an accident? Who can say? As Jiang Xing listened, he abruptly turned, his gaze sharp and hawk-like, fixating on Jiang Yuanshan. The intensity of his stare seemed capable of piercing through Jiang Yuanshan. Sumo's words echoed throughout the banquet hall, prompting all present to cast wary glances at Jiang Yuanshan. The entire Kong family had perished, and Jiang Yuanshan was the primary beneficiary. The Kong Corporation had now been transformed into the Jiang Corporation, and yet he sought to oust Jiang Xing from his home. It was evident to discerning eyes that these machinations bore Jiang Yuanshan's signature. Though lacking concrete evidence, mere speculation sufficed. Did the banquet hosted by Jiang Yuanshan not speak volumes? Here, this is Kong Yuchin's will. You may retrieve your shares from the law firm at any time. With that, Su Mo handed the will to Jiang Xing. No, I cannot allow this. The eldest daughter interjected, incessantly chattering that the Jiang Corporation belonged to the Jiang family. Su Mo, with the means of the Su family, you could easily forge such evidence. I cannot possibly acknowledge Jiang Xing as my brother, nor can the Jiang family's wealth be entrusted to a foster son. Su Mo regarded the eldest daughter, feeling as if her mind had faltered. Are you foolish? A paternity test can certainly be conducted for half-siblings. If you do not believe it, why not have one done with Jiang Xing? To cast aspersions on others without a shred of evidence. To wrongfully accuse without substantiation. This is your intellect? To speak candidly, were it not for your upbringing within the Jiang family, given your intellect and your tendency to offend, you would have long since met your demise. The elder sister glared fiercely at Su Mo, evidently displeased with his words. Remember this. Sometimes the truth is inconsequential, and evidence holds no weight. What truly matters is understanding one's identity and purpose. This lesson I shall impart to you now. Without Su Mo lifting a finger, a bodyguard stepped forward and with a swift, decisive motion, snapped the elder sister's arm. The only sound that remained in the air was her anguished cries. The bodyguard did not relent, delivering 2 kicks that forced her to her knees. Then seizing her hair, he slammed her head against the ground with a resounding thud. In the midst of her terror, Su Mo approached and slowly crouched down before her. Do you comprehend now? When in my presence, regardless of your internal thoughts, you must present yourself with utmost respect. My words, even if erroneous, are not for you to contest. This grisly scene left an indelible mark on all the guests present. Yet one by one, they feigned ignorance, too intimidated to intervene against Su Mo's display of power. The second and third sisters of Jiang remained silent, paralyzed by fear, wary that any movement might draw Su Mo's attention and lead to their own punishment. After surveying the room, Su Mo stood and patted Jiang Xing on the shoulder. Utilize this will wisely. Do not disappoint me. He then escorted Lu Jia, Chinhao, and the steward out of the banquet hall, leaving their fates to the authorities. Truth be told, Su Mo had not intended to confront Chinhao so swiftly. He had merely come to address their grievances and depart. He had hoped to let Chinhao and Jiang Yuanshan contend with one another while he remained a silent observer. However, upon Chinhao's audacious attack, Su Mo could no longer restrain himself. His previous mercy had afforded Chinhao extra time. Since he had squandered that opportunity, now he would languish in confinement. How long? It mattered not, for he would not emerge alive. Moreover, Su Yuchen had acquired 2 million from Chinhao to establish a company. Thus, it would be best to allow that company to fail. Why engage in petty schemes when there are greater stakes at play? As Su Mo departed, a palpable silence enveloped the gathering. None dared to utter a word. They exchanged glances, refraining from even acknowledging Jiang Yuanshan, and promptly exited the banquet hall. The revelations Su Mo had shared that night were monumental. Jiang Yuanshan was finished, and it was evident that Su Mo had set his sights on Jiang Xing. Those who had previously mocked Jiang Xing hurriedly retreated, hoping to remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, those who had not previously spoken ill now gathered around Jiang Xing, their gazes akin to that of hungry vultures. Yet they understood that this was not the moment for forging alliances. Each exchanged a word with Jiang Xing before departing. The elder sister lay on the ground, wailing in despair, while the second and third sisters, filled with compassion, hurriedly took her to the hospital. Jiang Yuanshan has now attained his freedom, yet he sits forlornly to one side, lost in thought, his mind adrift. After bidding farewell to the last guest, Jiang Xing gazes at Jiang Yuanshan, a flicker of complexity illuminating his eyes. After all, he has called this man father for 18 years, and now, confronted with the harrowing truth that this father is the murderer of his own parents, Jiang Xing finds himself at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, he took the initiative to take the will and sought out a law firm along with the company's legal department, perhaps influenced by Su Mo's presence. Even at this late hour, these individuals dared not delay. In the span of a single night, 55 of the shares of Jiang Corporation were transferred entirely into Jiang Xing's name. The following day, he unceremoniously dismissed Jiang Yuanshan from his position. Chapter 79. Regret? Too late. Jiang Xing's three elder sisters remained incredulous that Jiang Yuanshan could commit such a heinous act. Nonetheless, Su Mo's words proved to be impactful. They secured a strand of Jiang Xing's hair and conducted a paternity test, only to discover that he was indeed their brother. Astonishingly, they also learned that among the three sisters, the second sister was not Jiang Yuanshan's biological child. This revelation left them in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Xing was undeniably their brother, yet they pondered the consequences of their actions. In their relentless pursuit to shield Chinhao, who had continuously oppressed and humiliated Jiang Xing, they questioned whether he could still regard them as sisters. They felt lost, even reluctant to return home. They had believed that their mother's demise left their father to uphold the family, only to realize that her death was part of their father's deceitful machinations, who even harbored intentions of annihilating their brother. Their prior admiration for their father crumbled, replaced by profound guilt towards Jiang Xing. Before they could take any action, Bai Jie sought out Jiang Xing. The Jiang group had now been renamed the Kong Group, and Jiang Xing had adopted the name Kong Xing. Kong Xing held a staggering 55% stake in the company, rendering the entire corporation subject to his command. Furthermore, the dividends that had previously been allocated to Jiang Yuanshan's account had now been transferred entirely to Kong Xing. It could be said that all privileges Jiang Yuanshan had enjoyed through the Kong Group were now rescinded. Kong Xing utilized these funds to repurchase shares of the company. As for Jiang Yuanshan, he had been placed in a villa by Kong Xing, albeit with restrictions on his freedom. With no money to his name and bodyguards stationed outside, escape was utterly impossible. Currently, Kong Xing was in the corporate office, reviewing various reports. Bai Jie boldly entered Kong Xing's office. "Brother Jiang Xing, I am your fiancé, E. Have you chosen to forsake me?" In truth, Bai Jie harbored no affection for Kong Xing, but her reputation had been tarnished following the engagement banquet with Chinhao. Setting aside the fact that Bai Jie had abandoned Kong Xing, with whom she had grown up, to embrace Chinhao, a woman motivated solely by profit, was hardly appealing. Moreover, during Su Mo's visit to the engagement banquet, Bai Jie's intimate interactions with Chinhao raised the question of whether Su Mo would bear grudge. Presently, Bai Jie sought the most advantageous marital prospect, which happened to be Kong Xing. Bai Jie harbored no genuine love for anyone. She only loved those who could provide her with the greatest benefit. "Miss Bai, Jiang Xing is a thing of the past. I am now Kong Xing, and our engagement was annulled during the banquet. Your current fiancé is Chinhao. You may await his return to marry." "No!" Bai Jie exclaimed, her face awash with grievance as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I have always loved you. I can explain what happened that night. It was all my father's doing. He forced me to ingratiate myself with Chinhao, and I had no other choice." As she spoke, she moved closer to Kong Xing, reaching out to embrace him, only to be evaded. "Bai Jie, no one is foolish. Your actions do not concern me. What matters is that you did not choose to stand by my side when I needed you most. No, it is not that. I truly care for you and wish to assist you. Yet in that circumstance, I am utterly powerless to aid you." Kong Xing, who had remained silent for an extended period, suddenly burst into laughter. "Bai Jie, I recall that the Kong and Bai families seemed to share little connection until over 20 years ago when Jiang Yuanshan married into the Kong family. gradually fostering a closer relationship with your family. Jiang Yuanshan aspires to sever ties completely, yet his status as a mere son-in-law cannot accomplish this. Tell me, who is it that supports him from the shadows? A fleeting look of shock crossed by Jie's face, quickly replaced by a profound sense of grievance. How could I possibly know? Where would I acquire such knowledge? Unknown. Then, why do you think that after becoming the president, the projects Jiang Yuanshan pursued, in collaboration with your family, offered such substantial concessions? Jie faltered, unable to articulate a response, and Kongxing chose not to press further. Jie, you are aware that I do not concern myself with wealth. My only regard is for emotions. Yet now, I have come to realize that it appears my mother is the only one who genuinely loves me. Thus, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for her, even if it costs the entire Kong group. Do you comprehend? You should pray that your family has not harmed my mother, for if they have, even at the cost of bankrupting the group, I will ensure your lives are made unbearable. To live is to possess a belief, to have a goal. The former Jiangxing thrived on familial bonds, striving for the approval of his father. However, he has discovered that all of this is devoid of worth. The current Kongxing possesses but one belief: to uncover the truth of the past and ensure that the true culprit faces justice. My mother must not have died in vain, even if the path is obstructed by 3 elder sisters, even if the killers are Jiang Yuanshan and the Bai family. Kongxing shall not relent. Reflecting on the final words spoken by Su Mo, do not let him down, he surmised that his current actions must be just. When the 3 daughters of the Jiang family entered the office, they found Jie fleeing in tears. The sisters understood that Jie would likely find it exceedingly difficult to earn Kongxing's forgiveness. What of themselves? Younger brother, we have arrived. I am no younger brother of yours. Is not Chinhao your brother? No, the 3 women replied, their faces etched with remorse. We were merely deceived by Chinhao. Brother, cannot you forgive us? Forgive? After growing up together for 18 years, you ought to know what manner of person I am. You may choose to believe Jiang Yuanshan, but I am not your brother, and I do not harbor resentment towards you. Yet, eldest sister, can you explain why you denied me a place at the dining table? Second sister, can you elucidate why you struck me with a ruler? Third sister, can you explain why you forced me to kneel at the door for an entire night? The 3 women's lips trembled, ultimately uttering a mere apology. Apology? Ha! Let me enlighten you. It is because you did not trust me. Whenever I clashed with Chinhao, you presumed I was unwilling to part with a life of luxury to oppose him. We lived together for 18 years, yet you have only known Chinhao for 8 days. You would rather trust a person you have known for merely 8 days than believe in me. How could you expect me to forgive you? As Kongxing spoke, his eyes grew moist with emotion. The profound distrust harbored by his 3 sisters left him feeling exceedingly wronged. Without further ado, I present this share sale agreement for your perusal. I intend to acquire your shares for a sum of 8 billion. Purchasing 5 of the shares at this juncture within the Kong Group is, in fact, rather undervalued. No, it is I who have wronged you, and I am willing to transfer the shares directly to you. There is no need for that. You should retain some fund for when Chinhao is released to spend. In matters of commerce, if the price is unsatisfactory, further negotiations can ensue. I do not require your charity at this moment. At that instant, the 3 sisters were already in tears, their hearts seemingly on the verge of shattering. Chapter 80. The Life of Jiang Yuanshan. I want to go to Dad. The eldest sister exclaimed, yet hesitated slightly, before the family's troubles were exposed. They had once enjoyed a complete family unit. Although their mother had passed away, their father had always cherished her deeply. The 4 siblings had supported one another. When did everything change? The eldest sister reflected and realized it seemed to have coincided with Chinhao's arrival. The story of Su Mo had spread widely throughout high society, particularly her remarkable qualities, leading the eldest sister to believe that one's lineage dictated one's character. Their own children, due to Kongxing, had become lost and deprived of a proper education, resulting in their current mediocrity. All of this was Kongxing's fault. Had her brother not been swapped, Chinhao would undoubtedly have been a refined gentleman. Moreover, for daughters of noble families wishing to control their destinies without resorting to advantageous marriages, they could only appease their father, Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Yuanshan's attitude towards Qin Hao made them wary of showing any kindness towards Kong Xing. Particularly troubling was the approving gaze Jiang Yuanshan cast upon Kong Xing during each instance of mistreatment, leading the eldest sister to believe that such suffering was well-deserved. After enjoying 18 years of opulence in the Jiang household, it was now time to endure hardship to win Qin Hao's favor. Ultimately, however, it was all part of Jiang Yuanshan's scheme. With heavy hearts, the group approached Jiang Yuanshan's villa, where Kong Xing was imprisoned. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scattering of empty bottles rolling across the floor. The stench of alcohol clung to Jiang Yuanshan, who appeared markedly unwell. "Ah, so you've come," Jiang Yuanshan said, as if he had anticipated their arrival, now indifferent to everything. A flicker of pity crossed the faces of the three. Regardless of the circumstances, this man was whom they had called father for so long. The luxurious life they had enjoyed over the years was due to him. After a prolonged silence, the eldest sister finally spoke. "How did Mom die?" Jiang Yuanshan merely glanced at her and laughed maniacally. "Didn't you already guess? I killed her." His expression was deranged, filled with resentment. The three sisters, witnessing Jiang Yuanshan in such a state for the first time, felt a chill run down their spines. "Ha ha ha, she pursued me. It forced me into the Kong family, all while seeking out a toy boy to humiliate me. Even the child isn't mine. How can I endure this? Every day I was trapped at home. Despite our wealth, I would be scolded for spending more than 1,000. Her parents treated me like a thief. Only now do I realize she even set up the moment Jiang Xing spoke, fearing I would seek her fortune. So, I drugged her parents and sought the entirety of the group. She sought out her toy boy, and I sought my own, fearing I coveted her wealth. So I orchestrated a car accident to take over the group. Is it my fault? She never regarded me as human." Jiang Yuanshan screamed. These words evidently pinned up within him for far too long, culminating in his current madness. "The victor and the vanquished, alas, I have lost." Jiang Yuanshan's tone softened, imbued with a sense of resignation. "Had I known, it would have been better not to have met Kong Yuchen. I would not have become what I am now." As he spoke, the man unexpectedly shed silent tears, a poignant reflection of the years squandered. "All I ever wanted was to find someone to love. I cared not for wealth. Even if I were treated as less than human, I persevered. What fault was mine? What right did she have to treat me so, simply because I was willing to marry into her family?" These matters left the three of them at a loss for words, especially the second sister, who was not even Jiang Yuanshan's child. Whose fault was it, after all? Jiang Yuanshan, filled with love, yearned to build a family with Kong Yuchen, even willing to marry into her family. Despite enduring the humiliation from his in-laws after marriage, he diligently maintained their relationship. Even when prohibited from spending money, he cared not. In his naivety, he believed that if there was love between husband and wife, everything would be bearable. Yet, all of this changed upon discovering that the second child was not his. Kong Yuchen's infidelity shattered Jiang Yuanshan's romantic ideals, revealing them as mere illusions. He must have loved Kong Yuchen deeply, which made it unbearable for him to accept her lack of affection in return. Thus, out of a desire for vengeance, Qin Hao's existence came to be. Both parties erred, and Jiang Yuanshan contemplated letting go of the past to live well. However, the presence of the man Kong Yuchen supported brought matters to a head. The rightful husband received no respect from her friends, and was restricted in his expenditures. Any amount over 1,000 would earn him a reprimand, while the other man enjoyed the finest sports cars and grandest mansions. To make matters worse, Kong Xing was not even his child. This is what led to Jiang Yuanshan's dark transformation. He resorted to poison, causing the health of his in-laws to deteriorate, orchestrated a car accident, and seized control of the Kong family conglomerate. You fear I seek your fortune, do you? Then I shall transform the entire Kong group into the Jiang group. You wish for me to marry into the Kong family to secure its legacy, do you? Then I shall ensure all the children bear the surname Jiang. The more you worry, the more I shall fulfill those concerns. Yet over the years, these actions became increasingly hollow. His life, once defined by love in the first half, became one of vengeance in the latter. After achieving revenge, Jiang Yuanshan found himself devoid of purpose. He had genuinely cared for Kong Yuchen, even upon realizing that the second and fourth children were not his. He had no intention of casting them aside. However, everything changed upon the revelation of Chinhao's identity. He could not bear to see the Kong family's fortune passed on to Kong Xing, the child of Kong Yuchen and her lover. If he returned the Kong group to Kong Xing, then what had all his prior efforts been for? Thus, Jiang Yuanshan devised a scheme. He brought Chinhao back. Si Lining Kong Xing. As long as the fortune was not bequeathed to Kong Xing, it mattered little to whom it went. Jiang Yuanshan had no intention of taking Kong Xing's life. He merely wished to expel him from their home. In this, he found a certain satisfaction in witnessing discord among the siblings. All three sisters rebuffed him, and his fiancée, he chose to break off their engagement in favor of Chinhao. Consequently, Kong Xing found himself unable to partake in the wealth and power of the Jiang family. This outcome, while somewhat satisfactory, took an unexpected turn when a woman he had casually chosen years ago revealed that she was pregnant. As if that were not enough, she audaciously proposed to exchange their child with the Su family. Chinhao had already incurred the wrath of the Su family and harbored thoughts of eliminating Su Mo. Jiang Yuanshan believed wholeheartedly that his actions were without fault. However, no one can escape the blunders of a foolish ally. The moment he learned of Chinhao's offense against Su Mo, Jiang Yuanshan realized that all was lost. The convictions he had upheld for most of his life could be effortlessly undone by a single word from Su Mo. In the end, the victor and the vanquished led to the conglomerate returning to the Kong family. Chapter 81. The fate of the Kong family. You should have been under your mother's guidance and lacked the capacity to secretly harm your grandparents and mother. So, who assisted you? At that moment, Kong Xing walked in from outside. Jiang Yuanshan, upon seeing Kong Xing's presence, felt no surprise. In fact, much of what he had said earlier was directed towards her. Did you not already deduce it? Why ask me? The Bai family, is it? A trace of bitterness crept onto Kong Xing's lips as she realized that Bai Jie, whom she had cherished as a fiancé, was, in fact, her mother's nemesis. Based on Bai Jie's demeanor in the office today, it was clear she was aware of this matter. Is there any evidence? Jiang Yuanshan scoffed. Evidence? What evidence? The corpses of the two elders were long since cremated. Who could attest to the cause of their demise? Kong Yuchen's car has been dismantled and is irretrievable. Or do you suppose that Bai family and I would retain evidence of our own crimes for future discovery? Indeed, over a decade has passed. Even if it is known they were responsible, there is no evidence to bring them to justice. Kong Xing fell into silence, joined by her three sisters, who were equally quiet. How did this family reach such a state? The blame lay with Kong Yuchen, yet she was deceased, so how could they hold her accountable? Kong Xing pounded her fist against the wall, vowing that the Bai family would pay a price. Oh, really? Jiang Yuanshan regarded her with indifference, as if he cared little for the outcome. However, Kong Xing hesitated in the face of him. It was my mother who wronged you. Despite having the power to end my life when I was a child, you chose to raise me instead. Kong Xing closed her eyes. Leave now. I shall not grant you a single penny. The wealth of the Kong family will not be used to support you, not even in death. And you as well. Kong Xing's gaze fell upon her three sisters. Should you choose to support Jiang Yuanshan, I will ensure your own destitution. The three sisters were now in tears, their faces streaked with sorrow. How had it come to this? Their family was on the verge of disintegration. I will exact revenge on the Bai family, even if it costs the entire conglomerate. Therefore, I expect you to sign the share transfer agreement immediately. Taking a deep breath, the eldest sister finally declared, "We do not seek money. She is not only your mother, but also ours. The quest for revenge against the Bai family shall include us as well." Kong Xing cast a profound glance at her elder sister. Very well. However, appearing somewhat hesitant, the eldest sister murmured, "Will we still be able to reach out to you in the future?" Forget it. Kong Xing closed her eyes once more. The mere sight of them reminded her of their abandonment, whether it was for her benefit or otherwise. It would be best if they ceased all contact going forward. Kong Xing departed, leaving her three sisters genuinely weeping. Yet, wrongs cannot be rectified without acknowledgement. After signing the share transfer agreement, the three sisters also chose to leave. In the room, only Jiang Yuanshan remained. The bodyguard stationed outside had also departed. Observing Kong Xing's demeanor and recalling Chinhao's actions, he realized, ultimately, he had lost once more. With a sigh, Jiang Yuanshan picked up the car keys, resting nearby. The entangled matters of the past no longer warranted his concern. In this world, there was nothing left for him to cherish. As he entered the vehicle, he pressed the accelerator relentlessly, barreling down a bridge and crashing into the adjacent railing. The speeding car shattered the barricade and plunged into the ferocious river below. In the game of kings and losers, he had been utterly defeated. Offending Su Mo meant that neither Kong Xing nor his 3 daughters would come to his aid. It was better to end it all. After all, he saw no purpose in continuing to live. To live for himself? Perhaps if he were younger, he might entertain such thoughts, but at this stage in life, devoid of love, familial bonds, wealth, and power, he found little reason to persist. His first half of life had been fraught with hardship, and he wished not to endure further suffering. Kong Yuchen, if there's a next life, I hope never to cross paths with you again. Kong Xing learned of Jiang Yuanshan's accident through a call from the police, discovering that his body now lay in the morgue. A tragic irony. He had gained a corporation through a car crash, only to lose everything in a subsequent one. Jiang Yuanshan was, in truth, rather resolute. Yet, Kong Xing did not attend the funeral. Even then, he remained absent, leaving the 3 daughters to handle the arrangements. After Jiang Yuanshan was laid to rest in the cemetery, the 3 sisters stood before his gravestone, enveloped in silence for a long while. I am leaving. At last, the eldest sister broke the stillness, her voice tinged with a sigh. We shall no longer be here. Perhaps leaving is for the best. The second sister murmured absently, with no home left, it matters not where we go. Indeed, there was no returning. The 3 sisters had made attempts to reach out to Kong Xing in recent days, but he remained indifferent towards them. Their relationship now felt like that of familiar strangers. Thus, they drifted apart. The eldest sister took up her camera, traversing various locales to capture the essence of culture and geography. The second sister ventured abroad. In this era, the Qian undoubtedly stood as a global superpower, while foreign lands were regarded as barbarous territories. To travel overseas was not gilding one's reputation. It was akin to banishment. The second sister could not forgive herself, for she and Kong Xing were full-blooded siblings, the ones who should have stood united. Yet, her selfish desires led to their estrangement. The third sister, preferring solitude, completed her university studies and chose to depart. Alone, she moved to another city, establishing one welfare home after another, proclaiming her desire to provide every child with a family. As for Kong Xing, he did not attend Jiang Yuanshan's funeral, but after seizing control of the Kong family enterprise, he relentlessly suppressed the Bai family's business. Bai Jie had sought out Kong Xing several times, only to be thwarted by security. The gap between the Kong and Bai families was not vast. Kong Xing's actions were a classic case of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy, while suffering 800 himself. However, Kong Xing remains indifferent to the fortunes of the conglomerate, a luxury that the Bai family cannot afford. With the presence of the ravenous wolf, Kong Xing, the 2 families resemble solitary wolves engaged in a fierce struggle in the wilderness. No one is willing to extend their support to these factions. The aristocracy, driven by self-interest, is reluctant to participate in ventures devoid of profit. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the Bai family sought to employ the same treacherous tactics to eliminate Kong Xing. However, Su Mo, having received advance information, alerted Kong Xing, who boldly wagered his own life and, despite his injuries, succeeded in imprisoning Bai Fu. In Bai Fu's absence, Bai Mu and Bai Jie, lacking any managerial acumen, were unable to sustain the company. After several months of struggle, the Bai group ultimately declared bankruptcy. Had Bai Fu not opted for assassination, their downfall might have been less swift. The Kong group, in its attempt to undermine the Bai family, suffered significant losses, leaving the question of which would falter first in the air. Yet, Bai Fu was simply unable to bear the weight of these losses. The insatiable often crave even more. When the Bai group collapsed, the Kong group, too, resembled a dilapidated vessel, barely holding together. Countless capital sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, circled menacingly around the Kong group. Kong Xing understood that the Kong group could not endure for much longer. Thus, he made the decisive choice to sell the company and accept a position at Su Mo's firm. Kong Xing felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Su Mo. Without the support received at the Kinship Banquet, his fate would have been all too predictable. Chapter 82. The Identity of the Deadpan Brother as time swiftly passes. Like a fleeting shadow, the eagerly anticipated yet ephemeral holiday has come to a close. Today, under the radiant sun and gentle breeze, holds profound significance for countless students, for it marks the inaugural day of the academic year at the prestigious Kyoto University. When the first rays of dawn illuminate the earth, the grand and magnificent gates of the university stand wide open, seemingly embracing the eager scholars about to step into this temple of knowledge. At this moment, the entrance is adorned with a myriad of colorful banners, exuding joy and festivity. Strikingly visible, these banners flutter in the wind, inscribed with a variety of warm and uplifting welcoming messages. Enthusiastic upperclassmen have gathered early at the school entrance, their faces beaming with radiant smiles, akin to blossoms blooming in the spring. Gazing upon these vibrant and spirited mentors, an atmosphere of positivity permeates the surroundings, uplifting everyone present. Here, youth is no longer synonymous with shyness and restraint. Rather, it symbolizes bravery, fearlessness, and unabashed expression. Within these grounds, each individual harbors beautiful aspirations for the future, ready to showcase their true selves and chase their dreams on the expansive stage of Kyoto University. However, today bears a distinct difference. A helicopter descends gracefully, landing on a sports field. As the cabin door swings open, an impressive array of gifts spills forth, piled high like a small mountain. Cufflinks, watches, bracelets, ties, cups, plush toys. And then a young girl leaps from the aircraft, distributing these treasures to the assembly of onlookers. She radiates vitality, her bright smile captivating all, her slender waist accentuated by a short skirt, and her long, elegant legs drawing every gaze. In terms of beauty, none present can rival her allure. She stands out in the crowd like a beacon of magnificence. In an instant, her image is fervently circulated across the university forum. A stunning heiress, distributing gifts on the sports field. Upperclassmen without orientation duties flock to witness her splendor. Even before the semester has commenced, she has already earned a nickname on the forum, the wealthy campus belle. While there have been others who made grand entrances, none have arrived with such ostentation, alighting from a helicopter while bearing an abundance of luxurious gifts. Each of these offerings holds a value exceeding 10,000. Provoking awe at the wealth required to indulge so extravagantly. Just as the crowd marvels at her beauty and generosity, another helicopter approaches from afar. It lands nearby, the whirring of the rotor blades gradually fading away. At this moment, the cabin door swings open, and under the collective gaze of the onlookers, a figure emerges from the aircraft. His sharply defined features appear as though meticulously sculpted by a master artisan, with every contour exuding an air of resolute strength. Beneath his arched brows and bright eyes, a noble nose rises prominently, resembling a majestic mountain range. His slightly upturned lips reveal a subtle, yet unmistakable smile of confidence. Her figure is nothing short of perfection, with long and proportionate limbs that are perfectly balanced, muscles that are firm yet not exaggerated, as if containing boundless strength. With every gesture, an air of nobility follows her, compelling glances from those around. Whether standing or walking, she resembles a noble who has stepped forth from an ancient court, exuding elegance and an irresistible charm. Su Mo, you've arrived. Are you the hardworking second brother Mo? I'm here to kick the crutch. The girl who had previously been waiting by the helicopter hastened to Su Mo's side. Hardworking second brother Mo is Su Mo's online alias, a name he chose while striving to create a turning point in a female-centric storyline. But who could have guessed that someone with such a name would be a girl of such beauty? So, you're saying Su Mo gestured towards the seniors still in line to receive gifts. Did they really prepare welcome gifts? Indeed. I asked you about it earlier, and I thought you were right, so I prepared these gifts, she replied. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback. Wait, aren't you just a type who talks big? Had he underestimated her character? I am Han Xing, and you are? The girl appeared somewhat excited, while Su Mo discerned the typical narrative tropes of a female-centric story in her. However, Han Qing was merely a secondary female character. The most flourishing regions of Deqian are the four major administrative areas: Jingdu, Tianshui, Liuhe, and Mingan. Su Mo had spent most of his time in Jingdu, while Han Qing hailed from the Tianshui Special Administrative Region, the heiress of the Han family, the wealthiest in the area. In Deqian, the Su family is unique. But in the local context of the Tianshui Special Administrative Region, the Han family's influence is even deeper than that of the Su family. Before attending university in Jingdu, Han Qing was quite vocal in the freshman group chat. Everyone assumed she was just trying to show off, including the male lead, Xiao Shi, who also engaged in self-promotion in the group. At this point in the narrative, Su Mo felt an absurd sensation. Was he truly unable to tolerate someone else stealing the spotlight, thereby disrupting the male lead's chance to speak? Had he inadvertently interfered with the protagonist's initial meeting? As the story progressed, on the day of school commencement, Han Qing indeed arrived at the campus via helicopter, just as she had claimed. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi blended into the crowd, realizing that he had been the one boasting all along, too timid to approach her. To his surprise, Han Qing had his contact information and, in a moment of urgency, attempted to call him, only to see him hastily decline the call and flee. Han Qing waited all day at school, unable to find the person she had conversed with online, and suddenly recalled the figure that had rushed away in the afternoon. It was no wonder she took notice. Who would turn and run away so abruptly when faced with her? It was a first for her. Determined, Han Qing went straight to the admissions office to verify the contact details, confirming that the person she had been speaking to was indeed Xiao Shi. Fearing potential retribution from Han Qing, Xiao Shi had always treaded cautiously, never daring to stand out at school, unaware that Han Qing had been silently observing him all along. Observing Xiao Shi shed his youthful innocence, witnessing his diligent practice, and celebrating his triumph at the piano competition, the moment he received the trophy. The heartfelt smile on his face etched itself into Han Qing's heart. It is a profound experience to watch someone you have always cared for gradually excel, ultimately transforming into a dazzling figure. Yet, only she comprehends the depth of his efforts and his kindness. However, for Han Qing, who struggles to articulate her emotions, expressing her feelings remains an insurmountable challenge. Just as she resolves to confess her affections, Xiao Shi enters a romantic relationship. Han Qing's romantic endeavors have always been fraught with difficulties. To characterize Xiao Shi's relationship as a romance would be misleading. He and his partner merely engage in a contractual arrangement as boyfriend and girlfriend. The young woman, Kaduo, is a striking beauty plagued by autism, rarely revealing her emotions to the outside world. The cause of her condition stems from an unrequited love for a figure who vanished from her life after accepting a sum of money from Kaduo's mother. The depth of her love rendered her incapable of accepting betrayal. Xiao Shi, in need of financial support, consented to Kaduo's mother's proposal, hoping to guide her out of her emotional turmoil through another relationship. Kaduo is also a member of the piano club, and during that competition, her mother was present, though Kaduo only secured second place. It was at this moment that her mother took notice of Xiao Shi and invited him to formalize their agreement. Thus began 3 years at university, during which Xiao Shi, as Kaduo's boyfriend, endeavored to help her overcome her autism. Subsequently, he found himself in the role of a devoted admirer, tirelessly attending to her needs. Under Xiao Shi's care, Kaduo indeed became increasingly lively, even coming to view him genuinely as her boyfriend. Yet, the lingering impact of her unrequited love proved to be an unforeseen challenge for Xiao Shi. Chapter 83. The plot of Han Qing at the moment when Xiao Shi believed he and Kaduo would ultimately unite, Kaduo's first love reappeared. On that fateful day, amidst the tumult of thunder and torrential rain, Kaduo was driving Xiao Shi home after a meal. Outside, the tempest raged, yet within the car, a warm ambience prevailed, accompanied by soothing melodies that enveloped them in a romantic atmosphere. It was precisely during this time that Kaduo received an unexpected call from an old friend, announcing that her first love had arrived at the airport. Without hesitation, she abandoned Xiao Shi and sped away into the storm. In that instant, Xiao Shi felt a chilling realization wash over him. He and Kiduduo had never been equals. Rather than seeking a cab, he chose to walk home through the relentless downpour, each step leaving an imprint of his sorrow. The following day, he succumbed to a high fever. However, after Kiduduo left in the storm, she did not return home that night. In a daze from his fever, Xiao Shi was admitted to the hospital, while Kiduduo called, requesting him to retrieve some documents she had left behind. Yet, in his fevered state, he was unable to comply, remaining in the hospital until late evening. Upon his return, he found Kiduduo sitting on the sofa, furious over his perceived defiance in not delivering the documents. She irrationally concluded that his illness stemmed from jealousy over her first love's return, dismissing his fever as mere theatrics. After all, you are my boyfriend. Can you not be more magnanimous? Do not employ such petty tactics on me. A grown man should not resort to such base stratagems. If you continue to oppose him, you need not remain by my side. At that moment, Xiao Shi's heart sank completely. Yet, bound by the contract with Kiduduo's mother, he still had a month to endure, a month filled with emotional and physical torment. Kiduduo seemed convinced of Xiao Shi's dependence on her, showing little regard for his feelings. When the contract expired, he decisively chose to leave with his earnings. During these 3 years, Han Qing had quietly observed Xiao Shi from the shadows. After Xiao Shi and Kiduduo parted ways, she suddenly recognized his significance and relentlessly pursued him, even resorting to coercion to compel him to return to her side. Han Qing intervened, assisting Xiao Shi in navigating these troubles, yet he felt a chasm between himself and the affluent, hesitant to accept his feelings for Han Qing. Han Qing remained steadfastly by Xiao Shi's side, aiding him in his entrepreneurial endeavors. After several years of ups and downs, he finally consented to be in a relationship with her. However, Kiduduo's mental state had always been precarious, and with Xiao Shi now with Han Qing, her condition deteriorated further. Ultimately, she used the pretext of suicide to lure Xiao Shi, kidnapping him in the process. She informed Han Qing, demanding that she come alone, and Han Qing complied without question. Kiduduo presented a grim ultimatum, a life for a life. Without hesitation, Han Qing plunged a knife into her own heart. At last, the constables arrived, rescuing Xiao Shi while Kiduduo was imprisoned. Though Xiao Shi mourned the loss of love throughout his life and never remarried, he bequeathed all his possessions upon his death. However, after witnessing the tragic love of Jiang Ruoxi and Bai Yufei, Su Mo felt no stirrings of emotion towards such a love that professed devotion yet was unwilling to embrace life and death together. It was a pity for Han Qing, who had loved deeply and selflessly considered another. Yet what did she ultimately receive? In the first 3 years, she endured the sight of the one she cherished lavishing attention on other women, later aiding him in his entrepreneurial pursuits, only to be rebuffed due to his psychological struggles. Just when her sacrifices bore fruit, she relinquished her life for him. Indeed, Xiao Shi vowed never to marry for his sake. But what was the worth of such a promise when Han Qing was already gone? She had not cherished their bond while alive, only to grasp the meaning of unrequited love posthumously. Su Mo acknowledged that, having just encountered the narrative of Jiang Ruoxi and Bai Yufei, he felt a certain resentment towards Xiao Shi. Yet, while others could rise to the occasion, he faltered, particularly in the wake of Bai Yufei's death. Jiang Ruoxi, upon discovering the tragedy, chose to follow him in death. And here was Xiao Shi, witnessing her suicide right before his eyes. Su Mo harbored a degree of disdain for Xiao Shi. The female narrative was not solely rife with melodrama. It also encompassed genuine emotions. He admired the tale of Jiang Ruoxi and Bai Yufei, so much so that he had previously procured reagents from his laboratory to help Bai Yufei's health. 500 million? Such a reagent in the outside world would be priceless. 50 billion could not procure it without the connections of the Su family, a network not available to all. Had Xiao Shi made the same choices as Bai Yufei, Su Mo would undoubtedly have intervened to save them. But now, rescuing Han Qing sufficed. Let Xiao Shi and Kiduduo fend for themselves. It must be admitted that apart from his indecisiveness, Xiao Shi bore no other faults. Su Mo found himself becoming somewhat emotional. The saying goes, if I do not harm Bo Run, yet he dies because of me. And it was certain that Xiaoxi had wronged Han Qing. The worth of my willingness cannot be measured in gold, and Su Imo saw nothing amiss in his actions. Moreover, altering the circumstances of Han Qing and Xiaoxi's acquaintance would ensure that no one would intrude upon their love story. Must there truly be a death entwined with their romance? Ultimately, it was highly likely that Xiaoxi would be unable to resist Kuduo's arrest. Since it was their affair, the consequences were theirs to bear. After all, Han Qing would not know Xiaoxi, and the turning point of the narrative could still be achieved. As Su Imo pondered these thoughts, he was interrupted by Han Qing's inquiries. "Im Han King, what is your name? Speak up. Is it because I am unattractive that you disdain me?" "Of course not. I'm Su Imo. Han Qing leapt up. "Are you the legendary Su Imo? Upon returning to the Su family, you organized talent competitions 17 times at school, winning first place each time, and scored 746 points in the National College Entrance Examination?" It seems so, although he had accomplished these feats himself. Receiving praise in person still made Su Imo feel somewhat bashful. Han Qing, however, displayed no reservations. Her straightforward nature meant she often spoke without a filter. Thus, the conversation in the freshman group unfolded. I struck it lucky, and yet I remain uncertain. Han Qing produced a notebook from seemingly nowhere. "Su God, quickly, grant me your autograph," she exclaimed. "You have no idea how many of my friends admire you. Hee. When I flaunt this signature, they will be utterly envious." Sumo's calligraphy was ethereal, with strokes that danced gracefully across the page, rivaling the works of many esteemed calligraphers. Holding this signature as if it were a precious treasure, Han Qing carefully tucked it into her bosom. "Come on, Su God. Didn't you say we would dine at Shen at noon? It's on me." "Sure. Have you brought your car? We can record your license plate at the gate together." As Su Imo and Han Qing engaged in their conversation, onlookers in the distance raised their phones to capture the moment. A striking couple, arriving by helicopter, they quickly became the talk of the campus network. Many expressed their admiration, noting the perfect match between talent and beauty, as well as their harmonious social standing. Chapter 84. The film Emperor Ma Hongwen within the elegant confines of Shen. Su Imo and Han Qing were seated across from one another. Initially, Su Imo intended to mock her upon their return to school, but witnessing Han Qing's unfolding narrative prompted him to alter her destined path. Life is devoid of scripts. What exists are merely choices. At this juncture, Su Imo entrusted the decision-making to Han Qing. Under Su Mo's gentle guidance, the meal progressed pleasantly. Han Qing, a vivacious young girl, possessed a heart that was not so easily tainted. If one were to find a descriptor, adorably foolish would suffice. Subsequently, Su Imo escorted Han Qing to a villa adjacent to Jing University. Upon glancing at the dormitory, Han Qing deemed it too cramped. Despite being one of the most prestigious institutions, Jing University's accommodation was still considered superior. Yet for someone like Han Qing, who had grown up with a silver spoon, it was rather inconvenient. The Su family owned several vacant villas near Jing University, and they could easily assign one for Han Qing's residence. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, Han Qing opted to purchase the villa herself. Additionally, Shen Youchu, Wong Yingwei, and Wong Yingxue, all freshmen at Jing University this year, chose not to stay in the dorms, instead moving in with Su Imo. The villa was spacious, boasting 5 floors and 2 underground levels. The basement housed a surveillance room, a multimedia room, a gym, and an entertainment area, while the first floor contained a living room and a garage. The upper floors featured 12 rooms, some converted into art studios, music rooms, and dressing rooms, accommodating the 3 girls with several rooms still unoccupied. Yuan Binglan also declined dormitory living, yet she cohabited with Song Qianqian. In fact, she spent little time at school, preoccupied with company matters. In comparison, as a major shareholder, one might consider her somewhat languid. After completing his tasks, Su Imo languidly reclined on his bed, contemplating the events that had transpired since his arrival in this world. Initially, there was Song Qianqian, whose storyline had reached resolution. Next were Yuan Binglan and Shen Youchu. Currently, Yuan Binglan was an employee of his, wholly absorbed in her work, appearing far removed from romantic entanglements. In the realm of female narratives, a lack of romantic arcs renders a story incomplete, thus concluding Yuan Binglan's plot. As for Shen Youchu, Su Mo was uncertain of Su Yuchen and Lu Rian's activities. Previously, he had suggested that Song Qianqian subtly targets Su Yuchen. His company should be struggling now. Tomorrow, he planned to have Lu Ruyan's parents dismissed, ensuring that the university experience would not be smooth for them. Lin Ru, under the watchful eye of her elder brother Su Quan, had already been dismissed from her night job. Both she and Luo Xiangyang found themselves without employment, relegated to menial labor to make ends meet. However, Luo Xiangyang was disdainful of Lin Ru's past in the nightlife, while Lin Ru looked down upon Luo Xiangyang's lack of wealth. The two engaged in constant bickering within their rented dwelling, yet remained inseparable. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoxi and Bai Yufei were recently enveloped in a romantic haze at the company. Jiang Ruoxi had penned several songs and enlisted a few producers to craft additional tracks. And with some marketing, she had ascended to the status of a second-tier singer. Once her album was released, she was poised to make a bid for first-tier recognition. Their romance, under the careful management of the Moonlight Public Relations Department, has not stirred significant waves. Such is the nature of stardom. If a celebrity debuts single, their subsequent relationships often face resistance from fans. Conversely, if they enter the limelight already in a relationship, while it may slightly affect their appeal, fans are generally more accepting as long as no scandal arises. Moreover, singers are predominantly judged by their talent, and fans tend to be more forgiving of a singer's romantic entanglements than those of an actor. Recently, Wong Yuding concluded her work with a drama crew and has been busy with commercial performances and participating in variety shows. Numerous endorsements are eager to engage Wong Yuding, yet Su Mo advises her to remain patient. He is confident that she will soon secure the coveted Best Actress award, at which point the endorsements will be worthy of her stature. Wong Yuding mentioned that she has been invited to the Tianyu Cup Awards ceremony this October. Su Mo recalled Ma Hongwen. He had watched Ma Hongwen's storyline during a live broadcast, a rather cliché detail. Ma Hongwen, abandoned by his first love, encountered his current wife, Fan Fong, during his lowest point. A girl who stood by him through his struggles from a mere extra to the status of a leading actor, managing a household, caring for elders, and raising children. She transformed from a youthful maiden into a weary matron burdened by life's tribulations. However, as Ma Hongwen's fame grew, his family began to disdain his unrefined wife. Not only did she face scorn at home, but she was also pressured to maintain the fade of Ma Hongwen's single status in public. Even their child was subjected to rumors of being a love child at school, and Fan Fong felt compelled to conceal the child's father's identity. Ma Hongwen promised to publicly acknowledge their relationship once he won the Best Actor title, yet when he achieved it, he hesitated, claiming his position was unstable. Upon winning the award again, his first love resurfaced, prompting Ma Hongwen to openly profess his affection for her on stage. This led to Fan Fong's complete disillusionment, and she demanded a divorce. Ma Hongwen opposed this, but Fan Fong boldly declared her status as his wife. Unable to bear the backlash against his first love, Ma Hongwen accused Fan Fong of being delusional, asserting that they had never been married and that she had merely been waiting for his first love's return, manipulating public opinion to ostracize Fan Fong and force her to leave empty-handed. Once Fan Fong finally obtained the divorce certificate, she retaliated with evidence proving that Ma Hongwen and his first love were merely a notorious couple. Ma Hongwen's career crumbled, while his first love abandoned him for a distant place. This culminated in the familiar trope of a desperate chase for reconciliation, yet Fan Fong remained resolute, raising their child alone. Su Mo found it perplexing how matters in the female-centric narrative so often intertwine with online harassment. He recalled past storylines about a company president being targeted online, leading to stock price plummets and subsequent bankruptcy. Such outcomes seem implausible. Aside from the substantial capital backing publicly traded companies, the success of online harassment is not guaranteed. Even if it were successful, the impact of the president's personal life on the company's stock price is not as significant as one might assume. Even amidst significant fluctuations in the company's stock price and the president's resignation, a new individual can be appointed to the role without altering the shares. ensuring that profits remain unaffected. The influence of major shareholders compels the president to heed their directives. Thus, the position of president bears little consequence. It appears that female narratives often share a common flaw, an inclination to engage in reasoning. Those who lose in such debates find themselves opposed by the world. Yet the truth does not align with this notion. Regardless of gender, it is only by possessing intrinsic value that one can garner the world's favor. Su Mo had previously observed the storyline involving Ma Hongwen. However, this particular narrative did not necessitate her intervention, and thus she refrained from taking any further action. Nevertheless, the Chanyu Cup in October presents an opportunity worth exploring. Chapter 85. The conspiracy of Wong Duiyu. Aside from these few individuals, there were also Wang Yuwei, Wang Duiyu, and Jiang He. At this moment, Wang Duiyu and Jiang He were not faring well. Following the live-streaming incident, they had come to see Wang Yuwei's true colors. However, it was unrealistic for them to sever their feelings for her so abruptly. Such emotions lingered, especially after Wang Yuwei intentionally severed contact for 2 months, only to return and weep before them, vowing to reform and become a better person. Wang Duiyu and Jiang He eventually set aside their grievances. Once a blossoming young lady, she now donned tattered garments, her adornments stripped away, her eyes swollen and red from tears, reflecting not only heartbreak but also a hint of despair. How could Wang Duiyu and Jiang He possibly remain at ease? Secretly, without their parents' knowledge, they procured a property for Wang Yuwei, providing her with a place to settle. Wang Yuwei, displaying a sense of propriety, spent her time either tending to flowers or experimenting with recipes, steering clear of anything else. The once arrogant demeanor seemed to have vanished. Witnessing Wang Yuwei's transformation, Wang Duiyu and Jiang He felt a pang of sympathy. Their sister, who had only exhibited a touch of spoiled temperament, was not as unbearable as others had claimed. It pained them to see her in such a state. How much suffering had she endured in the past 2 months? It was all because of Wang Yuting. Indeed, even though they were aware that Wang Yuwei had previously dealt with Wang Yuting, their feelings towards Wang Yuting remained unfavorable. Subsequently, Wang Yuting publicly declared her severance from the Wong family and brought shame upon them by asserting her non-engagement with Jiang He. During this period, both Wang Duiyu and Jiang He refrained from attending social gatherings within their circle. Each time they did, they were met with derision, mocked for their apparent blindness. All of this was Wang Yuting's fault. Yet, astonishingly, Wang father still entertained the notion of reconciling with Wang Yuting, although Su Mo intervened, preventing Wang father from acting on this misguided thought. The mere existence of such an idea was erroneous. Rest assured, my dear sister, I, Wang Di, shall have only you as my sibling. Wang Yuting, I will ensure that one day she pays the price. Upon hearing Wang Duiyu's declaration, Wang Yuwei's face instantly reflected a look of panic. No, brother, please do not do anything further for my sake. Wang Yuting has allied with Su Mo. We cannot compete with him. I am merely content to see you, brother. Wang Yuwei lowered her head, her voice soft, skillfully concealing the malice in her eyes. She was not repentant. Rather, she had become more cunning. Su Mo, the Su family. The mere mention of this ignited Wang Duiyu's fury. I refuse to believe that the Su family in Kyoto can dominate everything. Besides the Su family, there are also the Han family of Tianshui, the Li family of Liuhe, and the Qin family of Ming'an. If I can incite discord among them, I do not believe Su Mo can continue to navigate so effortlessly. Little did he know, Wang Yuwei trembled at Wang Duiyu's words. This was no mere pretense. She was genuinely frightened. Each of these 4 families held immense power, with the Su family being the oldest and most deeply rooted. Only with the combined strength of the other 3 families could they hope to contend with the Su family. Wang Duiyu was indeed contemplating instigating such a conflict. Is it that you resent living too long? No, brother. I do not wish for you to engage in such perilous endeavors on my behalf. Wang Yuwei genuinely feared for Wang Duiyu's intentions. Yet in the past, Wang Yuwei had feigned concern, advising Wang Duiyu not to meddle too much with Wang Yuting, and every time, Wang Duiyu would superficially comply, only to pursue his course of action nonetheless. The consequence of such behavior was that Wang Duiyu's bullying of Wang Yuting was instigated by Wang Yue, though he always believed it to be his own volition. Thus, as long as he deemed his actions as avenging Wang Yue or serving his own interests, he could not be dissuaded by her counsel. Consequently, Wang Yue's admonitions were met with the same casual dismissal as before. Rest assured, these matters do not require your concern, Wang Duyu declared, igniting Wang Yue's ire, almost provoking her to curse. With that feeble mind of yours, do you truly believe you can incite conflict among these four families? However, Wang Yue understood that no amount of persuasion would be effective at this juncture. Being overly insistent would contradict her own persona. Brother, you mentioned wanting to incite a conflict. Do you already have a plan? At this, Wang Duiyu's face lit up with pride. I am aware that Su Mo of the Su family, Han Qing of the Han family, and Qin Shi of the Qin family all have children attending Jing University. If I were to drug Su Mo and provoke him to assault these two, their families would inevitably clash. By then, Su Mo would be too overwhelmed to concern himself with Wang Yuding, and I could release damaging information about her, forcing her to withdraw from the circle. In that case, we would have free rein to do as we please. Wang Yue could only roll her eyes at this notion. Do you truly think Su Mo is so easily manipulated? Moreover, to provoke him against those two, you are aware that he has been almost mythologized in this circle, with countless individuals seeking his contact information in vain. Should anything occur, they may even find themselves in a direct alliance through marriage. Wang Yue's gaze flickered. Brother, this is not a viable plan. Rather, we should hide a camera. With that footage in hand, Han Qing and Qin Shi would have no choice but to comply with your demands. Yes, with leverage over them, they would be obliged to obey. Wang Duiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected of my sister, it seems you truly had not considered this angle. Fool, though she is easy to manipulate, the risks of such collaboration are considerable. I must extract as many resources as possible from Wang Duiyu and then distance myself. Wang Yue harbored doubts about Wang Duiyu's ability to keep his scheme against Su Mo under wraps. It was merely a matter of time before the truth emerged. Perhaps a favor in passing, a discreet warning to Su Mo. Regaining her focus, she realized how close she and Wang Duiyu were standing, an almost imperceptible tension swirling between them. Their breaths intertwined, transcending familial ties, a relationship quietly taking root. Wang Duiyu's gaze grew fervent. However, they quickly regained their composure. Sister, I shall go to the kitchen to check on the soup I have prepared for you. It should be ready now. Wang Duiyu sat upright, a peculiar flush gracing his cheeks, yet he endeavored to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Ah, the broth prepared by Sister Wei, I must certainly savor it. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Jiang He had arrived. Upon entering, the radiant smile on Jiang He's face was impossible to conceal. Good news. Splendid news. What is it, Brother Jiang He? Su Mo is in trouble. He has been subjected to online harassment on the campus network. Upon hearing this, both Wang Duiyu and Wang Yue perked up. The three of them understood that Wang Yuding had been emboldened by her association with Su Mo, leading her to recklessly offend them. While Su Mo had dismissed them, they had come to regard him as a fictitious adversary. They were concerned about any ridicule directed towards Su Mo. Chapter 86. The exposure of Su Mo. It was only when Wang Yingxuan knocked on the door that Su Mo realized her image had been displayed on the school bulletin board. Accessing the campus network required a username and password. The username was her student ID, while the password was self-set. However, all discussions on the platform were conducted anonymously. Only students enrolled at the university could log into the campus network, and as the first-year students had just begun their academic journey, the platform was bustling with activity. After perusing her exposure post, Su Mo recalled an incident from the afternoon when she and Han Qing had visited the security office. They encountered two girls at the school gate, professing their feelings for the same boy. These girls were characters from a romantic tale. But the story had already reached its conclusion, and Su Mo had no intention of intervening. One was a foster sister, Hong Jingyao, and the other, a childhood friend, Xiao Mei. Both were enamored with the male protagonist, He Jiaxiang, and had agreed to choose between themselves after enrolling at the same university. However, during high school, a new student, a scheming girl named Yin Jinan, transferred in, leading them to consistently overlook He Jiaxiang's feelings. Eventually, He Jiaxiang altered his college aspirations and chose not to attend Jing University, unbeknownst to the two girls, who were busy decorating the entrance and holding a bouquet of flowers, eagerly awaiting to confess their affections to him. Subsequently, they discovered He Jiaxiang's change of plans, realizing he was not a student at Jing University, and they contemplated withdrawing from their current institution to reapply to the school he attended, only to be thwarted by their families. This left them adrift in their university lives, consumed by thoughts of the male protagonist, yet unable to reach him, ultimately directing their frustrations towards Injinin. Years later, upon graduating, He Jiaxiang returned, accompanied by the love of his life, leaving the two girls with no opportunity but to carry their regrets indefinitely. Today marked the first occasion they expressed their ire towards Injinin. Su Mo had previously been indifferent to such matters, as the narrative had already been solidified, and she preferred not to involve herself. However, witnessing the scene, she couldn't help but offer a casual mockery. Oh, how pathetic. These girls neglect their true affections for a scoundrel, oblivious to which university he attends, yet they still wish to pursue others. Where's your dignity? You should confine yourselves and spare others from your folly. Those two remarks lingered in her mind as she busied herself with other matters, ultimately forgetting about the trio, as they were rather inconspicuous. To her surprise, they dared to post on the campus network, disparaging her, as if they believed her to be an easy target. Su Mo understood that this was an inevitable occurrence. Jing University was not like an elite high school. In elite high schools, nearly every student had the means to discern her identity as a member of the Su family, and none would dare provoke her. Yet, at Jing University, the students were largely unacquainted with the Su family's reputation. Wealth held little sway here. If one insulted her, they would still have to endure the consequences. The phrase "ignorance breeds fearlessness" encapsulated this sentiment perfectly. The post descriptions were entirely framed from a self-righteous perspective. I'm a freshman at Kyoto University this year. To be honest, before arriving at this esteemed institution, I held the belief that it was a bastion for the nation's brightest talents, where each student was a pillar of society. However, upon my arrival today, I felt a profound sense of disappointment. It appears that many individuals here are driven solely by greed, their eyes blinded by the lure of wealth. Today, I accompanied two female friends who were expressing their affections for one another. Their bond was a promise made since childhood, to attend the same university and be together. Yet, upon arrival, Su Mo displayed an arrogant disdain for others, not only insulting the two girls but also slandering my relationship with my friends. I am but a humble individual. My father passed away when I was very young, and my mother has tirelessly raised me. My family does not support my continued education, and without the help of these two friends, I would never have been able to gain admission to university. I am immensely grateful to them, which is why I cannot stand idly by while Su Mo defames my friends. If I harbored any improper intentions towards them, why would I assist them in declaring their feelings for others? After Su Mo's slander, those present who had received gifts from her rallied to her defense, leaving my friends to bear the brunt of unjust accusations. They are currently in a very distressing state, having cried throughout the afternoon, even contemplating withdrawal from the university. We have worked so hard to emerge from the mountains, only to suffer such harm due to another's malignity. I sincerely hope that Su Mo will offer a heartfelt apology to my friends. This lengthy exposition reveals both the struggles I face and Su Mo's tyranny. Upon reading it, Su Mo could not help but remark on its brilliance. This piece was likely penned by that scheming girl, serving several purposes. First, it clarifies to the two girls that the absence of the male lead is not their fault. I have done my utmost to support their declarations, and the male lead's failure to come to Kyoto University is not something I could be blamed for. Second, it communicates to fellow students that I have no romantic ties to these two individuals, as I am single. Third, it seeks to establish my reputation as a loyal friend, willing to stand up for those I care about. With such a reputation, it would be easier to network and seek assistance from others at the university. Lastly, it serves as a means of retaliation. After Su Mo's mockery, a written piece emerged that evening, aiming to tarnish her reputation. There are no personal grudges involved. although Su Mo may doubt that. It is no wonder that this cunning girl could drive the male lead away. Her methods are quite sophisticated. Had she encountered an ordinary individual, she might have succeeded, but alas. Su Mo scoured her phone and finally found number. Hello, is this Uncle Yin? Xiao Mo, what brings you to call me? Uncle Yin is the director of the Kyoto Education Bureau, overseeing all educational matters at major universities. His words carry immense authority in the educational realm, except for certain special institutions. It is not a major issue. It's just that on my first day, someone has defamed me on the campus website, and a wave of followers joined in the insult, leaving me rather uncomfortable. What? Is there such a thing? Uncle Yun's voice grew urgent. Xiao Mo, rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Tomorrow, at school, you shall not encounter him. He swiftly placed a call to the president of Kyoto University, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Within moments, the posts on the campus forum were expunged, and all who had commented received notifications of their prohibition from speaking. An immediate disciplinary action was enacted. The young woman known as Xiao LCH was expelled and barred from future employment. Her offense cited as a lack of moral integrity. That night, Kyoto University was abuzz, but the students remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Several security personnel were dispatched to Xiao LCH's dormitory, disregarding her pleas as they unceremoniously packed her belongings and ejected her from the premises. The admissions office promptly annulled her student status. From the moment Uncle Yun's call was connected, Xiao LCH was no longer a member of the university. The two other girls were also approached by faculty, facing disciplinary actions even if they were not expelled. Subsequently, the campus network sought immediate rectification, instituting a policy that all future messages would no longer be anonymous. If you conspire against me, I shall overturn the table. Chapter 87. The Lament of the Little Green Tea. The Little Green Tea remained in a state of disbelief even after being expelled from the school. Attempts to contact teachers and the admissions office yielded nothing but the grim news of her expulsion. Now, she couldn't even log into the campus network. Entering her student ID only prompted a message that it did not exist. How had she ended up being expelled? On that dark night, she sat vacantly by the roadside, utterly perplexed about her presence in such a situation. How could such a prestigious institution as Peking University suddenly cast her aside? She couldn't fathom what she had done wrong. Could it possibly be related to Su Mo? Her knowledge of Su Mo was limited. She only knew that he had arrived in a helicopter. Yet, her two sisters also had helicopters. The two girls who had confessed their feelings today, she had skillfully managed during high school. Beautiful and wealthy, who wouldn't desire them? Unfortunately, their affections for He Jiaxiang remained unshaken. Even though they acknowledged her as a younger sister, she understood that their feelings were largely rooted in sympathy. In fact, today, upon learning that He Jiaxiang would not be attending Peking University, they had lashed out at her for the first time. The ones they truly adored were, without a doubt, He Jiaxiang. This realization was also the impetus behind her decision to post an expose on the campus network. The Little Green Tea sensed that Hong Jingyao and Xiao Mei believed He Jiaxiang had misunderstood the nature of her relationship with them, prompting him to change his application. Indeed, during high school, she had resorted to slandering He Jiaxiang to win the affection of the two girls. Even at the gathering after the college entrance examination, she had deliberately acted very close to Hong Jingyao and Xiao Mei in front of him. Now, those two must be reminiscing about past details, directing their resentment towards her. If she did not devise a backup plan, her future could be quite dire. She needed to make a post that would inform the entire school of her existence. The only way to elevate her visibility and become a figure of renown, while also appearing noble and virtuous, was to present herself as a person of goodwill, which would facilitate connections with other girls. What did it matter if she offended Su Mo? Even without that, with Hong Jingyao and Xiao Mei around, her situation would remain precarious. She simply needed to, before all of this unfolded, establish connections with other capable girls, at least to become their friends. This way, when Su Mo and her sisters turned against her, there would be others to shield her. Yet, how had she found herself here? It had been less than an hour since she posted, and now she was expelled? Was it truly because she had offended Su Mo? The Little Green Tea sat by the street outside Peking University, surrounded by her discarded blankets and belongings. By dawn the following day, she remained uncertain about her next steps. Returning home was out of the question. There were certain matters that Jinin had lied about in the campus post. Her father was not dead. He was merely entangled in gambling. Meanwhile, her mother was a woman of no decisive character. If she returned, she would undoubtedly be harassed by those pursuing her father's debts. Although Hong Jingyao and Xiao Mei had previously helped her address his gambling issues, addiction to such vices was hard to shake off. Knowing that she no longer had their protection, her father would certainly come looking for trouble. Having been expelled and unable to continue my studies at university, with no funds to retake the year, I ponder my current options. Should I beseech Su Imo to show me mercy? Perhaps. Considering that Hong Jingyao and Xiao may no longer harbor such animosity towards me, I might seek their assistance. However, after searching the campus for an entire day, I could not locate Su Imo. All I knew was that he arrived in a helicopter, as rumored on the campus forum. Beyond that, I was oblivious to which college or class he belonged to. Even after lingering beneath the boys' dormitory for ages, I found no trace of him. Su Imo did not reside on campus. Thus, wandering aimlessly around the boys' dormitory would yield no results. As time dragged on, my anxiety intensified. During the day, I even approached my advisor, but all he offered was a curt statement. You have been expelled. You are no longer a part of Jing University. You are free to go wherever you wish. Jing University is an open campus frequently visited by outsiders, so the advisor could not forcibly remove anyone. Nonetheless, he reported the situation, and it was likely that soon security would be alerted to watch for this individual, prepared to escort them away upon discovery. Consequently, I found myself unable to even enter the school gates. For 3 long days, I waited at the entrance without catching a glimpse of Su Imo. My campus post, which had appeared for merely an hour, was swiftly deleted, leaving no ripple within the university. The majority of students remained unaware of my existence. Only a few found it peculiar that someone lingered by the university gates, but they soon dismissed the thought. After intercepting countless individuals, I finally discerned that Su Imo typically did not walk, but rather traveled in a vehicle with a white license plate, Jing A99999. I had seen this car enter and exit the campus several times, yet never connected it to Su Imo. At last, after a prolonged wait, I spotted the vehicle once more. Fearing that Su Imo might drive away without notice, I rushed to kneel in front of the car. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing Su Imo to lurch slightly in the back seat, nearly losing his balance on the sofa. What is happening, Old Wu? Su Imo inquired his driver, Old Wu, known for his skilled driving. Young master, there is someone who has rushed out and is kneeling in front of us. It appears they are seeking you, Old Wu explained. Seeking me? Su Imo replied, somewhat perplexed, yet he exited the vehicle nonetheless. I, Jinin, remained kneeling before the car, relieved that Old Wu had braked in time. Otherwise, I would have certainly been struck. Is this a case of stage confrontation? Su Imo questioned, observing me. Ignoring his inquiry, I fervently bowed my head against the ground, my forehead thudding against the earth. Young master, I implore you, grant me a chance to live. The school has expelled me, and now I find myself homeless. You, that little green tea, what was your name again? Jinin, Su Xiao, I am Jinin. I implore you to speak to the school on my behalf. I vow to study diligently from now on and will never trouble you again. Your words are quite peculiar. It is not I who caused your expulsion, nor do I possess such power. Su Imo surveyed the crowd that had gathered, an expression of innocence upon her face. Classmate, I am unaware of the reasons behind your expulsion, and I am powerless to assist you, even if you beseech me. It would be futile. The little green tea ceased her act of bowing. Was it not Su Imo who orchestrated the expulsion? Who could it be then? Hong Jingyao and Xiao Mei? Their families are indeed affluent, but do they possess such influence at Jing University? Uncertain, the little green tea was at a loss. So, who is targeting me? Classmate, I do not even know your name or the circumstances that led to your expulsion, but you are obstructing my path. Do you not owe me an explanation? Indeed, Su Imo, completely unaware of her own identity, not even cognizant of her own name, the expulsion could not possibly be her doing. Reflecting on this, and realizing that all her efforts over the past days had been in vain, and having bowed so many times to Su Imo, even the little green tea, known for her composure, could no longer maintain her facade. Damn it! If it was not your doing, why did you not say so sooner? You worthless thing, wasting so much of my time. The little green tea rose, cursing under her breath, eager to vent her frustration, oblivious to the increasingly icy gaze of Su Mo. Chapter 88. The accident. How audacious of you to block my car. You truly possess remarkable boldness, young man. Sumo's disdain for the little green tea had escalated to new heights. He was fully aware of the narrative. Jinan came from a humble background, and now neither Hong Jingyao nor Xiao Mei would lend him assistance. The forthcoming days would undoubtedly be grim for him. Hence, Su Mo merely expelled Jinan from school without taking any further action. However, provoking me was indeed a grave mistake on your part. I shall scold you. And what of it? Worthless scum, you waste my precious time. Had it not been for the presence of the seasoned driver, Old Wu, the little green tea might have charged at Su Mo, ready to unleash a torrent of blows. He was currently ensnared in a state of profound frustration and indignation. Not only was he bewildered as to why he had been expelled, but he had also squandered the past few days in vain efforts. All his pent-up resentment was now directed towards Su Mo. Yet, who had he truly offended? Was it indeed Hong Jingyao and Xiao Mei who orchestrated this? Their retaliation arrived with alarming swiftness. He had attempted to contact them, but they had blocked him entirely. His only recourse now was to seek them out once more. As he observed Jinan retreating into the distance, Su Mo beckoned to Old Wu. I require his 2 legs. Old Wu, casting a fierce glance at Jinan's departing figure, replied, Rest assured, young Master Su, I know precisely what to do. Let it be executed with precision. Just as he intended to enter the vehicle, Su Mo spotted Wong Yue amidst the crowd of onlookers. She approached him, adopting a notably humble demeanor. Young Master Su, I possess a piece of information and hope to earn an opportunity from you. Su Mo feigned interest. Information? The two retreated to a nearby CAF, seated across from one another, allowing Su Mo to scrutinize Wong Yue's current state. Gone was her previously domineering attitude. Instead, she appeared composed, devoid of any ostentatious adornments. It was as if she had undergone a profound transformation through hardship. Yet, this new version of Wong Yue piqued Su Mo's interest even more. A dog that bites does not bark. He found it hard to believe that Wong Yue would alter her true nature. Being aware of the narrative, Su Mo was accustomed to allowing the protagonist to deal with these antagonists. As long as he was not provoked, he would refrain from taking action against them. Yet, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The protagonists endured their suffering due to their kindness, adherence to the law, and emotional attachments. However, these antagonists harbored no such reservations. It appeared that, at times, one must take matters into their own hands. Speak quickly. I have military training shortly. You have 10 minutes. What opportunity do you seek? Wong Yue inhaled deeply. I wish to enter the entertainment industry and hope that young Master Su can provide me with resources. Well, this is a classic case of rising from where one has fallen. With the public relations prowess of Yue Ying, it would indeed be possible to cleanse Wong Yue's tarnished reputation. By throwing the director under the bus and claiming it was all part of the script, they could then establish a new persona for her, film some projects, and engage in variety shows. This would undoubtedly enhance her public image and elevate her status. However, is that all you have to offer me? Yes. It is solely based on my information. Sumochekev. It was a hearty and unrestrained laugh. Wong Yue, you have matured. Indeed, had you possessed your current insights in the past, your fate would have been less tragic. Alas, Sumo's gaze was profound, akin to an abyss that could ensnare one's very soul. Your understanding is woefully inadequate, and your trump cards are alarmingly thin. A piece of information? I am unaware of its nature, yet I comprehend you. The only allies at your disposal are Wang Duoyu and Jiang He. The information you speak of is undoubtedly related to them. Regrettably, in my eyes, these two individuals, or the Wang and Jiang families, hold no weight whatsoever. I am oblivious to the content of your message, but I surmise that if these two families were to be obliterated, your so-called information would become utterly irrelevant. Would it not? Su Mo remained seated, observing as Wang Yue's countenance gradually grew dim. It felt as though he were a sovereign perched high in the heavens, gazing down upon an insignificant ant. Though she was right before him, Wang Yue felt an insurmountable distance between them, so vast that she felt she could only prostrate herself in reverence to catch a glimpse of him. In that moment, she grasped the true meaning of disparity, the chasm that exists between individuals, and further, the divide between illustrious families. The instant she uttered her first words, it became evident that this negotiation was destined for failure. She had deluded herself into believing she belonged at the negotiating table with Su Mo. Yet she realized she was unworthy. She began, her voice remarkably hoarse. I apologize, young Master Su. Wang Duyu is preparing to. You need not elaborate. I have no interest in the information you speak of. Sumorose abruptly. Return and make your preparations within 3 days. The Wang and Jiang families will cease to exist. Meanwhile, the petty schemer Yin Jinan returned to his hotel, grumbling incessantly. The events of the day had shattered his composure. He had thought that by seeking Su Mo's favor, he could return to his studies. As a graduate of Jing University, he believed he would be cherished by any company. But now, everything lay in ruins. Especially disheartening was the fact that Su Mo did not even recognize him. All the days spent waiting and searching had been in vain. Why had it come to this? At that moment, Yin Jinan simply yearned for a drink. However, with limited funds, he could not afford a bar and was forced to settle for a few bottles from the supermarket downstairs. Yet, as he made his way back, a dilapidated vehicle suddenly lurched forward. The occupants inside wore expressions of sheer panic, yet they did not reduce their speed, hurtling directly towards Yin Jinan. Bang! He was struck and sent flying, his body crashing heavily to the ground, sliding several meters forward. The vehicle rolled over his legs before coming to a halt. Despite the cacophony of the crash, the sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. The doors swung open, and the occupants rushed out in fright, hastily dialing emergency services. Yet, with his legs suffering from compound fractures, even if he reached the hospital, his limbs would be beyond salvation. Yin Jinan awoke the following afternoon, finding an insurance representative waiting by his side. Mr. Yin, regarding the recent incident, we have conducted an investigation and are here to discuss compensation. Compensation? It was clearly murder. I have lost my leg. Can you compensate for that? Please remain calm, Mr. Yin. I understand this is difficult to accept. However, the cause of the accident was your sudden crossing of the road, and the driver was a novice, freshly licensed, with no apparent violations. What? He intended to kill me. He came straight at me. How is that not a violation? Yin Jinan could not fathom this. Who knows the panic one experiences when struck? Yet now, the other party remains unscathed? According to traffic law, our client bears a maximum of 10 responsibility. We have learned from a hospital that your surgery will cost approximately 200,000. Thus, our compensation to you amounts to merely 20,000. This is unacceptable. I refuse to comply. It was clearly he who caused my condition. Why should I bear this? I will report this. The insurance officer sighed and closed the documents in hand. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. Whether to report or to litigate is entirely up to you. The compensation will be dispersed only after a complete agreement is reached. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance, leaving Yin Jinan alone in the hospital room. Chapter 89. Alas, our family is no more at this moment. The playground of Peking University is bustling with countless students clad in camouflage uniforms, forming military formations as they train under the orders of their instructors. It is now military training time, and for the past few days, Su Mo has been diligently participating. Although he could easily opt out if he wished, given his current physical condition, the intensity of the training does not exhaust him. So he has chosen to refrain from seeking any special treatment. All dismissed. 15 minutes of rest. With the sharp sound of the instructor's whistle, students from the formation erupted into cheers and hurried to find a shady spot to sit and recuperate. Xiaomo. In the distance, 2 figures approach. Their long, pristine legs captivate the attention of all around. Wow, the campus belle, Su Shuriwe, has arrived. One by one, the boys hurriedly adjusted their hairstyles, but Su Shuriwe paid them no heed. She approached Su Mo and handed him a cup of milk tea. How's military training treating you? Not bad. It's not tiring at all. Is this your brother? She inquired. He is quite handsome. What, are you smitten? I must warn you. Qin Shi. My brother is already taken, so don't harbor any intentions. Qin Shi, a member of the illustrious Qin family, stands among the elite of the Deqian. However, she is known to be a fickle-hearted woman. Since childhood, Qin Shi has been a prodigy, with no challenge proving too daunting for her, which has fostered her whimsical nature. Since high school, she has had a succession of boyfriends, with a week-long relationship being a notable feat yet. Her romances are often mere formalities. She quickly discards them once their actions fail to amuse her. Ah, the allure of flowers, yet maintaining one's virtue, one might say. It feels as though she is conducting a social experiment. Qin Shi gazes at Su Mo, her smile radiant. You know me, I don't concern myself with labels such as boyfriend or girlfriend. Su Mo rolls his eyes. I do care. Don't joke around with me. At this juncture, Su Shiriwe brings up a serious matter. In Jinan, the one expelled a few days ago, was in a car accident. Were you involved? Yes, Su Mo admits candidly. Having no secrets from these two. What mischief has he caused now? Well, he was kicked out of the hospital and has no place to stay. He's begging on the street. However, Hong Jingyao and Xiao may have started to feel pity for him in light of his dire situation. Are you saying those two will come after me? Indeed, Su Shiriwe responds, her face illuminating with intrigue. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. Su Mo has no doubt that his actions are not hidden from the Su family. In fact, they might even know the number of times In Jinan wet the bed in his childhood. But you are my sister, he remarks, knowing someone is out to get me, and you just want to watch the drama unfold. Fine, fine, I shall indulge your desire for spectacle, but you must assist me in bankrupting the Wong and Jiang families. I've made quite the boast. Just as Su Shiriwe is about to respond, Qin Shi interjects, little brother, how about I help you? Somo exhibiti no investment whatsoever. Great, let's do it together. I will go find Han Qing. How about the four of us collaborate? Qin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? Absolutely. Their exhilaration was understandable. Should they indeed act in unison to bring the Wong and Jiang families to their knees, it would undoubtedly convey a powerful message to outsiders. The ties among Su Jia, Su Mo, Qin Shi, and Han Qing were undeniably deep. The alliance of three prominent families' offspring would surely solidify their standing within their respective clans. Unlike the harmonious Su family, the Qin and Han families were embroiled in internal strife, with children and illegitimate offspring vying for unstable positions, making inheritance a distant dream. Qin Shi was keen on the influence that such a union would afford her in the family, while Su Mo aspired to forge a hegemony alliance. As for the Wong family, they had never been regarded with any seriousness from the outset. Su Shiriwe seized Su Mo's hand and declared, let us go find Han Qing right now. As a close friend, she was more than willing to assist Qin Shi. With two members from the Su family and an ally from the Han family, they certainly had considerable weight. They convened in a chosen location, and by the following day, the financial stability of the Wong and Jiang families had crumbled. Their stocks plummeted, banks pressed for repayment, and all partnerships defaulted, halting ongoing projects. The exchange also issued a notice stating that the Wong and Jiang families had engaged in illicit activities concerning their public offerings, leading to their mandatory delisting. 3 days? Not necessary. By the end of the first day, the funding gap for the Wong and Jiang families had already reached a staggering 30 billion. Who would dare to spend that sum to offend Su Mo and her companions? It was inconceivable. The Wong and Jiang families found themselves incapable of even repurchasing the shares required for their delisting. They attempted to cling to hope, desperately seeking connections. However, following a thorough investigation by the tax authorities the next day, their situation deteriorated irreparably. With no option left, they succumbed to despair as individuals were arrested for tax evasion, coercive land acquisition, and various other charges. Wang Duyu and Jiang he had been plotting against Su Mo during Old Master Lin's birthday banquet, but their schemes were abruptly halted. They could not even enter the venue to execute their plans. Awakening from their slumber, they realized, oh no, our father is gone, and so is our company. The fines imposed were precisely equivalent to their entire savings, and they could not fathom who had orchestrated this downfall. When Wang Duyu, Jiang He, and Wang Yue were unceremoniously ejected from their home by those there to seize their assets, they remained utterly bewildered. Their company had been auctioned off due to debts. and their household possessions confiscated due to ill-gotten gains, along with compensations owed to previous victims. Now, they found themselves without a place to reside. Wang Duiyu and Jiang He struggled to accept the reality, while Wang Yue had already discerned the source of their misfortune, Su Mo. To declare bankruptcy within 3 days was one thing, but to leave the Wang and Jiang families with no recourse by the second day was truly ruthless. Fortunately, upon returning, she had managed to extract several million from Wang Duiyu and Jiang He. She promptly left the capital for a smaller locale, where a few million would sustain her for quite a while. At this juncture, it was imperative to comfort the two individuals, Wang Duiyu and Jiang He. Their eyes reddened and faces contorted with distress, exchanged a glance, yearning to enter their vehicle and return home, only to be intercepted by a nearby constable. What do you think you're doing? These are assets designated for auction, not yours to commandeer. Where do you think you're going? Left with no alternative, Wang Duiyu and Jiang He hailed a cab to return home. The villas of the Wang and Jiang families were conveniently situated side by side, a testament to their once amicable relationship, which had led them to purchase properties in close proximity. Upon arriving, they were met with the sight of Wang's mother, weeping inconsolably as she embraced Jiang's mother by the roadside, utterly devoid of any semblance of a dignified matron. Upon noticing Wang Duiyu and Jiang He's return, the two women appeared to find a source of solace. "My child, our family is lost. Your father, he has been taken away." Chapter 90. The outburst of Wang Yue's mother. What on earth is happening? Wang Duiyu hurried forward to assist his mother. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wang's mother's face. "It's Su Mo. He is allied with the Qin and Han families, and they have turned against us." Suddenly, Wang's mother caught sight of Wang Yue, who was following closely behind Wang Duiyu, and leaped up in fury. "It's all your fault. You are the harbinger of our misfortune. If it weren't for you, we would not have offended the Su family. We raised you with such care, and this is how you repay us. Had we known your true identity, we would have cast you out long ago." Selfish individuals rarely acknowledge their own faults. When faced with adversity, they tend to shift blame onto others. Wang's mother epitomized this behavior. She failed to consider that had Wang Yuting returned with even a modicum of affection for her, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. However, deflecting one's own mistakes onto others is indeed an effective means of alleviating guilt. Wang Duiyu's countenance darkened, yet he intervened to quell his mother's tirade. "Mother, this situation cannot be entirely blamed on my sister. Perhaps it is wiser to contemplate our future instead of casting accusations." "What? Are you going to blame me as well? Am I wrong in saying that had it not been for this wretched child, our family would not be in this predicament?" Wang's mother's disdain for Wang Yue was palpable, yet it remained confined to her words. Another figure, however, was not limited to mere verbal assaults. A shadow flitted by, and Zhang's mother lunged forward, seizing Wang Yue's hair and delivering a series of slaps. "It is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, how could Su Mo have targeted our Jiang family?" Regardless of the tumult, Wang's mother had nurtured Wang Yue for over 20 years, and despite the current rift, those years of care lingered. Zhang's mother, on the other hand, felt no such obligation. Had it not been for Wang Yue, the Jiang family would not have suffered the same fate as the Wang family. Zhang's mother's animosity towards Wang Yue was palpable. The devastation of her family was a direct consequence of this individual, and in her rage, even the formidable Jiang He could not restrain her. After much effort, Wang Duiyu and Jiang He managed to pull Zhang's mother away, who continued to wail in despair. Meanwhile, Wang Yue's face swelled with bruises. Her gaze toward Zhang's mother filled with venom. "You foolish creature, boasting about your family's greatness, only to be brought to bankruptcy in mere days. And now you dare to blame me? Wasn't it your choice to abandon Wang Yuting?" Wang Yue's laughter dripped with sarcasm. "How absurd. You refuse to acknowledge your own daughter while aiding me, an outsider, to confront her. I have never encountered such ignorance. As soon as I shed a tear, you all flock around me like dogs. Now you regret your decisions? It is too late." Wang Duiyu and Jiang He exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unprepared for Wang Yue's audacious words. Yet, standing before them, Wang Yue exhibited no trace of fear. The The Wong and Jiang families were now devoid of resources, and with Su Mo in the picture, any hope of recovery was extinguished. Why should she preserve their dignity any longer? You mock Wong Yuting as if she were of a lower status, yet now you shall experience the life of those you disdain. Sister, do not refer to me as such. It repulses me. Do you truly believe I desire to be your sister? It is only due to your wealth that I remain. Had I discovered that my biological parents were wealthier than you, I would have departed long ago. Wang Yue seems intent on unleashing years of pent-up resentment, sparing even Jiang He from her ire. You, too, Jiang He, circling around me like a sycophant, have ruined countless romantic prospects for me. Speaking with you is a source of disgust. Now that you lack funds, do not approach me. With that, Wang Yue turned on her heel and left without a moment's hesitation, having amassed several million from Wang Duyu and Jiang He during this time. She had made plans to leave the capital in search of a tranquil existence. However, on the very next day after her departure from the capital, she received notification that her bank account was implicated in money laundering and had been frozen. Should she have any inquiries, she must clarify the source of her assets at the police station. In that moment, Wang Yue felt as though the sky had fallen. Would Wang Duyu even assist her in explaining the origins of her wealth? With no money to her name, she found herself struggling for food and shelter. Her reputation was tarnished. The variety show she had previously participated in had garnered immense popularity, and now no one was unfamiliar with Wang Yue's visage. She was at a loss as to how to navigate her life moving forward. Meanwhile, after Wang Yue had departed, Wang Duyu, Jiang He, Wang's mother, and Zhang's mother fell into a collective silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiang He, in particular, had dug his nails deeply into his flesh, blood trickling between his fingers, yet he remained unresponsive. While Wang Duyu had once cherished Wang Yue as a sister, Jiang He had harbored feelings for her since childhood. One may question Jiang He's character, but his affections for Wang Yue were beyond reproach. Even when she erred, he was the first to forgive her. At home, he had actively encouraged his parents to accept her. Thus, Wang Yue's overt disdain struck Jiang He like a bolt from the blue. The collapse of their family had not impacted him as profoundly as her words. At this moment, the only thought echoing in Jiang He's mind was her use of the word disgusting. After a prolonged silence, it was Wang's mother who broke the spell. I must seek out Wang Yuting. How will you find her? Wang Yuting no longer acknowledges us, Wang Duyu remarked, lighting a cigarette. How can she not acknowledge us? Regardless, she is my daughter, born from my womb. Given our current predicament, if she does not offer assistance, I shall expose her online, ruining her career. With determination, Wang's mother insisted on dragging Wang Duyu to Moonshadow Entertainment. Yet, the reception staff at Moonshadow Entertainment were all too familiar with the notorious family of Wang Yuting, preventing them from even entering. With no alternatives, they resolved to track Wang Yuting's engagements, ultimately finding an opportunity to intercept her at the Kyoto airport as she disembarked. At this moment, Wang Yuting was adorned in haute couture, surrounded by bodyguards, basking in the adoration of fans at the airport. Meanwhile, Wang Duyu and his mother were clad in the inexpensive garments they had once scorned, their weary faces reflecting the toll of days spent in relentless travel, blending into the crowd so inconspicuously. In that instant, a wave of inferiority surged within them. They could truly empathize with the emotions Wang Yuting must have felt during her first visit to the Wong family. Yet, when recalling their previous life of opulence, Wang's mother could no longer contain her sorrow, bursting into tears. Wang Yuting, I am your mother. I beg you, please save us. She pushed through the throng, collapsing before Wang Yuting in a desperate plea. Startled by the sudden appearance, Wang Yuting's expression soured upon recognizing her mother. However, she sidestepped the kneeling figure. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she surveyed the onlookers and signaled her bodyguards to assist her mother to the VIP reception area. I have stated that we are no longer related, she declared, tossing a bank card onto the ground. This card contains over 40,000. The money I previously offered you, but you refused. You may either take this card and leave, and in the future, neither Su Mo nor I will pursue you. Or you can face the reality of never securing formal employment again. The choice is yours. Chapter 91. 18 sacred relics the Queen Mother departed with over 40,000 yuan, which constituted their only remaining savings. However, their demeanor clearly reflected their dissatisfaction. Indeed, the Queen Mother later exposed online that Wong Yuting had been an ungrateful child, contributing nothing as the family faced bankruptcy. Unfortunately, under Su Mo's instruction, any discourse regarding the Wong family was promptly silenced. The Queen Mother and Wong Duiyu found their aspirations for live streaming thwarted, as no platform dared to grant them broadcasting privileges. Meanwhile, Wong Yuting roamed far and wide, eluding their attempts to locate her. In the end, the Wong and Zhang families were relegated to laborious work to earn their livelihood, donning garments they once scorned, haggling for mere cents at the market, their sole concern being whether they would have food for the next day. Ultimately, life stripped them of their arrogance, and as they witnessed the glamorous Wong Yuting on television, they were consumed by regret. The Queen Mother, who once held Wong Yuting in contempt, had now become an ardent admirer, closely following her every endeavor as she soared to new heights. Tragically, it was not long before she succumbed to despair. As for Su Mo, he had long since ceased to think of them. At present, he was contemplating another matter, the impending 80th birthday celebration of old Master Lin, his maternal grandfather. The question at hand was what gift to present. Old Master Lin, the father of his mother, Lin Lanxin, had once been a reckless youth, embroiled in numerous misdeeds. However, after the death of his son and the loss of his granddaughter's child, he believed he had incurred karmic retribution upon his lineage. It was only after this that he devoted himself to virtuous living. Perhaps a set of prayer beads for the old master? Su Mo found this notion plausible. The most renowned Buddhist temple in Kyoto was the Kiyomizu Temple in the Shishan region, home to the esteemed Master Rongding, a figure of great repute in elite circles. It was said that Master Rongding possessed 18 sacred relics left by his master after cremation, and Su Mo resolved to seek him out, intending to craft a string of prayer beads from these relics as a gift for his grandfather. However, upon arriving at Kiyomizu Temple, he discovered that discussions revolved around another individual, Master Gi. Upon listening, he learned that Master Gi was none other than Zhao Xiuquan, a scion of a prominent family. From a young age, Zhao Xiuquan had shown a keen interest in Buddhist scriptures, and on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony at 18, he announced his intention to retreat to Kiyomizu Temple for self-cultivation. Now, after 3 years of meditation, he was lauded by Kiyomizu Temple as possessing the most profound wisdom. Previously, a series of photographs depicting him in meditation had garnered widespread attention, his striking features complemented by an ethereal presence, making him the object of affection for countless young women. Even now, though family pressures prevented Zhao Xiuquan from remaining at the temple indefinitely, he made it a point to return weekly, each appearance attracting a throng of admirers. Su Mo mused, "This feels familiar, reminiscent of a female-centric novel." Thus, the narrative unfolds. A cold Buddhist youth falls in love with an innocent girl, leading to an array of melodramatic entanglements, ultimately culminating in the youth's re-entry into the world and their union in marriage. This should be a light-hearted romance, or so Su Mo thought. However, upon encountering Zhao Xiuquan, she realized her previous assumptions were overly simplistic. The narrative surrounding the aloof monk is not merely a sweet tale, but rather one of forceful conquest. Zhao Xiuquan, disinterested in women, experiences an overwhelming impulse when he meets the business-traveling heroine, Fan Wenqing, at a hotel. The establishment where Fan Wenqing resides is owned by the Li family, and Zhao Xiuquan brazenly uses a universal key card to unlock her door. This act is one of coercion. The following day, Fan Wenqing contemplates reporting the incident, yet the pressure from a Zhao family stifles her attempts. In her quest for justice, even when she exposes the matter online, she finds no one willing to believe her. Some even suggest that it is an honor for her to be favored by the monk, and that her complaints reveal her insatiable greed and lack of self-awareness. Subsequently, Fan Wenqing is taken back to the estate by Zhao Xiuquan, where she is compelled to satisfy his desires continually. Meanwhile, her parents, enticed by the substantial financial compensation from Zhao Xiuquan, urge her to accept the marriage proposal. Unable to resist, she marries Zhao Xiuquan. Enduring years of torment, until the unbearable pressure leads her to take her own life. Despite her tragic demise, Zhao Xiuquan remains oblivious to his wrongdoing, believing he has provided Fan Wenqing with everything she desired, failing to comprehend what she was truly fighting for. However, the incident serves as a catalyst for Zhao Xiuquan, who thereafter spends most of his time in seclusion on the mountains, earning accolades for his profound love for Fan Wenqing. With his wife's passing, he finds no attachment to the mundane world and ascends to become an immortal on the mountain. Upon reflecting on the narrative, Su Mo feels a wave of revulsion as she observes Zhao Xiuquan in the hall, rhythmically striking a wooden fish and chanting scriptures. His brazen acts of coercion, driven solely by his desires, disregard the free will of others, yet he remains convinced of his righteousness. What makes him believe he is entitled to such deference? How can someone like him still be lauded as a monk in the capital? Just wait. I shall eventually strip away the fade he wears. At that moment, a receptionist from the Qingshui temple noticed Su Mo and her companions entering and hurried over. May I ask, are you Su Mo, benefactor? The venerable Master Rongding has instructed me to escort you directly to the Zen chamber. Zhao Xiuquan, still in meditation, paused at the receptionist's words. Wait, I wish to accompany you. The little monk led the way, but Su Mo sensed Zhao Xiuquan's gaze fixed upon her. This was their first meeting. Why was he so intrigued by her? Soon, Su Mo found her answer. Benefactor Su, have you come to seek the 18 relics? Su Mo cast a glance at Zhao Xiuquan, her expression icy and distant. What concern is it of yours? Zhao Xiuquan frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure, manipulating his prayer beads and uttering a Buddhist chant. Benefactor Su, I too have an interest in the 18 relics. Might I inquire if you would part with them? Upon hearing this, Su Mo could not help but smile. Are you implying that Master Rongding has consented to bestow the relics upon me? Zhao Xiuquan remained silent, his expression unchanged, yet the gloom in his eyes was unmistakable. Throughout his life, regardless of his fondness for Buddhist beads or cicada robes, the Zhao family had always procured them for him. Yet this relic, for which he had sought at the Qingshui temple for 3 long years, was always deemed by Master Rongding as not yet ripe for him. However, just yesterday, upon a mere message from Su Mo, Rongding intended to bestow the relic upon him. By what right? After 18 years of Zen practice and 3 years of diligent asceticism here, how could a relic which he had not attained be given to someone utterly ignorant of Buddhism? If it is to be given to me, then it rightfully belongs to me. If you desire it, you shall have to endure. Why do you have to demand that I part with it? Is it by virtue of the Zhao family, or by your so-called arduous cultivation? Chapter 92. Assisting you in shaving your head upon entering the Zen chamber, Master Rongding was found meditating within. His hair was grizzled, and his face was adorned with deep wrinkles, yet he bore a benevolent expression, clad in coarse linen robes. Their faded appearance suggested they had been worn for an extended period. Master Rongding, I sent someone to inform you yesterday. I have come today regarding the matter of the relics. Naturally, Su Mo afforded a measure of respect to such a virtuous monk. Master Rongding slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze devoid of emotion. He gradually drew open the drawer before him, extracting a box which he placed upon the table. Dear friend, here are the relics you seek. However, I have a question I wish to pose to you. A question for me? Su Mo pondered, bemused. The master had devoted his life to the comprehension of Buddhist teachings, yet sought counsel from one who had scarcely read a sutra. Although Su Mo was renowned within high society, he understood that figures like Master Rongding were indifferent to such superficial fame. Why then? Did he sense that Master Rongding held him in such high regard? The relics were treasures of the Buddhist realm, remnants of his master. Why would he so readily relinquish them upon merely hearing a message from him? You are too modest, dear friend. As one who exists beyond fate, you must possess your own understanding of destiny. What do you mean by beyond fate? Su Mo's demeanor shifted, a hint of menace surfacing in his gaze. Master Rongding's words suggested he was privy to certain truths. If Master Rong truly comprehended that he was a time traveler, then Su Mo could not allow him to live. Though Su Mo typically refrained from taking life, it did not imply he lacked the capacity to do so. In the face of Su Mo's veiled threat, Master Rongdang remained as unperturbed as a still pond, his fingers continuing their rhythmic motion upon the prayer beads. The notion of beyond fate is not one I coined, but rather a teaching from my master. The 18 relics you seek are the very ones my master left behind at the time of his passing. My master entrusted me with but 2 items, the 18 relics and a string of prayer beads that accompanied me throughout my life. He imparted but a singular statement on his deathbed. When the prayer beads break, all that is sought is to be taken. Thus, I sent word yesterday. Do the beads break then? Master Rongdang recited a mantra, requesting Su Mo's guidance. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, Su Mo recognized that as long as he was safe, he would not resort to violence. It was unclear what insights Master Rongdang's master had gleaned, but it was evident that he had withheld certain information from him. Is the master not concerned that this might be a misunderstanding? I am not the person your master seeks. I merely happened to be present when the beads broke. Fate, connection, timing, and fortune. With that, Master Rongdang willingly offered the sought-after relics, pushing the box containing them towards Su Mo. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian fidgeted restlessly, bewildered that the relics had been so easily relinquished with but a few exchanged words. Master Uncle, this is not in accordance with protocol. The relics belong to this temple. Without the abbot's consent, you have made an arbitrary decision. Is this not a breach of decorum? Master Rongdang held no official position at the Qin temple. The current abbot was his junior. Years prior, Zhao Xian had entered Qin temple as a disciple under the abbot's tutelage, merely a nominal student from the outer sect. Thus, it is not incorrect to refer to him as Master Rongdang. Upon witnessing Zhao Xian's attempt to obstruct him, Su Mo could no longer contain himself. I have yet to make a move against you, and you choose now to seek attention. Have the affairs of the Wong and Jiang families not taught you anything? In my eyes, your Zhao family holds no significance. So, you are the one who claims to be Master Gue Yi, correct? I wonder how you interpret the title of Ba. Zhao Xian pressed his palms together, proclaiming, all that is real and unreal is regarded as myriad laws. I transform all into the Buddha. All laws return to one, regarded as the true Buddha. Therefore, do you imply that you are the true Buddha? Zhao Xian remained silent, yet his demeanor suggested he genuinely believed himself to be a Buddha. Excellent. Wonderful. Su Mo gently applauded,